Super Devouring System Chapter 1369 to Chapter 1454. The Twin Dragon Roar was Xianxia's most powerful attack. It was even more powerful than the Storm of Swords and Serpent Sweep. The Water Serpent King was taken aback. It spat out another water column, but this time it was much more powerful. Moreover, it contained the aura of ice, which instantly froze the water column into ice. Kacha! 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 A series of crisp sounds rang out. The frozen water column was blasted away by the Twin Dragon Roar. The Twin Dragon Roar finally landed on the Water Serpent King's head. Bang! With a loud bang, the Water Serpent King's body shook violently and fell backward. The Twin Dragon Roar was extremely powerful. Coupled with the Beast God bloodline and other factors, this attack was enough to severely injure the Water Serpent King. Next, I'll take your life. The two Xian immediately executed the shadow of the Imperial Wind Dragon to the sky and attacked again. Twin Dragon Roar. Stop. When the Twin Dragon Roar erupted, a figure came from afar, but it was too late. Boom. The Twin Dragon Roar pierced through the sky and landed on the Water Serpent King's head again. Instantly, the Water Serpent King's head exploded. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Xian immediately rushed down and took the Thousand Beasts fire from the Water Serpent King's body. Bastard! The elder in the distance had already rushed over. This dead Water Serpent King was something he had tamed with great difficulty. It had accompanied him for many years. Now that it had died at the hands of Xian, it was even more painful than the death of his own son. Die! The Thousand Beasts sect leader was enraged and slammed his palm down. Twin Dragon Roar. Xian executed his ultimate move again. The recovery speed of the immortal Phoenix bloodline allowed him to use the Twin Dragon Roar limitlessly. The Thousand Beasts sect leader had not broken through to the 5th level of the Nirvana realm, but he was already at the peak of the 4th level. However, in the face of Xian's powerful attack, his palm shadows were instantly crushed. What? The Thousand Beasts sect leader was shocked. He quickly dodged the Dragon Roar. Otherwise, he would have been severely injured. A 2nd-level Nirvana stage martial artist was actually able to execute such a powerful attack. How was this possible? The Thousand Beasts sect leader couldn't believe it. After being exposed, Xian had returned to his original appearance. His face was extremely unfamiliar to the Thousand Beasts sect's old sect leader. Where did this brat come from? Could it be the Yin-Yang Temple? The Thousand Beasts sect leader guessed. Xian had fair skin and was quite handsome. Although he looked like a man, he might be a Yin-Yang person from the Yin-Yang Temple because most Yin-Yang people looked like men. As long as the female's voice was not exposed, it would be hard to tell. In this area, the only force that could nurture such a genius was definitely the Yin-Yang Temple. However, he didn't understand why the disciples of the Yin-Yang Temple would come to the Thousand Beasts sect to cause trouble. Who are you? The Thousand Beasts sect's old sect leader could not help but ask. I only need the 10,000 beast flames. I'll take it and leave, Xian replied calmly. Take it and leave, the Thousand Beasts sect leader suspected that he had misheard. Did Xian think that the Thousand Beasts sect was a market where he could come and go as he pleased? Today, no matter who you are, you will die. The Thousand Beasts sect leader didn't want to waste any more words. Xian had killed his heaven-reaching beast, so he had to take revenge. Even if Xian was a Yin-Yang person from the Yin-Yang Temple, he still had to die. Xian had long since expected this. If the old sect leader of the 10,000 Beasts sect told him to turn around and leave, then that would be too cowardly. Twin Dragon Roar. Another powerful breath was released. However, this time, the Thousand Beasts sect leader had learned his lesson. He quickly dodged the attack and swept towards Xian. Under such circumstances, Xian didn't dare to split himself. He quickly merged with his body and his battle strength increased by 60%. Killing intent explosion. Unparalleled flame dragon slash. A golden flame dragon roared and attacked the Thousand Beasts sect leader. This time, the Thousand Beasts sect leader raised his hand to block the attack when he saw that the attack was weakened. However, what he had never expected was that there was a secret hidden within this golden flame dragon. Eye of Destruction. Bang! The Thousand Beasts sect leader's Nirvana Flames barrier was broken and Wei Zhentian suddenly attacked. Wei Zhentian was already at the 3rd level Nirvana realm when he was fighting with the Grand Elder of the Purple Mist Divine Sect. Now that Yi Xian had obtained so many good items, he had already broken through to the 4th level Nirvana realm. This sword was extremely fast and directly pierced the Thousand Beasts sect leader's shoulder. Swish! At this moment, Wei Zhentian suddenly extended a large number of spikes and pierced the Thousand Beasts sect leader's shoulder into a sieve. At this moment, the Thousand Beasts sect leader realized that he had encountered a difficult opponent. Yi Xian was 2 levels lower than him, but he was suppressed, and the one who was injured first was him who was at the peak of the 4th level Nirvana realm. This made him lose face. However, this also strengthened his resolve to kill Yi Xian. However, at this moment, a dramatic change occurred in another battlefield in the distance. The Supreme Elder, who was also at the 4th level Nirvana realm, suddenly let out a scream before he was attacked by the other Grand Elders. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification sounded. Yi Xian turned his head in surprise and discovered that the Supreme Elder's sky-piercing beast had fallen. As for the Supreme Elder of the Thousand Beasts sect, he was actually ambushed by the Thousand Beasts sect leader and was heavily injured before he was captured. I don't want to be too ruthless. To be honest, I'm just a robber. I only want money, not lives. I'll leave as long as you give me your interspatial ring. Yi Xian suddenly said to the Thousand Beasts sect leader. The Thousand Beasts sect leader almost choked when he heard this. Yi Xian had brazenly robbed him and now he wanted to threaten him. How could he let him do as he wished? I'll give you 3 seconds. After 3 seconds, he'll die and I'll join forces with the others to attack you. Therefore, your decision concerns the fate of the Thousand Beasts sect. Yi Xian said slowly. The Thousand Beasts sect leader gritted his teeth and thought for a moment before he asked, Are they under your control? One of the Grand Elders was his son. It was impossible for him to betray the sect, so it must be Yi Xian's doing. That's right. After I leave, they'll return to normal. Yi Xian nodded. At this moment, a second had passed. If the Thousand Beasts sect leader still did not make a decision, the Supreme Elder would die. At that time, the Grand Elders and even the sect leader would fall. Alright, here you go. The Thousand Beasts sect leader had no choice but to take off his interspatial ring and throw it to Yi Xian. After the latter received it, he checked it and found that there were many things missing. Good, very good. Yi Xian's lips curled slightly. He asked someone to take off the Supreme Elder's interspatial ring and put it away. Sure, but I want to ask you another question. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he paused and asked, Do you know where I can find the 95th ranked exceptional flame, the Icebound Flame? The Icebound Flame? The Thousand Beasts sect leader was stunned. Yi Xian stole something and now he's asking me a question? Is he kidding me? However, he still answered truthfully, I heard that the Vice Temple Master of the Yinyang Temple has the Icebound Flame. The Yinyang Temple, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. It seemed like he was in luck. Of course, the Thousand Beasts sect leader could have been lying and wanted Yi Xian to commit suicide. Alright, goodbye. Yi Xian did not think much of it and left. After that, the Thousand Beasts sect leader and the other elders regained consciousness. In this battle, there were no casualties. Only a few heaven-reaching beasts had fallen. Among them was the Thousand Beasts sect leader's Water King Python. Even the Thousand Beasts fire was taken. Of course, they should rejoice. If Yi Xian was a cold-blooded killer, then today would be the day the Thousand Beasts sect was annihilated. Although the Thousand Beasts sect's first senior brother Huang Long was killed by him, it would not affect the Thousand Beasts sect much. However, if the Thousand Beasts sect leader, the Supreme Elder, and the other elders were killed by him, then the Thousand Beasts sect would be in chaos. At that time, the Purple Mist Divine Sect would definitely annihilate the Thousand Beasts sect and become the overlord of this area. In that case, Yi Xian would be indirectly annihilating the Thousand Beasts sect. He did not want to annihilate the entire sect. After learning about the Icebound Flame, he headed north directly. The Thousand Beasts sect leader said that the Vice Temple Master of the Yinyang Temple had the Icebound Flame. He did not know if it was true, but it did not matter. After all, the Yin-Yang Temple was Yixian's next target. He rushed at full speed and only spent a day to reach the boundary of the Yin-Yang Temple's sub-temple. During this day, Luo and the old tree broke through one after another. They both reached the third level of the Nirvana realm, but Wei Zhentian was the fastest. He had already reached the fifth level of the Nirvana realm. It was because of it that Yixian dared to go against the Yin-Yang Temple. There are many Yin-Yang people in the Yin-Yang Temple. I'll use my bewitching technique. Yixian squinted his eyes. The patriarch of the Bei clan of the 10,000 Treasures Alliance, Bei Yang, had been killed by him, but he had learned the illusory divine ability that Bei Yang had created. Now, he was going to use the illusory divine ability to make the Yin-Yang people of the Yin-Yang Temple live in nightmares. At this moment, he was already in front of the Yin-Yang Temple. Looking at the people coming and going, he narrowed his eyes. Now that he was observing with the eye of revelation, he realized that the internal environment of the Yin-Yang beings was completely different from that of ordinary people. There were actually two sets of organs in the Yin-Yang body, 2 hearts, 2 dantians, 2 souls, and 2 balls of nirvana fire. 2 people fused together. No wonder it was called a fusion. It was a forced fusion. 2 sets of organs in one body. It was a little too deformed. More importantly, both men and women had organs. How disgusting. Yixian couldn't help but shudder. He immediately made a decision. He was going to save these Yin-Yang people from the abyss of suffering. There were 2 ways. One was to kill them. The other was to disintegrate them. Of course, Yixian wanted to use the second way. Killing them wouldn't relieve his hatred. If you want to blame someone, blame the Yin-Yang ancestor. He immediately went over and used his Eye of the Soul to control a Yin-Yang person from afar. This Yin-Yang person was in the third level of the Nirvana realm. He was within Yixian's range of control. This Yin-Yang person looked like a man. He was in his late 20s. He ran towards Yixian and arrived in front of Yixian in the blink of an eye. Introduce yourselves. Yixian asked straightforwardly. Niarong. My sister is Xianxia. We are both 28 years old. We entered the Yin-Yang Temple 20 years ago to cultivate the Saint Yin-Yang technique. 12 years ago, we successfully fused. Niarong started to introduce himself. After introducing himself, he introduced the Yin-Yang Temple. Then let me ask you. Who in the Yin-Yang Temple has the icebound flame? Yixian continued asking. I heard that the Vice Palace Master of the Yin Temple has one. I don't know if he has fused with it. Niarong answered. Just now, he introduced the situation of the Yin-Yang Temple sub-palace. There was a main palace master and 2 vice palace masters in this sub-palace. The 2 vice palace masters were in charge of the Yin Temple and the Yang Temple respectively. The Yin Temple was usually a combination of an older sister and a younger brother, while the Yang Temple was a combination of an older brother and a younger sister. If they were to compare, the Yang Hall was much stronger than the Yin Hall. Moreover, the Yin-Yang Temple's recruitment was very strange. The members had to be siblings. They couldn't have a third sibling. It was said that the Yin and Yang would be unbalanced. One body couldn't fuse with 3 people. Then, Yixian asked Niarong a few more things. Then, he started to plan. First, he wanted to get the icebound flame if it hadn't been refined. Second, he wanted to find out the location of the Yin-Yang Temple's main palace. Third, he wanted to destroy this sub-palace, because Niarong was already under his control. He could disguise himself as Niarong with the face-changing mask. He just didn't know if he would be exposed. To be safe, he went to control a third-level Nirvana realm Yin-Yang person and disguised himself as him. Then, he asked Niarong to bring him in. What a tragedy. If I didn't accept the special level-up mission, I could have used the Eye of the Soul to destroy this sub-palace. Yixian, who was following behind Niarong, felt very helpless. Even if he had cultivation resources now, he couldn't break through. He could only give them to Luo and the other 2. However, the Yin-Yang Temple wasn't weak. Nirvana realm disciples could be seen everywhere. There were also disciples who hadn't fused with their bodies, but they were generally in the fragmentation realm. I'll control some second and third level Nirvana realm disciples first and then investigate before I make a move. Xian thought to himself. His plan was to use these disciples to investigate the icebound flame and raise Luo Luo's and the other two's cultivation levels. He was currently at the peak of the second level Nirvana realm and could only fight with a fourth level Nirvana realm disciple. If he added Luo Luo and the other two, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with a fifth level Nirvana realm disciple. However, in this sub-palace, just the elders alone were at the fourth or fifth level Nirvana realm. Then, the two deputy palace masters and the main palace master might have reached the sixth level Nirvana realm. Under Niarong's lead, Xian controlled many second and third level Nirvana realm disciples. There were about 30 of them in total. Then, he left the sub-palace. However, at this moment, 3 people suddenly flew out of the Yin-Yang temple and successfully attracted Xian's attention. What a powerful aura. They're at least at the 5th or 6th level of the Nirvana realm. Xian raised his eyebrows and looked. When he saw the man and woman behind the leader, he couldn't help but tremble. The Xianming duo? Xian widened his eyes in disbelief. How could the Xianming duo that he had been searching for be in the Yin-Yang temple? Previously, he thought that the Xianming duo had died in the Fiend Earth sect. Later, he found out that the Fiend Earth sect's elder Su Yang had taken them through the Unfrozen Sea region, but he didn't know where they went. Now, the Xianming duo had actually appeared here. Could it be that someone in the Yin-Yang temple had obtained the charm willpower paper and was preparing to escort them out? No, that couldn't be. Xian immediately reacted because he saw that Nailan Bing and Nailan Jia had shackles that sealed off their vital energy. This meant that they had been captured. Right, they're also siblings. The Yin-Yang temple is interested in them. Xian suddenly thought of this problem. He had to admit that fate was really clever. It actually connected the Xianming duo and the Yin-Yang temple together. The Xianming duo were rebirth travelers and were rebirth realm powerhouses in their previous lives. Although the Yin-Yang ancestor was strong, he was at most in the immortality realm. After the immortality realm was the rebirth realm. There was a huge gap between the two realms. If the Xianming duo's reinforcements found out that they had been captured, the Yin-Yang temple would definitely suffer a devastating blow or even be destroyed. Thinking of this, Xian's expression changed because Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song were now in the Yin-Yang ancestors' hands. What if Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song were exposed and implicated? Who was that? Xian quickly focused on the middle-aged man who had flown away with the Xianming duo. That was the temple master, Niarong replied. Then where is he going? Xian continued to ask. I'm not sure. Niarong shook his head. All of a sudden, Xian had a premonition. Could it be that the branch hall master was sending the mysterious underworld duo demons to the main hall? At that moment, Xian directly used the death pursuit order to mark Nailan Bing. But the aura of this branch hall master was exceedingly formidable, and he was probably an expert at the 6th level of the rebirth realm. Besides that, there were a few elders at the 4th or 5th level of the rebirth realm standing behind him. Therefore, Xian had no chance at all. If the mysterious underworld duo demons are really being escorted to the main palace, then I don't need to ask for the location of the main palace. I can just follow the death warrant and find them, Xian thought to himself. However, he did not have the strength to go to the main hall. What he needed to do now was to level up quickly. If he wanted to level up, he needed the icebound blaze. I hope that the icebound flame is still there and has not been completely refined. Xian prayed in his heart. There was still the eternal earthcore flame in his planting space. Perhaps it was the exceptional flame that he needed to break through to the 4th level of the rebirth realm. Then, as long as he obtained the icebound flame, he could quickly break through to the 3rd level of the rebirth realm and reach the peak of the 3rd level of the rebirth realm by devouring it. If he devoured the eternal earthcore flame, he could instantly break through to the 4th level of the rebirth realm. At that time, he could catch up with the branch hall master of the Yin-Yang temple and kill everyone, including the mysterious underworld duo demons. Firstly, he could avenge Mo Shui. Secondly, the matter of the mysterious underworld duo demons being captured could be covered up. The Yin-Yang temple would not be destroyed, and Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song would be fine. Xian watched as Nailan Bing and the others disappeared into the distance. His eyes flickered, and he directly broke through the void, bringing the 32nd and 3rd level rebirth Yin-Yang people to a mountain range that was some distance away from the branch hall of the Yin-Yang temple. All of you from the Yin Hall, step forward. Then, 8 women stepped forward. 5 of them were at the 2nd level of the rebirth realm, while the other 3 were at the 3rd level of the rebirth realm. The members of the Yin Hall were a combination of older sisters and younger brothers, so they maintained the appearance of older sisters. Who knows the Vice Hall Master of the Yin Hall? Yi Xian immediately asked. As soon as he said that, everyone's gazes landed on a beautiful woman. This woman looked normal, but she was a yin-yang person, which meant that her younger brother was in her body. Ordinary people would feel their stomach churning when they thought of this. However, Yi Xian put aside his prejudice and asked directly, "You know the Vice Hall Master of the Yin Hall?" "Master, I'm called Chongling. The Vice Hall Master of the Yin Hall is my master." The woman nodded. "Then, do you know about the icebound flame?" Yi Xian asked again. "Yes." The woman continued to nod, and then explained, "My master has had the icebound flame for many years, but the icebound flame's attribute is water. She doesn't dare to fuse it with her body because it will cause the yin and yang to be disrupted. Therefore, she has been looking for the flame of fury and the eternal earthcore flame, hoping to balance them." "So, she didn't fuse with the icebound flame?" Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. The flame of fury's attribute was fire, and its ranking was close to the icebound flame. Besides, the eternal earthcore flame was also possible. "No, she just cultivated beside the icebound flame." The woman shook her head and replied. "Great." Yi Xian suddenly revealed a hopeful expression, and thought in his heart, since the Vice Hall Master of the Yin Hall needs the eternal earthcore flame, I can use the eternal earthcore flame to lure her out. However, the Vice Hall Master of the Yin Hall was at the 6th level of the Nirvana realm. Yi Xian's strength wasn't enough to deal with her. Yi Xian immediately collected everyone's interspatial rings. These Yin-Yang people were the elites of the Yin-Yang temple, and their masters were mostly elders. Therefore, they didn't lack cultivation resources. The things inside were enough to create a 5th level Nirvana realm expert. Wei Zhentian is currently at the 5th level of the Nirvana realm, while Luo Luo and the old tree are at the 3rd level of the Nirvana realm. Due to my problem, the old tree has a hard time improving, so I can only stack Luo Luo up first. Yi Xian pondered for a moment, and said to the Vice Hall Master of the Yin Hall, "Chongling, return to the Yin-Yang temple and exchange these treasures for ores, and half of them for cultivation elixirs." These things were useless to Yi Xian, so Yi Xian decided to raise Wei Zhentian's cultivation to the 6th level of the Nirvana realm. However, he might not be able to contend with the Vice Hall Master, so he still needed Luo Luo's help. If Luo Luo broke through to the 4th level of the Nirvana realm, then he would have confidence. "Yes." The woman named Chongling nodded, and then she passed through the Eye of Void that Yi Xian opened and returned to the Yin-Yang temple. Soon, Chongling returned with a large amount of ores and cultivation elixirs. Although the treasures were good, the cultivation elixirs were easier to absorb. Luo Luo's refining ability was already strong, and with the help of the eternal earthcore fire, she could break through to the 4th level of Nirvana realm in half a day. As for Wei Zhentian, ding! Wei Zhentian broke through. He is currently at the 6th level of Nirvana realm. After Yi Xian swallowed all the ores, Wei Zhentian broke through. Yi Xian was stuck at the 2nd level of Nirvana realm. After swallowing all the ores, he would only benefit from the Super Devour crystal. His cultivation would not improve at all. It was indeed a waste, but he had no other choice. Next, Yi Xian was going to test something. "You, come out," Yi Xian said to a man at the 2nd level of Nirvana realm. The man stepped forward without saying a word. Then, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He used the bewitching technique that he had learned from Bai Yang's wife, Bai Lin's tomb. In the next moment, the man's face started to turn red as he saw something. Everyone looked at them and suddenly had a bad premonition. "Brother, sister," suddenly, 2 different voices came out from the man's throat. One was his own voice, and the other was the voice of his sister in his body. This was just an appetizer. Next, Yi Xian would get serious. Bewitching technique. In the next moment, everyone was dumbfounded. The man's clothes were suddenly torn apart by a fierce vital energy. Then, his body started to change. His back swelled rapidly as though a tumor had grown. It was as though there was a person standing back to back with him. No, this tumor was the man's sister. At this moment, the sister's organs had already grown out. Even her hair had grown out. In the end, their skin broke apart and they were split into two. The sister stood there motionless. Her eyes were wide open and her face was red. She was in disbelief. She had been with her brother for many years. Now, they were disintegrated. She was a disciple of the Yin-Yang temple. She knew that once a Yin-Yang person disintegrated, the success rate of merging again was less than 1%. However, Xian was their master now, so they didn't dare to say anything. Most people who saw this scene would be disgusted to the point of vomiting, but Xian had a strange look in his eyes when he saw this. Success, the heart bewitching art had successfully split a Yin-Yang person into two. The fusion of Yin-Yang people also has a degree of fusion. Generally, the fusion is 30%. The higher the fusion, the stronger the combat power. After this man and his younger sister separated, the younger sister's cultivation dropped to the first level of the Nirvana realm, and the man actually dropped to the 9th level of the fragmentation realm. Xian was a little excited. This heart charm technique was really the nemesis of Yin-Yang people, but its success rate was affected by the Yin-Yang person's fusion rate and the strength of his soul. Moreover, he was only at the 2nd level of the Nirvana realm now, so it was slightly difficult for him to use it. At this time, he also discovered a problem. Originally, he had only spent one slot to use the Eye of Control to control this man. Now that this man had disintegrated, even his sister was under his control. However, only one spot was taken. As for the two who had disintegrated, they were easily charmed by Luo Luo. Then, she told them to leave this place and live a good life. The Yin-Yang temple was extremely overbearing. As long as there were siblings who met the requirements, they had to send them here, so this was not a choice. These people were also pitiful. Of course, there was another reason why Xian chose to let them go. The two of you, spread this ability after you leave. Xian suddenly took out a book from the devouring space. It was the heart-bewitching art. Yes, master. The two of them put on their robes and left with the heart-bewitching art. The Yin-Yang temple had harmed many families. If the surrounding forces had this heart-bewitching art, then the Yin-Yang temple would not be so arrogant. Who is at the 2nd level of the Nirvana realm and has a fusion rate of 40%? Xian suddenly turned around and asked. Then, 3 Yin-Yang people from the Yang temple walked out. Xian did not say anything and directly used the heart-bewitching art on them. Soon, the 3 of them were disintegrated. 6 naked bodies were exposed in the air, causing everyone present to tremble. Take the heart-bewitching art and leave. Xian also gave the 6 of them the heart-bewitching art and told them to spread it out. This group of Yin-Yang people who were being controlled had a fusion rate of 60% at the 2nd level of the Nirvana realm. In the end, all the 2nd level Nirvana realm cultivators were disintegrated by Xian and left with the heart-bewitching art. As for the remaining 8 3rd level Nirvana realm Yin-Yang people, Xian still needed them. Chongling, how many elders are there in the Yin-Yang temple now? Xian asked. 8 4th level Nirvana realm elders and 2 5th level Nirvana realm elders, Chongling replied. Alright, go and call them out one by one. Xian nodded and ordered. Yes. Immediately, Chongling left again. The 4th and 5th level Nirvana realm were higher than Xian's level. However, Wei Zhentian had broken through to the 6th level of the Nirvana realm. He alone was enough to deal with all of them. As for Luo Luo, she was cultivating in the planting space. She should be able to break through to the 4th level of the Nirvana realm soon. Oh right, Luo Luo still has the eyes of enchantment. She should be able to control the 4th level Nirvana realm elders. As long as we take in these 8 people, there will only be 2 5th level Nirvana realm elders and 2 deputy temple masters left in the Yin-Yang temple. At this moment, Xian suddenly remembered something. The Eyes of Enchantment's effect was not inferior to his mind's eye. Soon, Chongling brought in a 4th level Nirvana realm elder. The former was the deputy temple master's disciple, so it was not difficult to lure him out. Chongling, why did you bring me here? An old lady behind Chongling asked in surprise. I'm bringing you to meet someone, Chongling answered honestly. Someone? The old lady muttered to herself. She did not know who Chongling was talking about. Soon, Chongling brought her in front of Yixian. What are you doing here? Why aren't you going back to cultivate? The old lady asked in surprise. However, at this moment, a petite figure appeared in front of her. It was Luo Luo. However, when Luo Luo used her eyes of enchantment, Yixian used his mind's eye first. Instantly, the old lady raised her eyebrows and her soul was injured. Not only that, but she was also attacked by Chongling who was beside her. Both her physical body and soul were severely injured at the same time. Enchantment. Luo Luo finally used her eyes of enchantment. With just a glance, she subdued the old lady. Chongling, continue to lure her out. Yixian said to Chongling. Yes. It would only take a few minutes to lure out an elder. Yixian could afford to wait for this amount of time. Subsequently, the elders at the 4th level of the Nirvana stage were lured out one by one and were charmed by Luo Luo. 8 elders at the 4th level of the Nirvana stage and Wei Zhentian are enough to kill the 2 elders at the 5th level of the Nirvana stage. Yixian thought to himself. Luo Luo was only at the 3rd level of the Nirvana stage and had yet to break through to the 4th level of the Nirvana stage. Without using the eyes of enchantment, it was still difficult for her to charm someone who was 2 levels above her. After all, a yin-yang person's soul was stronger than an ordinary person. Therefore, Yixian decided to kill the 2 elders at the 5th level of the Nirvana stage. The group of people lay in ambush and waited quietly. Soon, Chongling returned with an elder from the Yang Hall. The elder was at the 5th level of the Nirvana stage. Chongling, why did you bring me here? The elder asked in confusion. In the next moment, 8 familiar faces appeared. They were the 8 elders at the 4th level of the Nirvana stage who were charmed by Luo Luo earlier. Why are all of you here? The elder was very surprised. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a figure broke through the ground. Rip! A crisp sound entered everyone's ears. A section of the elder's calf was cut off. What? The elder was shocked. However, he was about to face the attacks of the 8 experts at the 4th level of the Nirvana stage. Boom! 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 The elder was directly sent flying. As the people around him were his own people, the elder was not very vigilant. Moreover, Wei Zhentian was at the 6th level of the Nirvana stage. Rip! Another crisp sound was heard. The elder's heart was directly pierced and he died. His corpse fell to the ground. Yixian looked at the corpse and shook his head helplessly. The Nirvana stage was not his stage. He was afraid that he would have to rely on Wei Zhentian and Luo Luo. However, after he completed the 9 special level-up missions, his strength would probably be extremely powerful. Yixian immediately rushed over and collected the elder's corpse and the interspatial ring. There's one more. Continue luring it in. Yixian said to Chongling yes. Chongling responded and continued to leave. Not long after, another elder at the 5th level of the rebirth realm was drawn over as well, and he was instantly killed just like the first elder. Now that 2 5th level rebirth stage elders have died, then next. Yixian narrowed his eyes and took something out of the devouring space. It was a small flame, it was the eternal earthcore flame. Then he said to Chongling, use this flame to lure your teacher out. Chongling's teacher was the Vice Hall Master of the Yin Hall, a 6th level Nirvana realm martial artist. She was currently searching for the Flame of Fury or the Eternal Core Flame to temper her icebound flame. Therefore, Yixian was confident that he could lure Chongling's teacher out. Yes. Chongling was a little surprised. She did not expect Yixian to possess the Eternal Core Flame. However, she did not dare to betray him. She quickly took the flame and returned to the Yin-Yang Hall. This time, Yixian had to deal with a 6th level Nirvana realm martial artist who possessed a mystical flame. His strength was not to be underestimated. Although Wei Zhentian was also a 6th level Nirvana realm martial artist and was assisted by 8 4th level Nirvana realm martial artists, it was better to be safe than sorry. Not long after Chongling left, Yixian heard the system notification again. Ding! Luo Luo made a breakthrough. She is currently at the 4th level of the Nirvana realm. The system notification said. Initially, he estimated that Luo Luo would need half a day to make a breakthrough. However, he had overlooked one factor, the myriad beasts fire that she had just obtained. Luo Luo had completely refined the myriad beasts fire, which was why she made a breakthrough in advance. Otherwise, Yi Xian would have to wait for a while before luring the vice hall master of the Yin Hall. Wei Zhentian set up an ambush. Even if we can't kill him in one go, we must severely injure him, Yi Xian said to Wei Zhentian. Wei Zhentian nodded and burrowed into the ground. It was the best tool for an ambush because it was only a heaven-reaching weapon. It did not have the aura of a human or a heaven-reaching beast. As long as it did not move, no one would discover it underground. Apart from the 8 4th-level Nirvana Realm martial artists, Yi Xian was the only one left. As for the others, they were all chased away by Yi Xian. Facing a 6th-level Nirvana Realm martial artist, they would not be able to do anything. Instead, they would only be a hindrance. After a while, Chongling returned. This time, she brought a middle-aged woman with her. This woman was young and looked to be around 35 years old. She had a pretty face and fair skin. However, her aura was much more powerful than the 2 5th-level Nirvana Realm martial artists. She must be Chongling's master, the Vice Palace Master of Yin Hall, Gui Yurong. Of course, some martial artists like to look old while others like to look young. It was impossible to tell their real age just by looking at their faces. Disciple, are you sure it's the eternal earth core fire? Along the way, Gui Yurong asked in surprise. Yes, master. A man's voice sounded. He was Chong Kuan, Chongling's younger brother in her body. Haha, this is great. With the eternal earth core fire, sister, you can merge with the icebound flame and I can merge with the eternal earth core fire. This way, the yin and yang will not be out of balance. We can even break through to the 7th level of Nirvana Realm. Gui Yurong opened her mouth. This time, it was still a man's voice. He was Gui Yurong's younger brother. That's right. We have been searching for so long. I didn't expect to find the eternal earth core fire nearby. Disciple, you have done well this time. I will reward you greatly when we return. Gui Yurong nodded her head in satisfaction. Master, that is the place where the eternal earth core fire was unearthed. At this moment, Chongling suddenly pointed at the mountain in front of him. All right. At that moment, Gui Yurong quickly flew over. However, just as she passed by Chongling, the latter suddenly attacked and slashed Gui Yurong's back with a ray of sword chi. Bang! Gui Yurong was severely injured. Her entire body flew out uncontrollably. She could not understand why her most beloved disciple would sneak an attack on her. Stupid girl, what are you doing? Gui Yurong's younger brother shouted angrily. Fortunately, they were 3 levels apart. Otherwise, they would have been severely injured. Before Chongling could reply, 8 people appeared from the left and right in front of them. They were the 8 elders at the 4th level of Nirvana Realm. Gui Yurong and her younger brother were shocked. It turned out that this was an ambush. However, they were at the 6th level of Nirvana Realm. Even if 8 5th-level Nirvana Realm experts came, as long as she wanted to run, no one could catch up with her. However, these 8 4th-level Nirvana Realm elders were only responsible for attracting her attention. Swoosh! Suddenly, a slender figure broke out from the ground and turned into a ray of light, slashing at Gui Yurong's calf. With a ripping sound, Gui Yurong's calf was cut off easily. What? Gui Yurong and her younger brother were shocked. They were at 6th level Nirvana Realm and their bodies were extremely strong. How could they be cut off by a single slash? However, they did not know that Wei Zhentian was also at 6th level Nirvana Realm. Moreover, he had been tempered by the eternal earth core fire during this period of time and was extremely sharp. Gui Yurong, who was burning with anger, threw out a palm strike and sent Wei Zhentian flying. Master, just surrender. Chongling suddenly reminded him. You evil disciple, I'll kill you. Gui Yurong's younger brother shouted and slapped Chongling. If Chongling was hit, she would definitely be smashed into pieces. However, at this moment, a petite figure suddenly appeared. It was Luo Luo, who had broken through to 4th level Nirvana Realm. Bewitching Heart Technique. Luo Luo squinted her eyes and used the illusory technique that Bei Yang had created on Gui Yurong. This technique was specially used to deal with yin-yang beings. After Gui Yurong was hit by the technique, the scene in front of her changed. At this moment, it was her younger brother who was standing in front of her. However, her younger brother was actually naked. Oh no! Gui Yurong immediately reacted. There was a flaw in cultivating the divine yin-yang technique, which was to never think about such things. Otherwise, there would be a risk of disintegration. Sister, Gui Yurong's younger brother in her body suddenly made a strange sound. Gui Yurong reacted, but her younger brother was trapped in the illusion. This is a good opportunity. Wei Zhentian, kill her. Yi Xian's eyes lit up and he immediately gave Wei Zhentian an order. In an instant, Wei Zhentian transformed into a green dragon and swiped his claw at Gui Yurong's throat. Bam! Gui Yurong reacted and used her left hand to deflect the dragon claw. However, her right hand was placed in front of her chest. Brother, wake up! Gui Yurong shouted angrily in her heart. There were two souls in this body. She had broken through the illusion, but her younger brother had not. This was troublesome. If her younger brother broke the precepts, he would be disintegrated. If they were to disintegrate, then their cultivation would drop. It was possible for them to fall from the 4th or 3rd level of the nirvana stage. Sis, Gui Yurong's younger brother was still in the illusion. Under his influence, Gui Yurong's cheeks couldn't help but turn red. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Wei Zhentian continued to attack. At the same time, Luo Luo wasn't idle either. Charm. Bewitching heart technique. Not only that, but even Yi Xian wasn't idle either. He used his eye of the heart. Even though there was a difference of 4 levels between the 2nd level of the nirvana stage and the 6th level of the nirvana stage, it was always good to be able to deal a little more damage at this moment. As long as she disintegrated, Gui Yurong would become a piece of meat on the chopping board, at the mercy of Yi Xian. The 8 elders at the 4th level of the nirvana stage swiftly flew over as well. However, they didn't participate in the battle directly. Instead, they supported Wei Zhentian with their all-creations energy. Immediately, Wei Zhentian's speed doubled. As a result, the pressure on Gui Yurong was even greater. No, I must leave. Gui Yurong made a prompt decision. She reckoned that she would disintegrate with her younger brother in a few seconds. In fact, she might even be killed by Wei Zhentian before she could disintegrate. Immediately, she took out a blue flame from her interspatial ring. It was the icebound flame. The icebound flame was ranked 95th on the exotic flame list. As her cultivation base was high enough, Gui Yurong didn't need the exotic flame lantern. At the same time when Gui Yurong took out the icebound flame, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. This was the key to him breaking through to the 3rd level of the nirvana stage. However, Gui Yurong didn't take out the icebound flame to show it off. Icebound 1,000 miles. Gui Yurong circulated her true energy and combined it with the all creation's energy. She immediately cast a divine ability that she created. This divine ability was called Icebound 1,000 miles. It required the icebound flame to be cast. Moreover, this was her first time using this technique in a battle. Suddenly, a surge of ice energy spread out. Wei Zhentian, who was charging toward Gui Yurong, froze. His entire body was covered with a layer of ice crystals. In the blink of an eye, he was turned into an ice sculpture. Kacha! 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 A series of crisp sounds came from afar. Yi Xian turned his head and saw that the 8 elders at the 4th level of the nirvana stage were all frozen into ice sculptures. Even the nirvana fire in their bodies was extinguished by the ice. From this, it could be seen how powerful this 1,000 miles of ice was. Fortunately, Yi Xian was very far away. Otherwise, he wouldn't know what would happen. After freezing the troublesome people, Gui Yurong immediately turned around and ran. Wei Zhentian, break free quickly and chase after her. Yi Xian shouted at Wei Zhentian. At the same time, he released Luo Luo again. Luo Luo was only using her illusion technique and charm from afar. Therefore, when the ice energy spread out, she was kept into the planting space by Yi Xian. Humph. She can't run away. Luo Luo snorted lightly and turned into a golden ray of light. 9 Reincarnation Flash, First Flash. 9 Reincarnation Flash, Second Flash. 9 Reincarnation Flash, Third Flash. After 3 times, Luo Luo was already behind Guiyurong. What? Guiyurong did not expect someone to be able to catch up with her so quickly after the icebound 1,000 miles. After a moment of shock, she turned around and slapped her palm out. However, Luolua's speed was even faster than hers. In fact, it was much faster. She successfully slapped her palm out. However, before that, Luo Luo had already brushed past Guiyurong's body. A line of blood appeared on Guiyurong's throat and rapidly expanded. This is impossible, Guiyurong's eyes widened as she spat out a few words. Soon after, her head fell mercilessly and was embedded in the mud. Plop! Her body fell face first onto the ground. Blood splattered everywhere and flowed into the ground. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. After Guiyurong died, a system notification sounded in Yixian's mind. This was probably the first time he killed an enemy who was 4 realms higher than him. Although he did not kill her personally, the killing intent points were credited to him. F***CK. That's a lot, Yixian was speechless. At this moment, his killing intent points had almost reached the upper limit. Does this Yin-Yang person count as 2 people? At this moment, Yixian thought of this problem. Yin-Yang person was a combination of a man and a woman. At this moment, Yixian was thinking that if he killed the Yang Hall's Vice Hall Master, he might be able to reach the upper limit. At that time, he would be able to exchange for devour points. Wei Zhentian, Luo Luo, well done. Yixian praised. He quickly flew over and kept Guiyurong's interspatial ring. There were many things inside, but Yixian's attention was on the icebound flame. The icebound flame is finally in my hands. With it, I can immediately break through to the peak of Nirvana stage. Yixian's eyes lit up. However, he resisted the urge to devour the icebound flame because he might be able to earn more devour points. Young master, why aren't you breaking through? Luo Luo asked curiously. There's no hurry. We might have to fight another battle. Yixian's lips curled up slightly. The 8 elders of Nirvana stage had already been killed by Guiyurong's icebound 1,000 miles. It was a pity that the killing intent of those 8 elders was not worth it. It had to be said that the exceptional flame was very powerful. Only now did Wei Zhentian manage to break free. Yixian had actually copied down that move. However, he was about to devour the icebound flame, so there was no point in learning it. After all, it could only be used together with the icebound flame. Young master, there's a Vice Hall Master in the Yang Hall. Are you going to kill him? Luo Luo blinked her big eyes and asked. Yes, after killing him, we'll dismember everyone and destroy the Xianxia temple. Yixian nodded. He immediately tore through the void and arrived at the entrance of the Yin-Yang Hall. This time, he was serious. The Vice Hall Master of the Yang Hall of the Yin-Yang temple was called Ma Diu. This was what Yixian found out from Chongling. After arriving at the entrance of the Yin-Yang Hall, Yixian circulated his vital energy and roared, Vice Hall Master of the Yang Hall, Ma Diu, get out here right now. His voice was deafening. Everyone in the Yin-Yang Hall must have heard it. Hearing this, the disciples of the Yin-Yang temple all raised their heads in surprise. If it was just Ma Diu, they might not know who he was. However, with the addition of the words Deputy Palace Master of Yang Hall, even if they were fools, they would know who he was talking about. Someone actually dared to provoke the Yang Hall's Vice Palace Master. Wasn't that courting death? If it was under ordinary circumstances, there would surely be many elders that would come out. But now, there wasn't a single elder in this branch hall, and only some 2nd or 3rd level rebirth realm guardians remained. The protectors were the first to rush out. How dare you call the Vice Palace Master by his name? A sarcastic old man jumped out. However, before he could finish his sentence, Wei Zhentian had already cut off his head with a swing of his sword. Wei Zhentian then brought the interspatial ring back to Yixian. Old tree, Luo Luo, Wei Zhentian, as long as they are in the Nirvana realm, kill them all. Yixian immediately gave the order. Previously, he did let some of the Yin-Yang people go. However, they were once his subordinates after all. They were controlled and used by him. Yi Xian was relatively merciful to his subordinates. Sometimes, he would let them go. However, these Yin people who had nothing to do with him couldn't escape death. Okay. Luo and the other two responded one after another. In an instant, they charged out. The entire Yin sacred hall turned into hell. Countless screams rang out. Even Yi Xian himself couldn't help but charge out. There were hundreds of Nirvana realm cultivators in the Yin sacred hall. These people all had double the killing intent value. Killing one was worth 2. In order to devour points, Yi Xian had to be ruthless. Ding. Host's killing intent value has increased. Ding. Host's killing intent value has increased. Ding. Host's killing intent value has increased. The system beeps rang out one after another. Many of these people were forced to do so. They were captured when they were young. However, after being groomed inhumanely by the Yin sacred hall, their personalities became twisted. After merging, they became even more terrifying. If he only destroyed the Yin sacred hall and let these people escape, it might bring disaster to the surrounding forces. Therefore, Yi Xian gave the order to kill. None of them could be left alive. As for those Yin people who hadn't reached the Nirvana realm, Yi Xian directly used the bewitching technique to disintegrate them. Soon, the Yin sacred hall was filled with corpses and rivers of blood. The Yang sacred hall's deputy hall master, Ma Diyu, came out of seclusion when he heard Yi Xian's roar. When he came out, he saw a savage person slaughtering the Yin sacred hall's disciples. Don't be presumptuous. A deep roar entered Yi Xian's ears. Yi Xian turned around and realized that the person had a powerful aura. He was at least at the Nirvana realm. Ma Diyu, I've finally found you. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and gave Wei Zhentian an order. Kill. Instantly, Wei Zhentian turned into a ray of light and intercepted Ma Diyu. Wei Zhentian, who had the undying attribute, could even fight against a Nirvana realm martial artist. As long as he was given enough time, he could exhaust his opponent to death. What the hell is this? Get lost. Ma Diyu was furious and punched Wei Zhentian. Gotcha. Wei Zhentian was hit by the punch until a few cracks appeared on his body. At the same time, he turned around and swung his dragon tail. Bam! Ma Diyu's waist was hit and he was sent flying. What a joke. So what if his physique was strong? Could it be compared to a divine weapon? In the end, Wei Zhentian was just an undying weapon. At the same level, its combat strength was actually weaker than the old tree. However, its strength lay in the fact that it could transform at will. When Ma Diyu was sent flying, Wei Zhentian quickly transformed into a chain of arrow towers. Whoosh! 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 Sharp arrows shot out one after another. Ma Diyu's face was gloomy as he endured the pain and blocked the arrows. On the other side, Luo had also arrived. She immediately used the charm and bewitching technique on Ma Diyu. This move caused the other person in Ma Diyu's body to react strangely. *T. Ma Diyu instantly got rid of the illusion. However, Ma Ling in his body did not. He was in the same situation as Gui Yurong. If he continued to fight, he would definitely disintegrate. However, if he escaped, wouldn't the disciples of Yin Yang Temple die in vain? Kill. Ma Diyu did not care anymore. He had already made up his mind. Even if he died, he would kill Yi Xian. Ice and fire Yin Yang sword, slash. Ma Diyu gathered flames in his left hand and ice crystals in his right. The moment he put his palms together, the flames and ice crystals suddenly expanded and condensed into a gigantic ice and fire sword. Then, he slashed down. Wei Zhentian could not dodge in time and was hit by the sword. This move was a high-level Nirvana superpower in Yin Yang Temple. In the entire Yin Yang Temple, he was the only one who had learned it. One should know that even the main temple master of the temple did not know it. However, he had learned it. This was enough to show his talent. Ding. Wei Zhentian is dead. Ding. Wei Zhentian is resurrected. After the two system notifications, Yi Xian released Wei Zhentian again. What? How is this possible? Ma Diyu was shocked. He clearly saw Wei Zhentian turn into ashes. How did Wei Zhentian reappear in the next moment? Since that's the case, I will kill you again. Ice and Fire Yin Yang Sword. Ma Diu condensed another ice and fire sword and slashed down rapidly. This time, Wei Zhentian did not dodge. He did not manage to dodge the previous time, but this time, he did it on purpose. Gotcha, Wei Zhentian was killed again. 2 system notifications rang in Yixian's mind again. However, this time, Wei Zhentian was just a bait to attract Ma Diu's attention. The real danger had quietly crept up behind Ma Diu. 9 Reincarnation Flash, 4th Flash. Swish. A crisp sound rang. Ma Diu's head flew into the air. Blood sprayed 3 meters high like a fountain. Ma Diu, dead. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. After Ma Diu's death, Yixian's killing intent increased by a large margin. Then, another system notification rang. Ding. Host's killing intent has reached the upper limit. Do you want to exchange the killing intent points for 1 devour point? Yes. Yixian answered without hesitation. Ding. Killing intent has been cleared successfully. Ding. Host has obtained 1 devour point. He had finally exchanged the killing intent points for devour points. This was the 3rd time. At the same time, Yixian suddenly thought of a way to obtain devour points quickly. That was to increase Wei Zhentian's cultivation to Nirvana Realm level 9 quickly and then kill the level 9 experts. Not to mention level 9 Nirvana Realm, as long as he killed level 8 or level 7 Nirvana Realm experts, he might be able to reach the upper limit once. However, the main thing now was to increase his cultivation level. Although devour points could make him stronger, the increase in strength would not exceed the increase in cultivation level. Since he had obtained the devour points, the next step would be to break through. Ding. Host has devoured Ice Sealing Flame. Ding. The host has made a breakthrough and is currently at the 3rd level of the Nirvana stage. Ding. The host has completed the special leveling up mission. The reward is the Immortal Phoenix bloodline and the sharing of the object. After 3 consecutive system notifications, Yixian froze on the spot. The bloodline of the Immortal Divine Phoenix could be shared with other living things. Previously, when he had formed a contract with the old tree had obtained the recovery ability of the bloodline of the Divine Tree of Life. But now, he even had the ability to detoxify and resist fire. Not only that, it was the same for Luo Luo and Wei Zhentian. In the future, Luo Luo wouldn't have to worry about the problem of true qi consumption. Of course, after Wei Zhentian obtained the Immortal Divine Phoenix bloodline, he would be able to recover from his injuries immediately. Furthermore, his resistance to fire had also increased by quite a bit. Previously, Wei Zhentian had been killed twice by the Ice and Fire Yin Yang sword. However, after being killed, he did not die. Instead, he self-destructed because he could not be repaired. If he had the bloodline of the Immortal Divine Phoenix bloodline just now, with the fire resistance of the bloodline, the Ice and Fire Yin Yang sword would not have caused so much damage to him. Moreover, even if he was cut in half, he would be able to recover quickly. There was no need for him to self-destruct and resurrect to fight again. That would save him a lot of time. Not bad, not bad. The reward this time is also very good. Yixian nodded his head in satisfaction. Then, he quickly devoured the items that he had collected previously. Ding. The host has reached the peak of the 3rd level of the Nirvana stage. Every time Yixian reached the peak of the Nirvana stage, he would know what he needed next time. As expected, when he saw the requirement to break through to the peak of the 3rd level of the Nirvana stage, he could not help but smile. The mysterious fire required to break through to the 4th level of the Nirvana stage from the peak of the 3rd level of the Nirvana stage was actually the eternal Earthcore fire. The heavens are really helping me. Yixian looked up to the sky and laughed out loud. When Wei Zhentian saw this, he could not help but think to himself, damn, retard. Ding. The host has devoured the eternal Earthcore fire. Ding. The host has broken through. The host is currently at the 4th level of the Nirvana stage. Ding. The host has completed the special level up mission. The reward is a bottle of blessing oil. When Yixian heard this, he was shocked again. Blessing oil, isn't that something that can increase luck? At that moment, he took a glance and realized that there was an additional golden bottle in the devour space. Blessing oil. Wei Zhentian, you have been with me for so long. I will give it to you. Without hesitation, Yi Xian took out the blessing oil and poured the entire bottle to Wei Zhentian. The moment the blessing oil was poured on Wei Zhentian, it was immediately absorbed by him. Although there seemed to be no change, Yi Xian heard the system notification. Ding! Wei Zhentian's luck has increased. The current luck is at 1 point. The host's luck was the sum of the luck points of all the equipment. In other words, Yi Xian had 1 point of luck points. Yi Xian only had 3 pieces of equipment on him. The first was Wei Zhentian, the second was the old tree's divine wood seal, and the last was the glorious set. Now, Wei Zhentian's realm was the highest, so he was naturally given to him. When the weapon's luck points increased, it might cause a critical hit effect when attacking. In other words, the attack this time would be stronger. Yi Xian gave the blessing oil to Wei Zhentian for another reason. Wei Zhentian could be used as a weapon and also as a shield. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. As for Yi Xian's luck points, it was also very useful. For example, when exchanging for items, there would be a critical hit effect. He would use the price of 1 item to exchange for 2 of the same item. When forging equipment, there would be a critical hit effect. He would use 1 set of materials to forge 2 pieces of equipment. At the same time, it could increase the chances of winning a lottery. Yi Xian had never used the Devour Space lottery system before. Finally, it could increase the chances of the God-slaying bloodline's instant kill skill. In short, there were many benefits to increasing luck points. Ah, young master, your realm has increased so quickly. Luo Luo couldn't help but say. That's right. It's rare to break through twice in a row. Yi Xian chuckled. Young master, you're really amazing. I'm impressed. The old tree also complimented. Previously, because Yi Xian was stuck at the 2nd level of the Nirvana stage, his improvement was slow. Now that Yi Xian had surpassed him, he estimated that he would break through to the 5th level of the Nirvana stage in a short period of time. If it were other sky-reaching beasts, they might not break through even once in a few years. However, for the old tree, it would usually break through once every few days. He definitely didn't follow the wrong master. Now that the breakthrough was complete, the slaughter continued. The Yin-Yang Temple's branch palace had to be destroyed today. I've killed almost all of the Nirvana realm cultivators. I've also dismembered the Fragmentation realm cultivators. I've collected over 2,000 interspatial rings. Yi Xian began to count his spoils. Although he did not kill the Fragmentation realm cultivators, it did not mean that he would not take their interspatial rings. Everything in the 2,000 interspatial rings went into his pocket. Ding! The host has reached the peak of the 4th level of the Nirvana realm. The system notified. Yi Xian instinctively glanced at it and realized that the Sea Heart Flame, which was ranked 90th on the exceptional flame list, was required to break through to the 5th level of the Nirvana realm. The Sea Heart Flame was born in the deep sea. However, this was land. Where did the sea come from? That's right. The unfrozen sea region is the sea. Yi Xian suddenly thought of this. However, he did not have time to return to the unfrozen sea region to look for the Sea Heart Flame. He had something more important to do. He came to the entrance of the Yin-Yang Temple and looked towards the north. Xianming Duo demons, prepare to die. Yi Xian's eyes shone with unprecedented confidence. When the Xianming Duo demons were escorted away, they were only at the 4th level of the Nirvana realm. The escorts were the temple master of the Yin-Yang Temple and 3 elders at the 5th level of the Nirvana realm. Now that Yi Xian had broken through to the 4th level of the Nirvana realm, it was a piece of cake for him to deal with them. Not to mention that the 6th level of the Nirvana realm did not have the Blade Storm. Let's go. At that moment, Yi Xian directly used the shadow steps and rushed towards the north. It had only been 2 hours since the Xianming Duo demons left. Yi Xian's speed was not slower than the temple master's. Coupled with the effect of the shadow step, he was confident that he could catch up to the temple master within an hour. His plan was to intercept and kill the Xianming Duo demons on the way. Otherwise, if the Xianming Duo demons' helper found out, the Yin-Yang Temple might be destroyed. Yi Xian did not care whether the Yin-Yang temple was destroyed or not. He was afraid that Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song would be affected. The Xianming duo demons had to die. Yi Xian's speed was off the charts when he used shadow steps. With his perception of the target of the Death Hunt order, Yi Xian wouldn't go in the wrong direction. He could accurately sense that the distance between him and his opponent was rapidly closing. An hour later, he finally saw the target of the Death Hunt order, Nalan Bing. "I've finally found you." The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly, and his eyes sparkled. This time, he had to kill the Xianming duo demons and fulfill his promise to Imo Shui. At the same time, he would resolve the crisis of the Yin-Yang temple. The person escorting the mysterious underworld duo demons was the main hall master of the Yin-Yang temple. There were also 3 elders at the 5th level of the Nirvana realm. To Yi Xian, all of this was extremely powerful. But after he broke through, it was nothing. "Wei Zhentian, I'll let you go on a killing spree this time," Yi Xian thought to himself. To be on the safe side, he was prepared to use Bladestorm to kill all 6 people in front of him, leaving no survivors. However, at this moment, the sub-hall master escorting the mysterious underworld duo demons suddenly turned around. "Who is it?" the sub-hall master shouted angrily. Since the beginning, he had been a little nervous, as if something big was about to happen, so he was very vigilant. Yi Xian did not expect that he would be discovered by the sub-hall master even though he was so far away. It seemed that the sub-hall master was at the peak of the 6th level of the Nirvana realm. "Humph," Yi Xian snorted coldly, and his eyes flashed. "Mind's eye." Ding. "Control successful." Ding. "Control successful." Ding. "Control successful." 3 consecutive system notifications sounded. The 3 elders at the 5th level of the Nirvana realm were directly controlled by Yi Xian. Whoosh. 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 The 3 of them suddenly attacked, and their targets were the Xianming duo demons. The Xianming duo demons were shackled and could not use their true qi. They could only fly by relying on the sub-hall master. They could not avoid the sneak attack of the 3 of them at all. "Elders, what are you doing?" The sub-hall master was shocked and hurriedly blocked in front of the Xianming duo demons, and then completely defeated the sneak attack. Rumble. The 3 elders' sneak attacks all failed. In fact, Yi Xian was anxious. If he let the 3 elders launch a sneak attack when he was fighting with the sub-hall master, it would be 100% successful. "It's you?" Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia also noticed Yi Xian, and their eyes widened. They wanted to return to the rescue, and then send the Immortality Realm powerhouses to search for Yi Xian. They did not expect Yi Xian to deliver himself to them. Most importantly, when they saw Yi Xian previously, Yi Xian was only at the Fragmentation Realm. In such a short time, Yi Xian actually broke through to the Nirvana Realm, and seemed to have the ability to fight with a peak 6th level Nirvana Realm powerhouse. These 3 elders were probably already controlled by Yi Xian. Although their sneak attack had failed, so what if it had failed? "Elders, I didn't expect you to betray us. Die." At this moment, the sub-hall master immediately reacted and attacked. Swish. 1 sword, 3 heads. The sub-hall master's strength was outstanding. He was indeed at the peak of the 6th level Nirvana realm and was about to break through to the 7th level. It was not difficult to kill 3 people instantly. "Brat, who are you?" The branch hall master's attention once again fell onto the blonde Yi Xian as he questioned. There was a question in his heart that he could not figure out. If these 3 dead elders had already betrayed them and wanted to kill the Xianming duo demons, why did they wait until now to attack? They had been on the road for 3 hours, and they could have attacked along the way. If that was the case, he would not have been able to react in time. But now, the 3 elders were waiting for the moment he turned around to attack. Could it be that they were instantly controlled by Yi Xian? "You don't need to know. I only want to kill the 2 of them." After Yi Xian finished speaking coldly, he immediately attacked. Killing intent explosion. Peerless flaming dragon slash. A golden flaming dragon swept out. The sub-hall master could feel the power of this attack, but he still said disdainfully, "Insignificant skill." Ice Fire Yin Yang Sword. A giant sword of ice and fire formed and slashed down viciously. Previously, the Vice Hall Master of Yang Hall thought that he was the only one who had mastered this move. In fact, the Sub-Hall Master had mastered it earlier than him, but he had not used it yet. That was why Vice Hall Master Ma Diu thought so. Bang! The giant sword of ice and fire defeated the golden flaming dragon. However, at this moment, Yi Xian had already dashed toward the Sub-Hall Master. "Humph, you're courting death," the Sub-Hall Master shouted. After ensuring that there was no one else around, he went up to him. However, he did not know that Yi Xian had 3 helpers waiting in the planting space. Killing intent explosion. Peerless flaming dragon slash. Ice fire yin yang sword. However, at this moment, Wei Zhentian, go and kill the Xianming duo demons, Yi Xian said in his heart. In the next moment, Wei Zhentian suddenly appeared and dashed toward the Xianming duo demons. What? The Sub-Hall Master was shocked. He did not know how the sword appeared. After all, the weapon was not thrown by Yi Xian. It appeared suddenly. However, he was already entangled with Yi Xian. It was impossible for him to catch up with Wei Zhentian. Damn it. This is a sacrifice for the main hall. You can't touch him. The Sub-Hall Master shouted angrily. I don't care who you're going to sacrifice you to. Die. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. Wei Zhentian had already arrived in front of the Xianming duo demons. In the next moment, he would chop off their heads. The Xianming duo demons widened their eyes. They never thought that they would die here. However, at this moment, swoosh, a gust of wind blew out of nowhere. Wei Zhentian was blocked by this gust of wind and could not move. What? Yi Xian was shocked. When he took a closer look, he realized that it was not a gust of wind but a person. However, this person's speed was so fast that he could not react. It was an old man in white. His right hand was choking Wei Zhentian so that Wei Zhentian could not move. Even Yi Xian could not see through this old man's cultivation level. However, Yi Xian had a feeling that this old man in white was extremely powerful. Even the old ancestor Yin Yang might not be a match for this old man in white. This was Yi Xian's feeling. Escort? Yi Xian immediately reacted. Swoosh, the old man in white's right hand suddenly caught fire. Then, Wei Zhentian was instantly burned to ashes. Ding. Wei Zhentian is dead. Ding. Wei Zhentian is resurrected. The 2 system notifications rang. However, Yi Xian was still stunned. Such a powerful opponent was at least a Nirvana realm level 8 or level 9. He might even be in the immortality realm. Immortal level? No way. Yi Xian could not believe it. If his opponent was on immortal level, he had no chance of winning at all. Not to mention the longevity realm, even if it was the 8th level of the Nirvana realm, it would be impossible for him to win. Damn it, it's right in front of me, and I'm being disturbed again. Yi Xian was cursing in his heart. Why was the mysterious underworld duo so lucky? Someone had saved them several times already. Seniors, are you all right? The white-robed old man said respectfully. Don't worry, capture these 2. Nalanbing didn't say anything else and directly ordered. All right. The white-robed old man nodded. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. He prepared to tear open the void and leave. However, he suddenly realized that he could not move his body. Not only that, but the nearby palace masters were also the same. Eyes of nature? Yi Xian widened his eyes. Using the power of 10,000 elephants from a distance was the effect of the eye of 10,000 elephants. Who would have thought that this white-clothed old man would also have it? This was going to be troublesome. It seems that I can only fake my death. Yi Xian immediately summoned Wei Zhentian and directly pierced his own chest. Swish! The Megatron sword pierced his heart. This scene also surprised the white-haired old man. Even if you're dead. At this moment, Nalanbing shouted in a low voice. Yi Xian's life didn't matter to her now because she could already use the soul-searching divine power. Even if it was a dead person, she could still search it. When the time came, she would know where Luo Luo was. Yi Xian originally wanted to fake his death to avoid this disaster, but he didn't expect Nalanbing to be so ruthless. This was really troublesome. Oh no, I can't move now, and the white-robed old man is vigilant. Even if I break open the void, I'm afraid I can't get the old tree to help me through the void door. Xian's expression changed drastically. No matter what, this method had to be tried. Eyes of the void. A void door opened. The white-robed old man reacted quickly and immediately used the Eye of Thousand Forms to pull Xian over. In the blink of an eye, Xian was pulled in front of him. Although Nalan Bing said that he could be dead, it was better to be alive than dead, right? Now, Xian was completely restrained and couldn't move. He couldn't hurt anyone and couldn't escape. His fate was probably over. I know, Nalan Bing wants to search my memories. She wants to search my memories. Xian immediately understood. However, he had the Eye of Eternity. As long as his 2 eyeballs were not destroyed, he wouldn't die. Faking his death wouldn't be able to fool the white-robed old man. It seems that this time, I have to lose my doppelganger. Xian suddenly made a decision in his heart. This decision was one that he had never made before, and that was to commit suicide. This time, it was really suicide. Xianming Duo Demons, Xian, admit defeat this time. Xian's golden eyes flashed and suddenly turned red. The white-robed old man and the Xianming Duo Demons felt that something was wrong and reacted in the next moment. However, the Xianming Duo Demons didn't stop them. In their opinion, Xian's eyes were nothing. It wouldn't matter even if he died. Bam, Xian's eyes were forcefully squeezed out by his own true energy. This time, even if he had the Eye of Eternity, Xian was still dead. After Xian's eyes exploded, his body suddenly turned into flying ash and was blown away by the wind. What's going on? Nalan Bing was shocked. How did it become like this when he was just blinded? Could it be that the Xian in front of them was just a puppet? Seniors, the white-haired old man also didn't understand the situation. If he was alive, they wanted to see him. If he was dead, they wanted to see his corpse. However, Xian was dead. There wasn't even a corpse, only a set of clothes left behind. How was this possible? Is there no one else in the range of your spiritual sense? Xianxia asked. I'm sure there's no one else. The white-robed old man shook his head and glanced at the sub-temple leader. This guy has a lot of tricks up his sleeve. He's probably just a puppet, Nalan Bing said unhappily. She thought that she could catch Luoluo, but she failed again. Xianxia also glanced at the sub-temple leader and said, then the Yin Yang Temple, destroy it. Don't leave a single sub-temple. Nalan Bing said coldly. Yes, seniors. The white-robed old man nodded respectfully. Wiping out a force like the Yin Yang Temple was something he could do with a snap of his fingers. Also, I want the inheritance of the Yin Yang Temple. Nalan Bing suddenly reminded him. The Yin Yang Temple's level was too low for them, but they might be inspired to improve the Yin Yang Saint technique. Ding. The host's clone is dead. Ding. The host's clone is dead. The original body and the first clone were in a merged state, so 1 body and 2 lives were lost. At this moment, his second clone, who was far away in the eastern continent, suddenly opened his eyes. Xianming Duo Demons, Xian, will definitely avenge this. This time, Xian admitted defeat. He had no choice but to let his 2 clones commit suicide. After all, if he was shackled, he would not be able to use his true qi. If he was controlled again, he would never be able to leave. At that time, the only one who could move would be his second clone in the eastern continent. If that was the case, what was the point of keeping his original body and first clone? Therefore, he made the decision to self-destruct his eyes. Now that he had merged with the immortal Phoenix bloodline, he only felt that it was a pity that his 2 undying clones died. However, this was inevitable. With the immortal Phoenix bloodline, I can use Devour points to revive my undying clones. However, I only have 1 point now. Xian thought for a while and finally decided to recall some of his skills. Old tree, I'm sorry, Xian told the old tree what had happened. It's fine. Isn't it just an ultimate skill? You've helped me increase my realm by so much. Moreover, I'm undying. If you die, won't I die too? Old Tree did not think much of it and gladly accepted this fact. Alright. Yi Xian did not say anything else and recalled Old Tree's Berserk Python Sweep. Ding. Berserk Python Sweep successfully recalled. Ding. Host has obtained 2 Devour points. Berserk Python Sweep was a pretty good skill. However, because Old Tree's realm was not up to par, Yi Xian decided to recall it first. Recalling the Berserk Python Sweep gave him 2 Devour points. Previously, he had also exchanged 1 Devour point for the upper limit of his killing intent. Therefore, Yi Xian had a total of 3 Devour points. Ding. Host has consumed 1 Devour point. Reviving Undying Clones. Undying clones are reviving. Current consumption is 1%. Ding. Host has consumed 1 Devour point. Reviving Undying clones. Undying clones are reviving. Current consumption is 1%. For system notifications sounded. Yi Xian only had 1 Devour point left. Unfortunately, the resurrection still required 1 more day. What's wrong with you? Just as Yi Xian was deep in thought, Guan Yulan suddenly stood up and said. It had already been more than 2 years since Song Suijing was taken away. During these 2 years, although Yi Xian and Guan Yulan were both in the same room, they only hugged each other to sleep and didn't do anything. Yi Xian smiled when he saw that Guan Yulan had woken up. He caressed Guan Yulan's hair affectionately and said, "It's nothing. 2 of my clones were killed and are currently being repaired." Killed? Guan Yulan trembled. Didn't that mean that Yi Xian only had 1 life left? Don't worry, this second clone of mine won't leave the eastern continent, Yi Xian hurriedly explained. In the Blood Rock continent, other than Lianyun City, there was no one from the Wanxiang realm. Other than old immortal Tianju who lived in seclusion in the Great Desolation, no one else was a threat to him. Although Guan Yulan had never left the Blood Rock continent, all the treasures that Yi Xian had obtained before were brought back by his second clone. Right now, Guan Yulan and the others were in the Fragmentation realm, and some had even reached the Nirvana realm. In this Blood Rock continent, they were the overlords. Then who killed your 2 clones? Guan Yulan asked curiously. She knew that Yi Xian was already at the peak of the 4th level of the Nirvana realm, and Wei Zhentian was at the 6th level of the Nirvana realm. Who could kill them? It was the mysterious underworld duo demons. I didn't expect that a super powerhouse who seemed to be in the immortal realm would appear along the way. Yi Xian shook his head helplessly. Immortal realm? Guan Yulan was shocked. A powerhouse in the immortal realm could live for at least 1,000 years. This was even longer than the history of some sections. Don't worry, I'll be more careful this time, Yi Xian said with a smile. Okay. Guan Yulan nodded slightly and leaned into Yi Xian's arms. In the past 2 years, there had been some changes in the Blood Rock continent. For example, Yi Xian used the power of all creations to build a floating island, Zhao Pan gave birth to a little fatty, the 6th prince unified the main continent, and the 2 brothers, Feng Wuchen and Feng Wuhan, trained together in the Punlai Divine Land. However, Yi Xian didn't care about the things here. He was worried that the mysterious underworld duo demons would attack the temple of Yin Yang. Soon, a day had passed. Ding. The Undying Clone has been revived successfully. Ding. The Undying Clone has been revived successfully. 2 system notifications sounded out, and Yi Xian once again had 3 lives. Then, he immediately summoned them. Young master, you must be careful this time. On the floating island, Luo Luo said to Yi Xian's original body. Since there was still a clone in the eastern continent, Luo Luo, the old tree, and Wei Zhentian could come here to play with others when they were tired of cultivating. Okay. Yi Xian nodded and immediately turned into a stream of light and left. With his speed, he arrived at the entrance of the Punlai Divine Land in the blink of an eye. Then, he began his journey again. The Blood Rock continent was connected to the Punlai Divine Land. Therefore, he must arrive at the Land of the Dead as soon as possible and use the cross-realm transfer formation of the 8 great families to teleport to the Glazed Light Divine Land. A few seconds later, Yi Xian arrived at the cross-realm transfer formation. That day, he and the mini Sky Dragon were teleported to the Glazed Light Divine Land from here. Then, they parted ways. He continued to wander around the Glazed Light Divine Land while the mini Sky Dragon looked for the next cross-realm transfer formation to teleport to the Life Divine Land. Before using the teleportation array, Yi Xian had also reinforced the teleportation array and set up some defensive formations to prevent it from being accidentally destroyed. This way, he wouldn't be able to go. Whoosh, the cross-realm transfer formation activated. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian returned to the glazed light divine land. I have a void positioning system in the Thousand Beasts sect. This distance is enough. Next, he didn't hurry on his way. Instead, he tore through the void. Passing through the void gate, Yi Xian returned to the Thousand Beasts sect. With his speed, it would only take a little more than an hour to reach the Yin-Yang Temple's branch. A day has already passed. That white-robed old man might have already checked the surroundings. However, I still have to be careful. Yi Xian frowned. He transformed into the appearance of a person he had once controlled and concealed his presence. Then, he began to hurry on his way again. An hour later, Yi Xian cautiously arrived at the Yin-Yang Temple's branch and found that it had already been reduced to ruins. Damn it. It seems that the white-haired old man really did make the Xianming duo demons attack. Suijing is in danger. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. He looked into the distance. The death pursuit order hadn't been lifted, but Nalan Bing was now very far away from him. Perhaps the Yin-Yang Temple hadn't been destroyed yet. Immediately, he began to hurry on his way again. Soon, he arrived at the place where he self-destructed that day. However, there was nothing to miss here. Thus, he continued north. What surprised him was that after chasing for a while, he found that he had arrived at the seaside. This is the Unfrozen Sea region? This is the Unfrozen Sea region? Yi Xian's eyebrows rose. Earth Emanation's island was in the Unfrozen Sea region. However, it was not huge and was considered an inland sea. This sea region seemed to be bigger than the Unfrozen Sea region of Earth Emanation's island. The Xianming duo demons were too far away from me. However, they must have passed through this Unfrozen Sea region. Yi Xian paused for a moment. He recalled the route that the Deputy Hall Master took that day. It seemed that he was going to enter the Unfrozen Sea region as well. Hence, after thinking for a while, he decided to enter the Unfrozen Sea region directly. It is impossible to fly in the Unfrozen Sea region. There is also no way to move the frozen surface. I can only use my all creations force to move the boat. At the same time, I have to be careful of those whirlpools. Yi Xian took out a small boat and entered the Unfrozen Sea region. With the Eye of the Void, Yi Xian did not have to worry about his life. If he was accidentally sucked into a whirlpool, he could escape. In this Unfrozen Sea region, there were many whirlpools. However, with Yi Xian's eye of perception, spiritual perception, and killer instinct, he could easily find a way out. However, it was not 100% certain that he could avoid them. Just as Yi Xian entered the Unfrozen Sea region for 2 hours, the surface of the sea suddenly changed. *T, these whirlpool beasts are starting to move. Yi Xian's heart trembled. Luckily, he had been using the void positioning technique along the way. Otherwise, he would be very weak. The whirlpool beasts below would change their positions every once in a while. Then, they would form another whirlpool and swallow any food that was accidentally sucked into it. Every time there was a change, Yi Xian's boat could capsize. So be it. What a waste of my time. Yi Xian had a headache. He immediately increased his speed. As long as he could leave this region, everything would be fine. However, life was unpredictable. Huff. 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 Suddenly, the water around him started to churn. Yi Xian's intuition told him that there was a whirlpool forming below. Holy *T, it's huge. All the water within Yi Xian's perception was actually churning. How big was this whirlpool? Just as he was about to break open the void and leave, a whirlpool suddenly appeared, and he fell in. This scene happened so suddenly that even he was caught unprepared. Gulp, gulp. Yi Xian's entire body was thrown into the whirlpool and began to spin continuously. Wei Zhentian, protect me. Yi Xian hastily summoned Megatron and had it turn into a set of armor to cover the brilliant golden armor. Now that Wei Zhentian's luck attribute had increased by 1 point, his defensive capabilities had become much stronger than before. Although critical defense would not always appear, it might still be able to save his life during critical moments. This whirlpool rotated at an extremely fast speed. Even Xian, who was at the 4th level of the Nirvana realm, could not resist it. Fortunately, an expert at his level could almost survive without relying on air. He could completely replace it with his true qi. Therefore, even if he stayed in the sea for 100 years, there would not be any problems. However, as the whirlpool continued to descend, the seawater of the unfrozen sea region became heavier and heavier. Xian only felt that his speed had decreased by at least 20%, and it was still increasing. He reckoned that this time, he would be swallowed by the whirlpool beast below. However, the whirlpool beast would definitely not bite such a small creature like him and would directly swallow him into its stomach. At that time, he would be able to kill this whirlpool beast while he was at it. Such a huge whirlpool would require a whirlpool beast that was at least at the 7th level of the Nirvana realm or even the 8th level of the Nirvana realm to come out. This was a huge fortune. At the same time, as long as he killed this whirlpool beast, he would be able to return to the surface of the water again. He would not need to travel again and save time. Let me see the true face of this whirlpool beast. Xian's eyes flickered. He was already prepared to unleash his ultimate move. He followed the whirlpool and soon, he felt that his speed had decreased by at least 30%. Not only that, he also felt a trace of warmth. Strange, why is the seawater getting hotter as we descend? Xian was somewhat puzzled. Since there was no danger, Xian directly commanded Wei Zhentian to check. Whoosh! Wei Zhentian immediately turned into a thin needle and broke through the water. Not long after, he received a message. What? You said there's a glowing beast with a big mouth? Xian raised his eyebrows. The sky-reaching beast in the whirlpool was called the whirlpool beast by the surrounding people. However, no one was able to survive after seeing this whirlpool beast. However, when he thought about it, it made sense. The suction force was strong because of the big mouth. Xian's perception range was agitated. It seemed that this whirlpool beast's body was not good. However, what Xian did not understand was why the whirlpool beast was glowing. Could it be the anglerfish? I'll go down and take a look too. Xian, who was wearing the brilliant golden armor, circulated his true qi and broke through the water. After a while, he saw a ball of light. He immediately used the Eye of Revelation and discovered that the ball of light was actually the thing he was looking for. That is the sea heart flame? Xian's eyes widened. He was currently at the peak of Nirvana realm. If he wanted to break through to Nirvana realm level 5, he would need the sea heart flame, which was ranked 90th on the exceptional flame list. The sea heart flame was usually born in the deep sea. However, the deep sea was always a dangerous place. It was not easy to find the sea heart flame. Xian had been guessing whether the sea heart flame was in the Unisea Sea region. Originally, he wanted to confirm the situation in the main hall of the Yin Yang Temple before going back to look for it. He did not expect to encounter it now. However, the sea heart flame was not exposed to the water. Instead, it was in the body of a big monster. This big monster was the sky-reaching beast known as the whirlpool beast. It's so big. It's going to be troublesome to kill it. Xian raised his eyebrows. However, it was not good to be big because it would be fatal if it inhaled something bad. For example, Xian. Wei Zhentian, let's go in. Xian immediately ordered Wei Zhentian. Immediately, Wei Zhentian followed beside Xian and was sucked into the whirlpool beast's body. At this moment, Xian's speed was only about 60% of his speed outside. The seawater was too heavy. An ordinary level 4 Nirvana realm martial artist would have been suppressed to the point of being unable to move. The whirlpool beast sucked Xian into its body. After passing through its esophagus and other organs, it was sucked into its stomach. The whirlpool beast's stomach was very big. Whatever it could digest would be left in its stomach. As for the seawater, it would be directly expelled from its body. When it was almost done with its food, the whirlpool beast would stop devouring. This whirlpool beast clearly had not eaten enough, so it was continuously taking in water. Xian came to the huge stomach and glanced around. He realized that the sea heart flame was right beside the whirlpool beast's heart. At the same time, it happened to be right above his head. Wei Zhentian, directly above, break it open. However, Xian had forgotten one thing. This time, Wei Zhentian was powerless because it was restricted and could not fly. There was also an area of air in the stomach. Anything in the unfrozen sea region could not fly unless they were of a high cultivation level. If that's the case, I'll break it myself. Yi Xian grabbed Wei Zhentian in his hand and swung his sword at the top of his head. Killing intent explosion. Unparalleled flaming dragon slash. The golden flaming dragon roared out and blasted a large hole in the stomach wall. Then, Yi Xian took out a small boat and climbed onto it. Poof. Yi Xian's entire body drilled into the large hole that was blasted open by the golden flame dragon. Then, his eyes began to flicker. Eye of destruction. Eye of destruction. Eye of destruction. Yi Xian used the decomposing effect of the Eye of Destruction to open a passage in the whirlpool beast's stomach. Roar! The whirlpool beast's stomach was pierced by Yi Xian. It was an excruciating pain and its huge body trembled. However, Yi Xian was like a spider, holding on tightly to the whirlpool beast's flesh. Since he had come out, he would not fall back into the stomach again. Fortunately, the stomach was located closer to the front and was only used to filter the seawater. Therefore, there was no stomach acid. Otherwise, even Wei Zhentian would have been melted by the stomach acid. At this moment, Yi Xian had already reached the top of the stomach. After passing through several obstacles, he finally saw the sea heart flame. There should be more than one sea heart flame in this unfrozen sea region. That's why the seawater cannot be frozen. However, I don't know why I can't fly. Yi Xian thought to himself. He stomped his feet and rushed toward the sea heart flame. The sea heart flame was ranked 90th on the exceptional flame list. Yi Xian could withstand the flames of this thing, so Yi Xian could collect it with his hands. Ding! Host has devoured the sea heart flame. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is currently at the 5th level of the Nirvana realm. Ding! Host has completed a special level up mission. Reward, killing intent explosion increased by 1 time. The reward this time was not bad. Killing intent explosion was very useful for Yi Xian, so it undoubtedly increased his combat strength. But most importantly, he'd broken through to the 5th level of the rebirth stage, and this caused his strength to rise explosively. The whirlpool beast could sense that the sea heart flame had been taken away by Yi Xian, but Yi Xian was inside its body. What could it do to Yi Xian? Die. Yi Xian slashed down with the heaven-shaking sword. Killing intent explosion. Peerless flame dragon slash. A golden flame dragon flew straight for the massive heart. The whirlpool beast's defense was indeed very strong, but its internal organs were not that strong. The whirlpool beast's heart was instantly pierced through by the golden flame dragon. Tons of blood poured out like a waterfall, and the pungent smell of blood immediately spread out. Under normal circumstances, the heart was a vital point. Even though one would not die immediately after having their heart pierced, they would not be able to live for long. The whirlpool beast's body shook violently and fell to the bottom of the sea. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Yi Xian's killing intent had increased by a large amount, but the most precious thing was still this corpse. This whirlpool beast is probably at the 8th level of the Nirvana stage. Its strength is not bad. I wonder if there are any whirlpool beasts that are bigger than it in the unfrozen sea region, Yi Xian thought to himself. He went back the way he came and kept the whirlpool beast's corpse in the planting space. Then, he returned to the surface of the sea and continued his journey. The rest of the journey was very smooth. Now that he had broken through to the 5th level of the Nirvana stage, his journey was even faster. After a day, he had left the unfrozen sea region. He estimated that the main hall of the Yin-Yang temple was nearby. Let's look around. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. His figure flashed as he flew in a random direction. Half an hour later, he found a small town. This town was not big, but there were many experts in it. The strongest one had even reached the 6th level of the Nirvana stage. Moreover, this 6th level Nirvana stage expert was actually a Yin-Yang man. It seemed that he had found a disciple of the Yin-Yang temple. Mind's eye. Yi Xian, who had broken through to the 5th level of the Nirvana stage, had no problem controlling the 6th level Yin-Yang man Ding. Control successful. When the system notification rang out, the disciple of the Yin temple left the town and walked towards Yixian. Are you a disciple of the main hall of the Yin temple? Yixian asked directly. Yes. The Yin man nodded. Did something happen to the Yin temple? Yixian continued to ask. Yes. The Yin man nodded again. This answer made Yixian's heart sink. Something really did happen to the Yin temple. What happened? Yixian hurriedly asked. The Yin man paused for a moment and explained, I don't know the details. I wasn't in the Yin temple that day. I heard it from other disciples. A few days ago, an immortal-level powerhouse came to the Yin sacred hall all of a sudden. He destroyed the hall in one hit and killed countless disciples. Everything was taken away by that powerhouse, Lin Huang said. Boom, hearing this, Yixian's heart trembled violently. He hurriedly asked, who is the Yin ancestor? Where is he? The Yin ancestor is the first temple master of the Yin temple. He was the one who established the Yin temple. However, it is said that he doesn't live in seclusion in the Yin temple. The Yin man replied. Life was really full of ups and downs. Previously, Yixian thought that the Yin ancestor was dead. After hearing this, he suddenly saw hope and asked again, then do you know Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song? Song Suijing? Adjudicator Song? The Yin man paused for a moment and seemed to be thinking about something. At this moment, the woman in his body suddenly said, they seem to be the two disciples that the ancestor took in 3 years ago. However, the ancestor found them in an extremely remote place. I heard that they haven't merged yet. Oh right, I also remember. It is said that their physiques are very perfect. If they merge, their fusion should surpass the ancestor's 90% and reach 100%. The Yin elder brother also reacted. So they haven't merged yet? Yixian's eyes lit up. I don't think so. I heard that the two have been rejecting each other. Their soul frequency is always different, so. The Yin sister shook her head. This time, Yixian was relieved. It was very likely that the Yin ancestor didn't live in seclusion in the Yin temple. Instead, he chose another place to teach Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song. I hope so. Yixian was still a little nervous. After all, this Yin man was only at the 6th level of Nirvana stage. He didn't know much. Immediately, Yixian inquired about the location of the Yin temple before rushing over by himself. Ever since the destruction of the Yin sacred hall, due to their previous arrogance and despotism, the disciples of the Yin sacred hall were all wanted and didn't dare to appear again. If they were exposed, they would definitely be killed. When he arrived at the main hall of the Yin temple, he saw that it was in ruins. There was no sign of life at all. It seemed that it had been destroyed by a single blow. It must have been done by the white-robed elder. That person is indeed an immortal-level expert. Yixian still had a lingering fear. He shuddered at the thought of that day. Fortunately, he still had a doppelganger in the eastern continent. Otherwise, he would have died. He survived facing Mo Shui. Now, facing the Xianming duo, he was forced to detonate 2 of his doppelganger. I will definitely get my revenge. Yixian narrowed his eyes and said to himself. But before that, he had to find Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song. This place was in ruins. There was not even a dog. It would be difficult to investigate. Not everyone knew where the Yin ancestor was. Even if he found some Yin people, it would be of no help. It would be very troublesome to find them. However, just as Yixian was at his wit's end, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. Yixian sensed something and turned his head. When he saw who it was, his whole body trembled. This person was the Yin ancestor that he had been looking for nearly 3 years. No, no, no. The Yin ancestor roared as he flew. His gaze fell on the ruins. He had built the Yin temple single-handedly, but now it was destroyed. How could he remain calm? No, who is it? Who is it? Patriarch Yin Yang seemed to have lost his mind and was shouting and yelling like a madman. At the same time, Yixian withdrew his murderous gaze and quickly retreated. At the same time, he placed another death warrant on the Yin ancestor. After completing a specific level-up task, the death warrant was upgraded. Now, it could mark 2 people. One of the marks was for Nalan Bing of the Xianming duo. The second one was for the Yin-Yang ancestor. This time, he did not expect the Yin-Yang ancestor to appear. Therefore, he could not lose track of the Yin-Yang ancestor. He placed a death warrant on the Yin-Yang ancestor first. At the same time, he knew the names of the Yin-Yang ancestor and his sister. The brother was Lu Wenxing, and the sister was Lu Wenyue. The Yin-Yang ancestor was indeed not in the Yin-Yang ancestor's residence. With a few disciples. If it weren't for the Yin-Yang people who had survived and found his place of seclusion, he probably wouldn't have known that the Yin-Yang temple had been destroyed. After learning of this, he immediately rushed over. As expected, the Yin-Yang temple that he had built up was no more. Of a person. Wenxing. Who did? I don't know. I can't think of anyone who can destroy the entire Yin-Yang ancestor's residence. It must be a LV2 or 3 immortality realm expert. Lu Wenxing gritted his teeth. The people in the temple must have offended a strong enemy. Brother, there aren't many forces with such a level of expert around, right? Lu Wenyue continued. No matter what, we must find the culprit. Our 1,000 years of effort must not go to waste. As Lu Wenxing spoke, he turned around and left. He was very fast. In the blink of an eye, he was out of Yixian's field of vision. Even the Eye of Revelation could not find him. So fast. Yixian could not help but gulp when he saw the Yin-Yang ancestor's speed. He did not hear what the Yin-Yang ancestor said, but he saw the movement of the Yin-Yang ancestor's lips. After some analysis, he knew what they were talking about. However, the siblings' conversation was worthless. He guessed that the Yin-Yang ancestor was also an immortality realm expert. Of course, their aura was not as strong as the old man in white. It seems that the scripture of punishment and the judge are fine. The Yin-Yang ancestor might have returned to his place of seclusion. Go after them. At that moment, Yixian quickly followed. Although Ancestor Yin-Yang's speed was astonishingly fast, with the effect of the death pursuit order, Yixian wouldn't lose his target even if he had to go to the ends of the earth. During the chase, Yixian kept an eye on the Yin-Yang ancestor's movements to see if he had stopped at a certain place. Perhaps that place was the Yin-Yang ancestor's place of seclusion. After about half a day, the Yin-Yang ancestor stopped for about 5 minutes. Then, he rushed north. There. Yixian widened his eyes and quickly memorized the approximate location. He estimated that with his speed, it would take him at least a day to reach the place where the Yin-Yang ancestor stopped for 5 minutes. He hoped that the scripture of punishment and the judge were there. After stopping for 5 minutes, Patriarch Yin-Yang continued to head north. He traveled for an entire day without stopping to rest. This direction was in the same direction as the other target of the Death Hunt Command, Nalan Bing, was in. Although the Yin-Yang ancestor and Nalan Bing are going in the same direction, they are too far apart. Nalan Bing is several days ahead of the Yin-Yang ancestor. The Yin-Yang ancestor won't be able to catch up with her. Yixian thought to himself. At this time, he had been traveling for a day and finally arrived at the place where the Yin-Yang ancestor stopped for 5 minutes. It was a valley surrounded by maze formations, illusory formations, and various defensive formations. It seemed that Yixian did not find the wrong place. I found them, I finally found them. The scripture of punishment and the judge, wait for me. Yixian was a little excited. After searching for nearly 3 years, he had finally climbed all the way from the Supreme Being to the Nirvana realm. After experiencing countless life and death situations, he finally found the Yin-Yang ancestor. There might be some experts in the Yin-Yang ancestor's place of seclusion. I have to test it out first. Yixian quietly approached and made preparations. Then, he asked Wei Zhentian to transform into a sky dragon and attack the valley. Wei Zhentian was at the 6th level of the Nirvana realm. His strength was not bad. However, the defensive formation around the valley was personally set up by the Yin-Yang ancestor. It could not be broken by ordinary people. Rumble. Wei Zhentian transformed into a 100-meter-long sky dragon and attacked the defensive formation of the valley. The deafening sound naturally fell into the ears of the people in the valley. How dare you attack the Yin-Yang ancestor's place of seclusion? You're courting death. These people were all at the 7th level of the Nirvana stage and their strength was not bad. However, this was nothing to Xian, who had broken through to the 5th level of the Nirvana stage. Young master, should we kill or control them? Luo Luo asked. Control them. I need to use them to enter the valley and use the Eye of Enchantment once, Xian replied. Okay. Luo Luo nodded and appeared next to Xian. After a few days of traveling, she had broken through to the 6th level of the Nirvana stage from the 5th level of the Nirvana stage. She did not need the Eye of Enchantment to charm these 4 people. However, considering that they were yin-yang people and had stronger souls than ordinary people, she decided to use the Eye of Enchantment to be on the safe side. The 4 of them had already appeared in front of Wei Zhentian. Soon after, they attacked together, preparing to capture Wei Zhentian. However, at this moment, Luo Luo suddenly attacked. Eye of Enchantment. A pink eyeball appeared and controlled the 4 yin-yang people in an instant. Then, they pretended to kill Wei Zhentian and began to search the surroundings. Xian glanced around and called the 4 people over when he did not see anyone else or sky-reaching beast. Without saying a word, he took off their universe rings and devoured them without hesitation. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through to the 7th level of the Nirvana stage. Ding! Host has reached the peak of the 5th level of the Nirvana stage. After hearing the 2 system notifications, Xian finally knew what kind of exotic flame was needed to break through to the 6th level of the Nirvana stage. The Dragon Phoenix flame was ranked 88th on the exotic flame list. It was said that it was born in the body of a sky-reaching beast like the Dragon Phoenix. The Dragon Phoenix was the descendant of the Sky Dragon and the Phoenix. However, there was a substitute exotic flame called the Dragon Phoenix flame this time. The Dragon Phoenix was also the descendant of the Sky Dragon and the Phoenix. However, between the Dragon Phoenix and the Dragon Phoenix, the former was male and the latter was female. At this moment, Xian did not have time to investigate the Dragon Phoenix flame. It was more important to ask. This is the yin-yang old ancestor's place of seclusion, right? Is there a pair of brother and sister named Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song inside? Xian went straight to the point. Even the yin-yang man from before knew the names of Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song. It was impossible for these 4 to not know them. Yeah, they were locked up by the patriarch in the valley. That's right. Because they weren't willing to merge, the ancestor locked them up. He's been using threats and promises all this time. I heard that the ancestor even tried to erase their memories, but for some reason, he failed. Both of them have great aptitudes. They have only joined the yin-yang temple for less than 3 years. They haven't even merged yet, but they have already broken through to the 7th level of the Nirvana realm. Their aptitudes are so good that it makes people envious. The 4 yin-yang people answered one question each. Hearing this, Xian was relieved. It seemed that what he was worried about did not happen. How many experts are there in the valley? Xian asked once again. There are 10 7th level Nirvana realm experts, 3 8th level Nirvana realm experts, and 1 9th level Nirvana realm expert. They are the ancestor's first pair of disciples. One of them replied. 10 7th level Nirvana realm experts, 3 8th level Nirvana realm experts, and 1 9th level Nirvana realm experts. I can't deal with them now. Xian's expression was a little ugly. Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song were now locked up inside, but he didn't have the strength to break in. However, it wasn't like there was no way to save them. You guys, tell me the method to enter the array, then secretly lure out the 7th level Nirvana realm experts. Xian said to the 4 of them. Yes. The 4 7th level Nirvana realm experts nodded and immediately told Xian the method to enter the valley. Looking at their backs as they left, Xian pondered for a moment. There were 10 7th level Nirvana realm experts inside. With Luo Luo's current level, she could charm them. At that time, it wouldn't be a problem for the 14 7th level Nirvana realm experts to deal with the 3 8th level Nirvana realm experts. Of course, the 9th level Nirvana realm expert would be a big problem. Or perhaps, he could let Luo Luo break through to the 7th level Nirvana realm. This way, Luo Luo could face the 9th level Nirvana realm expert alone. However, this method wasn't safe. After all, Luo Luo still needed 2 days to break through. What if the ancestor returned in 2 days? Wouldn't it be a tragedy? Soon, the 4 7th-level Nirvana Realm experts brought their companions out one by one and were finally controlled by Luo Luo. The 10 7th-level Nirvana Realm interspatial rings were all obtained by Xian. Master, the ancestor's disciple seems to have the dragon phoenix flame that you want. One of the Yinyang people suddenly said. What? Hearing this, Xian couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The dragon phoenix flame was the key to his breakthrough from the 5th-level Nirvana Realm to the 6th-level Nirvana Realm. If he had the dragon phoenix flame, he could immediately break through to the 6th-level Nirvana Realm. At that time, it would be enough for him to kill his way in. Unfortunately, the dragon phoenix flame was in the hands of the ancestor's disciple. The ancestor's disciple was the former temple master of the Yinyang temple. He was at the 9th-level Nirvana Realm and was not easy to deal with. However, Xian was thinking about another problem at this moment. Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? The beast fire, wind thunder raging flame, ice sealing flame, sea heart flame, eternal earthcore flame, and dragon phoenix flame are all around me. This is too much of a coincidence. Xian thought to himself in astonishment. However, he quickly calmed down. Perhaps the ancestor of the Yinyang temple knew that Xian would come here. Amazing. Forget it, the most important thing is to get the dragon phoenix flame. Thinking of this, Xian turned his head and asked, is the dragon phoenix flame important to the ancestor's disciple? Temple Master Cui has already refined 2 types of mysterious flames and is trying to fuse the dragon phoenix flame to break through to the immortal realm. One of the Yinyang people replied. Fusing the dragon phoenix flame meant that it was very important to Temple Master Cui. It seemed that it would not be so easy to get it. Can we lure out the 3 elders at the 8th-level Nirvana Realm? Xian continued to ask. Yes. Everyone answered. Good, then we'll lure out the weaker one. Xian nodded. Soon after, these Yinyang people hurriedly returned. In order to prevent the people inside from becoming suspicious, they had planted a few spies in the valley. The ancestor's disciple, Temple Master Cui, was the person guarding Song Suijing and adjudicator Song. Although Xian did not have the ability to fight against him, he could rescue Song Suijing and adjudicator Song as long as he sent him away. Not long after, 3 Yinyang people left the valley with an 8th-level Nirvana Realm elder. A bunch of trash. You call yourselves the elites of the Yinyang Sacred Hall. How are you going to revive the Yinyang Sacred Hall if you can't even deal with an 8th-level Nirvana stage heaven-reaching beast? An old man slowly walked out. However, his voice was that of an old woman's. Elder Chen, that heaven-reaching beast seems to have the ability to break through the void. The hole it left behind is over there, one of the Yinyang people pointed forward. Oh? Break through the void? The old man's eyes lit up. He was immediately interested. Then, they arrived at the void door. This was the void door that Xian had opened in advance. His purpose was to lure the old man through. How mysterious. This heaven-reaching beast actually has such a skill. Why haven't I heard of it before? The old man walked up to the void door in astonishment and examined it. However, at this moment, the 3 7th-level Nirvana stage Yinyang people behind him suddenly attacked at the same time. Boom! 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 The 3 of them attacked with all their might and directly knocked the old man into the void door. At the same time, the void door closed instantly. The old man was shocked. He didn't understand why he was ambushed. Furthermore, where was this? Before he could react, a golden figure flashed from the side. 9 flash reincarnation, 4th flash. Rip. The old man's head flew up with a crisp sound. At the same time, Xian, who was not far away, heard a system notification sound. Ding. The host's killing intent has increased. Xian was very satisfied with the killing intent of an 8th-level Nirvana stage martial artist. Xian wasn't confident that he could defeat Luo Luo when they were at the same level. Now that Luo Luo was 1 level higher than him, he naturally let Luo Luo do it. After accepting the special level-up mission, Xian knew that he had to rely on Wei Zhentian and Luo Luo. At that moment, Xian quickly rushed over and picked up the universe ring to check. There are actually two 10,000 beasts flames. Xian was a little surprised. However, the 10,000 beasts flames were not very useful to him at his current level. Luo Luo had also merged with 10,000 beasts flames, but it had no effect. As for the old tree, it could be used, but he did not know if it would be effective. Xian gave one of the myriad beast flames to the old tree. As for the other one, he kept it for himself. Then, Xian asked those people to continue luring monsters out for Luo Luo to deal with. The 9 flashes of samsara consumed a lot of vital energy, but ever since Xian and Luo Luo shared the immortal phoenix bloodline, Luo Luo could use it whenever she wanted. Soon, the remaining 2 elders were lured out by the same method and then killed. Now, only the 9th level Nirvana stage expert and Song Suijing were left in the valley. As long as he lured this 9th level Nirvana stage expert away, Xian would be able to rescue Song Suijing and Song Saijue. However, according to these Yin-Yang people, Song Suijing and Song Saijue had tried to escape countless times, but none of them succeeded. One of the reasons was because of Temple Master Chui's tight guard. Go, lure him out again. Xian directly gave the orders to the Yin-Yang people through the air. As for him, he quietly waited. After a while, a 7th level Nirvana stage Yin-Yang person came back to report. Master, Temple Master Chui has not left. The Yin-Yang person said to Xian. Hearing this, Xian frowned and said, "What reason did you use?" "We used the reason that the 3 elders went out and have not returned yet. We suspected that they were swallowed by a powerful sky-connecting beast, but Temple Master Chui did not agree and stayed inside." The Yin-Yang person replied. Is that so? Xian was silent. Temple Master Chui was at the peak of the 9th level Nirvana stage, only 1 step away from immortality. Now, he was probably refining the Dragon Phoenix Flame, trying to break through to the immortality stage. In addition, he was guarding Song Suijing and Song Saijue. This was his master's order. As long as the array was not broken, he would not leave. It seemed that he had to find another way. Temple Master Chui is at the peak of the 9th level Nirvana stage. I don't have the ability to resist him. Wei Zhentian is also close to breaking through to the 8th level Nirvana stage. Xian thought and asked in his mind, Luo Luo, when will you be able to break through with those treasures? Now, it will probably take a day, unless there is a relatively high-ranked mysterious flame. Luo Luo replied. A day. Then, Xian would wait for a day. As long as Luo Luo broke through to the 7th level Nirvana stage, she would be able to fight against a 9th level Nirvana stage expert. Even though they had the advantage in numbers, the difference in strength between these 14 7th level Nirvana stage Yin-Yang beings and Hall Master Chui was too great. Xian still remembered that Gui Yurong had used the icebound flame to kill those elders. A peak 9th level Nirvana stage expert could not be underestimated. In order to find Song Suijing and Song Saijue, Xian had been searching for nearly 3 years. Now that he had finally found them, 1 more day would not make a difference. However, Xian was not worried about this, but about the Yin-Yang ancestor. The Yin-Yang ancestor seems to be still far away, don't worry. Xian thought in his heart. He was afraid that the Yin-Yang ancestor would suddenly turn back and catch them off guard while Luo Luo was cultivating. Fortunately, there was a death warrant, which allowed Xian to accurately grasp the Yin-Yang ancestor's location. Saijue, just wait for a day and I will rescue you. Xian thought in his heart. Time slowly passed. However, after half a day, Xian, who was quietly waiting, suddenly blinked and shouted in a low voice, "Not good, the Yin-Yang ancestor has begun to turn back." Fortunately, the Yin-Yang ancestor would turn back after half a day, which meant that he would need another day and a half to rush back. After half a day, Luo Luo had already broken through to the 7th level Nirvana stage. As long as they could rescue Saijue and Song Saijue, they would immediately leave. All in all, the Yin-Yang ancestor was only 1 day away. Of course, as long as they left, it would not be just 1 day away. Xian prayed in his heart, hoping that the rescue would be successful and that nothing would go wrong. Soon, another half a day passed. Ding! Luo Luo has broken through to the 7th level Nirvana stage. The long-awaited system notification finally sounded. Luoluo had broken through to the 7th level Nirvana stage and had the strength to contend with a peak 9th level Nirvana stage expert. Young master, I broke through. Luoluo's excited voice rang in Yixian's mind. The reason why Yixian worked so hard was because of Song Suijing and Song Saijue. How could Luoluo not know this? Speaking of which, she had not met Song Suijing yet. After all, she had only formed a contract with Yixian after Song Suijing had been captured. That Yinyang patriarch will take about a day to arrive. Let's go. Yixian said impatiently. He had already mastered the method to enter the valley, so he swaggered in with the Heavenquake sword in hand. Whoosh! An entrance appeared in the formation, and Yixian walked in. The yuan qi of heaven and earth in the valley was very abundant. It was very suitable for cultivation, even surpassing the cultivation space. However, Yixian's attention had already landed on the figure in the distance. The valley was quite large, but Temple Master Chui was a 9th level Nirvana realm expert, so his spiritual consciousness could cover the entire valley. Yixian was discovered by Temple Master Chui as soon as he stepped in. After all, Yixian was a stranger. However, Temple Master Chui did not act immediately because there were other people in the valley. However, he did not expect the 14 7th level Nirvana realm Yinyang Patriarch guards to be indifferent. Instead, they followed behind Yixian and walked towards him. Have they betrayed us? Temple Master Chui immediately reacted. At this moment, he recalled the 3 elders at the 8th level of the rebirth realm that had gone missing yesterday. I'm afraid they've already perished. No matter who they are, anyone who dares to step into Master's place of seclusion will be sentenced to death. Temple Master Chui's eyes flickered with murderous intent. He was Yinyang Patriarch's disciple and also the 2nd Temple Master of Yinyang Temple. His strength was second only to Yinyang Patriarch. He and his sister were originally from a small village, and the strongest person in the village was not even at the manifestation realm. Later on, Yinyang Patriarch found them and said that they had the perfect Yinyang twin physique, so he brought them back to nurture them. After hundreds of years, they finally broke through to the peak of the 9th level Nirvana realm. Their fusion rate was even higher than Yinyang Patriarch's, reaching 95%. In terms of strength, he was much stronger than Yinyang Patriarch back then. By the time his aura spread out, Yixian had already walked in front of him. Who are you? Temple Master Chui looked at the stranger Yixian and could not help but ask. Your Yinyang temple has already been destroyed. Yinyang people are like rats crossing the street. Does it matter who I am? Yixian replied coldly. Although the plan was to rescue the siblings, Song Suijing and Song Jiejue, he couldn't say his purpose. It would only make the other party take precautions. I see. Hall Master Chui's eyes narrowed as the woman within his body spoke abruptly. A mere 14 pieces of trash at the 7th level of the rebirth stage, and you. Could it be that you want to injure me? We'll only know after we fight. Yixian's eyes suddenly brightened. He raised his hand and swung his sword. Killing intent explosion. Unparalleled flame dragon slash. A golden flame dragon roared out. At the same time, the 14 7th level Nirvana stage Yinyang beings also attacked with their full strength. Trash will always be trash. Die. Hall Master Chui shouted. Without even moving his feet, he flicked his finger and shot out more than 10 sharp lights. Xiao. 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 These rays of light instantly pierced through the chests of the group of Yinyang people. Not only that, but also Yixian's group. Unfortunately, Yixian's heart wasn't a vital part. Even if he was shredded into pieces, he wouldn't die. Just as he attacked, a beautiful figure appeared in the air. It was Luoluo. 9 Reincarnation Flash. Luoluo turned into a stream of light and swooped down. What? Hall Master Chui was a little surprised. Under the cover of his spiritual sense, he had only discovered the 15 people in Yixian's group. Why was there another one now? Xiao. Hall Master Chui had no choice but to dodge this fatal blow. 9 Reincarnation Flash, second flash. When Luoluo's feet landed on the ground, she attacked Hall Master Chui again. 9 Reincarnation Flash, each flash faster than the last. How many times could Hall Master Chui dodge? Xiao. After all, Hall Master Chui was an expert at the peak of the 9th level of the Nirvana realm. He wouldn't die under the second flash. After dodging this attack, he threw out a punch straight at Luoluo's face. Although Luoluo had the immortal phoenix bloodline, she didn't have the Eye of Eternity. Even if she did, her head would probably explode if this punch hit her. Fortunately, Luoluo also relied on speed to survive. 9 Reincarnation Flash, 3rd Flash. Luoluo turned into a stream of light again and dodged this punch. While Luoluo and Hall Master Chui were fighting, Yi Xian reminded Luoluo in his heart. Then, his gaze fell on the residence in front of him. A defensive formation was set up outside this residence. Not only did it block out spiritual sense, but even Yi Xian's Eye of Revelation couldn't see through it. It must have been set up by the Yin-Yang ancestor. However, Yi Xian had a special skill to break through formations. Eye of Destruction. Eye of Destruction. Eye of Destruction. Yi Xian consecutively shot out 3 Eye of Destruction and bombarded the defensive formation. Immediately, a small hole was broken in the formation, but it was quickly repaired. It's effective. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He raised his hand and used the combination of the unparalleled Flame Dragon Slash and the Eye of Destruction. Now that his killing intent had exploded, he had already advanced once, and the killing intent that erupted had increased, which made his attack power very strong. At the same time, the sound of him attacking the defensive formation also fell into the ears of the 2 people inside the formation. Who is attacking the formation? Song Suijing and Song Saijue glanced at each other in astonishment. They had been captured for nearly 3 years and had broken through to the 7th level of the Nirvana realm. However, this was the first time they encountered danger. Of course, they did not know that the Yin-Yang temple had been destroyed. They also did not know that the Yin-Yang ancestor had gone out to investigate the destruction of the Yin-Yang temple. They also did not know that the person breaking the formation was Yi Xian. On the other side, Temple Master Chui was shocked to see that Yi Xian was not only not dead, but also breaking the formation. Just as he raised his hand and was about to blast Yi Xian into pieces, Luoluo made another move. However, this time, it was not the 4th flash of Samsara, but the Eye of Enchantment. When the pink eyeball formed above Luoluo's head, Temple Master Chui could not help but tremble. This time, Luoluo did not use the Eye of Enchantment to charm him. Instead, she used another ability. Bewitching Technique. The Bewitching Technique was specially used to deal with Yin-Yang people. When Luoluo was at the 4th level of the Nirvana realm, she had used the Bewitching Technique on Gui Yurong, who was at the 6th level of the Nirvana realm. Now that she was at the 7th level of the Nirvana realm, she could naturally affect Temple Master Chui, who was at the peak of the 9th level of the Nirvana realm. Furthermore, the Bewitching Technique was cast through the Eye of Enchantment, which greatly increased its effect. Temple Master Chui instantly fell into an illusion. Not good. When Temple Master Chui saw the scene in front of him, his expression changed greatly. Yin-Yang people generally had a stronger soul. Since Temple Master Chui was the older brother, he stole some of his younger sister's soul. He resisted the Bewitching Technique, but his younger sister did not. Once the Yin-Yang people who had fused broke the rules, they would be in danger of disintegration. Sister, wake up! Temple Master Chui shouted angrily. However, Luoluo had already arrived. 9 Reincarnation Flash, 4th Flash. Luoluo had already arrived in front of Temple Master Chui. However, Temple Master Chui's spiritual consciousness was still working, so he instinctively raised his hand to block it. Rip! A crisp sound was heard as Temple Master Chui's right hand was thrown into the air. Seeing this, Yi Xian, who was on the other side, immediately stopped breaking the formation. Then, he used the power of the Eye of Myriad Forms to quickly pull the severed hand over. The interspatial ring was taken by him. This universe ring contained a large amount of heavenly and earthly treasures, but they weren't very useful to Yi Xian right now. His attention was completely focused on a strange flame. The Dragon Phoenix Flame. Ding! Host has devoured the Dragon Phoenix Flame. Ding! Host has broken through to the 6th level of Nirvana stage. Ding! Host has completed the special level up mission. The Peerless Flaming Dragon Slash has advanced to the Peerless Flaming Dragon Slash. 3 system prompts in a row caused Yi Xian to be stunned. The peerless flaming dragon slash had advanced once. The peerless flaming dragon slash sounded more powerful than the peerless flaming dragon slash. At the same time, this was Mo Xue's ultimate move when he was at his peak. It was also a growing divine ability. Haha. Yi Xian could not help but laugh in his heart. He directly devoured all the ores and weapons in Temple Master Chui's interspatial ring. Ding. Wei Zhentian has broken through to the 8th level of Nirvana stage. Ding. Host has reached the peak of the 6th level of Nirvana stage. 2 more system notifications rang out. However, at this moment, Yi Xian did not have time to think about what kind of mystical flame was needed to break through to the 7th level of Nirvana stage. Wei Zhentian, go help Luo Luo. Yi Xian immediately ordered Wei Zhentian. However, he was rejected by Luo Luo. Young master, there's no need, Luo Luo suddenly said, which stunned Yi Xian. In the next moment, he saw Temple Master Chui's head being thrown into the air. 9 Reincarnation Flash, 5th Flash. This time, after Luo Luo had broken through from the 6th to the 7th level of the Nirvana stage, she had already mastered the 5th Flash of the 9 Reincarnation Flash. Earlier on, Yi Xian thought that Luo Luo had mastered the 4th Flash, which was why he asked Wei Zhentian to help. Unexpectedly, the battle was already over. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. This system notification proved that Hall Master Chui was already dead. An expert at the peak of the 9th level of the Nirvana stage was dead. Putong. Hall Master Chui's eyes widened. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but he was already powerless. The head and corpse fell to the ground, releasing 2 sounds. Apart from this, there was no other sound. Yi Xian looked at Hall Master Chui's corpse and immediately reacted. He turned around and attacked the array. Killing intent explosion. Peerless flame dragon slash. Eye of destruction. This time, Yi Xian directly broke a large hole in the formation. Then, Yi Xian quickly rushed in. When the 2 people inside saw who it was, they raised their eyebrows. Blonde hair, golden eyes, who is this? Looking at the astonished and vigilant gazes of Song Suijing and Song Caijue, the corners of Yi Xian's eyes couldn't help but become moist. He directly returned to his original appearance and said, Suijing, I'm here. Previously, in order to avoid being wanted, he had been changing his appearance. Now, he finally restored his original appearance. Yi Xian? After seeing this familiar face, Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song were completely shocked. Yi Xian, what's going on Yi Xian? They thought he was an enemy of the Yin Yang ancestor, but they didn't expect it to be an old friend. No wonder when they saw Yi Xian, they felt that Yi Xian was somewhat familiar. However, they couldn't pinpoint what was familiar about him. So that was it. Yi Xian. Song Suijing's tears that had been accumulating for 3 years gushed out crazily. She directly fell into Yi Xian's arms. Sorry, I'm late. Yi Xian stroked Song Suijing's back with one hand and stroked her hair with the other. He felt very guilty. I knew you would come. Song Suijing was already choked with sobs. 3 years, the two had been separated for 3 years. Moreover, she was kidnapped by the Yin Yang ancestor on the day of her wedding. Haha, I knew you would come. Adjudicator Song couldn't help but go over and give Yi Xian a punch. Oh, be gentle, my cultivation is not as high as yours. Yi Xian said with some pain. At this time, Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song finally reacted. Yi Xian was only at the 6th level of Nirvana Realm. Outside this array, there was a peak 9th level Nirvana Realm Hall Master Chui guarding it. Moreover, this array was personally arranged by the Yin Yang ancestor. How did Yi Xian come in? Don't worry, Hall Master Chui has been killed. Come. Yi Xian understood the doubt on their faces. He raised his hand and swung his sword, once again creating a hole in the formation. He couldn't completely destroy this array, but by relying on the Eye of Annihilation, he could temporarily break a hole, which was enough. Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song saw the light of day again under the leadership of Yi Xian. They had been locked in this residence for more than half a year, and now they were finally out. Then, the smell of blood drifted over. Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song both turned their heads and saw the headless corpse not far away, as well as the 14 Yin ancestors who died with their hearts pierced. Could it be that these were all killed by Yixian? No, there was still someone around. They focused their eyes and found a petite and cute little girl from the Fox clan. At this time, the latter was looking at them with a smile, looking harmless. They would never have thought that the peak 9th level Nirvana Realm Hall Master Chui was killed by this cute little girl. "Hello, young mistress," Luo jumped over with a smile and greeted respectfully. "Let me introduce you to my younger sister, Luo," Yixian said, then turned his head and said, "You don't have to say much about these two people, right?" Yes. Luo nodded obediently. She had been with Yixian for nearly 3 years. How could she not know what Yixian was looking for? Song Suijing was also a little confused. When did Yixian have a younger sister? Moreover, she was from the Fox clan. There's no time to explain so much. This is not the place to talk. Let's go first, Yixian said. His eyes flickered a few times, and a void door opened immediately. Then, Song Suijing and the others, who had just escaped, passed through. This place was near the Earth Fiend Island, and it was a distance away from the Yin Yang Temple. Even the immortal stage Yin Yang ancestor would need at least 3 days to come here. Moreover, the Yin Yang ancestor would only arrive at the valley a day later. At that time, he would find that Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song had been rescued. Most importantly, he would not be able to find them. Now that Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song had been successfully rescued, Yixian directly opened up a cave residence for them to video call with their family in the eastern continent. Yixian had exchanged some recording crystals in the market. First, he would record the video and place it in the devouring space. Then, his second avatar in the eastern continent would take it out. If his family wanted to speak, he would record it and send it here through the devouring space. Although it was a little troublesome, there was no other way. After all, the two sacred lands were very far apart. Last time, Yixian's original body and avatar were able to return to the eastern continent because he committed suicide and used 2 devouring points to revive himself. Now, he was bringing along Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song. He was afraid that he couldn't return to the eastern continent. Therefore, they had to go out and look for the Transrealm Transmission Array to return to the Penglai Sacred Land. As long as they could return to the Penglai Sacred Land, it would be much easier to return to the eastern continent. After not seeing each other for 2 to 3 years, everyone had a lot to talk about. They chatted for an entire day. Luo, Guan Yulan, Yi Chong, and the others were very familiar with each other. Yi Chong and his wife had long treated Luo as their own daughter. After a day of chatting, Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song also got to know Luo, the old tree, and Wei Zhentian. They also understood that Yixian had come from the eastern continent and experienced many dangers. Very quickly, a day had passed. Previously, Yixian was anxious to find them. He was afraid that the siblings would be merged. Now, he didn't need to worry about this problem because they had been rescued. However, the problem wasn't completely solved. If the Yin Yang old ancestor found out that they had returned to the eastern continent, Lianyun City would definitely suffer a devastating blow. Therefore, Yixian must kill the Yin Yang old ancestor to prevent future troubles. At the same time, the Yin Yang old ancestor might know the location of the Transrealm Transmission Array to the Penglai Sacred Land. If possible, it would save a lot of trouble if he directly asked. However, Yixian reckoned that the Yin Yang old ancestor wouldn't say anything unless he was controlled by him. However, if one wanted to control an immortal stage-old monster, one wouldn't be able to do so without reaching the 9th level of the Nirvana realm. It wasn't that easy for Yixian to break through to the 9th level of the Nirvana realm. Luo was currently at the 7th level of the Nirvana realm. She would need at least 2 days to break through to the 8th level of the Nirvana realm. As for the 9th level of the Nirvana realm, she would need at least 10 days if she didn't have a higher grade treasure. Fortunately, there was no need for them to be in such a hurry. After all, Yixian had placed a death warrant on Patriarch Yin Yang. Patriarch Yin Yang would definitely die in 10 days. 10 days later, they would return to the Penglai Sacred Land. However, just as Yixian was thinking this, he suddenly realized something. The Yin Yang ancestor paused in the valley for a moment before heading straight for them. What? Yixian was a little shocked. Could it be that Patriarch Xianxia was just guessing? They were in the southwest of the valley. It would take about 2 days for the Xianxia ancestor to arrive. However, the Xianxia ancestor was too lucky. What's wrong? Song Suijing, who was nestled in Yixian's arms, asked strangely. She heard Yixian's heartbeat was a little hurried. It seemed that something had happened. For some reason, Yixian suddenly had an ominous premonition in his heart, which caused his heartbeat to accelerate. After hearing Song Suijing's question, he replied, "Nothing, let's go somewhere else." Go somewhere else? Not far away, Judge Song heard this and said in surprise. Yes, let's go. Yixian nodded and immediately broke through the void, leading Song Suijing and Judge Song into it. This time, they directly returned to the landing point of the cross-realm transmission array. Strictly speaking, this place was in the southeast of the valley, which was about 3 days away. Song Suijing and Judge Song looked at each other and suddenly felt that something was wrong. However, they saw that Yixian seemed to be thinking about something, so they didn't disturb him. After a while, Yixian, who was standing quietly, suddenly widened his eyes. He sensed that one of the targets of the death hunting command was rushing towards him. They're changing directions again. Patriarch Xianxia can sense where we are. Yixian was shocked and immediately asked, "That Xianxia old ancestor has been chasing us?" Hearing this, Song Suijing and Judge Song were also shocked. They finally got out of this predicament with great difficulty. Could it be that they were going to be caught? Although they didn't know how Yixian knew about it, they trusted Yixian very much. Yixian must be right. Not good, that old monster must have left a tracking mark in our body. Why can't I find it? Judge Song reacted. I didn't feel anything, but after all, he's in the immortal realm. His means are not something we can imagine. Song Suijing also frowned and turned to Yixian. Yixian, what should we do now? Don't be afraid. If I want to, he won't be able to catch up. Yixian hurriedly comforted her. As soon as these words came out, Song Suijing and Judge Song also remembered that Yixian had a divine ability that could allow him to leave through space. It was simply a fantasy for the Xianxia old ancestor to catch up to them, unless Yixian ignored the distance, but such a thing would never happen. That old monster is 3 days away from us. When the distance is shortened to 2 days, we will break through space again. Then, he will have run for nothing. Yixian thought in his heart. Unless the Xianxia old ancestor set up an ambush in the void, it was absolutely impossible to catch him. Moreover, the void wouldn't leave a trace, so how would the Xianxia old ancestor know the location of the void? Therefore, the Xianxia old ancestor had been doing a useless thing. This Xianxia old ancestor doesn't know that I saved Judge Suijing and Judge Song. He only thinks that I destroyed the Xianxia temple and took them hostage. Yixian continued to think. But at this time, he suddenly sensed that the Xianxia old ancestor stopped and then turned around and rushed to the north. Not chasing? Yixian raised his eyebrows. If that was the case, he would be relieved. However, Song Suijing and Judge Song had the perfect Xianxia twin physique. If they fused, their fusion rate would reach 100%. One must know that the Xianxia old ancestor's fusion rate was 90%, while their disciple Temple Master Chui's fusion rate was 95%. Song Suijing and Judge Song's fusion rate was 100%, which was the true perfection. Therefore, Yixian guessed that the Xianxia old ancestor wouldn't give up on Song Suijing and Judge Song. After all, this pair of old monsters had searched for more than 200 years before they found the eastern continent. At this time, Yixian's eyes suddenly flashed. He suddenly remembered the circumstances of his death. Nalan Bing wanted his people, regardless of whether they were dead or alive. It was obvious that she had the ability to search his soul. Moreover, that evil god cult leader Shi Jiuyin also seemed to have such a method. What if the Xianxia old ancestor also had such a method? Not good. I recovered my true identity after seeing Adjudicator and Adjudicator. If the Xianxia ancestor has the ability to search my soul, he will definitely remember that I am that scum from the eastern continent. This is bad. Yixian's body trembled, and his face was filled with horror. If that was the case, the Xianxia ancestor would know that he was the one who saved Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song, and not the enemy. Then, the Yin-Yang ancestor might be preparing to kill his way to the eastern continent and capture all of Yi Xian's friends and family. Or, kill them all. Thinking of this, Yi Xian panicked. It seemed that he could not hide anymore. He had to delay the Yin-Yang ancestor. At that moment, he told the situation to Song Suijing, Adjudicator Song, and Luo Luo. After listening, they began to make suggestions. 2 days, Luo Luo still needed 2 days to break through, so they had to delay the Yin-Yang ancestor for 2 days. Only when Luo Luo broke through would she have the ability to kill the Yin-Yang ancestor. Luo Luo, you break through as soon as possible. I will delay that old monster. After Yi Xian finished speaking to Luo Luo, he once again broke through the void and returned to the mountain valley. Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song also followed him through the void. The mountain valley was only half a day's journey away from the Yin-Yang ancestor. Not long after they landed, the Yin-Yang ancestor really changed his path and rushed towards them. Yi Xian, I have heard of the fire cloud flame that you need. There is a burning cloud sect in the west of the Yin-Yang temple. The sect master of the burning cloud sect has a fire cloud flame. The sect master of the burning cloud sect is a 9th level Nirvana realm expert. At this moment, Song Suijing suddenly reminded him. Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. The fire cloud flame was the heavenly flame that he needed. If he wanted to break through from the peak of the 6th level to the 7th level of the Nirvana realm, he needed this fire cloud flame. Yi Xian quickly took out the map and carefully calculated in his heart. He found that there was enough time. Alright, we will leave when the Yin-Yang ancestor arrives. Yi Xian nodded. It would not be easy to delay old ancestor Yin-Yang for 2 days. Therefore, he had to face old ancestor Yin-Yang personally to prevent old ancestor Yin-Yang from returning to Punlai. However, Yi Xian suddenly thought of something. Even if the Yin-Yang patriarchs were to return to the Punlai sacred land now, they would not have enough time. This was because Yi Xian still had an avatar in the eastern continent. As for Luo Luo, as Yi Xian's physical body, she could appear at any time. By the time Patriarch Yin-Yang arrived at the eastern continent, Luo Luo had already broken through to the 8th level of the Nirvana realm. However, this could easily lead to a crisis. If Luo Luo was no match for old ancestor Yin-Yang, or if he had other tricks up his sleeve, it would be troublesome. Therefore, this section of the road was used as a buffer. Yi Xian tried his best to prevent the Yin-Yang patriarchs from going to the Punlai sacred land. Soon, half a day had passed. Yi Xian carefully sensed old ancestor Yin-Yang's distance. Just as old ancestor Yin-Yang was about to arrive at the valley, he roared at the sky, "Ha ha ha ha, you old monster. You would never have thought that the second tribulation supreme would have grown to the point where he could kill your eldest disciple. If you have the guts, come and kill me." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian and the other two had already passed through the void door and arrived at the ruins of the Yin-Yang sacred palace. 3 seconds later, old ancestor Yin-Yang arrived at his place of seclusion. At the same time, he heard the voice that was still echoing. "It's really you, you piece of trash." Old ancestor Yin-Yang immediately recognized this voice. He had heard this voice before. He really did not expect Yi Xian to break through to the Nirvana realm from the second tribulation supreme in 3 years. This was impossible. One should know that when he broke through to the Nirvana realm, he was already close to 100 years old. Then, he broke through to the immortality realm after a few hundred years. After that, he wanted to find a perfect yin and yang dual constitution to fulfill his wish. As long as a pair of perfect yin and yang dual constitution could fuse, the fusion rate would be 100%. With a 100% fusion rate, the cultivation speed of the sacred yin-yang technique would be several times faster than him. Then, it would not be impossible for him to break through to the rebirth realm in his lifetime. In order to make Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song compromise, he had threatened and tempted them countless times. However, the two siblings were resolute. They threatened that if old ancestor Yin-Yang dared to touch their family, they would definitely commit suicide. Even if they succeeded in fusing, they would also commit suicide. That was why old ancestor Yin-Yang did not touch the people from the eastern continent. Old ancestor Yin-Yang thought that he had spent more than 200 years looking for people. Now, only 2 years had passed. What was the difference? He wanted to slowly wear down Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song's patience. However, he did not expect that the Yin-Yang sacred palace would suffer such a devastating blow. Even Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song were rescued. Of course, he would not link the destruction of the Yin-Yang sacred palace to Yixian. This was because Yixian was only at the Nirvana realm. The person who destroyed the Yin-Yang sacred palace was at least at the Immortality realm level 2 or even level 3. However, Yixian dared to rescue Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song, which had successfully angered him. That trash, I'll definitely skin him alive and pull out his tendons. This is the Yin-Yang sacred palace. Chase. Lu Wenxing and Lu Wenyue cursed angrily. Their figures flashed. His valley was only half a day's journey away from the Yin-Yang sacred palace. However, he was afraid that Yixian would leave again. He did not know whether Yixian's space-piercing divine ability had a limit. If there was, then he could catch Yixian. If there was no limit, then it would be a little tricky. Whether there was a limit or not, he had to wait and see. When the Yin-Yang ancestor was rushing towards the Yin-Yang sacred palace, Yixian had already arrived at the palace. He was about half a day's distance away from the Yin-Yang ancestor. However, half a day was not enough to travel from the Yin-Yang sacred palace to the Burning Cloud sect. Therefore, Yixian had to split up. His original body led Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song to avoid the pursuit. As for his clone, he rushed to the Burning Cloud sect. This way, they could at most jump one more time. Immediately, they moved. Yixian's original body used Shadow Escape to escape in another direction. As for his clone, he also used Shadow Escape to head for the Burning Cloud sect. Luo Luo was still cultivating in the planting space. As long as she broke through, the Yin-Yang ancestor would be dead. Of course, if Yixian broke through to the Nirvana realm level 7, he would have a better chance. Because Yixian's original body was also leading Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song, the Yin-Yang ancestor still could not catch up to him after half a day. Yixian estimated the distance and once again flew to the side of his clone. Merge. When his original body and clone merged, his battle strength suddenly increased by 60%. At this moment, he was still half a day's journey away from the Yin-Yang ancestor. However, he only needed an hour to arrive at the Burning Cloud sect. It's almost time. When the Yin-Yang ancestor finds us, Luo Luo will break through. The corners of Yixian's mouth slightly curled up, as if victory was in sight. However, Yixian still had to pray that the sect master of the Burning Cloud sect did not refine the fire cloud flame. The sect master of the Burning Cloud sect was at the 9th level of the Nirvana realm, while Hall Master Chui was at the peak of the 9th level. The former had the fire cloud flame, while the latter had the dragon phoenix flame. Even Hall Master Chui failed to refine the Dragon Phoenix Flame, and the Fire Cloud Flame was ranked higher than the Dragon Phoenix Flame. The sect master of the Burning Cloud sect, who was slightly weaker than Hall Master Chui, should have failed to refine the Fire Cloud Flame. An hour later, Yixian saw the Burning Cloud sect built in a blazing valley. The people of the Burning Cloud sect mainly cultivated the Flame Divine ability, and their battle strength was extremely strong. Yixian was at the 6th level of the Nirvana realm, and his aptitude was not bad. Any random elite from the Burning Cloud sect had a higher cultivation than him. However, Yixian swaggered along with Song Suijing and Song Jeju to the entrance of the Burning Cloud sect. Who are you? The guarding disciple of the Burning Cloud sect furiously shouted. Yixian did not say anything and restrained the two of them. He then used his manifestation force to take off their interspatial rings and rushed into the Burning Cloud sect. Intruder! Seeing an unknown intruder, the disciples of the Burning Cloud sect jumped out one after another to block the intruder. However, Yixian, who possessed the Eye of Control, seized all of these people and plundered their belongings. Even the elders of the 7th level of the Nirvana realm did the same. Relying on the Eye of Control, he quickly found the location of the Burning Cloud sect's sect master and rushed over. Along the way, he suddenly swept his gaze and saw some special people. Yin-Yang people? Yixian was slightly astonished. He actually saw some Yin-Yang people in the Burning Cloud sect. However, these Yin-Yang people had been captured and imprisoned. Their bodies were riddled with scars and some of their organs had been removed. There was even someone whipping a Yin-Yang person in the distance. After the destruction of the Yin-Yang temple, the once arrogant and despotic Yin people had become street rats. If they were exposed, they would be caught and used to vent their anger. In broad daylight, a dignified sect actually abused people like this. This sect style was not good. Sect leader of Burning Cloud sect, get the hell out here. Xian suddenly roared at the sky. Even though he who held the Skyquake sword was only at the peak of the 6th level of the Nirvana stage, his current combat strength was sufficient to battle a 9th level Nirvana stage expert. Not to mention that even Hall Master Cui, who was at the peak of the 9th level of the rebirth stage, had died at Luolua's hands. After a few days of cultivation, Luolua's strength had become even stronger. Nobody below immortal level would be able to withstand Luoluo's attack. Xian's roar was deafening as it reverberated throughout the entire valley. Very soon, a few 8th level Nirvana realm elders jumped out and blew their beards, wanting to beat up Xian. Whoever blocks me will die, Xian reminded him. But no one listened to what he, who was merely at the 6th level of the rebirth realm, said. Brat, you're courting death. An 8th level Nirvana stage Burning Cloud sect elder attacked Xian. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. You overestimate yourself. Xian snorted coldly and drew his sword. Killing intent eruption. Peerless flaming dragon slash. This move was sufficient to annihilate a 9th level Nirvana stage expert. A golden flame dragon that was even more powerful than the previous one appeared. In the blink of an eye, it swallowed the 8th level Nirvana stage elder. The golden flame dragon whizzed past, leaving behind only a Qian Kuan ring and a weapon. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification sounded out. An 8th level Nirvana stage elder was instantly killed by Xian. When this scene entered the ears of everyone, it caused them to be shocked to the point of being speechless. There were geniuses in the Burning Cloud sect that could surpass levels to challenge others, but there wasn't a single person that could surpass 2 levels to challenge others, let alone instantly kill someone that was 2 levels higher than them. Was Xian really only at the 6th level of the rebirth stage? Xian, who was only at the 6th level of the rebirth stage, possessed such strength. Then, could it be that the 2 7th level Nirvana stage martial artists behind Xian were even stronger? After seeing this, the rest of the elders were also stunned for a second before attacking at the same time. A total of 3 8th level Nirvana stage elders attacked Xian. Since you're courting death, then don't blame me. Xian's eyes flickered as he attacked again. Killing intent explosion. Peerless flaming dragon slash. Another golden flaming dragon attacked. In addition, this time even Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song attacked. Icefire Yin-Yang sword slash. Icefire Yin-Yang sword slash. Although the 2 siblings were only at the 7th level of the Nirvana stage, the Yin-Yang old ancestor had given them a lot of good things, so it was nothing to them to challenge those who were 1 level higher. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Rip. Crack. The 3 8th level Nirvana stage elders died in different ways. The 2 who were killed by Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song were cut into 2 halves. Half of their bodies were incinerated, while the other half was frozen into an ice sculpture. Their wounds were sealed by ice, so no blood flowed out. The most miserable one was the elder who was incinerated by the golden flaming dragon. After his death, not even his corpse was left behind. He was directly turned into ashes. After their deaths, Xian quickly took their interspatial rings and began to plunder the interspatial rings of the people around him. Ah, my interspatial ring. No, that's all I have. Where's the sect leader? Why hasn't he come out yet? If he doesn't come out, we'll all die. The 4 great elders have all fallen. Even if the sect leader comes out, he won't stand a chance. Screams resounded one after another. Due to the prestige just now, no one dared to disobey Xian's trio. After all, even the 8th level Nirvana stage elders were killed in seconds. If they dared to resist, only death would await them. Although Xian was not lacking in cultivation resources, Wei Zhentian was lacking in them. Ding! Wei Zhentian has made a breakthrough. He is currently at the 9th level of Nirvana stage. After a round of plundering, Xian heard the system notification that Wei Zhentian had finally made a breakthrough. At the same time, a white figure swept out from the depths of the valley. It was a white-clothed middle-aged man. Who dares to be so presumptuous in my burning cloud sect? The white-clothed middle-aged man yelled furiously. He was the sect leader of the burning cloud sect. The sect leader is here. The sect leader is finally here. Sect leader, please avenge us. Sect leader, the 4 great elders are dead. They were killed by the 3 of them. After seeing the white-clothed middle-aged man, the morale of the group of disciples soared as if they had seen the dawn of hope. However, Xian did not care about it at all. He only raised his eyebrows slightly. The sect leader of the burning cloud sect's aura is only slightly weaker than Hall Master Cui, who is at the peak of the 9th level of Nirvana stage. It seems like he has also made a breakthrough to the peak of the 9th level of Nirvana stage, Xian thought to himself. However, he did not see the mysterious flame in the sect leader of the burning cloud sect. He only saw the ordinary Nirvana flame. Hand over the fire cloud flame and I'll spare your life. Xian said coldly. This kid actually knows that I have the fire cloud flame? The sect master of the burning cloud sect trembled and shouted furiously, Who are you? How dare you kill an elder of my burning cloud sect? I'll give you 3 seconds to consider. After 3 seconds, I'll make my move. Xian didn't want to say anything and just stood there. Even if there was a difference of 3 realms between them, he wasn't afraid of the other party. The sect master of the burning cloud sect didn't know where Xian came from, nor did he know where Xian picked up the courage to actually ask him to hand over the fire cloud flame. He was really courting death, even if he could instantly kill 4 elders at the 8th level of the Nirvana stage, so what? Kid, you're courting death. The sect master of the burning cloud sect immediately made his decision. In less than a second, he made his move. Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Xian's eyes flickered as he directly made his move. Killing intent explosion. Unparalleled flame dragon slash. Icefire Yin-Yang sword. Icefire Yin-Yang sword. Xian and the other 2 cooperated and their attack power was extremely terrifying. Even though the sect master of the burning cloud sect was at the peak of the 9th level of the Nirvana stage, he actually couldn't withstand this round of attack and was instantly blasted away. However, it wasn't over yet. Whoosh, at the same time, the 9th level of the Nirvana stage Wei Zhentian suddenly tore through the sky and instantly pierced the sect master of the burning cloud sect's heart. What surprised Xian was that the system notification didn't sound out. F*CK, the heart is on the right side? Xian's brows raised. He actually saw this when he used the Eye of Revelation earlier, but he was paying attention to the mysterious flame at that time, so he didn't react for a moment. He didn't expect that the sect master of the burning cloud sect was actually an anomaly. His heart was actually on the right side. However, so what? Just as the sect master of the burning cloud sect was astonished and revealed a terrified expression, a sharp spike suddenly grew out of Wei Zhentian's sword. Swish! This sharp spike pierced the sect master of the burning cloud sect's heart on the right side. Countless small spikes grew out of it, even pierced the heart's heart. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. This system notification proved that the sect master of the burning cloud sect had died. Xian immediately rushed over and collected the corpse of the sect leader of burning cloud sect and the interspatial ring. Everyone looked at Xian. They were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Not only were the 4 elders killed in an instant, even the sect leader, who was at the peak of the Nirvana realm, was killed in an instant. Who were these 3 people? Which of the surrounding forces could nurture such a genius? Even if the Yin-Yang temple hadn't been destroyed, they wouldn't have been able to do it. Under the astonished gazes of these people, Xian found the fire cloud flame in the interspatial ring of the sect master of the burning cloud sect and swallowed it. Ding! Host has devoured the fire cloud flame. Ding! Host has broken through to the 7th level of Nirvana stage. Ding! Host has completed the special leveling up mission. Reward, Assassin's Eye is upgraded once. In an instant, Xian's aura skyrocketed. The Assassin's Eye only requires a large amount of killing intent. There is no limit to the number of times it can be used. What effect will there be after the upgrade? Xian was a little surprised. Could it be that the upgrade would increase the range of the Assassin's Eye? If that was the case, it would be a little too useless. After he saw the effect of the upgraded Assassin's Eye, his eyes couldn't help but light up. The upgraded assassin's eye didn't increase the range of the skill. Instead, it increased the attack power of the first attack after using the assassin's eye. 30%, Xian was very satisfied with the upgrade this time. It seemed that he didn't make a mistake in accepting the special leveling up mission. Then, he swallowed the heaven and earth treasures that he had accumulated previously. Ding! Host has reached the peak of the 7th level of Nirvana stage. Another system notification sounded. Xian also saw the item that he needed to break through to the 8th level of Nirvana stage. 9 Nether Wind Flame. Xian just took note of the name and ignored it. The 9 Nether Wind Flame was very powerful. He should be able to obtain information about it nearby. However, it wasn't the time to look for it now. The Burning Cloud sect is disbanded today. Get lost. Xian's voice fell into everyone's ears. Domineering, extremely domineering, however, he had domineering strength. After all, he killed the sect leader of the Burning Cloud sect, who was at the peak of the 9th level of Nirvana stage. Even if everyone present joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for him. If anyone is still here in 3 seconds, I will turn him into a corpse. Xian said to the group of Burning Cloud sect disciples who were astonished. Once these words were spoken, the 1,000+ Burning Cloud sect disciples dispersed in an uproar, and all of them flew outside. However, those Yang people couldn't escape because they were imprisoned. Wei Zhentian, set them free. Xian said to Wei Zhentian. Whoosh! Wei Zhentian turned into a stream of light and swept out. After a few crisp sounds, those Yang people's heads were chopped off. Next, Xian quietly waited for the arrival of the Yin-Yang Old Ancestor in the Burning Cloud sect. Xian was ready for a big battle. The Yin-Yang Old Ancestor knew about the Eastern Continent. If he wasn't killed, the Eastern Continent would be massacred. Therefore, he must die. Ding! Luo Luo has broken through. She is currently at the 8th level of Nirvana stage. A system notification interrupted Xian, who was thinking with his eyes closed. Luo Luo had finally broken through to the 8th level of Nirvana stage. This way, they would have more confidence in fighting against the Yin-Yang Old Ancestor. Xian turned his head and saw that the Yin-Yang Old Ancestor's speed had increased a lot. He estimated that they would arrive at the Burning Cloud sect in less than half a day. Wei Zhentian of the 9th level of Nirvana stage, Luo Luo of the 8th level of Nirvana stage, Xian of the 7th level of Nirvana stage, and Old Tree of the 7th level of Nirvana stage were Xian's current team. Although Song Suijing and Judge Song were also at the 7th level of Nirvana stage, they didn't have the ability to protect themselves. It would be a tragedy if the Yin-Yang Old Ancestor became flustered and exasperated and dragged them down with him. Moreover, Xian had a 90% chance of winning this battle because Wei Zhentian had yet to use the Blade Storm. If Wei Zhentian of the 9th level of Nirvana stage used the Blade Storm, he would be able to deal with the Yin-Yang Old Ancestor. At that time, Luo Luo and Xian would launch a sneak attack. They would have a 90% chance of winning, or even a 100% chance of winning. In less than half a day, Xian sensed the powerful aura. The Yin-Yang Old Ancestor had finally arrived. Ha ha ha, stinking brat, you have nowhere to run this time, right? A burst of strange laughter came from afar. Then, a young man in a red and blue robe appeared in front of Xian. At this moment, Xian was already prepared. Yin-Yang Old Ancestor, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Xian slowly stood up. You were waiting for us? Lu Wenqing thought that Xian was waiting for death because he could no longer use his teleportation skill. He did not expect that he was waiting for him. That's right. Xian nodded. Lu Wenqing was too lazy to care so much. He looked at Song Suijing and Song Saijue who were behind Xian. Two ungrateful wretches. I have trained you for 3 years. How dare you betray me? Lu Wenyue shouted angrily. You old witch, it was clearly you who forcefully abducted us siblings, and now we're the ones who betrayed you? Song Saijue stepped forward and questioned. Humph. Lu Wenqing snorted and did not speak. He had tried to erase or seal the memories of Song Suijing and Song Saijue, but he did not know why he always failed. If he had succeeded, Song Suijing and Song Saijue would have broken through to Nirvana LV9. Brat, are you related to the person who destroyed the Yin-Yang Temple? Lu Wenyue asked. Yes. Hearing this, Yi Xian directly nodded and said, if you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for provoking the wrong person. The branch hall on the other side of the Unici region actually robbed a pair of reincarnator siblings. Along the way, a longevity stage powerhouse rescued them. At the same time, they conveniently destroyed your Yinyang Saint Hall. What? Lu Wenxing and Lu Wenyue shuddered when they heard this. Reincarnator? A reincarnator was at least a rebirth state powerhouse in his previous life. This was the realm after the immortal level. The two of them had cultivated for more than 800 years and were only at LV1 of the immortal level. Not to mention a rebirth state powerhouse, they were ants in front of a LV3 or 4 immortal level powerhouse. They did not expect that they would provoke a reincarnator. Then, they could not blame anyone for the destruction of the temple. Who are they? Although he could not afford to provoke them, Lu Wenxing could not help but ask. Nailan Bing and Nailan Jia. They are known as the Xianming duo. Yi Xian slowly replied. The Xianming duo, Lu Wenyue and Lu Wenxing remembered this name. Although they might not be able to take revenge, they had to use revenge to motivate themselves. Perhaps they would encounter a fortuitous encounter before their end and break through to the rebirth state? Good. Although you are not the one who destroyed the temple, you will definitely die today. After Lu Wenxing finished speaking, Lu Wenyue spoke again. Boy, do you have any last words? I don't have any last words, I just want to ask a question. Yi Xian replied. Ask. Lu Wenxing and Lu Wenyue said in unison, their voices filled with sarcasm. How did you go to the Punlai Divine Land? Yi Xian went straight to the point. Now that he had saved Song Suijing and Song Saijue, he only needed to kill the Yinyang Old Ancestor to return to Punlai. If the Yinyang Old Ancestor told them the location of the Transrealm Teleportation Array, it would save them a lot of effort. I see. You still want to go back to the Punlai Divine Land? Lu Wenxing narrowed his eyes and said, there is no harm in telling you. There is a Lu family in the north of the Yinyang Temple. They control a one-way teleportation array. I came to the Punlai Divine Land from that array. The Lu family. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. He knew that the Yinyang ancestor surname was Lu. The elder brother was called Lu Wenxing and the younger sister was called Lu Wenyue. Then, was the Yinyang ancestor related to the Lu family? Yi Xian was not interested in this question. Since he knew the location of the teleportation array, the next step was to kill the Yinyang ancestor. Boy, from your eyes, are you thinking of killing me with your 7th level Nirvana realm cultivation? Lu Wenxing sneered. A 7th level Nirvana realm cultivator was just an ant in his eyes. However, he was concerned about the fox girl. She did not seem to be nearby. That fox girl could even kill his first disciple. One had to know that the fox girl was only at the 7th level Nirvana realm at that time. Let's see if I can kill you or not. Yi Xian slightly raised the corner of his mouth. He was ready for battle. As long as they killed the Yinyang ancestor, they could go home. You too, I will give you a chance. As long as you are willing to cooperate, I will spare his life. What do you think? Lu Wenyue suddenly glanced at Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song. Unexpectedly, Adjudicator Song cursed, go to hell, you old witch. You will have a good time later. How dare you? Fine, after I kill this boy, I will let you know what it means to respect your teacher. Lu Wenyue was furious. However, at this moment, the sky suddenly darkened. Dark night sky curtain. Whoosh, Wei Zhentian took the initiative to attack. He turned into a stream of light and swept toward the Yinyang ancestor. At the same time, Yi Xian also exchanged for a 7th level Nirvana realm burning sky pill and swallowed it. Come. Yi Xian held the scarlet flame sword and fiercely slashed at the Yinyang ancestor. Killing intent explosion. Unparalleled flame dragon slash. A golden flame dragon suddenly attacked. This time, Yi Xian did not use the unparalleled flame dragon slash, but the ordinary unparalleled flame dragon slash. He wanted to pretend that he was very weak. This way, the Yinyang ancestor would lower his guard and they would have a higher chance of winning. In this battle, one of them must fall. Every bit of assurance was very important. You have some ability, but you are too naive if you think that you can contend against us with just this. Lu Wenxing coldly snorted. A ball of nirvana fire suddenly appeared in his hands. No, this was not nirvana fire, but an exotic flame. Fire-cloud flame? Yi Xian was shocked. Due to the suppression of the realm, his insightful eye could not see through the yin-yang ancestor's body. This fire-cloud flame was different from the one he obtained from the sect leader of the Burning Cloud sect. This fire-cloud flame was no longer an exotic flame, but a fire-cloud flame that had been refined into nirvana fire. This meant that the yin-yang ancestor's attack would be very powerful. The yin-yang ancestor used the fire-cloud flame to set up a flame barrier. The golden flame dragon instantly collapsed when it hit the barrier. Not only that, but even Wei Zhentian could not pierce through the fire-cloud flame barrier. It didn't burn to ashes? This weapon is not bad. Lu Wenxing coldly sneered, slightly surprised. The fire-cloud flame could burn a 5th-level divine artifact into ashes, but Wei Zhentian did not. This was inevitable because Wei Zhentian had the immortal phoenix bloodline now, so his resistance to fire was extremely high. How could an exotic flame burn him? However, the yin-yang ancestor did not take it seriously, and the latter allowed it to attack. I will give you one more chance. As long as you obey me, I will not kill him. I can even train him like how I train you, Lu Wenxing said. Of course, Yi Xian's aptitude was also very good. It was very rare for a 7th-level Nirvana Realm martial artist to be able to display a 9th-level Nirvana Realm martial artist's combat strength. Even in the entire Lu family, he was rare. Unfortunately, he did not know how many trump cards Yi Xian had. Do you think you're the only one with the fire cloud flame? Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. He opened his left hand, and another orange cloud flame appeared. It was the fire cloud flame. What? Lu Wenxing and Lu Wenyue were shocked. Why did Yi Xian also have the 88th ranked exceptional flame, the fire cloud flame? They knew that the Burning Cloud sect had a fire cloud flame. After all, the sect leader of the Burning Cloud sect was related to the Lu family. That fire cloud flame was given by the Lu family. However, why did Yi Xian also have it? They could accurately sense that this fire cloud flame had been refined. It was nirvana fire, not an exceptional flame. They did not know that Yi Xian had merged with many exceptional flames before this. The exceptional flame ranking was based on a certain ranking. If one refined an exceptional flame that was ranked high, then the exceptional flames that were refined before would be overshadowed. Therefore, the effects of the exceptional flames like the eternal earth core fire and the ice ceiling flame were overshadowed by the fire cloud flame. You two old monsters, try this move again. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly attacked. Killing intent explosion. Peerless flame dragon slash. Last time, the peerless flame dragon slash only used his true chi and all creation's force. This time, he added the fire cloud flame. In addition, there was the addition of the immortal phoenix bloodline's flame power. This attack was not weak. If it hit a peak 9th level Nirvana Realm martial artist, it would be enough to kill him. However, this was nothing to the yin-yang ancestor, who was in the longevity realm. Rumble. The golden flame dragon still hit the fire cloud flame barrier of the yin-yang ancestor. With a rumble, the golden flame dragon and the fire cloud flame barrier disappeared together. Yi Xian broke the yin-yang ancestor's defense. Even the yin-yang ancestor was shocked by this scene. Is this really the offensive strength of a martial artist at the 7th level of the rebirth realm? This brat. Lu Wenxing and Lu Wenyue were extremely shocked as they whispered in their minds. In less than 3 years, Yi Xian had broken through to the 7th level of the Nirvana realm from the 2nd Tribulation Supreme Realm. This was truly inconceivable. From the 2nd Tribulation Supreme Realm to the 9th Tribulation Supreme Realm, after the Supreme Realm came the 3 minor disasters of the Supreme Realm, followed by the Manifestation Realm, Nether Passage Realm, Fulfillment Realm, Fragmentation Realm, and finally the Nirvana Realm. Song Suijing and Judge Song were carefully nurtured by him, a longevity realm expert, yet they were only at the 7th level of Nirvana Realm. Yi Xian had roamed the world on his own, but he had actually managed to reach this level in just 3 years. This was impossible. There must be a secret on this kid, Lu Wenxing and Lu Wenyue thought to themselves. Because of this, they no longer wanted to kill Yi Xian. They were prepared to capture Yi Xian and dig out the secret behind Yi Xian's rapid breakthrough. Since this brat doesn't understand, then let's do it. Lu Wenqing said inwardly. Okay, big brother. Lu Wenyue replied. In the next moment, their figures flashed and turned into streams of light that swept toward Yi Xian. Next, they were going to use their full strength. The time has come. Come on. Yi Xian's eyes widened when he saw this. Wei Zhentian, who was at the 9th level of Nirvana realm, instantly turned into thousands of blood swords and attacked the Yin-Yang patriarchs. Not only that, but Luo Luo also appeared at this moment. Eye of Enchantment. Bewitching Technique. A pink eyeball appeared and stared at the Yin-Yang patriarchs. Luo Luo was at the 8th level of Nirvana realm, which was only 2 levels lower than the Yin-Yang patriarchs. After using the Eye of Enchantment, she could use the bewitching technique to affect the Yin-Yang patriarchs. In addition, there was also Yi Xian's soul attack. What? The Yin-Yang patriarchs, who were charging down, were horrified. How could they, who were at the longevity realm, be affected by an illusion? Moreover, it was an illusion that could cause them to break their precepts. No, wake up immediately. Lu Wenqing's eyes widened. In the blink of an eye, he broke the illusion of the bewitching technique. However, Lu Wenyue, whose soul power was weaker, was still immersed in the illusion. This brat, how dare he think of such a thing? Die. Lu Wenqing was furious. Fortunately, the two of them shared the same body. Although Lu Wenyue was in the illusion, Lu Wenqing was not. The bewitching technique was specially used to restrain the Yin-Yang patriarchs. Just now, Lu Wenqing had wanted to capture Yi Xian. However, in order to protect himself, he could only kill Luo Luo, who had appeared out of nowhere. Die. Lu Wenqing roared in his heart. His right hand struck out with a flaming palm. This palm was the longevity superpower. Coupled with the effect of the fire cloud flame, even an elite at the 1st level of longevity realm would die if they were not careful, let alone Luo Luo, who was only at the 8th level of Nirvana realm. However, just as the palm was about to hit Luo Luo, she suddenly disappeared into thin air. Bang! Although the flaming palm did not hit Luo Luo, it destroyed the Eye of Enchantment. At the same time, Lu Wenqing felt a chill on his back. Assassination Eye. Killing Intent Explosion. Unparalleled Flaming Dragon Slash. This time, Yi Xian was serious. The Assassination Eye had been upgraded once. After using it, the power of the first attack would increase by 30%. Coupled with the unparalleled Flaming Dragon Slash, even the Yin-Yang Patriarch would not be able to block it. Although the Yin-Yang Patriarch was an elite of the longevity realm, he did not know how Yi Xian had gotten behind him. However, he did not have time to think about it because the giant golden flaming dragon had swallowed him up. The unparalleled Flaming Dragon Slash was Mo Xue's ultimate move. Originally, Yi Xian would not have been able to comprehend it so quickly. This time, with the help of Luo Luo, he was able to advance and advance. Yi Xian used 1/5 of his qi to use the unparalleled Flaming Dragon Slash. The ordinary unparalleled Flaming Dragon Slash only used 1/20 of its qi. The consumption of qi was 4 times that of the unparalleled Flaming Dragon Slash, but its power was probably more than 4 times. Whoosh! Whoosh! The Yin-Yang Patriarch was swallowed up by the golden flaming dragon. No, he was not swallowed up. Instead, he was cleverly stuck in the golden flaming dragon's bloody mouth and kept retreating. The speed of a longevity realm elite is indeed fast. Wei Zhentian. Yi Xian quickly shouted in his mind. Wei Zhentian had already gotten behind the Yin-Yang Patriarch, and thousands of blood swords swept out like a storm. Kid, don't underestimate me. Lu Wenqing shouted angrily. Then, he suddenly burst out with a strong burst of qi, and actually shook off the unparalleled Flaming Dragon Slash and Sword Storm. This is, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. An longevity realm elite had a lifespan of at least 1,000 years, but some people had very short lifespans. Why? Because when one reached the longevity realm, they could freely burn their lifespan to fight. Just now, Lu Wenqing had burned his limited lifespan to increase the strength of his qi. However, in order to block this move, he had consumed 10 years of his lifespan. Yi Xian had long heard of the power of immortal-level powerhouses. People of this level were very difficult to kill because all of them could burn their lifespan to fight. If it was a battle of life and death, both sides would have to burn their lifespan. As time passed, their lifespan would continue to decrease. Even if the winner won, his lifespan would be greatly reduced. Therefore, immortal-level powerhouses would have a slightly better temper. They would try to restrain themselves because once they fought, both sides would suffer. There were almost no immortal-level powerhouses who could live to the end of their lifespan. When they reached the immortal level, they would more or less burn their lifespan to fight. This was also the reason why Yixian was fully prepared. Let's see if you have more lifespan or I have more vital energy. Yixian's eyes flickered as he attacked again. Killing intent explosion. Matchless flame dragon slash. Another huge golden flame dragon swept out. Scatter. Lu Wenqing did not have time to feel sorry for his lifespan and punched again. Just now, he was ambushed and could not react in time, so he burnt his lifespan to resist. This time, he only used his full strength. Rumble. In an instant, the golden flame dragon was blasted apart. However, at this moment, Luo appeared again and used the bewitching art on Lu Wenqing. In addition, Yixian was also constantly using the Eye of the Soul and the bewitching art. Under continuous attacks, Lu Wenyu finally had some problems. Oh no, my body is beginning to reject it. It will disintegrate in a while. Lu Wenqing's expression changed greatly. He did not expect that he would be played like this by a few Nirvana realm brats. This was really unbelievable. At this moment, he scanned with his spiritual sense and suddenly thought of a way. Kidnap Song Suijing or Adjudicator Song. Humph. Yixian noticed the look in his eyes and slashed out again. Killing intent explosion. Matchless flame dragon slash. Before Patriarch Yang could turn around, the golden flame dragon had already attacked. He had to raise his hand to defend. Rumble. The golden flame dragon was defeated, but at the moment when the golden flame dragon dissipated, a golden slash suddenly struck out. Bang! The flame barrier on Patriarch Yang's body suddenly collapsed. On the other side, the blade storm attacked again. You annoying fellow, turn into ashes for me. Patriarch Yang shouted and slapped the sword group again. This time, he burnt his lifespan, which was extremely powerful. However, just as the giant flaming palm smashed onto the heaven-shaking sword, Yixian's figure suddenly flashed and once again circled behind Ancestor Yin Yang. This time, Yixian drew his bow with both hands. Killing intent explosion. Matchless flame dragon slash. Flame cloud palm. Hearing the howling wind behind him, old Ancestor Yin Yang's face darkened. This time, he couldn't escape. Rumble. Patriarch Yin Yang was sent flying. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. Actually, Yixian could have suppressed Ancestor Yin Yang from the very beginning and not given him any chance to attack. Why, Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song had been kidnapped for nearly 3 years. Although they had been rescued, what about the interest for the past 3 years? Killing Patriarch Yin Yang like this would be letting him off too easily. Therefore, Yixian wanted to see them disintegrate. Patriarch Yin Yang had been together for more than 800 years and had never disintegrated. If they were disintegrated by Yixian, would they collapse? Charm. Bewitching heart technique. On the other side, Luo continued her soul attack. First, she used charm to weaken the opponent's soul. Then, she used bewitching heart technique to trap Lu Wenyue in an illusion. If she had attacked, Patriarch Yin Yang would have been dead. Lu Wenqing, who was sent flying, finally understood Yixian's plan. Sensing his sister's condition, he finally panicked. No, you can't do this. Lu Wenqing exclaimed. You can kidnap my wife on my wedding day. Why can't I do the same? Yixian sneered and attacked again. Killing intent explosion. Matchless flame dragon slash. Fire cloud palm. Patriarch Yin Yang could not dodge and was forced to burn his lifespan to block the attack. He had already burned decades of his lifespan. He estimated that he only had about 200 years left. Now, he only had a little more than 100 years left. He would die in a while, however, it was not certain if he could hold on until his lifespan ran out. while Patriarch Xianxia was at a disadvantage, Yixian immediately followed up with another attack. Patriarch Xianxia was completely helpless. Due to the bewitching heart technique, Patriarch Xianxia's body had also undergone some changes. His vital energy flow had slowed by at least 30%, and he was already showing signs of disintegration. No, no! Lu Wenxing shouted angrily. However, Lu Wenyue was still trapped in the illusion. After the yin and yang merged, the merged person's soul strength would be greatly weakened and added to the main body. Lu Wenyue had not woken up ever since she fell into the illusion. At this time, she was already with Lu Wenxing in the illusion. No, sister, stop, Lu Wenxing shouted in his heart. However, Lu Wenyue was still trapped in the illusion and could not extricate herself. At this time, a figure had grown out of Lu Wenxing's back. It was Lu Wenyue, who was about to split. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yixian immediately increased his attacks. He did not want to kill Patriarch Xianxia, but he wanted to see the look of despair on Patriarch Xianxia's face. Patriarch Xianxia's lifespan was also decreasing. Soon, his lifespan had decreased to less than 100 years. At this time, Yixian suddenly used the Eye of Assassination again and appeared behind Patriarch Xianxia. Then, he threw a punch. Bam! Patriarch Xianxia was sent flying again. However, this time, his clothes suddenly tore apart as he was sent flying. Disintegration. Suijing, Luoluo, close your eyes and don't look. Yixian hurriedly reminded them. Even if he did not say that, the two ladies would not want to look. Fortunately, only Patriarch Xianxia's clothes tore apart. It was Lu Wenyue who was exposed, not Lu Wenxing. When a yin and yang person disintegrated, their cultivation level would drop. At this time, Lu Wenxing and Lu Wenyue had already fallen to the 9th level of the Nirvana stage. If Yixian wanted to kill them now, it would be a piece of cake. This is impossible, this is impossible. Lu Wenxing roared at the sky. After being fused for more than 800 years, they had actually disintegrated today. This was too much for him to bear. On the other side, Lu Wenyue was limp on the ground. Although she had disintegrated, she was still in the illusion. Her hands were roaming around her body, and she would occasionally make a sound. Seeing this, Yixian's eyes flashed. The two in front of him were old monsters who had lived for hundreds of years. Yixian naturally had no interest in their bodies. Yin-Yang Patriarch, you deserve this. Yixian slowly walked over. You will die a horrible death. Lu Wenxing turned his head angrily and said through gritted teeth. I don't know how I will die, but I know that you will die soon. After Yixian finished speaking, his eyes flickered twice. Ding. Control successful. Ding. Control successful. 2 system notifications rang out. Lu Wenxing and Lu Wenyue, whose soul strength had greatly decreased, were directly controlled by Yixian. Greetings, Master. Then, Lu Wenyue also woke up. Then, she and Lu Wenxing knelt down and kowtowed respectfully. It was hard to imagine that the two arrogant people who wanted Yixian to surrender were now kneeling on the ground and kowtowing to Yixian. This change was too fast for ordinary people to accept. Haha, these two old monsters deserve this. Songju walked over with large strides. He knew that the two of them were already under Yixian's control. He immediately grabbed Lu Wenxing's collar and slapped him a few times. Lu Wenxing's face was red and his head was buzzing. He was also venting his anger from the past 2 years. After all, on Yixian's wedding day, he was also marrying a wife. They were together. Suijing, do you want to? Yixian suddenly turned his head and asked. No need. It's enough to see you again. Song Suijing shook his head and glanced at the naked Lu Wenyue in disgust. Okay. Yixian nodded slightly. His eyes flashed as he took the interspatial ring from Lu Wenxing's hand. At the same time, he asked a few questions. This battle was already over. Old ancestor Yin Yang would definitely die in the end, but he was still of some use to them. For example, did he know about the 9 nether wind flame? Was it true that the Lu family had a cross-realm teleportation array to the Punlai divine land? In addition, there was one thing that Yixian was more interested in. Soul-searching divine ability. Yixian asked the Yin-Yang Patriarch to write down this divine ability, then he copied it. Ding. Soul-searching divine ability successfully copied. Ding. Soul-searching divine ability can be perfectly combined with Eye of the Soul. Do you want to proceed? This system notification was beyond Xian's expectations. Yes. He immediately answered in his mind. Ding. Fusion. Ding. Host has learned Eye of the divine ability. Xian also did not expect that. He immediately used his Eye of the Soul on Lu Wenxing. Furthermore, the immortal divine phoenix bloodline wouldn't be able to quickly recover its eye power. Xian didn't even need a few seconds before he felt his eyes ache. However, in those few seconds, he found something interesting. He found a treasure map in the Yin-Yang Patriarch's interspatial ring. Xian murmured. He turned his head and asked, "Where did this come from?" "I obtained it by chance when I was in my 50s. After hundreds of years of searching, I can only find one." Lu Wenxing replied. "Forget it." Xian ignored him and threw it into the devouring space. The Yin-Yang Patriarch had been searching for this heavenly treasure map for hundreds of years, but he could not find any clues. However, this treasure map was called the Heavenly Treasure Map. It was beyond Xian's expectations. If it was not an exaggeration, then it was a real treasure. Letting them die like this will not relieve my hatred. Suijing, Luoluo, stay away. At this moment, Xian suddenly said. Hearing this, Song Suijing and Luoluo looked at each other. It seemed that Xian was going to do something that was not suitable for children. The two girls obediently left, followed by Wei Zhentian. As for Judge Song, he wanted to see what Xian was going to do. "Brother-in-law, what are you going to do?" Judge Song curiously asked. The corner of Xian's mouth revealed an evil smile, but he didn't answer this question. His eyes flickered twice. Bewitching heart art. Bewitching heart art. Lu Wenxing and Lu Wenyue, who were only at the 9th level of Nirvana realm, suddenly fell into an illusion. Judge Song already knew what was going to happen next. "Fuck, brother-in-law, your taste is really heavy. They are more than 1,600 years old." Judge Song couldn't help but ridicule. However, before his voice fell, Xian turned around and left step by step. As for Judge Song, after glancing at Xian, he also decided to stay and watch. Who was the one with a heavy taste? However, Lu Wenxing and Lu Wenyue had trapped Judge Song and Song Suijing for nearly 3 years. Every day, in addition to cultivation, they were also instilled with thoughts. If not for the fact that he couldn't beat them, Judge Song would have chopped them down with his axe. Now, there was a good opportunity for revenge. How could he let it go? A few seconds later, Lu Wenxing and Lu Wenyue couldn't stand it anymore and began some kind of inappropriate activity. Pa. 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 A crisp sound echoed. Judge Song shrunk his neck and turned around to follow Xian. However, after 5 seconds. Fuck, it's over in 5 seconds? Judge Song, who had just turned around and walked a few steps, trembled. How fast was that? 5 seconds. It was only 5 seconds. However, it was also true that the two siblings had been together for 800 years. Not to mention doing it, once the mind had that kind of thought, there would be a crisis of disintegration, so it was normal. At this time, Xian, who had walked a dozen steps, also heard the movement. After his eyes flickered twice, he gave some kind of order to the two. Kacha. Kacha. 2 crisp sounds echoed. Lu Wenxing and Lu Wenyue's necks were twisted. Moreover, they knew each other's life. Ding, the killing intent of the host has increased. Ding, the killing intent of the host has increased. The 2 lines of system prompts sounded, indicating that Lu Wenxing and Lu Wenyue had fallen. Xian threw out a nirvana fire without turning his head. Huff, huff, huff. The Yin-Yang old ancestor's corpse began to burn and soon turned into ashes. Now that the Yin-Yang old ancestor's matter had been resolved, Xian and the other 2 could be considered as avenging. However, Xian was still stuck at the 7th level of the Nirvana realm. Therefore, he had to find the mysterious flame to break through to the 8th level of the Nirvana realm, which was the 9 Netherwind flame. Fortunately, the Yin-Yang old ancestor revealed that the Lu family had the 9 Netherwind flame. However, the Lu family had more than one immortality realm powerhouse. This was a huge family with thousands of years of inheritance, so Xian still needed to plan. Young master, what should we do now? Return to the Punlai Divine Land? Luo asked. Yes, it just so happens that the Lu family has the 9 Netherwind flame. I must get it. Then, we will go through the Lu family's teleportation array and return to the Punlai Divine Land. Xian nodded. Now that the Yin Yang ancestor is dead, we can finally go home. Adjudicator Song grinned. He was also kidnapped on his wedding day, so he was going to hold a new wedding when he returned. Alright, you guys stay here first. I'll hurry on my way. Xian nodded. Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song were both at the 7th level of Nirvana Realm, but they would soon break through to the 8th level of Nirvana Realm. Old Tree was also about to break through to the 8th level of Nirvana Realm. With the addition of Wei Zhentian, who was at the 9th level of Nirvana Realm, they wouldn't be in danger as long as no Longevity Realm experts came. The 4 of them casually found a place to stay, and then Xian began his journey. As for Luo, she stayed in the planting space to cultivate. With the cultivation resources of the Yin Yang ancestor, she estimated that she would be able to break through to the 9th level of Nirvana Realm in 3 days at most. However, just as Xian was rushing to the Lu family, something happened in the Lu family. Ancestor, not good. An expert of the Lu family hurriedly rushed to a mansion in the depths of the Lu family. What's the matter? Why are you in such a hurry? The gate of the courtyard was opened, but no one came out. Only an old voice was heard. Lu Wenxing and Lu Wenyue's life jade tokens have shattered. The expert of the Lu family reported truthfully. What? The old voice suddenly shook, and in the next moment, a figure rushed out of the mansion and disappeared in the blink of an eye. A Longevity Realm expert could condense a life jade token. If the life jade token shattered, it meant that the person was dead. Now that Lu Wenxing and Lu Wenyue's life jade tokens had shattered, it meant that they had fallen. After the ancestor of the Lu family rushed out, he rushed to the ancestral hall of the Lu family. After taking a closer look, he found that Lu Wenxing and Lu Wenyue's life jade tokens had shattered. The ancestor of the Lu family was an old woman named Lu Bingzhen. Lu Wenxing and Lu Wenyue, whose jade plates of life had shattered, were her son and daughter. Lu Wenxing and Lu Wenyue cultivated as one and were hated by the Lu family, so the 2 of them left the Lu family. Even so, they were still the children of the ancestor of the Lu family, so the jade tablet of life was still kept in the ancestral hall. There were a total of 6 life jade tokens in the Lu family's ancestral hall. Lu Wenxing and Lu Wenyue were 2 of them. Excluding Lu Bingzhen, the Lu family had 3 immortal level powerhouses. Now that 2 immortal levels were dead, it was a huge blow to the Lu family. The Yin Yang Sacred Hall was destroyed first. Xing'er and Yu'er also died after asking me to investigate this matter. It seems that they provoked a powerful enemy, as Lu Bingzhen thought to herself. Her figure flashed and she arrived in front of a mansion. Grandma, why are you here? A middle-aged man walked out of the mansion in surprise and looked at Lu Bingzhen. Your uncle and aunt are dead. Lu Bingzhen said with a gloomy expression. Dead? The middle-aged man was shocked. Lu Bingzhen had 3 children in total. Her eldest son, Lu Wenyang, her second son, Lu Wenxing, and her third daughter, Lu Wenyue. Her eldest son, Lu Wenyang, was adopted by Lu Bingzhen and her husband in the early years. He was not her biological son. This middle-aged man was Lu Wenyang's son, Lulin. He was also an ancestor of the Lu family and an immortal level LV1. Lu Wenxing and Lu Wenyue were his uncle and aunt. That's right. Their life jade tokens have been shattered. I want you to investigate, said Lu Bingzhen. The Yin Yang Sacred Hall was just destroyed, and my uncle and aunt died one after another. Lulin thought for a moment and nodded. Alright, I'll go now. Be careful. The Lu family can't afford to lose any more, reminded Lu Bingzhen. Yes, Grandma. After replying, Lulin turned into a ray of light and shot out of the Lu family. The Lu family was actually not related to Lu Bingzhen by blood because she had adopted Lu Wenyang. However, she had built the Lu family single-handedly. She had been in charge of the Lu family for 1,000 years. Now that her time was almost up, if the Lu family lost any more immortal level experts, they would definitely go downhill in the future. They might even be wiped out by the surrounding forces. At this moment, Xian was rushing to the Lu family. He first broke through the void and arrived at the valley, then headed north. At his speed, it would take him about 3 days to reach the Lu family. In 3 days, Luo would probably break through to the 9th level of Nirvana. At that time, he would have the confidence to go against the entire Lu family. However, after a day's journey, a powerful aura suddenly swept into his range of perception. Whoosh! The figure stopped in front of Xian and asked in a questioning tone, "Where did you come from?" Xian glanced at him and said, "Senior, is there a problem?" Immortal-level experts could condense life jade tokens. Previously, Lu Wenxing had said that their life jade tokens were in the Lu family. There were not many forces with immortal-level experts here. Now that an immortal-level expert had appeared, it was very likely that the Lu family had sent him to investigate. "Let me ask you, where did you come from?" Lulin opened his eyes wide. He could see that Xian was only at the 7th level of Nirvana. In his eyes, this level of cultivation was like an ant, so he disdained to make a move on him. "You are from the Lu family, right?" At this moment, Xian suddenly narrowed his eyes. "Huh?" When he heard this, Lulin trembled. He did not expect Xian to be able to guess his identity so quickly. "I killed Lu Wenxing and Lu Wenyue." Just as Lulin was astonished, Xian told him the truth. This sentence frightened Lulin. He was here to investigate the deaths of Lu Wenxing and Lu Wenyue, but now, suddenly, a 7th-level Nirvana brat told him that he had killed an immortal-level expert. Was this not a dream? What a joke. "You think you can kill an immortal-level expert?" Lulin snorted coldly. In terms of strength, the Yin-Yang Patriarch was stronger than him, but Xian was only at the 7th level of Nirvana realm. The difference in strength was like heaven and earth. How could he have killed him? However, Xian actually knew the names of Lu Wenxing and Lu Wenyue, and even knew that they were dead. It seemed like he knew something. "I killed them. Believe it or not. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first." After Xian finished speaking, he went around Lulin and swept into the distance. "How dare you? Did I say you could leave?" Lulin shouted in a low voice. He raised his hand and prepared to capture Xian. "Then you're courting death." Xian suddenly turned around and raised his sword. Killing intent explosion. Peerless flaming dragon slash. This golden flaming dragon collided with Lulin's true energy giant palm, but surprisingly, Lulin's attack was actually dispersed. This scene fell into Lulin's eyes, which made Lulin very surprised. In Lulin's eyes, even a martial artist at the peak of Nirvana realm was just an ant. Breaking through a major realm was like reaching the heavens in a single step. The difference was huge, not to mention, Xian was only at the 7th stage of Nirvana realm. There was a difference of 3 realms. This kid is strange. He might know what happened. Lulin's eyes lit up and attacked again. Xian raised his hand to counterattack, but his figure retreated quickly, making his opponent think that he was escaping. "Haha, kid, aren't you very arrogant? You think you can escape from me?" Lulin laughed and attacked with both hands. Xian was helpless. An immortal-level powerhouse was attacking him, but he felt superior. He really didn't know where that came from. This person is slightly weaker than the Yin-Yang Patriarch. "I'm not his match in a one-on-one battle," Xian thought to himself and informed Luo, who was cultivating in the planting space. Luo immediately stopped cultivating and appeared on Lulin's left. 9 Reincarnation Flash. Luo attacked directly after she appeared. What? Lulin didn't understand the situation. There were only the 2 of them here. Why was there a fox girl here? Moreover, she was so fast. Get lost. Lulin attacked with his palm, but Luo nimbly dodged it. 9 Reincarnation Flash, 2nd Flash. 9 Reincarnation Flash, 3rd Flash. In the blink of an eye, Luo was in front of Lulin. 9 Reincarnation Flash, 4th Flash. Whoosh, Lulin's face darkened and his heart trembled. So fast. The 4th flash of the 9 Reincarnation Flash was no slower than an immortal-level powerhouse. Lulin was shocked and raised his hand to block. Swish. Two of Lulin's fingers were cut off. The pain transmitted to his brain proved that this wasn't a dream. But at this moment, Xian suddenly used his ultimate move. Burning Sky Pill. Killing Intent Explosion. Unparalleled True Flame Dragon Slash. A huge golden flame dragon rushed out like a prehistoric giant beast and instantly engulfed Lulin. Lulin felt that his life was in danger for the first time in the past 100 years. It was also the first time since he had broken through to immortal level. The combination of a 7th level Rebirth Realm martial artist and an 8th level Rebirth Realm martial artist had actually forced him to burn his lifespan to block their attacks, and this caused him to be embarrassed. Scram! Lulin was enraged. He gathered his chi and blasted the golden flame dragon apart, along with the Eye of Destruction that was hidden within. But at this moment... 9 Reincarnation Flash, 5th Flash. Hiss. Luoluo sped up again, her figure flashing past Lulin. With a crisp sound, Lulin's head was separated from her body. The Xianxia in her body instantly lost control and was incinerated by the golden flame dragon. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification was heard. Another immortal level powerhouse had died. Good coordination. Xian said to Luoluo with a smile. This immortal phoenix bloodline is really amazing. My Xianxia recovered instantly. Luoluo couldn't help but praise. The immortal phoenix bloodline had extremely strong recovery and detoxification abilities. In addition, it also increased fire attacks and fire resistance. It was indeed very good. Go back and cultivate first. I will send the items in. Xian said to her. Okay. Luoluo nodded in response. Then, she was sent into the planting space by Xian and continued to cultivate. Then, Xian quickly rushed over and kept Lulin's Qianquan ring. Lulin had actually refined a type of mystical flame, but because he underestimated Xian, he was killed by Luoluo. He didn't even have the chance to use 30% of his combat strength and died without knowing why. After Xian obtained Lulin's Qianquan ring, he sent the cultivation resources into the planting space for Luoluo. After the death of the Yin-Yang Patriarch, Wei Zhentian was already at the peak of Nirvana stage level 9. However, because Xian's level didn't increase, he was also stuck at this level. Therefore, these ores and cultivation resources that he didn't need were accumulated. There's actually an immortal level heaven-reaching beast's corpse. When I return to the old tree, it should be able to break through to Nirvana stage level 9. Xian raised his eyebrows. The old tree usually absorbed his blood to break through. Of course, it could also devour corpses. The higher the level, the better. The immortal level heaven-reaching beast's corpse was naturally not as good as Xian's blood. Unfortunately, the immortal level heaven-reaching beast's soul was gone. The Lu family has a total of 6 immortal level patriarchs. Besides Lu Wenxing and Lu Wenyue, another one died, so there are only 3 left. Among these 3, one of them is at immortal level 2. She's Lu Wenyue and Lu Wenxing's mother. Xian thought to himself. Previously, the Yin-Yang Patriarch had revealed all the secrets of the Lu family, not leaving out a single one. In addition to some things in the Yin and Yang ring, Xian knew that the one he just killed was called Lulin. He was the son of Lu Wenxing and Lu Wenyue's brother, which meant that he was their nephew. As for the remaining 2 immortal level Lu family patriarchs, one was called Lu Wenyang and the other was called Lu Feng. Lu Wenyang was Lulin's father and Xian's target this time. This was because the key to Xian's breakthrough, the 9 Serenities Wind Flame, was in his hands. As for Lu Feng, he was the top genius of the Lu family. He only spent 200 years to break through to the immortal level. After reaching the Nirvana stage, each stage would increase one's lifespan by a lot. Therefore, many people delayed giving birth to children to focus on cultivation. Some people only gave birth when they were 100 years old, while others only gave birth when they were a few hundred years old. This way, they would not be distracted. The Lu family had been passed down for thousands of years. If they were like ordinary people who had a generation in their 20s, then the population would be too terrifying. Moreover, it was not easy to manage as the cultivation resources were too scattered. It was better to centralize them. Therefore, the Lu family's population was maintained at around 1,000 people. These 1,000 people were all elites. If it was before, as long as Xian plundered the Lu family, he would probably be able to break through to the 9th level of the Nirvana stage. Unfortunately, he accepted a special leveling mission and couldn't obtain the designated items. No matter how many heavenly and earthly treasures he had, it was useless. After killing Lulin, Xian traveled for 2 days and finally arrived at the Lu family. However, he did not enter. Instead, he waited outside the Lu family because Luoluo had not broken through yet. Not to mention the patriarch Lu Bingzhen, who was at LV2, he could not deal with the 2 immortal level patriarchs. Therefore, it was better to wait for Luoluo to break through first, just in case. Very quickly, 2 hours later. Ding! Luoluo has broken through. She is now at Nirvana Stage 9. The sound of the system notification finally rang out. Luoluo had broken through to Nirvana Stage 9. Now, she was not afraid of anyone in the Lu family. Alright, let's begin. After hearing the system notification, Xian finally strode towards the Lu family. Sir, is something the matter? Before he could approach the Lu family, he was stopped by a guard. The Lu family was much more powerful than the Yin-Yang temple. Just one of the guards was at Nirvana stage level 7. However, before the guard could finish his sentence, he was controlled by Xian's Eye of Soul. Bring me to Lu Wenyang, Xian ordered the guard through the air. Master, I don't have the authority. The guard walked to Xian and said softly. Then bring me to the one with the authority. Xian said. There were only 3 immortal level powerhouses in the Lu family. They were Lu Bingzhen, Lu Wenyang, and Lu Feng, who were at Nirvana stage level 2. Other than them, there were no other immortal level powerhouses, therefore, Xian's Eye of Soul could control everyone except the 3 of them. The guard nodded and brought Xian into the Lu family. Xian's target this time was Lu Wenyang. As long as he could obtain the 9 nether wind flames, he would be able to break through to Nirvana stage level 8. By then, he would be able to kill an immortal level powerhouse alone. Soon, the guard brought Xian to a person. It was a butler of the Lu family. Eye of Soul. Ding. Control successful. The butler, who was at Nirvana stage level 9, was immediately controlled by Xian. Then, Xian gave him another order. Unexpectedly, the butler didn't have the authority to contact Lu Wenyang, so he brought Xian to look for him again. This time, he brought Xian to look for Lu Wenyang's grandson. Xian had no choice but to control Lu Wenyang's grandson. Finally, he could look for Lu Wenyang. With his powerful eye of perception, Xian could sense that he was approaching an immortal level powerhouse. Grandpa, are you there? Lu Wenyang's grandson shouted from outside the mansion. Not just anyone could enter this area. The number of people who could enter could be counted on one hand. Clang. As his voice faded, the door to the courtyard opened, and a deep voice sounded from within. What is it? Sun Tzu replied, a friend of mine obtained news of the 9 Serenities wind flame. Oh? When Lu Wenyang heard this, he opened his eyes and dashed out. 9 nether wind flame? Lu Wenyang came outside and looked at his grandson and Xian, who was at the 7th level of the Nirvana stage. But in the next moment, he suddenly realized that there was another figure around him. Luoluo. Eye of Charm. It was too easy for Luoluo, who was at the 9th level of the Nirvana realm, to use the Eyes of Charm to control someone who was 1 level higher than her. In the blink of an eye, Lu Wenyang was subdued. He had obtained the 9 Serenities wind flame. Xian immediately rushed over and took off his interspatial ring. However, what made Xian feel helpless was that there was no 9 Serenities wind flame inside. Where did the 9 Serenities wind flame go? Xian asked in surprise. I couldn't refine the 9 Serenities wind flame after decades, so I gave it to Lu Feng. Lu Wenyang replied. Lu Feng, he was the current number 1 genius of the Lu family. He had broken through to the immortality stage after cultivating for less than 200 years. Xian trembled when he heard this. He asked, when did you give it to him? Half a year ago. Lu Wenyang replied. Many things could happen in half a year. If the 9 Serenities wind flame was refined, it would be a tragedy. Bring me to him immediately. Xian shouted in a low voice. But at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. Who dares to be so presumptuous in the Lu family? An old voice was heard. Yi Xian turned his head and focused his eyes. A figure was quickly approaching from outside his eye of perception. That speed. She's at LV2 of the immortality stage. She should be the ancestor of the Lu family, Lu Bingzhen. Yi Xian's eyes widened. He reckoned that Lu Bingzhen must have sensed the aura of Luolua's eye of enchantment when she used it. If that was the case, there was no need to hide anymore. Luoluo had broken through to LV9 of the Nirvana stage and was controlling Lu Wenyang, who was at the immortality stage. So what if she was at LV2 of the immortality stage? Young master, I'll stop him. Luoluo suddenly flew into the sky. Alright, be careful. Yi Xian nodded and said to Lu Wenyang, bring me to Lu Feng. Yes. Lu Wenyang nodded respectfully. Fortunately, Lu Feng was cultivating in the Lu family. Otherwise, they would have to look for him. In the distance, Lu Bingzhen was extremely astonished when she saw Lu Wenyang being brought away by Yi Xian. It was unbelievable that a LV7 Nirvana stage and a LV9 Nirvana stage could control an immortality stage. Little girl, get out of my way. Lu Bingzhen was furious. She slapped Luoluo. Hundredfold Fox Demon Clone, purifying demonic lotus flame. Luoluo transformed into hundreds of clones and formed a flaming lotus. Then, she smashed it down. Boom! A shockwave swept across the area. Fortunately, the people living nearby were not weak. Even so, they vomited blood from the shockwave. A LV9 Nirvana stage martial artist actually had the strength to contend with the LV2 of the immortality stage. It was terrifying, in the distance. Lu Feng, who was refining the 9 nether wind flame in his residence, heard Lu Bingzhen's roar and went out to check. He happened to see Lu Wenyang and Yi Xian rushing towards him. Ancestor, what happened? Lu Feng asked in surprise. Everyone in the Lu family, except for Lu Bingzhen, Lu Wenxing, and Lu Wenyue, were Lu Wenyang's children. Therefore, it was normal for Lu Feng to address Lu Wenyang as ancestor. Lu Feng, give me the 9 nether wind flame now. Lu Wenyang said anxiously. The 9 nether wind flame was originally given to Lu Feng by Lu Wenyang. When Lu Feng saw Lu Wenyang's reaction, he took out the 9 nether wind flame from his interspatial ring and threw it to Lu Wenyang. However, Lu Feng was shocked in the next moment. He saw Lu Wenyang pass the 9 nether wind flame to the LV7 Nirvana stage martial artist behind him after receiving it. He gave it away. Lu Feng's eyes widened. Then, he felt Yi Xian's aura suddenly surging. Ding! Host has devoured the 9 nether wind flame. Ding! Host has broken through. Host is currently at LV8 Nirvana stage. Ding! Host has completed the special level up mission. Wei Zhentian has broken through the level limit once. The system notification shocked Yi Xian. Wei Zhentian was no longer restricted by his level. This meant that Wei Zhentian could break through to become a level 6 divine weapon, which was also the immortal stage. However, Yi Xian suddenly saw a LV1 immortal stage label behind Wei Zhentian. This meant that Wei Zhentian could break through to LV1 immortal stage now. Haha. Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh in his heart. He then devoured the ores that he had accumulated earlier. Ding! Host has reached the peak of LV8 Nirvana stage. Ding! The host has reached the pinnacle of Nirvana stage level 8. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through and is currently at immortality stage level 1. 2 more system notifications rang out. Yi Xian glanced at the heavenly flame that he needed next, then his eyes flickered. Eye of Soul. This move was used on Lu Feng. Lu Feng had just broken through to immortality stage and was much weaker than Lu Wenyang. However, he was still 2 levels higher than Yi Xian. Yi Xian's Eye of Soul failed this time. However, when Yi Xian used his Eye of Soul, Lu Wenyang suddenly made his move. Boom! Lu Wenyang's fist landed on Lu Feng's chest. Lu Feng spat out a mouthful of blood and his eyes widened. He couldn't understand why his ancestor would give the 9 nether wind flame to someone else. He also couldn't understand why he would attack and injure him. However, in the next moment, he understood. Eye of Soul. Ding! Control successful. Lu Feng was also controlled by Yi Xian. The Lu family was only left with Lu Bingzhen, who was at immortality stage level 2. Now, Lu Bingzhen had to face 4 immortality stage powerhouses. If Wei Zhentian was here, there would be 5 of them. However, Wei Zhentian was far away and was protecting Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song. When Lu Bingzhen saw Lu Wenyang make a move and bring Lu Feng along to follow behind Yi Xian, her heart went cold. It seemed that Lu Feng was also being controlled. "Who are you guys?" Lu Bingzhen asked in confusion. If they were immortality stage powerhouses, it would be fine. However, Yi Xian and Luo Luo were only Nirvana stage powerhouses. This was too strange. Could it be that the world had changed? Could Nirvana stage be after immortality stage? "Submit to me and I will ensure the safety of your Lu family. Otherwise, the 2 of them will die immediately." Yi Xian's cold voice fell into Lu Bingzhen's ears. Lu Bingzhen suddenly thought of something and asked in surprise, "It was you who destroyed the Yin-Yang temple?" "The Yin-Yang temple was destroyed by 2 samsara travelers, not me," Yi Xian replied calmly. "Reincarnator." Lu Bingzhen trembled and couldn't help but stop. After thinking for a moment, she asked, "If I submit to you, what if you go back on your word? If I want to kill you, you won't live for more than 10 seconds. If I want to destroy your Lu family, it won't take more than 10 seconds. Yi Xian didn't answer the question. He only spoke the truth. Luo Luo was able to stall Lu Bingzhen by herself. Now that Yi Xian had broken through to the 8th level of the Nirvana realm, his strength wasn't any weaker than Luo Luo's. In addition to Lu Wenyang and Lu Feng, if they were to really fight, Lu Bingzhen would fall within 10 seconds. Seeing Lu Bingzhen hesitate, Yi Xian continued, "I'll give you 3 seconds to consider. After 3 seconds, you will personally witness the destruction of the Lu family." 3 seconds was very fast for an ordinary person. However, for an immortal realm elite, it was very long. In 3 seconds, they could think of many things. In the end, Lu Bingzhen compromised and nodded, "All right, I submit to you. I hope you will keep your promise." "Don't worry, I don't make promises easily. Once I agree, I will definitely do it." After Yi Xian finished speaking, he immediately used his soul eye on Lu Bingzhen. At first, the 1,000-year-old Lu Bingzhen resisted. This was normal. After all, there was an unyielding will in her body. After Yi Xian used his soul eye for the 3rd time, a system notification rang. Ding! Control successful. Lu Bingzhen, who was at the 2nd level of the immortal realm, had become Yi Xian's fighter. If Lu Bingzhen resisted, it would be difficult to subdue her even with his soul eye. However, Lu Bingzhen was threatened by Yi Xian, so she could only agree. As Yi Xian said, Luo Luo alone could hold her back. In that case, Yi Xian, Lu Wenyang, and Lu Feng could easily destroy the Lu family. Very good. After hearing the system notification, Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. Lu Bingzhen's shout had attracted many people's attention. Now that they saw Lu Bingzhen submit, they were shocked speechless. The strongest person in the Lu family actually submitted to a Nirvana realm martial artist. No one dared to believe it, but this was the truth. Now that he had subdued Lu Bingzhen and the Lu family was under his control, it was time to collect the spoils of war. Lu Bingzhen had submitted to him, so he didn't want to be too ruthless. After all, the Lu family still needed to run. After collecting the spoils, it was time to get down to business. "Where is the cross-realm teleportation portal?" Yi Xian turned his head and asked Lu Bingzhen. "It's under the Lu family." Lu Bingzhen replied. "Okay, open it. I want to teleport to the Punlai Divine Land." After Yi Xian finished speaking, he broke through the void and directly took Song Suijing and Judge Song. Finally, they were going home. This cross-realm teleportation portal was much more advanced than the one in the Punlai Divine Land. It could teleport many people at once. However, Yi Xian only had 3 people, so it didn't cost much. Before leaving, Yi Xian also instructed Lu Bingzhen to find some things he needed. For example, the Scarlet Blood Fire. The Scarlet Blood Fire was ranked 84th on the Exceptional Flame list. It was usually born in the body of a great killer. The so-called Great Killer was a killer who killed without blinking an eye. For no reason, they would annihilate an entire family. They killed for fun and had killed tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of people. This was the key to Yixian's breakthrough to the 9th level of the Nirvana realm. In addition, Yixian asked Lu Bingzhen to do her best to find the Devourer beast. Whoosh! The cross-realm teleportation portal began to rotate. After a dazzling light bloomed, Yixian, Song Suijing, and Judge Song's careers changed. They had arrived at the Penglai Divine Land. Are we back? Judge Song touched his head in astonishment. Yes, we're here. Yixian nodded. The Yinyang old ancestor had also been to this place before, so Yixian knew where it was. However, before they were teleported back, Yixian's second clone in the eastern continent was the first to arrive. Ta, ta, ta. A series of footsteps passed through. Song Suijing and Judge Song trembled and were extremely vigilant. It's me. Yixian's second clone walked out. The 3 clones had gathered. Let's go home. Before the second clone rushed over, he had left a lot of void trackers, so they only needed to pass through the void door to reach the Blood Rock sect. After passing through several void doors, they finally arrived at the entrance of the Blood Rock continent. Then, they passed through the secret territory's entrance. They had returned to the Blood Rock continent. The yuan-qi of heaven and earth here is too thin. After passing through the secret territory's entrance and returning to the Blood Rock continent, Judge Song could not help but frown after feeling the yuan-qi. Yixian nodded and said, yes, it's far worse than the sacred ground. Ordinary people needed to absorb yuan-qi to cultivate, but he didn't need it. Thus, the yuan-qi didn't affect him. However, if the yuan-qi in the Bloodstone continent was 1, then the yuan-qi in the Yinyang temple was 1 million yuan-qi. The difference was like heaven and earth. Let's go. After returning to the Bloodstone continent, Yixian's eyes flickered as he opened a void door. Next stop, Lianyun City. After Song Suijing and Song Saijue passed through the void door, they arrived at a large hall. There were already hundreds of people gathered here. They all received the news and gathered here to welcome the return of Song Suijing and Song Saijue. Saijue. After seeing Song Saijue, Lan Yu and Song Saijue's wife rushed over and hugged each other. It has been 3 years. At that time, Yixian, Yicheng, and Song Saijue were holding a wedding together. However, they didn't expect that a Yinyang ancestor would appear out of nowhere and snatch Song Saijue and Song Saijue away. Fortunately, no one died that day. The only ones who succeeded in getting married were Yicheng and Lin Wenyue. Yixian's wife, Song Suijing, and Lan Yu's husband, Song Saijue, were kidnapped. This made Yixian embark on the road of finding his wife. Now, he finally found her. Father, grandfather, tears welled up in Song Kai-jing's eyes when he saw Song Jing and Song Qing walking towards him. Good, it's good that you're back. Song Jing hugged his daughter who had been separated from him for 3 years and revealed a gratified smile. Their family was finally reunited. In the past 3 years, many people had moved into Lianyun City. Those who had retired from the Great Song dynasty had all come. Yixian was thinking that when the cultivation space's level increased, he would directly open up a continent for them to live and develop. After all, the yuan-qi in the cultivation space wasn't any worse than the Yinyang temple. These people could all live to 100 years old. In the future, when Yixian achieved immortal level or even rebirth level, they would be able to benefit from him and break through to immortal level as well, becoming a powerhouse. This time, Yixian had no intention of leaving in the near future. Furthermore, his original body was still overseeing the Lu family and investigating some matters. After resting, the first clone would go to the Glazed Light Holy Land to meet up with the main body, and then they would begin their training. But right now, there was still an important matter to attend to. The wedding 3 years ago was interrupted by the Yinyang old ancestor, so Yixian and adjudicator Song wanted to hold another wedding. It only took a day to prepare for the wedding. Lianyun City specially sent experts to pick up the representatives of the various forces. There was no need for gifts when attending a wedding. Instead, there were all kinds of precious pills and elixirs. There were over 10,000 guests. Yixian remembered that it was the supreme sacred beast, Rainbow Sparrow, that escorted the bride to the wedding. Now, of course, he couldn't use such low-level saint beasts. This time, it was a pair of Nirvana level 9 colored phoenixes. Last time, there were 6 brides, but this time, there were only 4. After all, Lin Wenyue and Jiang Xinyan were already married to Yi Chong. The wedding went much smoother than expected. This time, no one dared to disturb them. Soon, Yi Xian and adjudicator Song married their respective brides and returned to their own mansions. Next, it was time for the bridal chamber. In Yi Xian's floating island, there were only Song Suijing, Guan Yulan, and Yi Xian. One person married two brides at the same time. This body was generally not enough, but Yi Xian was different. TSK, there is only one adjudicator, but I have two. Yi Xian had a sneaky look on his face. He suddenly cloned himself outside the door, and then walked into the bridal chamber. Not long after, sounds of nature could be heard from inside. The Gemini bloodline, no, the immortal Phoenix bloodline's undying clone was simply a divine skill. On this day, the two girls, Song Suijing and Guan Yulan, had successfully transformed into women. Originally, they could have consummated their marriage 3 years ago, but because of the yin-yang old ancestor, it was delayed for 3 years. In these 3 years, Yi Xian had been restraining himself. Now, he could finally vent and become a real man. A newlywed's moment was worth 1,000 gold. Although Yi Xian wasn't in the immortal realm, his body had been tempered by the mysterious fire. Last night, Yi Xian and his two wives didn't sleep at all. God knows how many rounds they fought until the sky brightened up. Song Suijing was in the 7th level of the Nirvana realm and was about to break through. Guan Yulan was slightly weaker, but she also relied on pills to reach the 5th level of the Nirvana realm. It was also because of this that they could withstand Yi Xian's torment. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to endure it. Yi Xian had the immortal Phoenix bloodline, but Song Suijing and Guan Yulan didn't. Therefore, the two women were exhausted and fell asleep. Then, Yi Xian left the floating island and came to Lianyan City. Bad young master, you bullied the two sisters for an entire night, right? When Luoluo saw Yi Xian, she hurriedly came up to him. How did you know? Yi Xian was a little surprised. Of course I guessed, I'm not stupid. Luoluo stuck out her tongue, then grabbed a drumstick and ate it. I'm going to see a senior, do you want to come? Yi Xian suddenly said. Senior, there's a senior here? When Luoluo heard this, she was a little surprised. Yi Xian was in the 8th level of the Nirvana realm, so it was impossible for there to be anyone higher than him. Therefore, Luoluo guessed that the senior Yi Xian was talking about should be a senior. Yes, a hidden expert, I don't know what realm he is at. Yi Xian nodded slightly. The senior he was talking about was old immortal Tianju of the vast wilderness. 3 years ago, after Song Suijing and Song Saijue were captured, Yi Xian went to see old immortal Tianju. If old immortal Tianju hadn't told him about the Yin-Yang temple, he probably wouldn't have gone to the glazed light sacred ground. Therefore, Yi Xian owed old immortal Tianju a favor, a big favor. This time, he was going to thank old immortal Tianju. Hidden expert, it seems that he's at least in the immortality realm. Luoluo was also a little curious, so she followed Yi Xian and left. Now that Yi Xian had broken through to the 8th level of the Nirvana realm, his spiritual sense was enough to cover the entire Blood Cliff continent even without the eye of perception and killer instinct. However, he couldn't penetrate the vast wilderness. In the blink of an eye, he brought Luoluo to the depths of the vast wilderness. Senior, Yi Xian opened his mouth, but before he could finish, an old voice sounded. Come in through the light pillar. The voice belonged to old immortal Tianju. Even Yi Xian could cover the entire Blood Cliff continent, so it wasn't surprising that this mysterious expert knew of his arrival. Yi Xian brought Luoluo through the light pillar and arrived in front of a wooden house. Old immortal Tianju was sitting in the courtyard in front of the wooden house, practicing calligraphy and cultivating his mind. Junior is here to thank Senior. Junior's wife has been found. Yi Xian cupped his fists and thanked him. Small matter. Old immortal Tianju waved his brush and finished the last stroke. It was the word Tian. Junior's realm is too low. I don't know how to repay Senior. Yi Xian said as he suddenly took out a piece of parchment from his interspatial ring and handed it to old immortal Tianju. Old immortal Tianju glanced at it, and in the next moment, the brush in his hand suddenly trembled. Sky-piercing treasure map? Old immortal Tianju shouted in his heart. His eyes widened, and his expression was extremely shocked. After a pause, he asked in surprise, "This thing, where did you get it?" His tone made Yixian somewhat startled. It seemed that this thing had aroused old immortal Tianju's interest. Junior got this after killing Yin old ancestor, but Junior couldn't understand it. Yixian replied honestly. Yin old ancestor, old immortal Tianju almost rolled his eyes. He naturally knew about this sky-piercing treasure map, but he didn't expect that he would almost miss such a treasure. Yin old ancestor had come to Blood Rock continent before. He didn't expect that this thing would be in his interspatial ring. You want to use this thing to repay my favor? Old immortal Tianju's eyes fell on Yixian. Yes. Yixian nodded solemnly. A drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring. The value of this sky-piercing treasure map had probably exceeded his expectations. Even old immortal Tianju was interested in it. But if it wasn't for old immortal Tianju, Yixian wouldn't know where to find Song Sui Jing. He would just wander around Punlai Holy Land blindly, and he didn't know if he would ever see her again in this life. Although 3 years was a long time, Yixian might not find Song Sui Jing for 100 years without old immortal Tianju. After all, who knew what would happen in the future? Just like before, when the Yin temple suddenly provoked a powerful enemy and was destroyed, Song Sui Jing and Adjudicator Song might also die. No matter how precious this heavenly treasure map was, it couldn't compare to the Song Sui Jing, so Yixian felt that it was worth it. Alright, I'll take it. Old immortal Tianju nodded and kept the heavenly treasure map. Upon hearing this, Yixian heaved a sigh of relief. He was afraid that the heavenly treasure map was worthless. If that was the case, he would always remember this favor. If you have any difficulties in the future, you can come find me. I will do my best, old immortal Tianju added. Thank you, senior. Yixian cupped his fists and thanked him. In the future, he would know what old immortal Tianju's do your best meant. You brought this little girl here to ask about the bloodline in her body, right? Old immortal Tianju glanced at Luo Luo and said, her bloodline is rare, even for me. However, I know something related to this little girl. If you want to know more, you should go to the west of the land of reincarnation. Upon hearing this, Yixian was stunned. The land of reincarnation? The west? This name was obviously related to the rebirth state. Yixian hadn't even reached the immortality state, so it shouldn't be that fast. However, Yixian didn't expect Luo Luo's bloodline to be so powerful that it was related to the rebirth state. Could it be that Luo Luo was also a reincarnator? Thank you, senior. Yixian cupped his fists and thanked old immortal Tianju once again before leaving with Luo Luo. After the two of them left, old immortal Tianju couldn't help but take out the heavenly treasure map from before. Then, he took out another piece of paper and pieced it together. I actually obtained 2 heavenly treasure maps. Old immortal Tianju muttered. Old immortal Tianju muttered. He didn't dare to believe this fact. After leaving the great wilderness, Yixian returned to Lianyan City. Young master, that senior looked so powerful. What realm do you think he is? Luo Luo asked curiously. At least the rebirth state, Yixian replied. I don't think so. Luo Luo shook her head. Anyway, he's much stronger than us. Yixian paused for a moment before sending a voice transmission to Luo Luo. Furthermore, I feel that this isn't the real body of that senior. What we saw just now was just a true energy avatar, it can't be? Luo Luo turned around in shock and replied, then where is his real body? I'm not sure. I don't know why he would appear in the Blood Rock continent. Yixian shook his head. However, he only knew that old immortal Tianju was related to the monster race in the Great Wilderness. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stopped him previously. At that time, Yixian wanted to exterminate the monster race in the Great Wilderness. Now that he thought about it, he felt a little creeped out. Yixian stayed in the eastern continent for a month. During this month, Song Sui Jing and Guan Yulan rarely appeared. This was because they had to play with Yixian at night and sleep during the day. After a month, it was time for Yixian to leave for the sacred ground of flowing light again. As for the eastern continent, he left his second avatar to accompany his family. Soon, the first avatar met up with his real body in the Lu family and fused with him. During this month, the Lu family had heard about the Crimson Blood Fire. There's a broken sky city in the north of the Lu family. There's a longevity pageant held there. Anyone below the longevity state can participate. The Crimson Blood Fire is one of the rewards. Xian's eyes flickered. Then, he left the Lu family. The longevity pageant would be held 3 days later. Therefore, Xian had to arrive at the broken sky city within 3 days. Fortunately, he was at the peak of the 8th level of the Nirvana realm. If he used the Dark Shadow steps, his speed would far surpass that of a longevity state expert. 3 days later, Xian arrived at the broken sky city. Tomorrow was the day of the longevity pageant. The main purpose of this longevity pageant is to unearth geniuses. First, it's to test their realm. Second, it's to test their age. Then, everyone will be graded. After 100 people have been graded, the test will be held. The Crimson Blood Fire is the reward for the first place. Xian thought to himself as he walked towards the longevity pageant's registration point. The registration test only allowed those who passed and those who failed. Those who passed would be tested again at the longevity pageant tomorrow. At that time, the results would be determined. If there was a sect that had taken a fancy to them, they could extend an olive branch to them. If they couldn't even pass the registration test, it would mean that their aptitude was extremely poor. Xian entered the longevity pageant and handed over the Nirvana pills to register. The test was very simple. He used a special crystal. Whoosh, the crystal glowed. This meant that Xian had passed the test. This is the qualification token for the longevity pageant. You are number 666. An attendant handed the token to Xian. Not a bad number. Xian narrowed his eyes and asked in his mind, Luo, do you want to try? Luo was even scarier. She was only 16 years old this year, but she had already reached the peak of Nirvana realm at such a young age. Her aptitude was probably enough to instantly kill all the geniuses in Broken Sky City, not to mention Luo, even Xian could instantly kill her. Me? I'm not going. If I go, young master won't be able to get first place. Luo shook her head in the planting space. Xian was stunned. Luo was at the peak of Nirvana realm, and even he wasn't confident of defeating her. Most importantly, Luo's aptitude would probably cause a huge commotion. Luo was already at Nirvana realm. As long as Xian broke through, she would break through as well. Who would believe that a teenage immortality realm powerhouse, even rebirth realm powerhouses would probably fight to take her as their disciple? Soon, the next day arrived. The Longevity Grand Meet was a grand event held in Broken Sky City every year. Many people came to join in the fun. The number Xian received yesterday was 666, which proved that there were more than 600 people ahead of him. TSK. So many powerhouses. Old Tree stood beside Luo and laughed softly. He had long been at the peak of Nirvana realm, but because of Xian, he couldn't break through. As for Wei Zhentian, he transformed into a little green fox and laid on Xian's shoulder with a lazy look. No one would have thought that this cute little green fox actually had the combat strength of an immortality realm. Soon, people arrived one after another. Even the organizer of the event, the Broken Sky City City Lord Mansion, had come. Apart from the Broken Sky City City Lord Mansion, there were 2 other major sects sponsoring the Longevity Grand Meet. One was the Mystic Heaven sect, and the other was the North Wind Mountain. These 3 forces had Immortality Realm Level 3 powerhouses overseeing them. Their strength wasn't weak. 17 Immortality Realm powerhouses, and 6 of them are at Immortality Realm Level 2, Xian narrowed his eyes. This Longevity Grand Meet wasn't in vain. If he could control all these Immortality Realm powerhouses, it would be a huge fortune. However, he had broken through so crazily in order to save Song Sui Jing. Now that he had rescued Song Sui Jing, he wasn't in a hurry. Otherwise, he could directly find the owner of the Crimson Fire and take it. Soon, the Longevity Grand Meet began. Number 1, come up to the stage. Xian City Lord Mansion. Was Immortality Realms to the Immortality Realm Level 1. Following that, a man to the stage. The disciples of Broken Sky City, Profound Heaven Sect, and North Wind Mountain also participated, but it did not mean that they had to be tested first. This number 1 was a lone cultivator. The test was very simple, and it was done with a special crystal. Not only could the crystal measure one's cultivation level, but it could also measure one's age and give a score. 8th level of the Nirvana stage, 43 years old, 70 points. The general manager of Broken Sky City said loudly. Was to the was to come. 8th level of the Nirvana stage, 40 years old, 72 points. Number S Nirvana Realms. 43 years old, 73 points. Number 3 was the same age as number 1, also at the 8th level of the Nirvana realm. But don't forget, there was a difference in strength between the 8th level of the Nirvana realm. Number 3 was probably at the peak of the 8th level of the Nirvana realm. The tests continued one by one. The speed of the test was very fast. It didn't even take 5 seconds to test a person. Some of the people in front of them were solo cultivators, while others belonged to clans. The so-called solo cultivators were solo cultivators who didn't join any forces. Soon, 100 people finished the test. Among these 100 people, the one with the highest score was a 50-year-old 9th-level Nirvana realm martial artist with 80 points. This scoring mechanism was jointly decided by the 3 great forces. The others present didn't know how to judge, but those with high scores recorded it. Next, the disciples of the 3 great forces also began to appear one after another. 82 points, 83 points, 85 points. In the blink of an eye, it overshadowed those who were tested before. Presently, 300 people had already been tested, and the one with the highest score of 85 points was a young master of Broken Sky City's city governor's estate at the 9th level of the Nirvana realm at the age of 43. Practically all these people had the hope of breaking through to the longevity realm before the age of 100. But accidents couldn't be avoided on the path of cultivation. There seemed to be many geniuses now, yet less than 10% of them had truly matured. These people are all so weak, Luoluo couldn't help but mutter during the test. Of course, these words were spoken via voice transmission, otherwise, it would surely draw the attention of the people in the surroundings. A 43-year-old 9th-level Nirvana realm martial artist was still weak? TSK, TSK, TSK. It's already not bad. If I were to ascend the ring, I probably wouldn't even be able to obtain 30 points, Old Tree smiled as he transmitted his voice. He'd lived for a few hundreds of years, yet was only at the 9th level of the Nirvana realm now, and he was considered to be trash amongst these people. Right at this moment. 9th level of the Nirvana realm, 30 years old, 92 points. When this voice entered into the ears of everyone, it caused everyone to be shocked. 92 points, a person with 92 points had finally appeared, everyone's attention was focused on the white-clothed young man on the ring, and some people even recognized him. It's the young sect master of the Profound Heaven sect, Yi Tian. So it's him. I heard he's the number 1 genius of the Profound Heaven sect. I didn't expect him to participate as well. Isn't this bullying? Sigh, the scarlet blood fire is extremely precious. How could the 3 great powers be willing to give it to an outsider? The people in the surroundings started to discuss. TSK, what genius? Young master will definitely obtain 100 points later. Luoluo muttered via voice transmission. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and said awkwardly, cough, I'm only at the 8th level of the Nirvana realm. Wouldn't I be letting you down if I didn't obtain 100 points? In any case, you'll definitely obtain more points than this number 1 genius. Young master, I believe in you. Luoluo smiled as she raised her small fist. Her large eyes were filled with trust. Yi Xian smiled and didn't say anything. The test continued. The disciples of the 3 great powers didn't have low scores. All of them were above 80 points, and a few were close to 90 points. However, this was only the score of the first round. There were still a few more rounds to go. Soon, it was Yi Xian's turn. Number 666. The Broken Sky City's general manager on the ring shouted. This number isn't bad. I wonder how many points he'll obtain. Many people had such thoughts in their hearts. When he heard this, Yi Xian stomped his feet and leaped onto the ring. Begin the test. The Broken Sky City's general manager passed the test crystal to Yixian. Yixian placed his palm on the crystal. In the next moment, the crystal emitted a bright light. The Broken Sky City's general manager glanced at it and was slightly surprised. 8th level of the Nirvana realm, 26 years old, 90. 5 points. 95 points, that was 3 points higher than the young sect leader of the mysterious heaven sect, Yi Tian. At the same time, it was the highest score in the test. How is that possible? Everyone was shocked. Could it be that the young man on the stage was a hidden genius from some force? The general manager of Broken Sky City was a little surprised. He let Yixian take the test again and the result was the same. How is that possible? Yi Tian, who was in the mysterious heaven sect's camp, was shocked. The arrogant him had already taken the first place in the longevity grand meet. Now, there was a problem in the first round. What was going on? I remember that there was a 30-year-old peak 8th level Nirvana realm martial artist in the Profound Heaven sect with a score of 88 points. This young man is 4 years younger than him, and his aura is also at the peak of the 8th level of the Nirvana realm. An old man from the North Wind Mountain said as he stroked his beard. As soon as he said that, the surrounding people felt that it made sense. After all, the test crystal belonged to the 3 major forces. It couldn't be fate. 95 points then. It's only the first round. The governor of Broken Sky City said. Yixian, 95 points, it's settled. However, Yi Tian from the mysterious heaven sect was a little unconvinced. After remembering Yixian's score, he ignored him. After all, it was only the first round of the longevity grand meet. There were still 2 more rounds. Young master, I told you that your score would be higher than his. Seeing Yixian get off the stage, Luo Luo transmitted her voice to him. You will definitely score 100 points. Yixian transmitted his voice with a smile. I don't like being stared at by so many people. Luo Luo shook her head. Just as the two of them were chatting, someone suddenly landed beside them. It was a middle-aged man who was at Immortality Realm Level 2. I'm the sect leader of the mysterious heaven sect, Yi Ting. May I know which sect you are from? The middle-aged man cupped his fist and asked. I don't belong to any sect. Yixian was a little surprised. However, he knew the reason why the sect leader of the mysterious heaven sect was there. Oh? The sect leader of the mysterious heaven sect was surprised. If he didn't belong to any sect, it meant that Yixian had worked hard to get to where he was. This was a bonus. One had to know that Yi Tian, the son of the sect leader of the Profound Heaven sect, had eaten precious treasures of heaven and earth since he was young. Furthermore, he had the guidance of various experts. It was hard for him not to have a high cultivation base. The surrounding people who were listening attentively were also shocked. It seemed that Yixian would have a good place to go in the future. After all, Yi Ting was the leader of the Profound Heaven sect. If he could become his disciple, he would definitely be able to break through to the immortal realm in the future. This little girl is, at this moment, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven sect focused his gaze on Luo Luo. Don't look at me, I'm already 130 years old. Luo Luo suddenly put on a weathered expression. Oh, after the sect master of the Profound Heaven sect heard this, he did not ask further. Some people just like to look young. Don't look at how young a person is. Bonehead might already be a few hundred years old. Take the Yin Yang ancestor for example. He looked like a young man, but he was already more than 800 years old. However, there were not many old people in this area. Broken Sky City only had a history of 200 years. The other 2 sects only had a history of 300 to 400 years. They were not even as old as the Lu family. The sect leader of the Profound Heaven sect finally focused his attention on Yixian and said, I wonder if you're willing to become my disciple? As soon as he said this, a huge commotion broke out in the surroundings. As expected, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven sect was here to recruit a disciple. Instantly, countless envious gazes fell on Yixian. However, no one expected that Yixian would not agree immediately. Let's talk about it after the longevity grand banquet, Yixian replied casually. What a joke. Asking him to join the Profound Heaven sect? What an international joke, If these people knew how long it took him to break through to the 8th level of the Nirvana realm from the manifestation realm, their mouths would definitely open so wide that they could swallow an egg. After the Longevity Grand Banquet? The sect leader of the Profound Heaven sect did not expect Xian to give such an answer. He wanted to say more, but suddenly, another person flew over. Sect leader Yi, let's wait until the Longevity Grand Banquet is over. The person who spoke was an old man. He was the sect leader of the North Wind Mountain and was also at the 2nd level of the Longevity realm. It seemed that he had also taken a liking to Xian. Not only that, but the city lord of Broken Sky City also cast a friendly gaze. All 3 major forces were interested in Xian. Let's wait until the Longevity Grand Banquet is over. Yiting snorted coldly and immediately flew back to the Profound Heaven sect's camp. This scene fell into the ears of almost everyone. It was only the first aptitude assessment, and Xian was already taken in by the 3 major forces. It seemed that Xian had made a meteoric rise. Of course, there were also people who guessed Xian's intentions. This was only the first assessment, and there were still a few more to come. They guessed that Xian might become even more popular. When that time came, he would receive even more attention. After joining a force, he would also obtain a higher status. Soon, everyone was done with the assessment, and there were exactly 700 people. Then, the next step was to eliminate the 600 people who were ranked at the bottom, leaving only 100 people. The first 100 people were all above 70 points, and there were even a few who were unlucky enough to score 70 points and were eliminated. They were ranked between 100 and 105. The first 100 have been listed. The rankings are as follows. The city lord of Broken Sky City began to announce the rankings. The first place was naturally Xian with 95 points, and the second place was Yi Tian of the Profound Heaven sect with 92 points. As for the third place, it dropped to 89 points. For the second and third round, the city lord will draw the assessment content. The city lord of Broken Sky City took out a lot pot. The content of the second and third round of the Longevity Grand Banquet was different every time. Last time, it was the sect leader of the Profound Heaven sect, and the next time it was the sect leader of the North Wind Mountain, so this time, it was the city lord of Broken Sky City. The city lord of Broken Sky City took out 2 bamboo lots one after another. The second round, the illusion array test. The third round, the attack power test. The city lord of Broken Sky City announced loudly, "Please come to the stage." The illusion array test was set up by an expert to see who could break the array faster. As for the attack power test, it was needless to say. "Young master, do your best." Luo Luo smiled and transmitted her voice. Xian smiled and also leaped onto the stage. The illusion array test was a common occurrence for him. With the Eye of Revelation, he could see through everything. When all 100 people gathered on the stage, the city lord of Broken Sky City continued, "Please sit down. When the test begins, the first person to break the illusion will stand up. Breaking the illusion in 1 breath is 99 points, 2 breaths is 98 points, and so on." Xian followed his instructions and sat down. "As usual, we'll set up the ichthyosaur illusory array," the elder from Beifeng Mountain said. "No problem." The 2 of them immediately started setting up the illusory array. In less than half a minute, the array was completed. Once one fell into the ichthyosaur illusory array, one would feel like a carp. Only by crossing the dragon gate and transforming into a dragon could one be considered to have successfully broken the array. However, it wasn't something that an ordinary person could do. Let the illusory array test begin. As soon as the city lord of Broken Sky City finished speaking, the 2 experts activated the ichthyosaur illusory array. In an instant, the hundreds of participants in the field fell into the illusory array. Even Xian was the same. At this moment, Xian didn't use the Eye of Revelation. He saw that he was in the water and there were many fishes swimming around him. He had turned into a carp. His arms, legs, and head had all disappeared. He was now a carp. Other than swimming, he had no other abilities. Even his spiritual sense had disappeared. The array was so advanced that it made people think that they were a carp even though they were sitting cross-legged on the ground with their eyes closed. Although Xian wanted to play with the illusory array, he decided to use the Eye of Revelation to ensure that he didn't make a mistake. however, it was only after 5 breaths. The eye of revelation broke all the illusory arrays. After silently counting in his heart, Xian didn't open his eyes and directly stood up from the ground. He had successfully broken the array. This scene caused everyone present to be dumbfounded. In just 5 breaths, Xian had broken the illusory array. How was this possible? One had to know that Tian of the Profound Heaven sect was still in the illusory array. He was at the 9th level of the Nirvana realm. This kid is either skilled in array formations or his soul strength is stronger than Tian's. Many of the experts thought so in their hearts. Xian had broken the illusory array in 5 breaths, which meant that he had a score of 95 points. He was still ranked first with 95 points in 2 rounds. This was the first time in the history of the Longevity Grand Meet that such a score had appeared. The first round of the Longevity Grand Meet would never change. It was a test of aptitude. There might be some differences in the second round, but there were many who had drawn the illusory array test in the second round. However, this was the first time that a score of 190 points in 2 rounds had appeared. The crowd below the stage, as they recalled the scene when Xian had rejected the sect leader. Sure enough, Xian had a trump card and needed to continue exploding. Xian's the sect leader. The sect leader of the Beifeng Mountain was also the sect leader of the Mountain sect. It seemed like they were going to compete. After another 3 breaths of time, the Profound Heaven sect Tian finally succeeded in breaking the illusion array. Score: 92 points. In the first round, he also had 92 points, and now he still had 92 points. In total, he had 184 points, which was a full 6 points lower than Xian. What? When Tian opened his eyes and stood up, he saw Xian straight back. He was Yi Array 1 had to know that in order to get a high score, he had specially asked the formation expert in his sect to set up the ichthyosaur illusory formation and had specially practiced for a period of time. He could cross the dragon gate and break the illusory array within 8 breaths. How could he have expected Xian to be faster than him? That was impossible. 92 points. The Broken Sky City's chief steward glanced at Tian and reported the score. At the same time, he mouthed Xian's score. 95 points? Tian was shocked. He looked at Xian's back with resentment. Xian had stolen his thunder in the first round. Xian had stolen his thunder in the second round. How could he tolerate this? The third round is a test of attack power. I'm at the 9th level of the Nirvana realm, and this kid is only at the 8th level. I'll close the gap in an instant. Tian thought to himself. He had the strength to fight against an Immortality Realm expert. As long as the Immortality Realm expert didn't burn his life force, he could fight them. He didn't believe that he would still be in second place after the third round. Time passed by slowly. Soon, the second round was over. The illusory array wasn't a powerful one. All 100 of them had successfully broken the illusory array. The longest they had taken was 30 breaths, which was 70 points. The Broken Sky City's chief steward added the 2 scores of the participants and reported the last one. Every time he reported Tian's name, Tian's eyes would become filled with resentment. He had always been in first place in the Profound Heaven sect. How could he be in second place this time? The third round is a test of attack power. After the Broken Sky City's chief steward finished speaking, he suddenly took out a giant tortoise shell from his yin and yang ring. This is the tortoise shell of the Profound Spirit Tortoise? Someone recognized it. Nonsense. The second round 2 years ago was also a test of attack power. It was tested using the tortoise shell of the Profound Spirit Tortoise. The tortoise shell of the Profound Spirit Tortoise has been specially refined. I heard that the tortoise shell will emit different colors according to the strength of the attack. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, silver, and gold. If it's gold, it will leave a mark on the tortoise shell. Xian heard about the origin of the tortoise shell from the people around him. It was said that the Profound Spirit Tortoise was an immortal level Tong Tian beast. Its defense was amazing. Even a level 2 immortal level expert might not be able to kill the Profound Spirit Tortoise. Alright, I will determine the score. All of you just have to do is to use your strongest attack. We will start from the 100th place. The Broken Sky City's chief steward said. Then, the participants in the arena retreated to the side while the Broken Sky City's chief steward stood on the other side. He used his manifestation force to support the profound spirit tortoise's shell that was 10 meters tall. Profound Sun Swordplay. The sword in the 100th place's hand suddenly burned and he slashed at the tortoise shell. Whoosh! 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 The flame attack pierced through the air and accurately hit the Xianling giant turtle's shell. Bang! The flame dissipated. Swoosh! The tortoise shell of the profound spirit tortoise shone. It was blue, the color was a little dark but it was not purple. Hence, it should be between 60 and 70 points. The chief steward of the Castellan mansion looked at it and announced 67 points. The 100th place had obtained more than 70 points in the first and second round. However, he had obtained 67 points in the attack power test. It was unexpected. Only the top 10 places would be rewarded. The 11th to the 100th place did not receive any rewards. However, some of them were only there to show off. They did not care about the rewards. Then, it was time for the 99th place to start the test. 72 points. The chief steward of the Castellan mansion continued to announce. The participants started the test one by one. Xian, who was at the side of the arena, did not care. Those attacks were too weak for him. Not to mention that Wei Zhentian had already broken through to Immortality Stage 1, Xian still had the Divine Sword Bloodline, Immortal Phoenix Bloodline, Matchless Flame Dragon Slash, Killing Intent Explosion and Burning Sky Pill. Even a Stage 1 Immortality Stage expert would not be able to compete with him in terms of attack power, let alone a Nirvana Realm expert. The participants were tested one by one. Soon, it was the turn of the top 10. The top 10 were the elites of the three forces and they were all Stage 9 Nirvana Realm martial artists. 87 points. 87 points. 88 points. The third place was the young governor of Broken Sky City. However, he was 3 years older than Yi Tian and he scored 90 points in one strike. The next one would be Yi Tian from the Mysterious Heaven sect. Humph, watch me take back the points. Yi Tian snorted in his heart and walked out with his sword. Mysterious Heaven sword skill. Swoosh! A ray of sword light pierced through the air and struck the mysterious spirit tortoise's shell. Crack! A crisp sound was heard. The attack had actually shattered the mysterious spirit tortoise's shell. It was dark golden color. 96 points. The general manager of Broken Sky City announced. His attack power was 96 points. In addition to the previous score of 184 points, he had a total of 280 points, which was 10 points more than the young governor of Broken Sky City. Currently, Xian had 295 points, which was 190 points. If he wanted to continue to be the first, he would have to score at least 90 points. But those few 8th level Nirvana stage martial artists from before, the highest was only 80 points. Humph. Yi Tian snorted and glanced at Xian. It was as if he was saying, trash, if you have the guts, you can try to score 90 points. Xian chose to ignore Yi Tian's stupid stare. Second place is second place. You want to be first? How dare you challenge me? Then, I will let you be second place forever. Number 1, come out and test. The general manager of Broken Sky City shouted. Xian walked out. In his hand was the Scarlet Flame Sword, a high-grade divine artifact of the 5th step. Just now, he had already calculated the defense of the mysterious spirit giant tortoise and he was confident that he could break through it. However, piercing through would not be fun. Actually, the surrounding experts weren't too optimistic about Xian. They only felt that Xian was a talent that could be molded. However, Xian was only at the 8th level of the Nirvana realm after all. It would be difficult for him to defeat Yi Tian in the test of offensive strength. If this brat can score 90 points in the attack power test, I'll admit defeat. Heh, that might not be the case. Look at how confident he is. He's so handsome, I want to marry him. This was what a passerby beauty said. However, she had already been charmed by Luoluo and could be considered as Luoluo's accomplice. There was an uproar below the arena. At this time, Broken Sky City's chief steward suddenly raised his hand and bellowed, "Silence." The crowd immediately quieted down. Tisk, tsk, tisk, Yixian suddenly laughed strangely in his heart, and then directly attacked. Raging Inferno Sword Technique. Swish. A flaming sword chi pierced through the air. This move was a high-grade Nirvana divine ability that he had just copied down, and it happened to be of the fire attribute. Rumble. The sword chi slashed on the turtle shell of the mysterious spirit giant tortoise, and only a crisp sound could be heard. A crack appeared on the turtle shell. Crack. At the same time, there was a dazzling golden light. The entire crowd was silent. A crack appeared, and a golden light bloomed. This was at least 90 points. Air. 91 points. After being stunned for a moment, Broken Sky City's chief steward announced. 91 points, Yixian's score, 95, 95, 91, a total of 281 points, just 1 point higher than the second place Yi Tian, 1 point. Gulp. After hearing this score, Yi Tian's throat suddenly surged with a bitter liquid, but he forcefully suppressed it. No, this is impossible. Yi Tian opened his eyes wide in disbelief. He, who was at the 9th level of the Nirvana realm, actually lost. How was this possible? Not only did he not expect this, but the people around him also felt the same. Compared to everyone else, there were only a few people who thought that Yixian would score 90 points. However, Yixian had exceeded everyone's expectations and produced a golden light. After 3 rounds of testing, Yixian was ranked first. The Crimson Blood Fire was his. This kid is a moldable talent. We must get him. The sect leader of the mysterious heaven sect's eyes flickered. Yixian's talent was above Yi Tian's, and he would definitely become the strongest person in the mysterious heaven sect in the future. However, the other 2 major forces were also eyeing him covetously. The sect leader of the mysterious heaven sect knew that they would definitely not back down. Then, it all depended on Yixian. After all, the mysterious heaven sect was the first force to extend an olive branch to Yixian. Alright, the testing is over. Then, the chief steward of Broken Sky City was about to announce the overall results. However, at this moment, someone suddenly interrupted, wait. As the voice sounded, everyone's gaze fell on that person. That person was actually Yi Tian. I feel that the attack just now can only be counted as 90 points. Yi Tian suddenly said. As soon as those words came out, the surrounding people felt that Yi Tian was a bit of a sore loser. Almost everyone thought that the golden light was a score of 91 people, and the chief steward of Broken Sky City also judged it to be 91. Could it be that Yixian had to fight again? This kid, the sect leader of the mysterious heaven sect, was a little displeased because Yi Tian actually acted like a sore loser in front of so many people. This was a disgrace to him and the mysterious heaven sect. However, he did not stop him. After all, Yi Tian was his son. He also wanted Yi Tian to get first place because the reward for first place was not cheap. Although Yixian's talent was not bad, he did not belong to any sect. Who knew if he would join the Broken Sky City or Mount Beifeng? If the Crimson Blood Fire fell into his hands, wouldn't it be a loss? This. The chief steward of Broken Sky City glanced at the city lord. He could not make the decision on this matter. If it's 90 points, then his score will be the same as yours, 280 points. However, it's not like it's 90 points just because you said so. As the city lord of Broken Sky City spoke, Yixian turned his head to look at Yixian and said, "Young man, what do you think?" "Since someone has doubts, then I'll test it again." Yixian replied casually. 91 points, yet it was said to be 90 points. He was drunk. Therefore, this time he decided to give 2 or 3 more points. This way, Yi Tian would not have any objections. The attack power test is not very convincing. Why don't we fight? If you win, you'll be first. Yi Tian was a little flustered and exasperated, so he said such brainless words. When the surrounding people heard this, they cursed in their hearts. At this moment, the faces of the people from the Profound Heaven sect were a little red. It was amazing that the eldest senior brother of the Profound Heaven sect could be so thick-skinned. The city lord of Broken Sky City held back his laughter and turned to ask Yixian, "What do you think?" This battle was destined to be unfair, but he felt that Yixian was not that simple, so he asked this question. When almost everyone thought that Yi Xian would not agree, Yi Xian answered very casually. It doesn't matter, let's fight. Yi Xian shrugged his shoulders. What? This answer shocked everyone. Yi Xian actually agreed. What kind of joke was this? Yi Xian was the #1 genius of the Profound Heaven sect, a 9th-level Nirvana realm martial artist. Actually, when Yi Tian said that he wanted to challenge Yi Xian, he was already regretting it. However, he didn't expect Yi Xian to actually agree. You're courting death. Yi Tian shouted in a low voice. It's not certain who will die in the end. Yi Xian answered confidently. Yi Xian was too lazy to use his Eye of Soul on such a person. It was not worth it. The best way was to teach him a lesson and let him know the immensity of heaven and earth. Since you agree, then let's fight. Whoever wins will get the Crimson Blood Flame, ranked 84th on the Exceptional Flame list, said the City Lord of Broken Sky City. Hearing this, the surrounding testers also jumped out of the ring tactfully. Even the City Lord of Broken Sky City did the same. Then, they raised the protective formation around the ring. What's considered winning? At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly asked. Go ahead, I'll judge later, said the City Lord of Broken Sky City. All right. Yi Xian nodded and slowly walked to the other side with the Crimson Flame Sword in his hand. Everyone in the audience began to hold their breaths in concentration. Yi Xian dared to accept the battle, which meant that he had a certain degree of confidence. After all, ordinary people would not dare to gamble with the Crimson Blood Flame. If Yi Tian won, it would be reasonable. If Yi Xian were to win, then that would be awesome. Yi Tian, whom the Profound Heaven sect had painstakingly nurtured, couldn't even beat Yi Xian, whom he had worked so hard for. How could he still have the face to live in this world? I don't know where this brat gets his courage from, but he actually dares to accept the challenge. Yi Tian was very unhappy because he was actually looked down upon by Yi Xian. Intolerable. Begin. Seeing that the two of them were almost done with their preparations, Broken Sky City's chief steward also shouted loudly. The battle had begun. One was at the 9th level of the Nirvana realm while the other was at the 8th level of the Nirvana realm. Due to the superiority of their realms, Yi Tian was slightly magnanimous. You're one realm lower than me, so I'll give you 3 moves, no, 5 moves. Yi Tian said generously. I'll give you 10 moves. Yi Xian suddenly retorted. What? Yi Tian suspected that he had misheard. Wasn't this Yi Xian a little too savage? He actually gave him 10 moves. Alright, since you're courting death, then don't blame me. Yi Tian's eyes flickered, mixed with a trace of killing intent. Yi Xian's aptitude had already surpassed his. If he were to enter the Profound Heaven sect, then he would be completely suppressed. At that time, who would remember him? Yi Tian? Moreover, in order to prevent the other 2 powers from obtaining the treasure, he had decided to kill Yi Xian. Yi Xian, who possessed the bloodline of the god of slaughter, was very sensitive to killing intent. He had already sensed that Yi Tian had already made a move to kill him. For those who wanted to kill him, Yi Xian didn't care what kind of background they had. All of them would be killed. Die, brat. Yi Tian instantly exploded and fiercely stabbed his sword towards Yi Xian. This attack was the same one he used to attack the mysterious spirit giant tortoise's shell. No one expected Yi Tian to use such a big move right from the start. It seemed like he wanted to instantly kill Yi Xian. This bastard. The City Lord of Broken Sky City suddenly sat up straight. He didn't expect Yi Tian to be so bold. Not to mention that both he and the sect leader of the North Wind Mountain thought highly of Yi Xian. Even the sect leader of the Profound Heaven sect wanted to accept Yi Xian as his disciple. However, Yi Tian's attack speed was extremely fast. Even if they were at the 2nd level of the immortality stage, they wouldn't be able to reach the stage in time. This bastard, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven sect shouted in his heart. He knew Yi Tian's attack power. This attack was enough to threaten the immortality stage, not to mention Yi Xian, who was at the 8th level of the Nirvana stage. It seemed like a prodigy was going to fall. Indeed, a prodigy was going to fall, but it definitely wouldn't be Yi Xian. You're not qualified to kill me. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he directly slashed his sword. Killing intent explosion. Unparalleled flaming dragon slash. Yi Xian didn't need to use the unparalleled flaming dragon slash to deal with Yi Tian, who wasn't even at the immortality stage. A golden flaming dragon swept out and collided with the sword light. Whoosh, the sword light was instantly incinerated by Yi Xian's golden flaming dragon. At the same time, the shocked Yi Tian was also engulfed by the golden flaming dragon. Yi Xian's attack speed was even faster than Yi Tian's. Tian, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven sect, Yi Ting, widened his eyes when he saw this. Not only that, but so did the people around him. Just now, Yi Xian scored 91 points in the attack power test, but Yi Tian scored 95 points in the attack power test. Now, Yi Xian's attack easily defeated Yi Tian's attack. This meant that Yi Xian's attack power had exceeded 95 points and even reached 100 points, 100 points of attack power. This was an attack that could penetrate the mysterious spirit tortoise's shell. How could a mere 8th level Nirvana stage achieve this? Impossible. While everyone was still in shock, the golden flaming dragon had already disappeared without a trace. At the same time, Yi Tian's figure also disappeared. Only Yi Xian was left on the battlefield, along with his interspatial ring and weapon scattered on the ground. This weapon was Yi Tian's. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification sounded out, representing that Yi Tian had really been insta-killed by Yi Xian. Under everyone's astonished gaze, Yi Xian swiftly swept over and put away the young sect leader of the Profound Heaven sect, Yi Tian's interspatial ring and weapon. Oh, there are quite a lot of things. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. He was already used to killing geniuses in an instant. Not to mention a 9th level Nirvana stage martial artist, even an immortality stage martial artist would not be able to withstand such an attack if they did not burn their life force. Only Yi Xian was left on the battlefield. Everyone below the battlefield was shocked. Instant kill. There was actually an instant kill. Yi Xian deserved to be number 1, however, after killing the young sect leader of the Profound Heaven sect, did Yi Xian still want to live? When the sect leader of the Profound Heaven sect saw that his son had turned into ashes, his eyes were instantly filled with tears. He could not care less as he roared and immediately charged into the arena. Oh no! The expressions of the Broken Sky City's governor and the sect leader of the North Wind Mountain changed drastically. One should know that the sect leader of the Profound Heaven sect, Yi Ting, was at immortality stage 2. If he wanted to kill Yi Xian, it would be a piece of cake. Yi Ting, have mercy! The governor of Broken Sky City hurriedly shouted. Unfortunately, it was too late. Yi Ting had already made his move, however, before that, Yi Xian had already made his move. I heard that the Crimson Blood Fire was given out by the Profound Heaven sect. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and suddenly made his move when Yi Ting charged into the arena. Burst of killing intent. Unparalleled flaming dragon slash. This attack was much more powerful than the one that killed Yi Tian because Yi Xian had already exchanged for an 8th level Nirvana realm burning sky pill. Whoosh! Whoosh! The giant golden flaming dragon roared out. Kid, I want you dead. Yi Ting, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven sect, shouted. This time, he attacked with all his might and did not burn his life to increase his vital energy because Yi Xian was only an 8th level Nirvana realm martial artist. Using all his strength to deal with a junior was already unacceptable. How could he burn his life? However, it was precisely because of this that he suffered a great loss in this confrontation. Rumble. The giant golden flaming dragon and the sect leader of the Profound Heaven sect clashed. After a moment of shock, Yi Xian actually gained the upper hand. The golden flaming dragon attacked the sect leader of the Profound Heaven sect, which shocked him. His attack was actually inferior to Yi Xian's. How was that possible? Bang! The sect leader of the Profound Heaven sect was sent flying and crashed into the defensive formation. However, this was not the end. Whoosh! When the golden flaming dragon dissipated, a golden slash struck out. With a crisp sound, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven sect's left hand was chopped off. There was an interspatial ring on his left hand. The sect leader of the Profound Heaven sect felt pain in his head. This proved that everything was real and not an illusion. He, an Immortality Realm Level 2 expert, had his hand chopped off by a junior. Was this really not an illusion? Everyone present was so shocked that they were speechless. They stood rooted to the ground like statues. Just a moment ago, the sect leader of the Profound Heaven sect, Yi Teng, was prepared to accept Yi Xian as his disciple. But now, Yi Xian had actually chopped off his arm. The contrast was so great that it was hard for everyone to accept. By the time the sect master of the Profound Heaven sect reacted, his severed arm had already fallen into the hands of Yi Xian. Coincidentally, Yi Xian had taken off his interspatial ring. There was indeed a crimson blood fire in the interspatial ring, which was exactly what Yi Xian needed. Ding! The host has devoured the scarlet blood fire. Ding! Host has broken through to the 9th level of the Nirvana stage. Ding! The host has completed the special leveling up mission. The reward is the immortal divine phoenix bloodline's rebirth from the ashes advancement once. 3 system notifications sounded in succession. Yi Xian had finally broken through to the 9th level of the rebirth realm, and then he swiftly devoured and broke through to the peak of the 9th level of the rebirth realm. His strength had increased exponentially. Not bad, rising from the ashes has actually evolved once, its recovery ability has become even stronger. Yi Xian was very satisfied. Currently, the immortal divine phoenix bloodline was shared with the 3 treasures. Since rising from the ashes had evolved, all 3 treasures would be upgraded. The scarlet blood fire was the reward for the first place of the longevity grand meet. However, since he had instantly killed the second place Shi Tian, he was naturally the first place. Therefore, the scarlet blood fire originally belonged to him. As for the other treasures, they were merely things that he had snatched, so they still belonged to him. At this moment, the sect master of the Profound Heaven sect, Yi Teng, was looking at Yi Xian in shock. He had broken through while fighting, or could it be that Yi Xian was originally at the 9th level of the Nirvana stage? The aura of the peak of the 9th level of the Nirvana stage. This kid actually suppressed his cultivation level? Outside the arena, the city lord of Broken Sky City and the sect master of Mount Beifeng looked on in shock. However, after thinking about it, they felt that it was not very possible. The first round of the longevity grand meet was to test one's cultivation level and age. Even they could not fake the test crystal, let alone Yi Xian. Moreover, under the watchful eyes of so many powerhouses, it was impossible for Yi Xian to conceal his cultivation level. In other words, Yi Xian had broken through on the spot. However, it was not that easy to break through from the peak of the 8th level of the Nirvana stage to the 9th level of the Nirvana stage, let alone all the way to the peak of the 9th level of the Nirvana stage. Is this kid still human? Many people thought so in their hearts. Sect Master Yi, do you know why I rejected him? Yi Xian said with a smile on his face. Just now, when the sect master of the Profound Heaven sect wanted to take him as a disciple, Yi Xian wanted to wait until after the longevity grand meet. The surrounding people thought that Yi Xian wanted to use this opportunity to gain more attention. Now, it seemed that this was not the case. As an 8th level Nirvana stage martial artist, he injured a 2nd level longevity stage martial artist. Now that he had broken through to the peak of the 9th level of the Nirvana stage, it was hard to say whether the sect master of the Profound Heaven sect could defeat Yi Xian. Take him as a disciple? What a joke. Who exactly are you? The sect master of the Profound Heaven sect shouted in a low voice. It was impossible for someone with such talent to not belong to any sect. Therefore, he guessed that Yi Xian must be from a sect that was stronger than the Profound Heaven sect. Why do you care what I say? Yi Xian could not be bothered to talk nonsense with the sect master. He said, the crimson blood fire is the reward for the first place, so I'll accept it. As for the rest, I'll take it as compensation for offending me. After he finished speaking, he turned around and left. I don't care who you are. Since you dared to kill my son, don't think that you can leave this place alive. The sect master of the Profound Heaven sect said furiously. This time, he was going to do it for real. At the same time, everyone from the Profound Heaven sect took out their weapons and stood on the same side as the sect master of the Profound Heaven sect. If that's the case, I'll slaughter the entire Profound Heaven sect. Come on up if you dare. Yi Xian stopped in his tracks and said coldly. Immediately after, 4 elders from the Profound Heaven sect rushed out from the Profound Heaven sect's camp, including the formation expert who set up the Ichthyosaur illusory formation. 4 of them were at Immortality Realm Level 1 and 1 was at Immortality Realm Level 2. Now, Yixian could not escape. Governor, when the Broken Sky City's general manager saw the situation, he could not help but turn to look at the Broken Sky City's governor. Yixian seemed to have a strong background. If he died in his Broken Sky City, what if the force behind Yixian came to kill him? Let's wait and see. The Broken Sky City's governor said calmly. He felt that Yixian would not die so easily. Even if his opponents were 5 powerhouses who were at a higher level than him, Yixian did not show any signs of nervousness. It was obvious that he had a trump card. On the other side, the sect master of the North Wind Mountain saw that the Broken Sky City's governor had no intention of making a move, so he did not plan to make a move either. Now that this matter had nothing to do with them, they didn't want to get involved. Kill. As the sect master of the Profound Heaven sect shouted, the few people in the arena made their moves together. At the same time, the sect master of the Profound Heaven sect also charged toward Yixian without any hesitation. However, what surprised everyone was that the 4 elders of the Profound Heaven sect were not attacking Yixian, but the sect master of the Profound Heaven sect. Whoosh! 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 The wind suddenly blew. The sect master of the Profound Heaven sect was shocked. He did not expect the 4 elders to attack him. How was this possible? Bam! 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 The sect leader of the Mysterious Heaven sect spat out a mouthful of blood after being hit by the 4 of them. Fortunately, he had burnt his lifespan to block the attack. Otherwise, he would have been a corpse by now. He couldn't figure out why the 4 of them attacked him. But now, there was no time to think about this question, because Yixian had already killed his way to his back. Eye of Assassination. Mysterious Heaven Sword Technique. Swish. With a crisp sound, the sect leader of the Mysterious Heaven sect was suddenly beheaded. The first attack after the Eye of Assassination had a 30% increase in attack power. The Mysterious Heaven Sword Technique was a longevity divine ability, so its attack power was not weak. It was very good for close-range assassination. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. In the blink of an eye, the sect leader of the Mysterious Heaven sect had fallen. When his body fell to the ground with a plop, the rest of the people had yet to react. Some of them were still thinking about why the 4 elders of the Mysterious Heaven sect would sneak attack the sect leader. The sect leader of the Mysterious Heaven sect, who was at level 2 of the Immortality Realm, died just like that. Although Yixian didn't lack cultivation resources, what he lacked was the mysterious flame. However, the killing intent of a level 2 Immortality Realm expert was still very high. Since the other party had come to die, why wouldn't Yixian take them? Not only that, but Yixian would also take the lives of the 4 elders. Hiss! 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 4 crisp sounds were heard in succession as 4 heads were tossed up one after another. What was even more surprising was that the 4 elders didn't die at the hands of Yixian. They committed suicide. Then, their interspatial rings fell into Yixian's hands. The good stuff in the interspatial rings was instantly sucked into the devouring space. This time, the Mysterious Heaven sect only sent 5 Immortality Realm experts, but now, all of them had fallen. After seeing this, the people from Broken Sky City and Mount Beifeng couldn't help but tremble. Their strength was similar to the Mysterious Heaven sect. If it were them this time, perhaps, the young city lord of Broken Sky City also subconsciously swallowed his saliva. This was the first time he felt that 3rd place was pretty good. Just as the entire place was silent, Yixian suddenly turned his head and looked at the city lord of Broken Sky City. This made the city lord shudder. Duan Kong City Lord, where did you get this mysterious spirit giant tortoise's shell? Yixian could not help but ask. The shell of the Shanling giant turtle? This question fell into the ears of everyone present. They couldn't understand why Yixian would ask such a question at such an occasion and at such a time. This is what I got from Turtle Ridge Mountain. The Broken Sky City City Lord answered honestly. The Tortoise Ridge Mountain is to the northeast of Broken Sky City. There are many profound spirit giant turtles there. I see. Thank you. Yixian cupped his fists in gratitude and then jumped off the stage. Wow, young master, you're so handsome. Seeing Yixian coming down, Luo Luo also waved her little fists. Just now, she was ready to rush up to help. However, Yi Xian solved the problem in the blink of an eye. "Come, let's go to Turtle Ridge Mountain," Yi Xian said to Luo Luo. There were many profound spirit giant turtles in Turtle Ridge Mountain. This was Yi Xian's target. After breaking through to the peak of the 9th level of the Nirvana realm, Yi Xian knew the name of the last heavenly flame, the Turtle Spirit Earth Fire. The Turtle Spirit Earth Fire was ranked 81st on the heavenly flame list. It was usually born in the body of a heavenly tortoise. This time, he wanted to go to Turtle Ridge Mountain to see if the Turtle Spirit Earth Fire was born in the body of a profound spirit giant turtle. As long as he could obtain the Turtle Spirit Earth Fire, he could smoothly break through to the immortality realm. Not only that, Luo Luo and the old tree could also break through one after another. Yi Xian had just obtained the Crimson Blood Fire and he received news of the Turtle Spirit Earth Fire. He was considered lucky. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yi Xian brought Luo Luo and the old tree out of Broken Sky City and headed towards the northeast. At the same time, in the mysterious Heaven sect. Grand Elder, this is bad." A managing elder of the Jade Tablet of Life Ancestral Hall rushed into a bamboo forest behind the profound Heaven sect. "Elder Yuan, why are you in such a hurry?" A white-robed elder walked out in surprise. "The 4 Jade Tablets of Life of the sect leader and the 4 elders have all shattered." The elder in charge of the Jade Tablet of Life reported in horror. "What?" Hearing this, the white-robed elder opened his eyes wide. The sect leader of the mysterious Heaven sect was his grandson. He was at LV2 of the immortality realm. How could he die? Not only that, but the 4 elders who were at LV1 of the immortality realm were also in the same situation. They brought people to Broken Sky City to participate in the longevity grand ceremony. How could they die? The white-robed elder was shocked. At this moment, if Yi Xian was here, he would definitely recognize this white-robed elder. He was the expert who almost captured him that day. At the same time, he was also the escort of the Xianming duo demons. At this moment, the white-robed elder quickly left the mysterious Heaven sect and headed towards Broken Sky City. He felt that something had happened in Broken Sky City. Perhaps, the governor's mansion of Broken Sky City and Mount Beifeng joined forces and killed the people of the mysterious Heaven sect. If that was the case, he would definitely teach the people of Broken Sky City and Mount Beifeng a lesson. After half a day, he arrived at the governor's mansion of Broken Sky City. "Duan Chong, get out here." The white-robed elder stood in the sky above the governor's mansion and shouted angrily. When he arrived, an elder flew out of the governor's mansion. He was the previous governor of Broken Sky City, the Duan Chong that the white-robed elder mentioned. He was at LV3 of the immortality realm. "Duan Chong, how dare you?" Before the white-robed elder could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Duan Chong. "Yuan, look at this scryer recording and you will know." Duan Chong did not say anything and threw a scryer recording crystal over. This was a scryer recording that someone had recorded half a day ago. From the beginning to the end, Yuan took the scryer recording crystal and looked at it in surprise. He did not understand why Duan Chong showed him this, but he understood after watching it for a while. "What? It's this guy?" Yuan raised his eyebrows. He recognized it. He recognized Yi Xian. This was the guy who had killed his great-grandson Yi Tian and grandson Yi Ting. He was the guy who had killed himself and turned into ashes. At the same time, he was the person that the Xianming duo demons were looking for. Although Yi Xian's face was different, he had used the peerless flame dragon slash. It was him. The Xianming duo demons had said that Yi Xian was cunning and knew how to disguise himself. However, the only thing that did not change was the peerless flame dragon slash. After Imo Shui's death, no one else knew the peerless flame dragon slash. Therefore, Yuan was sure that this was Yi Xian. He did not expect Yi Xian to come knocking on his door and kill the people from the mysterious Heaven sect. Could it be revenge? Yuan could not help but think. However, what Yuan did not expect was that Yi Xian did not know that he was the old sect leader of the mysterious Heaven sect. It was purely an accident that he killed Yi Tian, Yi Ting, and the 4 elders of the mysterious Heaven sect. The floating image crystal recorded Yi Xian's departure, including when Yi Xian asked the governor about the mysterious spiritual tortoise's shell. Tortoise Mountain, Yuan squinted his eyes, turned around and left. He then entered the underworld of Broken Sky City. The Xianming duo had instructed them to inform the elites in the underworld as soon as there was news about Yixian. At that moment, Yixian was on his way to Tortoise Mountain. After about a day, he finally arrived at Tortoise Mountain. I heard that there are many immortal-level mysterious spiritual tortoises in Tortoise Mountain. However, as the mysterious spiritual tortoises have a strong defense, it is very difficult to kill them once they hide in their shell. That's why not many people come here, Yixian thought to himself. It was rare for him to kill a heaven-reaching beast. Most of the time, he would just kill them. However, he had no choice but to do it himself this time. If it was an ordinary person, it would not be easy for them to find the earth fire. However, Yixian had the eye of revelation. He could see through the mysterious spiritual tortoise's body. Hence, it was not difficult for him to find it. Besides, he had a few helpers, Luo Luo, the old tree and Wei Zhentian who had broken through to immortal level. They immediately entered Tortoise Mountain. Along the way, he saw many mysterious spiritual tortoises. However, most of them were at nirvana level. However, Yixian did not let the mysterious spiritual tortoises go. He killed all of them and kept them in his plant space. Under normal circumstances, the higher the rank of the mysterious spiritual tortoise, the higher the probability of the earth fire being born in its body. Hence, Yixian focused on the immortal-level mysterious spiritual tortoises. Found it. In the first hour that Yixian entered Tortoise Mountain, he finally saw the first immortal-level mysterious spiritual tortoise. Although the mysterious spiritual tortoise did not have the earth fire in its body, it was still a treasure. The profound spirit giant tortoise was special. Its shell could cover all of its flesh and blood. Once it shrunk into the shell, it would be troublesome. Relying on the eye of revelation, Yixian was able to see from afar. Killing intent explosion. Mysterious heaven sword art. Swish. A ray of sword light whizzed past and instantly pierced through the head of the mysterious spirit tortoise. Then, it pierced through its entire body. This attack had crushed all the organs in the mysterious spirit tortoise's body, including its heart. Instant kill. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. When the system notification rang out, Yixian quickly rushed over and put away the corpse. The heaven-reaching beast's corpse was nothing much. What was valuable was the beast's soul, which was several times more valuable than the corpse. However, right at that moment. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Another system notification sounded. Yixian didn't kill any heaven-reaching beasts, so it must have been Luo Luo and the others who killed it. Luo Luo's ability was not weak. On the other hand, Wei Zhentian and the old tree were immortal. Therefore, Yixian didn't have to worry about them taking action on their own. Yixian continued to go deeper into the Tortoise Mountain. Since there were so many mysterious spirit tortoises, there should be a king. This king was most likely to be the one that could produce the turtle spirit earth fire. Yixian estimated that the mysterious spirit tortoise king was at least on immortal level 3. After a while. Master, come quickly. I've encountered a level 2 immortal level tortoise. Luo Luo suddenly said. Upon hearing this, Yixian immediately rushed over based on his ability to sense the tortoise. A level 2 immortal level mysterious spirit tortoise might have the turtle spirit earth fire in its body. However, he was overthinking. The mysterious spirit tortoise that Luo Luo encountered, Su Rian, was at level 2 immortal level. However, it did not have the turtle spirit earth fire in its body. The mysterious spirit tortoise was more than 30 meters long. It was huge like a small mountain. Yixian came next to Luo Luo. After observing for a while, he decided to attack. This mysterious spirit tortoise can release shockwaves when it opens its mouth. Be careful. We must kill it before it hides into its shell, Yixian said to Luo Luo. All right. Luo Luo nodded. Then, the two of them immediately dashed out. Release of killing intent. Unparalleled flaming dragon slash. Yixian had already exchanged for the burning sky pill. He raised his hand and launched his most powerful attack. Although the twin dragon roar of the ice and fire twin dragon sword formation was powerful, Yixian no longer used it when the unparalleled flaming dragon slash was upgraded to the unparalleled flaming dragon slash. Firstly, the attack was not as powerful as the unparalleled flaming dragon slash. Moreover, he had to clone himself. The combat power of both him and his clone would be reduced by 60%. A huge golden flame dragon roared out. The mysterious spirit giant tortoise also sensed the danger and opened its bloody mouth. Bang! An invisible force swept out and collided with the golden flaming dragon. Suddenly, there was a strong shockwave. At the same time, Luo Luo increased her speed with the 9 reincarnation flash. 9 reincarnation flash, first flash. 9 reincarnation flash, second flash. 9 reincarnation flash, third flash. 9 reincarnation flash, fourth flash. When it was the fourth flash, the petite Luo Luo had already arrived beside the mysterious spirit tortoise's head. Then, it was the fifth flash of the 9 reincarnation flash. Swish! Before the mysterious spirit tortoise could react, it heard a crisp sound and its neck was almost cut off. Fortunately, it was not killed because of its huge body. Otherwise, its head would have fallen to the ground. It's not powerful enough, Luo Luo was helpless. The 9 flash of reincarnation relied on the sharpness of its movement to attack. However, the profound spirit tortoise relied on its defense. Even if it didn't hide in its shell, its scales and flesh defense were not weak. Although it did not manage to kill the mysterious spirit tortoise, it was enough. Wei Zhentian, who was on level 1 of the immortality level, had turned into a gigantic spike and pierced through the air. Swish! The gigantic spike that Wei Zhentian had turned into pierced through the mysterious spirit tortoise's neck from the wound that Luo Luo had created. Now, the mysterious spirit tortoise could not hide even if it wanted to. Wei Zhentian, well done. Yi Xian complimented. He immediately went around the mysterious spirit tortoise's head and attacked it from the side. Release of killing intent. Unparalleled flaming dragon slash. A gigantic golden flaming dragon struck the mysterious spirit tortoise's head from the side. Although the mysterious spirit tortoise's scales were strong, it could not withstand such a high-temperature flame. In an instant, the mysterious spirit tortoise's scales were burned and blood flowed like a river. Roar! The mysterious spirit tortoise was in pain. It opened its mouth and roared into the sky. It even started to attack with shockwaves. Unfortunately, its head was fixed in place and could not move, so its attacks all missed without exception. Again. Yi Xian's eyes lit up and he continued to attack. Release of killing intent. Unparalleled flaming dragon slash. Another golden dragon struck the profound spirit giant tortoise's head. This time, the tortoise's entire head was burnt to a crisp. Although its scales were strong, its flesh and blood were not strong. Once its scales were broken, the mysterious spirit tortoise would not be far from death. At that moment, the mysterious spirit tortoise's brain was burnt to a crisp. Ding! The killing intent of the host has increased. After the system notification rang out, Yi Xian immediately rushed over and kept the mysterious spirit tortoise's body. Although he had yet to break through to immortal level, he could already kill a level 2 immortal level powerhouse. Killing a level 2 immortal level defensive heavenly beast was nothing to him. What he was worried about was whether he could break through the defense of the level 3 mysterious spirit tortoise. If he could not, he would be in trouble. However, at that moment, a figure suddenly arrived at Turtle Ridge Mountain. It was a man in black. He was holding a black sword in his hand. Although he looked like a middle-aged man, he was actually more than 1,000 years old. His name was He Ming. He was a level 3 immortal level assassin in hell. Initially, he had already retired. However, there was a mission that made him waver. Hence, he decided to come back. The mission was to capture Yi Xian at Tortoise Mountain. The reward for capturing a level 9 Nirvana level brat is so generous. I have to capture this brat before anyone else does. He Ming said as he rushed into Tortoise Mountain. Coincidentally, there were some footprints at the entrance of Tortoise Mountain. He took a look and chased after Yi Xian. The footprints were left by Yi Xian. Along the way, he had killed many heavenly beasts. Hence, He Ming was able to catch up with him easily. At that moment, Yi Xian did not know that he was in danger. He was still looking for the mysterious spirit tortoise king. Perhaps it was because of the mysterious spirit tortoise king that he was looking for jumped out on its own. Could it be that the mysterious spirit tortoise king is the mysterious spirit tortoise king's child? Yi Xian stared at the mountain-like Xianling turtle king in front of him, and his heart trembled. When one's bloodline reached the immortal realm, its effect would be fully displayed. When its child died, the mysterious spirit turtle king, who was nearby, immediately knew. The profound spirit turtle king was originally in a deep sleep, but after the death of its child, it immediately woke up. It just so happened that the person who killed his child was nearby. Roar! The Xianling turtle king did not say anything. It opened its mouth and blasted a shockwave at Yi Xian. Shadow step. Yi Xian dodged the shockwave in a flash. This shockwave had the power to destroy the heavens and earth. It could probably split the Blood Rock continent in half. Even if Yi Xian was hit, he would be smashed to pieces. The mysterious spirit tortoise king was an immortal realm level 3 Tong Tian beast, which was 3 levels higher than Yi Xian. Therefore, even with the Eye of Revelation, Yi Xian could not see through it. Therefore, only by killing it, would he know if it had the turtle spirit earth fire in its body. Wei Zhentian, Luo Luo, come on! Yi Xian shouted in a low voice and directly attacked. Killing intent explosion. Flaming dragon slash. 9 flashes of reincarnation. Previously, they had come up with a strategy to deal with the mysterious spirit tortoise king. They had used this strategy to kill the mysterious spirit tortoise king's son. Now, the same strategy was used on the mysterious spirit tortoise king. However, they did not know if it would work. The mysterious spirit tortoise king was very angry. It did not dodge and took Yi Xian's attack head-on. Rumble. The gigantic golden flaming dragon hit the mysterious spirit tortoise king's head. However, it was blocked by its scales and did not hurt it at all. Now, Yi Xian could confirm that the turtle spirit earth fire was in the mysterious spirit tortoise king's body. Even if it was an immortal realm level 3 mysterious spirit tortoise, it would not be able to survive Yi Xian's flaming dragon slash. Now that the mysterious spirit tortoise king had blocked the attack, it proved that it was resistant to fire. Therefore, there must be a type of fire in its body. It was not the thousand beast fire but the turtle spirit earth fire. Haha, I've finally found it. I'm going to kill you. Yi Xian laughed in his heart. Although the flaming dragon slash could not break through its defense, he still had other methods. Whoosh! The annihilation slash, hidden within the matchless dragon slash, struck the mysterious spirit turtle king scales. Immediately, the annihilation slash's ability took effect, and a few pieces of the mysterious spirit turtle king scales were disintegrated. Although the fire was useless, the destruction slash was useful. Unfortunately, the destruction slash could not be combined with the destruction slash. Otherwise, Yi Xian's attack would be extremely powerful. Reincarnation flash, 5th flash. Luo Luo also attacked the wound. With a slash, the wound was enlarged. Not only that, Wei Zhentian turned into a thin needle and penetrated the mysterious spirit tortoise king's body. Ouch! The mysterious spirit tortoise king screamed in pain. Although its external defense was strong, its internal defense was not that strong. Wei Zhentian, who was on Immortal Realm level 1, was enough to destroy it. It seemed like the battle was about to end. Wei Zhentian could transform into many forms. He could turn into a mountain or a thin needle. Since the mysterious spirit tortoise king was so huge, it did not notice the thin needle in its body at first. However, as soon as Wei Zhentian entered its body, it suddenly enlarged and turned into a sea urchin and started to jump around. Suddenly, the mysterious spirit tortoise king's body was filled with holes and blood flowed out like a river. Without needing to attack, the mysterious spirit tortoise king would be killed by Wei Zhentian. Ouch! The mysterious spirit tortoise king roared into the sky. Its body trembled but it could not do anything to Wei Zhentian. However, at this moment, a powerful aura suddenly entered Yi Xian's perception range. Immortal Realm level 3? Yi Xian raised his eyebrow. He did not expect to see an Immortal Realm level 3 on Tortoise Mountain. Was this person just passing by or did he come here specifically for him? Even if he was just passing by, he would not just leave when he saw the mysterious spirit tortoise king struggling. I don't care who you are. If you want to die, I don't mind sending you on your way. Yi Xian squinted his eyes. At the same time, he ordered Wei Zhentian to bring the tortoise earth fire out. Soon, the aura of the immortal realm level 3 entered Yi Xian's vision. It was a middle-aged man in a black shirt. Found him. Black Life raised his eyebrow when he saw Yi Xian. According to the mission description, Yi Xian had many tricks up his sleeves. He was also good at disguising himself. At the same time, he might have a sword that could change forms and a little fox girl. Oh? Mysterious Spirit Tortoise King? Black Life raised his eyebrows. He did not expect Yi Xian to be able to injure the mysterious Spirit Tortoise King who was at immortal level 3. After all, he could only barely break through the mysterious Spirit Tortoise King's defense. It seemed like this kid was not that simple. Are you an assassin from the underworld? Yi Xian could not help but ask when he saw the person. According to his previous experience, this person was most likely an assassin as the murderous aura was too strong. That's right. I'm here to capture you. Black Life did not hide anything. If that's the case, why aren't you attacking? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. Immortal level 3 was 3 realms higher than him. However, when he was at level 8 Nirvana realm, didn't he injure the sect leader of the mysterious heaven sect who was at level 2 immortal level? 3 realms was nothing. On the other hand, if Yi Xian broke through to the immortal level, Black Life would not be able to withstand more than 10 or even 5 moves from Yi Xian. To be on the safe side, Yi Xian asked Wei Zhentian to be faster. Black Life glanced at the mysterious Spirit Tortoise King and said, I'm at immortal level 3. If I attack a Nirvana realm junior like you, it will damage my reputation. I'll give you a chance. If you follow me willingly, I might let you live a better life. He was thinking that if Yi Xian resisted, he would chop off Yi Xian's limbs and take him away. After all, the mission only required him to be alive. There was no rule that stated that he could not be crippled. Cut the crap. Yi Xian interrupted him. Humph. Black Life snorted and said, since you don't know how to cherish this opportunity, then before he could finish his sentence, Wei Zhentian came out of the mysterious Spirit Tortoise King's body. The light from the fire shone on their faces. The turtle earthly fire was ranked 81 on the exceptional fire list. It looked like a tortoise. If Wei Zhentian did not share the immortal phoenix bloodline, it would have been melted by the turtle earthly fire. When the turtle spirit earth fire appeared, even Black Life was shocked. Who would have thought that this Xianling Turtle King would have the turtle spirit earth fire? Not only would he be able to complete the mission, but he would also be able to obtain a Xianling Turtle King's body. Most importantly, he would also be able to obtain a turtle spirit earth fire. What a stroke of luck. However, under Black Ming's greedy eyes, Wei Zhentian sent the turtle spirit earth fire to Yi Xian. Yi Xian slightly curved up his mouth corners and took back the turtle spirit earth fire. I'll give you one more chance. Give me the turtle spirit earth fire, and I'll bring you back to the netherworld in one piece. Said Black Life again. Experts had their own pride, and asking him to make a move against a 9th level rebirth stage junior was truly a slight loss of face. If you want the turtle earth fire, come and get it yourself, said Yi Xian smilingly. The heart of the Xianling Turtle King had already been crushed by Wei Zhentian. In other words, it was already dead and no longer posed a threat to Yi Xian. Now that Yi Xian had obtained the turtle spirit earth fire, he would be able to break through to the immortality stage soon. However, Yi Xian only hid the turtle spirit earth fire in the devouring space and did not intend to devour it. In the eyes of the middle-aged man in black, he was only a 9th level Nirvana stage martial artist, and there was nothing to be afraid of. However, if he suddenly broke through to the immortality stage, things would be different. Kid, I gave you 2 chances, but you didn't cherish them. Since that's the case, I can only lower myself and attack you. The middle-aged man in black's eyes flickered, and in an instant, his speed exploded. As an assassin, speed was extremely important. However, as Yi Xian's level was too low, he did not need to launch a sneak attack. However, he would never have thought that Yi Xian had been waiting for him to attack all this while. Ding! Host has devoured the turtle spirit earth fire. Ding! Host has broken through to the 1st level of the immortality stage. Ding! Host has completed the special level up mission. The Eye of Destruction has been upgraded to a passive destruction. These 3 system notifications shocked Yi Xian. The Eye of Destruction had actually been upgraded to a passive destruction. Before the Eye of Destruction, the Eye of Glory had also become a passive glory. When Yixian needed to use it, he only needed to activate it. Now, the Eye of Destruction had also become a passive destruction. This meant that his attacks from now on would have the destruction effect. However, this was not the end. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Currently at the second level of the immortality stage. Ding! Luo Luo has broken through. Currently at the first level of the immortality stage. Ding! Devil Tree Battle Soldier has broken through. Currently at the first level of the immortality stage. Previously, Yi Xian's 3 targets had been stuck at the 9th level of the Nirvana stage because of his level. Later on, Wei Zhentian broke through the shackles once and could be upgraded to the first level of the immortality stage. Now, as Yi Xian broke through to the immortality stage, this shackle was finally broken. You're dead meat. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he suddenly attacked. Killing Intent Explosion. Unparalleled Flaming Dragon Slash. A huge golden flaming dragon suddenly appeared and roared towards the middle-aged man in black. After receiving the reward, Yi Xian directly activated the Annihilation passive. Now, his true energy had the effect of annihilation. The destruction effect was actually disintegration. It could disintegrate physical body and true qi. This meant that the unparalleled flaming dragon slash was even more powerful. Not only that, after breaking through to the immortality stage, Yi Xian's lifespan increased to 1,000 years. For this attack, he burned 10 years of his lifespan to strengthen his true qi. In addition to the Sword God bloodline, the Immortal Phoenix bloodline, the Burning Sky Pill, and the Turtle Spirit Earth Fire, the power of this attack was extraordinary. What? The middle-aged man in black was shocked. He felt the power of this golden flaming dragon. It was very powerful. Even he could not release it. How did Yi Xian master it? However, just as he was shocked, the golden flaming dragon had already swallowed him. Then, a system notification sounded. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. Instant kill. The immortal level 3 middle-aged man in black was instantly killed by Yi Xian. Of course, this was also the middle-aged man in black's own fault for being careless. Besides, Yi Xian's sudden breakthrough to the immortality stage was also beyond his expectations, which led to this mess. Damn, it's so powerful. It's at least 10 times stronger than before. Yi Xian could not help but swallow his saliva. The destruction effect, coupled with the true qi from burning one's lifespan, caused the middle-aged man in black to die without leaving behind a corpse. Fortunately, Yi Xian had already wrapped the middle-aged man in black's cosmos ring with the all-creation's force when the golden flaming dragon swallowed him. Otherwise, the ring would have been disintegrated. Wow, young master, your strength has improved a lot. Luo Luo floated over from afar and said in shock. Of course. As the middle-aged man in black was an assassin, he did not have many items in his Qianquan ring. If he died, the items would fall into the hands of others. Even if he hid them, he could not bring them along. Now, Yi Xian had completed 10 specific level-up missions and received 10 rewards in total. It had to be said that this special level-up quest was too awesome. It actually gave Yi Xian 10 rewards. Unfortunately, Immortal level did not trigger any specific level-up mission. Therefore, Yi Xian no longer needed to collect mystical flames to level up. At this moment, Yi Xian glanced at his attribute panel and realized that he had a lifespan of 1,000 years. When had he ever expected to live for 1,000 years? Most people would have hidden diseases in their bodies. However, as he had the Immortal Phoenix bloodline, his body did not have any problems. Therefore, this 1,000 years was a real 1,000 years, unless he encountered an expert and was killed by them. Just as he was thinking about it, a notification came from the system. Ding! You can exchange 500 years of your lifespan for 1 devouring point. Would you like to do so? Upon hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned. 500 years of my lifespan for 1 devouring point. What the F *CK, 500 years of my lifespan for 1 devouring point. I'm only 25 years old now. 1 year is too long for me. Maybe I'll break through to rebirth level in a year's time. 500 years is nothing to me. Yi Xian suddenly thought of this. 500 years sounded like a long time, but it was nothing to him. After all, he had only been here for 12 years. In 12 years, he had broken through to immortal level. Would he be afraid that he would not have enough lifespan in the future? Exchange. At that moment, Xian used 500 years of his lifespan to exchange for one devouring point. In addition to the one devouring point from before, he now had 2 devouring points. However, he was only left with slightly more than 500 years of lifespan. Ding. The next exchange requires 1,000 years of lifespan. The notification came again. 500 years of lifespan for the first exchange, 1,000 years for the second exchange, 1,500 years for the third exchange? Or 2,000 years? Xian calculated in his heart. A LV1 immortal level expert had a lifespan of about 1,000 years. Every level up would increase their lifespan by 250 years. In other words, a LV9 immortal level expert would have a lifespan of about 3,000 years. If the third exchange was 1,500 years, then it would be exactly 3,000 years. In other words, Xian could be exchanged for about 3 devour points. In my devouring space, I still have more than 100 years worth of immortal spring water. However, immortal level cultivators occasionally have to burn their lifespan to fight. Xian was a little hesitant. If that was the case, he would have 1,000 years of life when he reached immortal level rank 3. By then, he would be able to redeem some devouring points. The devouring point is very useful. It can strengthen my bloodline. If I break through to the rebirth realm in the future, my lifespan will increase. However, an immortal level requires us to burn our lifespan to fight. Sigh, I don't think my lifespan is enough. Xian was in a dilemma. In the end, he decided not to think about it. He would just take one step at a time. After all, he was only on immortal level rank 1. Since he had 2 devour points, Xian planned in his heart where to use these 2 devour points. Forget it. I'll keep them first. If my clone dies again, I can still use them to revive my clone. In the end, Xian decided not to use the 2 devour points. He would keep them first. Now that he had obtained the turtle spirit earthly fire and had broken through to the immortal level, he had to investigate some things. For example, the Xianming duo. Previously, the Lu family had investigated for more than a month, but they did not find anything. However, the old man in white was a clue. Xian estimated that the old man in white was only on immortal level rank 3. Broken Sky City, North Wind Mountain, and Mysterious Heaven Sect. Perhaps he is the patriarch of these 3 organizations, Xian thought to himself. He decided to investigate the 3 organizations that were closest to him. Immediately, he kept the Xianling Turtle King's body. He then broke through the void and returned to Broken Sky City. However, as soon as he returned and was about to inquire about the underworld, his eye of perception detected a familiar aura. It's him. Xian's body trembled as he recognized the aura immediately. This familiar aura belonged to the Xianming duo's escort, the old man in white who had the eye of nature. There is a path to heaven, but you don't want to take it. There is no door to hell, but you barge in. Xian's lips curled up slightly. Nalan Bing still had the death hunting order on her, so he did not have to worry about her. The old man in white was only on immortal level rank 3, so Xian was not afraid of him at all. However, the old man in white was currently a guest in the governor's mansion. There was also an immortal level rank 3 powerhouse and more than 10 immortal level powerhouses in the governor's mansion. Now that I have broken through to immortal level, Luo and the old tree are on immortal level rank 1, and Wei Zhentian is on immortal level rank 2. As long as I ransack the governor's mansion, I should be able to break through to immortal level rank 2. Xian squinted his eyes. After breaking through to immortal level rank 9 from Nirvana, the experience points required to level up had increased tremendously. The treasures that he had saved up previously could not allow him to break through to immortal level rank 2, but with the governor's mansion, it should be enough. He thought to himself as he swaggered into the governor's mansion. His unfamiliar immortal level aura immediately attracted the attention of some people in the governor's mansion. The Broken Sky City's manager immediately rushed over, and when he realized that it was Xian, he was shocked. "It's you?" The Broken Sky City's manager immediately recognized Xian, but in the next moment, he was controlled by Xianxia of Soul. Ding! Control successful. The Broken Sky City's manager was only on Immortal level rank 1, and Xian had never failed to control someone of the same level. At this moment, there were 5 Immortal level rank 1 auras in the governor's mansion. There were 2 Immortal level rank 2 auras, and 2 Immortal level rank 3 auras. Initially, there were others who noticed Xian, but the Broken Sky City's manager had already rushed over, and nothing happened, so the others thought that nothing was wrong. Under the Broken Sky City's manager's guidance, Xian controlled all 5 Immortal level rank 1 experts, and all their wealth fell into Xian's pocket. If the governor of Broken Sky City is on Immortal level rank 2, who's the other Immortal level rank 2? Xian suddenly turned his head and asked. It's my father. The Broken Sky City's manager replied. Alright, bring me there. Xian nodded. The Broken Sky City's manager's father was the confidant of the Broken Sky City's governor's father. After he retired, he had been guarding the governor's mansion. It had been 100 years, and his realm was on Immortal level rank 2. This person had lived for hundreds of years, and his soul strength was not that weak. It would not be easy for Xian to control him in one go. However, even if Xian was exposed, he was not afraid. Soon, the Broken Sky City's general manager found his father. Guoming, why are you looking for me? An old voice came from a mansion. Father, I brought someone to see you. The general manager of Broken Sky City replied. Come in then. Guoming pushed the door open and entered. Coincidentally, his father Guoxing also opened the door and walked out. Guoxing looked at Xian in surprise. He had seen all the Immortal level powerhouses in the mansion before. Could it be that he was a newly recruited consecrator? Guoming pretended to be mysterious as he approached Guoxing and whispered a few words in his ear. However, when Guoxing let down his guard, Guoming suddenly attacked. Bang! Guoming slapped his father's back with all his might, and the latter was instantly sent flying. Guoxing would never have thought that his own son would sneak attack him. What was going on? Just when he was surprised, Xian's eyes flashed. Soul Eye. Guoxing immediately realized that his son was being controlled by someone else. How dare you? Guoxing shouted angrily, but just as he finished speaking, his throat was choked by a strong hand. If he acted rashly, his head would be gone. Soul Eye. Xian continued to use his Soul Eye while his opponent was still in shock. Ding. Control failed. For the older generation powerhouses, it was still difficult to use Soul Eye. After all, they had lived for hundreds of years, and their soul strength was much stronger than the younger generation. However, no matter how strong the wall was, it would still be blown away by the wind. Ding. Control succeeded. After Xian used Soul Eye for the 3rd time, Guoxing was finally controlled. However, the shout from earlier had also entered the ears of the others. On the other side, the Broken Sky City's governor and the other 2 could not help but raise their eyebrows. Father, I'll go take a look. The Broken Sky City's governor said to Duanzhong. Go. Duanzhong nodded and continued to play chess with the white-robed old man, Yi Wen. The Broken Sky City's city lord recognized that voice. It was Guoxing's voice. He wanted to see who had provoked Guoxing. When he arrived, he found that Guoxing and Guoming were in the courtyard, and there was no one else. That's strange. I sensed an Immortal level aura earlier, but it's gone now. Did I sense it wrongly? The city lord of Broken Sky City frowned and asked in surprise, Uncle Xing, who offended you just now? It's nothing, just a servant. Guoxing pretended as if nothing had happened and said, City Lord, you came at the right time. There is an urgent matter here, what is it? The Broken Sky City Lord did not have any doubts and directly landed in the courtyard. However, just as he let his guard down, a sharp blade suddenly shot out from the ground and pierced through his thigh. Not only that, even Guoxing and Guoming suddenly made their moves. Bang! Broken Sky City's city lord was hit by 1 or 2 punches and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. However, just as he was about to fly out, another person suddenly appeared behind him. Xian, he did not expect that there would be an Immortal level powerhouse hiding nearby. Even he, a level 2 Immortal level powerhouse, did not notice him. This concealment technique was quite brilliant. He was still astonished when Xian grabbed his throat, causing him to be unable to speak. Soul's Eye. Ding. Control failed. The city lord of Broken Sky City was already over 100 years old, but Xian's first attempt at using Soul's Eye failed. Soul's Eye. Ding. Control succeeded. The city lord of Broken Sky City was also controlled by Xian. The latter did not say anything and took off the city lord's Qianquan ring. As a city lord, there were many things in the Qianquan ring. These things, together with Xian's accumulation, were enough for a breakthrough. Ding. The host has broken through and is currently at level 2 immortal level. The system notification rang. At the same time, Xian's lifespan had increased by 250 years, which was almost 800 years. The reason why Xian went through the trouble of controlling the city lord instead of killing his way in was because immortal level powerhouses could burn their lifespan to fight. Life was very precious, which was why Xian did not want to waste it. 6 immortal level 1 and 2 immortal level 2. It was a good lineup. Go and call your father over. Xian said to the city lord of Broken Sky City. The city lord's father, Duancheng, was an immortal level 3 immortal level powerhouse. However, Xian now had the lives of his son and the entire Duan family in his hands. There was a 90% chance that the city lord would choose to surrender. Yes. The city lord of Broken Sky City nodded and drank the blood bottle that Xian passed to him. He then changed his clothes and left. Soon, he returned to the place where Duancheng and Yuan were playing chess. What was that loud noise just now? Duancheng could not help but ask when he saw his son return. Nothing. It was just Uncle Xing and Guaming. The city lord of Broken Sky City shook his head and said softly, "Father, Uncle Xing needs you urgently." Now? Duancheng frowned slightly. Yes, now. The city lord of Broken Sky City replied. All right. Duancheng nodded slightly and said to the old man in white, "Yuan, I'll be back soon." After that, the two of them left quickly. Playing chess was just to pass the time. Yuan did not suspect anything. He was only thinking about whether the assassin from the underworld had caught Xian. As he did not know how to track people and his speed was not fast, he asked the assassin from the underworld to catch Xian. As long as he caught Xian, he would be able to obtain a middle-grade immortal level divine ability. However, he did not expect Xian to be so close to him. Soon, the city lord of Broken Sky City brought his father over. When Duancheng arrived, he saw a stranger sitting in Guixing's courtyard. It was a stranger who was at immortal level 2. As for Guixing and Guaming, they were standing behind Xian respectfully. At that moment, he felt that something was wrong. However, it was too late. Bang! A loud noise was heard. Duancheng was ambushed and was controlled by Xian. Everything was ready. All that was left was the last thing they needed. Guixing, Guaming, the city lord of Broken Sky City, and Duancheng were on the same side. Hence, they would not be on guard. However, the old man in white was an outsider. If they called him over, the ambush would not succeed. Moreover, he had a pair of eyes of nature. If he burned his life force, it would not be easy to deal with him. In order not to hurt the people in the mansion, Xian decided to lure him out. Call him out of the city. Xian was the first to arrive at the outskirts of the city and waited quietly. After a while, Duancheng, Guixing, and the city master of Broken Sky City brought Yuan over. However, Yuan was obviously prepared as he kept a distance from Duancheng and the rest. If there was an ambush, he could leave immediately. Immortal level 2? Yuan suddenly felt Xian's aura. He felt that the aura was similar to Xianxia's. Duancheng was at immortal level 3 while Guixing, the city master of Broken Sky City, and Xian were only at immortal level 2. Although they had the advantage in numbers, Yuan had the eye of nature. Hence, he was not afraid of them joining forces. Although the mysterious Heaven sect had lost a sect leader, they still had 2 immortal level 2 experts. If they were to fight, Broken Sky City would not be able to defeat the mysterious Heaven sect. After all, the mysterious Heaven sect was a sect. Duancheng, why did you bring me out? Yuan stopped at a distance and asked in surprise. I asked him to bring you out. Yi Xian suddenly spoke. In the next moment, his face changed and turned into the face that he had when he died. This time, Yuan finally recognized him. It's you? The old man in white opened his eyes wide. He did not expect the immortal level 2 expert to be Yi Xian. Didn't they say that Yi Xian was only at Nirvana level 9, it had only been a day and he had broken through to immortal level 2, even a reincarnated reincarnator would not be so strong, right? That's right, it's me. Yi Xian nodded and smiled. That day, you saved the Xianming duo demons and forced me to self-destruct 2 of my clones. Today, I'm here to take revenge. Yi Xian already had the intention to kill the old man in white. Although Lu Tiangong had saved the Xianming duo demons before, Yi Xian did not suffer any substantial losses. Hence, he spared Lu Tiangong. However, the old man in white had caused him to lose 2 of his clones and wasted 2 devour points to revive them. How could he not take revenge? 2? The white-robed elder raised an eyebrow. Yi Xian had only lost 1 clone that day, so how could there be 2 now? Of course, this was because he didn't know that Yi Xian's 2 doppelgangers were in a combined state. 1 corpse, 2 lives. The reason I lured you out is very simple, and that is to fight me. If you can win, I will let you go, Yi Xian continued. You? The white-robed old man's eyes flashed with killing intent. One had to know that Yi Xian had killed his grandson and great-grandson at the Longevity Assembly. He wanted to take revenge with his own hands. Cut the crap, let's fight. Yi Xian took out the scarlet flame sword that he'd spent a super devouring crystal to forge into a rank 6 heavenly artifact. Apart from that, Wei Zhentian was also hovering in the air, ready to attack at any moment. If that's the case, then I'll personally capture you. After the white-robed old man finished speaking, he glanced at Duan Chong and the rest fearfully. He finally understood that this was all part of the scheme of the Broken Sky City's governor. Longevity Assembly, floating image crystal, their purpose was to lure him out, or rather, destroy the mysterious heaven sect. However, he was overthinking. The mastermind was not Duan Chong, but Yi Xian. Whoosh! Whoosh! In an instant, the white-robed old man and Yi Xian attacked. The former wanted to capture Yi Xian, but Yi Xian wanted to kill the former. Both of their targets were different from each other, so their attacks were naturally different. Killing intent explosion. Unparalleled flaming dragon slash. Yi Xian used his strongest attack as soon as he arrived. This attack was enough to instantly kill any expert at the 3rd level of the longevity stage. Yuan originally wanted to capture Yi Xian, but after witnessing the power of this attack, he knew that he was too naive, even he couldn't launch this attack, so how could he capture him? Damn it! The white-robed old man cursed in his heart. He immediately burned a large amount of his lifespan to strengthen his true qi and block Yi Xian's attack. Rumble. When the 2 true qis collided, the resulting shockwaves seemed to be tearing the space apart. The white-robed old man had burned 20 years of his lifespan for this attack. Otherwise, he would have been in danger. In terms of cultivation base, the white-robed old man was clearly 1 level higher, but in terms of attack, the white-robed old man was thousands of miles away. You can block one of my attacks, but let's see how many more you can block. Yi Xian attacked again. Killing intent explosion. Unparalleled flaming dragon slash. The white-robed old man's face was gloomy. He knew that he couldn't fight Yi Xian head-on. Otherwise, his lifespan would be depleted. However, he was too naive. Although he managed to block the second attack, there was still something hidden within the golden flame dragon. Skyquake sword. Swish. With a crisp sound, the white-robed old man's heart was pierced, and blood spurted out. The white-robed old man was shocked. At this moment, he realized that Yi Xian could also use the 10,000 mammoth force from a distance. Clearly, he also had the eyes of 10,000 mammoth. Of course, what made him even more surprised was that he couldn't even block 2 of Yi Xian's attacks. In fact, Yi Xian was still holding back. He was afraid that the white-robed old man's eyes of 10,000 mammoth would be burned to ashes. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. A system notification sounded. The white-robed old man's corpse didn't fall from the sky. Xian used the 10,000 mammoth force to remove the 2 eyes of 10,000 mammoth. Ding! The host has devoured an eye of 10,000 mammoth. The 10,000 mammoth force has increased. Ding! The host has devoured an eye of 10,000 mammoth. The 10,000 mammoth force has increased. 2 more system notifications sounded. The strength of Xian's soul didn't change, but the distance between the 10,000 mammoth force and the 10,000 mammoth force from a distance had increased. This was the effect of the eyes of 10,000 mammoth. I heard that there are all kinds of eyes in this world, such as the eyes of death, the eyes of reincarnation, and so on. If I can obtain them and carry out a special devouring process, perhaps I'll have the same effect. Xian was looking forward to it. Now that he had taken his revenge, Xian's wish had been fulfilled. After he took the white-robed old man's ring of universe, he immediately made a clone. Broken Sky City is already under my control. Why don't I control the Mystic Heaven sect and Mount Beifeng as well? Xian thought to himself as he hurried to both sides. After reaching the immortal level, his level-up experience had increased tremendously. He estimated that even if he robbed all 3 organizations, he wouldn't be able to break through to Immortal Level 3. Every time he broke through to the Immortal Level, his lifespan would increase by 250 years. Now that Xian had a lifespan of almost 800 years, as long as he broke through again, he would be able to exchange 1,000 years of his lifespan for 1 devouring point. At the thought of this, Xian's original body and clone quickened their pace. Regrettably, the wealth was not enough for Xian to break through to Immortal Level 3. However, just as he was ransacking MT Beifeng, 3 powerhouses suddenly arrived at Broken Sky City. The auras of these 3 experts were incomparably powerful. They directly went to the city lord's mansion. However, what surprised the people in the city was that after they entered the city lord's mansion, there was a reign of terror in the mansion. Then, the entire mansion turned into ruins, and no one survived. Duan Chong, the governor of Broken Sky City, Guosheng, Guoming, and the rest, without exception, were all dead. With so many people dead at once, Xian, who was far away in the sky, also sensed it because these people were under his control. What's going on? Why are they all dead? Xian was shocked. He sensed that these people died almost at the same time. In other words, a super powerhouse killed them in one blow. It was at least Immortal Level 4, or even Level 5, Xian could not help but shudder. He immediately broke through the void and returned to Broken Sky City. Just in case, he changed his appearance and hid his aura. When he returned, he saw 3 figures standing in the sky above the governor's mansion. These 3 people were all dressed in black, and they seemed to be the underworld's assassins. It seems that my whereabouts have been exposed. These 3 people should be sent by the Shanming duo to capture me. These 3 people are at least Immortal Level 5. Xian hid in the crowd and could not help but shudder. Fortunately, there were still some Immortal Level powerhouses in the city, so Xian would not be noticed for the time being. It seemed that he had to leave this area and return to the Lu family. He had to use his Eye of Soul to erase everyone's memories of him. However, at this moment... Suddenly, a man in black turned his head and his gaze fell on Xian. Oh no! Xian's expression changed drastically. He, who had concealed his aura in assassination mode, was discovered by the other party. The other party might not be Immortal Level 5, but Level 6. Let's go! At that moment, Xian immediately broke through the void and entered. Immediately after, the black-clothed man quickly rushed down, but he missed. Damn it, you're looking for it. The man in black said in a hoarse voice. Fortunately, Xian had the Eye of the Void. Otherwise, he would have been finished. The Void Locator was located at Turtle Ridge Mountain. It was created by Xian in a moment of desperation. After the void door closed, he opened another one. This time, he wanted to return to the Lu family and use the Eye of Souls to erase all memories of him. Otherwise, if the man in black knew that he went to the Punlai Divine Land through the Lu family's portal, he would be in big trouble. Although the Crossrealm Teleportation Formation was quite a distance away from Tianju's Blood Rock continent, what if it was found? What if old immortal Tianju went out? Therefore, Xian had to eliminate this possibility. He had to erase all memories of the Lu family. Besides, he had to erase the few organizations that he had been to before, such as the Thousand Beasts sect. Just in case, Xian spent a total of 3 days erasing his traces. I'm afraid that Luo Luo, the sky-shaking sword, the old tree, and I have a bounty on them now. I'll try my best not to let them out. Xian was slightly helpless. Who asked the Xianming duo to be so powerful? The Xianming duo had always been in the north. Therefore, Xian tore open the void again and arrived at Turtle Ridge Mountain. I'm afraid the 3 men in black are still looking for me. Perhaps there are more of them. I have to leave this area as soon as possible. Xian thought to himself. He left Turtle Ridge Mountain and headed north. He blamed the Xianming duo for what had happened at the Broken Sky City's governor's mansion. If he had the chance in the future, he would definitely teach the Xianming duo a lesson. In the 3 days that he was erasing his traces, Luo Luo and the old tree had broken through to Immortal level 2. In other words, the 4 of them were already at Immortal level 2. With their abilities, it was not a problem for them to deal with Immortal level 5 powerhouses. However, these powerhouses who came from high-level areas would not be so simple. Therefore, he had to be careful and try his best not to expose his identity. Xian used shadow steps to hasten his journey. Along the way, he met many experts who were heading south. Some of them were on Immortal level 3, some were on Immortal level 4, and some were on Immortal level 5. Anyway, these people seemed to have found out about the gold mine and rushed towards it. If Xian had the ability, he could kill all of them. However, they were heading south in groups. It was not easy for Xian to kill them. If he was exposed, it would be troublesome. Once he was exposed, someone might set up a checkpoint and he would not be able to continue heading north. However, on the second day after he left Tortoise Mountain and headed north. Ding! The Devil Tree Battle Soldier has broken through. It is currently at Immortal level 3. This time, the old tree was the first to break through. After all, the Divine Tree of Life bloodline had become the Immortal Phoenix bloodline. After hearing the system notification, Xian didn't even have the time to congratulate him when a black figure flew over from the horizon. Immortal level 3? Xian raised his eyebrows. With his eye of revelation, he could see the opponent's level. However, this time, it was not a human but a fox. Moreover, it was a black fox with 6 tails. Luo Luo, what is this black fox? Xian quickly drew a portrait and showed it to Luo Luo, who was in the planting space. Master, this is the Shadow Fox bloodline of the Fox clan. They are born with assassination skills and are very difficult to deal with. Luo Luo replied after seeing it. Shadow Fox, Xian narrowed his eyes. Although the Shadow Fox bloodline was only at Immortal level 3, it had a complete charm fusion crystal in its body and the Eye of Charm. Therefore, Xian's Eye of Soul might not be able to control it. Xian was afraid that there would be other people around, so he decided to avoid the Shadow Fox bloodline. However, when the Shadow Fox saw Xian, its eyes flashed and it dashed toward Xian. It's coming? Xian frowned. Previously, someone had intercepted him halfway, but after checking his interspatial ring, he left. It seemed that the Shadow Fox bloodline had the same idea. The Shadow Fox bloodline was very fast. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Xian. At this moment, Xian realized that the Shadow Fox bloodline was very young. He looked to be around 13 or 14 years old. It was a young man. However, since a long time ago, one could not judge a book by its cover. Although the young man looked to be around 13 or 14 years old, he might be more than 1,000 years old. Sir, is there anything I can help you with? Xian asked calmly. Where are you from? The young man asked directly. Do you know these people? The young man took out a few portraits from his Qianquan ring. They were of Xian, Luo Luo, and the rest. I've never seen them before. Many people are looking for them along the way. I wonder if, Xian shook his head. However, before he could finish his sentence, he felt a sharp pain in his head. Charm, the young man had used charm on Xian. F***ck. Xian cursed in his heart. He did not use his Eye of Soul to control the young man, but the young man had attacked him first. What the F***? The young man was surprised. Yi Xian was only on Immortal level 2 while he was on Immortal level 3. Moreover, he had mastered the Eye of Charm and the Amalgamation Crystal of Charm. How could he fail to use charm on a person of a lower level? You're quite capable, the young man thought to himself and said, let me check your Qian Kuan ring. Subsequently, Yi Xian removed his Qian Kuan ring and tossed it to the young man. Under normal circumstances, one would not let others check their Qian Kuan ring even if the other party had a higher level than them. However, Yi Xian had encountered many people who wanted to check their Qian Kuan rings along the way, so he was very calm. He only hoped that the young man would leave after checking his Qian Kuan ring. The young man took the Qian Kuan ring and checked it carefully. He did not find anything strange, so he returned it to Yi Xian right away. How did you resist my charm? The young man could not help but ask. That's because I'm more than 1,000 years old this year. I've consumed many treasures that can increase the strength of my soul, Yi Xian answered casually. The older one was, the stronger their soul would be. Therefore, it made sense. The young man did not ask any more questions after hearing that. He then walked past Yi Xian and left. Yi Xian secretly sighed in relief because he saw another person passing by through his Eye of Revelation. If the person attacked him, he might be exposed. However, after running for a while, the young man suddenly stopped in his tracks. Wait. Yi Xian subconsciously stopped when he heard the young man's voice. He turned around and asked, is there anything else? Are you really Elder Bei Fengshan? The young man squinted his eyes slightly in disbelief. That's right. Yi Xian's heart trembled as he nodded in reply. All right, follow me to Bei Fengshan. The young man said. It seemed like the young man had discovered something. Yi Xian was very surprised in his heart. He'd used this identity to deceive quite a few people along the way, but this youth had discovered him. He didn't know what had gone wrong. Perhaps it was just a teenager's intuition? If you wish to visit the Northern Wind Mountain, my Northern Wind Mountain will naturally welcome you. However, I still have matters to attend to, so I have to leave first. And? The young man's eyes suddenly became cold and gloomy. You may not be able to stop me. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian used his shadow steps to fly into the distance. At the same time, the shadow fox youth immediately chased after him. The two people's speed was actually almost the same. This young man can actually catch up to me. Yi Xian could feel the shadow fox young man chasing after him. He could not help but tremble. Even an immortal level 4 expert would not be able to catch up with him when he used his shadow steps. However, this young man was only at level 3. It seemed like he was quite capable. Just as they started running, the young man behind them shouted, there's only an immortal level LV3, martial artist in Mount Beifeng. Your speed has surpassed that of an immortal level LV4 martial artist. You're not from MT Beifeng. Tisk. Yi Xian ignored him and continued running. If the young man continued to chase after him, he would break through the void and return to a place in front of him. Then, he would take a detour. At most, he would be late by a few days. It seems like I've found the right person. You're my mission target. The shadow fox young man suddenly snorted. He then took out a sword and stabbed it at Yi Xian's back. Since you're courting death, then don't blame me. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He suddenly turned around and attacked. Killing intent explosion. Black Heaven sword skill. This time, Yi Xian did not use the unparalleled flame dragon slash as he was afraid that it would burn the shadow fox young man's body. Since he had been exposed, he would use the shadow fox young man to investigate some things. It's really you. The shadow fox young man raised his eyebrows. Facing Yi Xian's attack that was not weaker than his own, his body turned into a black stream of light and successfully dodged Yi Xian's sword light. At the same time, Yi Xian also dodged his opponent's attack. So what if it's me? Since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. Yi Xian shouted angrily and attacked again. You're the target of the two masters. As long as I catch you, the two masters might accept me as their disciple. Don't even think about leaving today. After the Shadow Fox young man finished speaking, he immediately counterattacked. Yi Xian was not unfamiliar with the two masters he mentioned. They were the mysterious underworld duo demons. It seemed that Yi Xian had found the right target. Previously, the white-clothed old man Yuan was killed by him, so he did not ask where the mysterious underworld duo demons was escorted to. Now that he heard the Shadow Fox young man's words, he immediately understood that he had found a clue. Whoosh! 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 The two of them began to exchange blows. In order to prevent the Shadow Fox young man from being impatient and being burned to ashes by the unparalleled flame dragon slash, not even leaving a corpse behind, Yi Xian used the Black Heaven Sword skill of the mysterious Heaven sect. However, he also knew that he had to end the battle quickly. This was because an immortality stage level 3 expert had passed by just now. The commotion here was so big that it might attract his attention. The Shadow Fox young man dodged the attacks and attacked at the same time. At the same time, his eyes had turned pink and he was using charm to attack Yi Xian. However, in the next moment, he understood that he was not the only one who could use soul attacks. Soul Eye. Yi Xian's eyes flashed and the Shadow Fox young man felt a sharp pain in his head. In terms of soul power, Yi Xian was not any weaker than the Shadow Fox young man who was at immortality stage level 3. In addition, his soul eye had leveled up a few times and his soul attacks had surpassed the Shadow Fox young man. Good fellow. If that's the case, I'll kill you first. The Shadow Fox young man suddenly had the intention to kill. He suddenly remembered that the two masters could search one's soul regardless of whether the person was dead or alive. Northern Underworld Heavenly Water. The Shadow Fox young man's heart moved and black water droplets suddenly appeared around him. These black water droplets were like arrows that had been released from a bow and shot towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian's intuition told him that these black water droplets were not simple. Under the eye of revelation, these black water droplets contained a large amount of energy. If he was hit by these thousands of water droplets, he would definitely be riddled with holes. Ding! Northern Underworld Heavenly Water has been successfully copied. Ding! The host has learned the middle grade immortal skill, Northern Underworld Heavenly Water. You know it, so do I. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth slightly curled up. Using the ability of the eyes of myriad forms, he directly condensed water droplets around the Shadow Fox youth. What? The young Shadow Fox was shocked. He had only condensed the black water droplets in front of Yi Xian, but Yi Xian had condensed them around him. This meant that Yi Xian had the eye of nature. However, what surprised him the most was that Yi Xian knew this move as well. However, he couldn't care less at this moment. Swoosh! 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 The water droplets on both sides flew across the sky. These water droplets were smaller than the fingernail of a little finger, but each of them contained great power. Any one of them could pierce through the shell of an immortality level 2 mysterious spirit tortoise. With so many of them added together, it was extremely terrifying. However, at this critical moment, Yi Xian directly tore through the air and escaped this calamity. However, the young Shadow Fox did not have it easy. Poof! 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 The young Shadow Fox was caught in his own trap. Although he managed to avoid many of the black water droplets, he couldn't avoid all of them. Hence, he could only protect his vital parts, but the rest of his body was affected. When Yi Xian returned, he saw that the young Shadow Fox's body was full of holes and blood was flowing out. It was a horrible sight. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian quickly dealt the final blow. Killing Intent Explosion. Black Heaven Sword Skill. Swoosh! The sword pierced through the sky. The young Shadow Fox, who had just suffered a huge blow, managed to dodge it. However, even if he could dodge it, he couldn't dodge it forever. Reincarnation Flash, Fourth Flash. Swoosh! With a crisp sound, the young Shadow Fox's head flew up and separated from his body. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. A system notification rang out, proving that the Shadow Fox youth had fallen. However, there was a person in the distance who had a panoramic view of the battle. This was the immortal level 3 powerhouse who had passed by earlier. After seeing the death of the Shadow Fox youth, he was extremely shocked. That was the Shadow Fox, a level 3 immortal level. How could it die just like that? Although he was also on immortal level 3, he would definitely die within 10 moves if he were to fight with the young shadow fox. This was the difference between them. Go. Although Xian was only on immortal level 2, the man was decisive and left immediately. It's too late for you to leave now. You can only blame your bad luck. Xian's eyes suddenly flashed. In the next moment, the word kill appeared above his opponent's head. Eye of Assassination. Mysterious Heaven Sword Art. Swish. Xian instantly appeared behind his opponent and stabbed out with his sword. Pooh. The unlucky passerby's heart was pierced through, and the berserk true chi crushed his heart, instantly killing him. Ding. The killing intent of the host has increased. If Xian were to chase after him, he would be able to catch up with this unlucky passerby. However, there was already a battle going on here. If someone were to come, it would be troublesome. Just in case, Xian used the death hunting command. The death hunting command had been upgraded once and could mark 2 people. One of them was Nail and Bing, so Xian could still use it once more. Now that the other time was used to mark this unlucky passerby, it would cool down for a day. Xian put away the unlucky passerby's corpse and Qian Kuan ring. He then took the lead to put away the shadow fox youth's corpse. However, at this moment, he suddenly realized that there was an additional mark in his body. Oh no, when did I get a shadow mark? Xian's face was gloomy. Needless to say, this shadow mark must have been left by the shadow fox youth. However, he was surprised that he did not notice it. So what if it was a mark? Right now, he had to leave this place first. Xian quickly turned around and changed his direction. After rushing for a while, he found a place to hide. Then, he searched the soul of the shadow fox youth's corpse. Using the soul eye to search the soul consumed a lot of his power. Xian kept searching the shadow fox youth's memory. He saw that the shadow fox youth had come into contact with the Xianming duo demons. The latter went to the shadow fox branch and then left. The shadow fox branch. The shadow fox branch at the border of the land of reincarnation. The young master of the branch, 14 years old? After completing the search, Xian was also shocked. This shadow fox youth was the youngest son of the shadow fox branch's leader. He was only 14 years old this year. His aptitude was a little too monstrous. After all, Luo was only at immortal level 2, but she was already 16 years old this year. This shadow fox youth was younger than Luo by 2 years. This was his true appearance and not because he had taken those treasures to maintain his youthful appearance. However, breaking through to immortal level before the age of 100 was not considered a big deal. Perhaps he was not smart enough and would be stuck at immortal level 3 for 1,000 years. In the path of cultivation, no one dared to be 100% sure. Of course, Xian was an exception. Now, Xian knew many things from this shadow fox youth. It turned out that the Xianming duo demons were from the shadow fox branch in their previous life and had a high status in the clan. In other words, Xian found the Xianming duo demons clan. From now on, he did not need to chase after the Xianming duo demons. Instead, he had to start planning how to kill the Xianming duo demons. Luo, I have a shadow mark now. Can this be removed? Xian could not help but ask. Although he searched the shadow fox youth's memory, he did not find anything related to removing the shadow mark. Shadow mark? Luo was a little surprised. After thinking for a while, she replied, "This thing is difficult to remove. It's a troublesome method of the shadow fox clan. I estimate that young master will need to be at least immortal level 4 or 5 to remove it." So troublesome, Xian sighed. The shadow fox clan was a natural killer. They could hide their aura and mark. They were quite powerful. Since he could not remove it now, Xian did not care. However, he suddenly remembered that this shadow fox youth was the young master of the shadow fox branch. He was the most talented person in the branch. This time, he had snuck out secretly. Therefore, there would definitely be people looking for him. If Xian encountered these experts, he would have to run. If he was extremely lucky, he would find money when he went out. However, if he was extremely unlucky, he would suffer even if he slept at home. Before Xian started his journey, he sensed an aura coming towards him. Immortal level 5. It's coming for me. Oh no, it's an expert from the Shadow Fox clan. Xian immediately reacted. The aura of this immortal level 5 expert was similar to that of the Shadow Fox youth. They should be of the same bloodline. Therefore, Xian determined that they were from the Shadow Fox branch. At this moment, Xian was hesitating in his heart. If it was an ordinary person, he could fight him. However, this immortal level rank 5 powerhouse was not an ordinary person. He was from the Shadow Fox branch. His combat strength could not be calculated normally. One had to know that the Shadow Fox youth just now had probably reached immortal level rank 4. However, Xian decided to take a look first. Soon, this immortal level rank 5 Shadow Fox powerhouse appeared in front of him. This was a middle-aged Shadow Fox with 3 purplish-black tails. He was tall and big. 3 tails, it seemed that this person's strength was not as strong as Xian imagined. Only 3 tails. His spirit strength is not that strong. If I can kill him, then I should be able to break through to immortal level rank 3. After thinking in his heart, Xian made a decision. If he was exposed, then so be it. At most, he would take a detour. Very quickly, the middle-aged Shadow Fox arrived in front of Xian. He just happened to pass by this place and relied on his perception of the shadow imprint to find Xian. Why do you have the Shadow Fox tribe's shadow mark in your body? The middle-aged man asked in surprise. Because I was once a mission target. Xian held the scarlet flame sword in his hand and slowly answered. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of a system notification abruptly rang out. Ding, the host has triggered a random mission. Kill He Bing from the Shadow Fox tribe within 100 moves. Completion of the mission will reward the Devil Tree Battle Soldier and the host to share the same level. This system notification also shocked Xian. The old tree shared the same level as him. He quickly checked and found that the reward was not bad. As long as the level was shared, then the old tree would be on the same level as him in the future. Moreover, the old tree could be even higher than him. For example, if Xian broke through to immortal level rank 8, then it would be 0% experience. After sharing the levels, the old tree would also have 0 experience points for those on immortal level rank 8. If Xian did not continue to absorb Xian's blood, his experience points would not increase. However, this did not mean that the old tree would limit his experience points. As long as he continued to absorb Xian's blood or corpse, his experience points would increase and he might even break through to immortal level rank 9. To put it simply, after this random quest was completed, Xian's realm would become the old tree's minimum realm. The old tree's realm would either be the same as Xian's or higher than Xian's. This was a really good reward. When he thought of this, Xian couldn't help but smile. He looked at the middle-aged man with a strange expression. This middle-aged man was already a dead man in his heart. However, this random quest required him to kill the middle-aged man within 100 moves. Furthermore, Luo, old tree, and the others also counted as a number of moves. Therefore, Xian had to end this as soon as possible. When the middle-aged man saw Xian laughing after he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He could not help but ask, "What are you laughing at?" "Nothing. Is there anything else?" Xian stopped laughing and asked. "You have a shadow imprint in your body. Perhaps you once killed someone from my Shadow Fox clan. Today, I will avenge them." The middle-aged man did not plan to talk nonsense and immediately attacked. "I was waiting for you." Xian's eyes shone brightly as he slashed with the crimson flame sword in his hand. Killing intent explosion. Unparalleled flame dragon slash. A gigantic golden flame dragon swept out and attacked the middle-aged man. He was afraid that the unparalleled flame dragon slash would burn the corpse of the young Shadow Fox, so he did not use this skill. Now, the random quest only required him to kill the middle-aged man within 100 moves. This was much simpler. Before he attacked, he had already consumed an immortal level 2 burning sky pill, which greatly increased his flame attack power. In addition to the immortal Phoenix God bloodline, the Divine Sword bloodline, the Eye of Glory, and the passive effect of destruction, this attack was enough to threaten the middle-aged man who was on immortal level 5. What a powerful attack! The middle-aged man was shocked. He was careless, so his initial attack was very weak. He was instantly engulfed by the golden flame dragon, which caused him to have to take the attack head-on. Northern Underworld Heavenly Water, protect. Fortunately, the middle-aged man was not an ordinary person. He quickly condensed black water droplets and protected his body. Whoosh! Whoosh! The golden flame dragon engulfed the middle-aged man. However, water was the bane of fire. The middle-aged man put on the black water droplet armor and rushed out of the golden flame dragon. However, he had also suffered some injuries. As an immortal level 5, he was injured by a kid who was on immortal level 2. What a shame. It's not over yet. Xian took the opportunity to perform a middle-grade immortal level divine ability. Northern Underworld Heavenly Water. Suddenly, a large number of black water droplets condensed around the middle-aged man and attacked him directly. What? The middle-aged man was shocked. He did not expect Xian to use this move. However, he did not have time to think. He condensed a new set of Northern Underworld Heavenly Water armor. The armor's defense was amazing. However, the thousands of black water droplets condensed by Xian sacrificed 20 years of Xian's life. Moreover, Xian removed the effect of the sky-burning pill and consumed the sky-freezing pill. The power of the attack this time was extraordinary. Bang! 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 Drops of Northern Underworld Heavenly Water landed on the middle-aged man. Although there were no visible wounds on his body, the huge impact caused him to be severely injured. Moreover, the Northern Underworld Heavenly Water had a freezing effect. Kacha, kacha, kacha. In the blink of an eye, the middle-aged man was frozen into an ice sculpture along with the Northern Underworld Heavenly Water armor. It had to be said that he was courting death. Although the two true Qis were different, the Northern Underworld Heavenly Water had the same attribute. In addition to the sky-freezing pill, the middle-aged man was trapped in his own armor. In this way, he had become a live target. 9 Flash Reincarnation, 4th Flash. Luo Luo appeared out of nowhere. When she rushed to the middle-aged man's side, she had already accelerated to the 4th Flash. 9 Flash Reincarnation, 5th Flash. Kacha, a corner of the ice sculpture was shaved off. The position and size were exactly the middle-aged man's head. A dignified immortal level 5 expert was actually beaten to the point of being unable to fight back. This was also beyond Xian's expectations. Of course, this was all thanks to the middle-grade immortal level Northern Underworld Heavenly Water. Coupled with the sky-freezing pill, it was really useful. If Xian were to fight the middle-aged man head-on, it would probably take at least a dozen moves. Moreover, the other party would burn his life force. It was not worth it. Therefore, Xian burned 20 years of his life force from the start to achieve a one-hit kill effect. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. A system notification rang. Xian quickly flew over and put away the middle-aged man's corpse and the universe ring. He guessed that the middle-aged man was looking for the young shadow fox. Unfortunately, the young shadow fox was also killed by him. The shadow seal in his body was left behind by the young shadow fox. Ding! The host has completed the random mission. The host and the Devil Tree Battle Soldier will share levels. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is now at Immortal Level 3. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. The host is now at Immortal Level 4. The 3 system notifications rang one after another. The old tree was already at Immortal Level 3. After sharing levels, he was still at Immortal Level 3 and had more experience points than Xian. The reward for this mission was not bad, although the special level-up mission was not triggered again. Xian's strength had increased tremendously after completing the special level-up mission 10 times. Otherwise, he would not have been able to kill his opponent so easily. The middle-aged man was indeed from the Shadow Fox clan. He was looking for the young clan leader who had sneaked out. The two of them were indeed reunited, but not in the human world. Ding! Would the host like to exchange 1,000 years of lifespan for 1 Devour point? At this moment, the system notification suddenly rang. Now that Xian was at Immortal Level 3, his lifespan had increased to 1,000 years. Even if he exchanged 1,000 years of lifespan, he still had more than 20 years to live. Moreover, he still had 100 years of immortal spring water in his devour space. He would not die for the time being. However, he was not in a hurry to exchange for the devour point. He had just used 20 years of lifespan to kill the middle-aged man from the Shadow Fox clan. Sometimes, he had to burn his lifespan, therefore, he felt that it would not be too late to exchange for the devour point when he was at immortal level 4 or at a critical moment. The shadow seal in my body can't be erased because my level is too low. It seems like this is the only way, Xian thought to himself and continued on his way. The shadow seal was not necessarily a bad thing. If the person who came was not strong, it would be a gift to him. If the person was extremely strong, Xian would directly break through the void and leave. Therefore, this time, he still wanted to use himself as bait to lure the Shadow Fox clan. The Shadow Fox clan isn't strong. I heard that the most powerful person is only on immortal level 7. With my current level, it's impossible for me to fight an immortal level 7, but it shouldn't be a problem for me to fight an immortal level 6. After all, not everyone will take me seriously. Xian made plans in his mind as he hurried along. Since he had already been exposed, there was no need to hide anymore. He was going to tell the Xianming duo demons now. He had come. Soon, he saw the second person from the Dark Shadow Fox clan. This person was at level 4 immortality level and was not strong. After sensing the shadow imprint in Xian's body, this person also wanted to make a move against him. Unfortunately, Xian's peerless dragon slash incinerated him into nothingness. Relying on the death hunt command, Xian knew that Nalan Bing was still on his way, so he hadn't returned to the clan yet. Since he hadn't returned to the clan, there shouldn't be too many powerful people coming. Therefore, Xian had to break through quickly before the powerful people arrived. At that moment, he directly flew with Wei Zhentian. He didn't change his appearance and maintained the appearance of a bounty. Whoever came, would die, wherever he went, he killed. Everyone was terrified by his name. Soon, this news spread to the Shadow Fox clan's branch. Clan leader, I have something to report. A member of the Shadow Fox clan hurriedly ran to the Shadow Fox clan leader's residence. What's the matter? The Shadow Fox clan leader was a tall and sturdy man. Although he looked like that, he had actually lived for more than 1,000 years. He had countless children, but only his youngest son was the most outstanding. At the age of 14, he had actually broken through to immortal level 3 and was expected to break through to rebirth level in the future. Someone sent news that the person that the two lords wanted to capture has appeared near Tianyuan mountain range. None of those who entered Tianyuan mountain range left alive, the Shadow Fox clan leader reported. What's that person's cultivation base? The Shadow Fox clan leader asked in surprise. The Shadow Fox clan leader wasn't the only one who wanted to capture Xian. There were also assassins from the underworld. However, the underworld was the force that the Shadow Fox clan had established. I heard that he's only immortal level 3. There's also an immortal level 4 demon and a sword. Oh, there's also the white fox that the two lords want. The Shadow Fox clan leader continued to report. The Xianming duo didn't want Xian, but Luo. Alright, immediately send the 4 Grand Elders. They must capture that white fox. As for the others, it doesn't matter. The Shadow Fox clan leader said. The 4 Grand Elders in this clan were all immortal level 6 powerhouses. It wouldn't be a problem for them to take action. Yes. The Shadow Fox clan leader responded and turned to leave. However, before he could go far, the Shadow Fox clan leader called out to him again. Is there news of the young clan leader? The Shadow Fox clan leader frowned and asked. No. The Shadow Fox clan leader shook his head. That rascal, where did he go? The Shadow Fox clan leader cursed in his heart. He had spent a lot of effort to nurture his youngest son. He even gave him the heaven and earth treasure that he used for cultivation. However, this rascal actually ran away from home, which made him very angry. One had to know that his youngest son was personally chosen by Lord Xianxia to be sent to the clan. Of course, this was something that he only found out this morning. He thought that as long as his youngest son became Xianxia's disciple, he might be able to break through to the rebirth state in the future and even surpass Xianxia. However, what he didn't expect was that Xianxia didn't want his youngest son to be his disciple. Instead, he wanted to possess his body. Bing also had his eyes on Luo's body and wanted to possess it. When the time came, the two talented young men and women would start to dual cultivate. In less than 100 years, they might be able to recover to their peak. Even Yixian didn't know that he had accidentally killed the person that Xianxia wanted to possess. The corpse had long been used as fertilizer for the heavenly treasure tree. At this moment, Yixian was ambushing others in the Tianyuan mountain range. Tisk, TSK, TSK. Using yourself as bait is indeed a good idea. Yixian was hiding at the entrance of the Tianyuan mountain range. With the Killer God Bloodline's assassination mode, none of the people who entered the Tianyuan mountain range noticed his whereabouts. These people who entered the Tianyuan mountain range were at least immortal level 3. The stronger ones were even at immortal level 5. If he could capture all of them in one go, he would be able to ascend to the next level. Yixian was waiting there. After a while, Yixian attacked. At this moment, it happened to be night time. It was a dark and windy night. It was a night to kill. Kill. Yixian's eyes glowed as he dashed out. A one-on-one battle was no longer a challenge for him. Hence, he wanted to fight a group of people by himself. Killing intent explosion. Unparalleled flame dragon slash. Yixian sneaked behind an immortal level rank 3 powerhouse and launched a sneak attack. What? The unlucky man turned around in shock. He was engulfed by the golden flame dragon and was left with only a weapon and a Qianquan ring. Keep. Yixian quickly put the spoils of war into his bag, then immediately fled into the shadows. He's here. The underworld assassins who were trying to capture Yixian shouted as they heard the commotion. Unfortunately, they could not find Yixian. A few seconds later, Yixian had already flashed behind another person. Killing intent explosion. Unparalleled flame dragon slash. Another golden flame dragon appeared and another powerhouse was killed. This time, it was an immortal level rank 4 powerhouse who was burned to ashes. As usual, Yixian put away the spoils of war and hid them once again. Damn it, where is he? This guy's hiding skill is better than ours. Even the members of the Shadow Fox clan are inferior to him. The assassins gritted their teeth in anger. As the mission required Yixian to be alive, they dared not attack him as they were afraid that they would kill him. Since they had accepted the underworld's mission, they did not have many items in their Qianquan rings. However, Yixian had expected this. Hence, he was wondering if he should increase his killing intent to the maximum when he was on immortal level rank 3. It was an engulfment point. He already had 3 engulfment points. If he obtained one more, he would have 4 engulfment points. As long as he could obtain 6 points, he would be able to fuse the 2 bloodlines. That was Yixian's goal. In less than 10 seconds, another 3 people were killed. However, they were all on immortal level 3 and level 4. As for those on immortal level rank 5, it was not easy to sneak up on them. Although there were a lot of them, they couldn't keep up with Yixian's attrition. Within a minute, Yixian had killed more than 10 people, causing the remaining people to feel a little apprehensive. A few minutes later, there were only a few immortal level 5 powerhouses left. I still need a little more to level up. I wonder if I can level up after killing these 4 immortal level rank 5, Yixian, who was hiding in the dark, thought to himself. However, there should be a lot of people coming soon. Leveling up was a sure thing. 1 versus 4? I haven't tried it yet. Come on. Yixian's eyes lit up. Finally, he was going to attack the immortal level rank 5 martial artists. Although it was 1 versus 4, one should not forget that Luo and the rest were not weak. Wei Zhentian and Old Tree, who were on immortal level 4, could fight an immortal level rank 5 martial artist together. Luo had broken through to immortal level 4, so it was not a problem for her to fight 2 of them. As for the last one, she would leave it to Yixian. It shouldn't be a problem to kill 4 people in 5 seconds, right? Yixian thought to himself. No problem. Luo replied. Yixian and the rest immediately dashed out. They're here. The 4 immortal level rank 5 martial artists reacted immediately. Although Yixian had the killer god bloodline, Luo Luo and the rest did not. They were discovered as soon as they appeared. Luo Luo took the lead and turned into a golden ray of light, pouncing on the nearest person. Rebirth flash, third flash. Rebirth flash, fourth flash. In the blink of an eye, Luo Luo arrived in front of one of them. A golden ray of light flashed and his head was thrown up. Instant kill. Then, Luo Luo quickly pounced on another person. They were killed in an instant. How were they supposed to deal with them? Let's fight them together. Among the remaining three, one of them bellowed. If they were to fight alone, they would be killed one by one. However, it would be useless even if they were to fight together. We can't let Luo Luo take the lead. Yixian's eyes flickered. Killing intent explosion. Unparalleled flame dragon slash. A gigantic golden flame dragon was formed, illuminating the entire night sky. In the night, the killer god bloodline's attack power and movement speed would increase. This attack was enough to kill them instantly. However, the three immortal level rank 5 martial artists joined forces to attack the golden flame dragon. Rumble. Although Yixian's attack was powerful, the three of them were not weak when they joined forces. The golden flame dragon was defeated. On the other hand, Wei Zhentian, who had turned into a heavenly dragon, an old tree had arrived in front of them. Whoosh, Wei Zhentian turned into a ray of light and attacked the three of them. Meanwhile, old tree threw a punch. His attack was no weaker than an immortal level rank 5 martial artist. Just as the three of them blocked Yixian's attack, they were attacked by 2 magical weapons. They were a little flustered but they could still handle it. However, Yixian and Luo Luo launched a new round of attack. Rebirth flash, fourth flash. Luo Luo used the fourth flash to increase her speed and used the fifth flash to kill them. Rip. Rip. In 2 crisp sounds, the 2 immortal level rank 5 martial artists' heads were chopped off. As for the last person, he was handed over to Yixian. Killing intent explosion. Unparalleled flame dragon slash. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. The golden flame dragon engulfed the last person. Ding. The killing intent of the host has increased. Killing people who were 2 ranks higher than him did not give him much killing intent. He was unsure if an immortal level rank 6 martial artist would come to capture him this time. Sai, young master, and Luo Luo are too powerful. The 2 of us didn't do anything at all, old tree said helplessly. Wei Zhentian's sword shook as he protested. Don't worry. More people are coming. At this moment, Yixian's eyes lit up as he saw 4 people enter Tianyuan mountain range. Moreover, their ranks were high. Immortal level rank 6. Finally, there are 4 powerful ones. I can break through to immortal level rank 4 now. Yixian's eyes lit up as he hid Luo Luo and the other 2 in his plant space. He then quickly hid himself. He saw that the 4 of them had heard the commotion and were heading towards them quickly. As for the dark shadow imprint, he had already controlled an expert to erase it. That was why the experts from the Dark Shadow Fox clan were unable to discover him. We're 1 step behind. He should be nearby. Look for him. An old man shouted in a deep voice. The 4 immortal level rank 6 martial artists split up and searched for Yixian's whereabouts with their spiritual consciousness. However, they did not know that Yixian was right below them. The 4 Shadow Fox experts are all on immortal level rank 6. This is tricky. Yixian thought that there were only 4 immortal level 6 ordinary people. He did not expect them to be from the Shadow Fox clan. This meant that his Eye of Soul would not be able to do much damage to them. It seemed like he had to bite the bullet and kill them. Of course, he would stand a chance if it was a 1-on-1 battle. However, it was impossible if it was a 1-on-4 battle. Therefore, he had to lure the 4 of them away. As the 4 of them were powerful, they were fearless. They would be fine even if they split up to look for them. Yixian followed behind a middle-aged man. It's almost time. Even if the nearest person comes, it'll take 1 or 2 minutes. I can kill him in 1 or 2 minutes. After thinking for a moment, Yixian decided to make a move. The powerhouses from the Shadow Fox clan were born killers. Not only were they good at hiding, but they were also good at intuition. Yi Xian was discovered as soon as he got close. Found you. The middle-aged man's eyes lit up and he stared at Yi Xian. Charm, however, Yi Xian had already closed his eyes. He knew that his opponent would use charm directly. An immortal level 6 powerhouse would usually succeed if he used charm on a junior who was on immortal level 3. Unfortunately, Yi Xian could not be charmed. However, the charm would turn into a spiritual attack. Therefore, Yi Xian had no choice but to close his eyes. Release of killing intent. Unparalleled fiery dragon slash. Yi Xian immediately slashed with his sword. However, it was not his most powerful attack. Besides, Wei Zhintian and the old tree attacked from both sides. Since the battle had begun, they had to end it quickly. If the other three arrived, they would not have the chance to kill Yi Xian. After devouring a large amount of ores, Wei Zhintian had broken through to immortal level 5. His toughness could not be compared to ordinary weapons. After he dashed out, he turned into a gigantic shield and blocked Yi Xian's attack. Get lost. The middle-aged shadow fox shouted and punched out. He had also refined a type of heavenly flame, which was extremely powerful. However, Wei Zhintian's fire resistance was extremely high. This punch only dispersed the golden flame dragon, but when it hit Wei Zhintian's body, it was disintegrated by Wei Zhintian. At the same time, Yi Xian disappeared into the darkness once again. It's not that easy to hide. The middle-aged shadow fox growled, and a pink eyeball suddenly condensed on top of his head. Eye of Charm. When the pink eyeball appeared, the surroundings were dyed pink, and there was no way to hide from it. Yi Xian was also exposed. Amazing, you've even learned the Eye of Charm. Yi Xian couldn't help but admire him. However, he was already prepared to kill this person. After his figure was exposed, he quickly retreated. Now, you still want to run? The middle-aged shadow fox instantly found Yi Xian's position, and then swooped down, preparing to capture Yi Xian alive. Although Nalan Bing's target was Luo Luo, and Yi Xian's life and death didn't matter, they didn't know where Luo Luo was, so Yi Xian had to live. However, what the middle-aged shadow fox didn't know was that Yi Xian had already set up a trap and was waiting for him to come up. Ta-ta. The middle-aged shadow fox landed on the ground and chased after Yi Xian. When he passed through a place, Yi Xian's eyes suddenly flashed. I'm here, kill. Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and he directly broke open a void door. Killing intent explosion. Matchless flame dragon slash. A golden flame dragon entered the void door, and then swept out from behind the middle-aged shadow fox. What? The middle-aged shadow fox was shocked. Yi Xian clearly attacked in front of him, but why did the attack suddenly come from behind him? Northern Underworld Heavenly Water Armor. The middle-aged shadow fox immediately condensed his true chi, and condensed a set of armor around his body. The golden flame dragon bombarded the Northern Underworld Heavenly Water Armor, and was immediately defeated by the impact. Even Wei Zhintian, who was hidden in it, was sent flying. Yi Xian had already expected this. You're dead. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. With the eye of nature, he had already condensed countless black water droplets around the middle-aged shadow fox. This is impossible. The middle-aged shadow fox was shocked. Before he could react, the countless black water droplets smashed towards him like comets. Bang! 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 The impact of the black water droplets was extremely strong, and directly injured the middle-aged shadow fox. In addition, the frozen sky pill also played its role. Crack! 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 The middle-aged shadow fox was just like the person who was killed by Yi Xian. He died because he was seeking his own death. The Northern Underworld Heavenly Water Armor was frozen, and the middle-aged shadow fox was sealed in it. He tried to use his true chi to break free, but it was useless. It seemed that he could only burn his life. Explode! The middle-aged shadow fox burned many years of his life to explode the frozen Northern Underworld Heavenly Water Armor. However, at this moment. Reincarnation flash, fifth flash. Rip. A crisp sound was heard, and the middle-aged shadow fox's head was chopped off by Luo Luo, and he died tragically on the spot. Ding, the host's killing intent has increased. Yi Xian's killing intent had increased by a large margin. However, the killing intent had already reached the upper limit 3 times, and it was not so easy to reach it again. Yi Xian estimated that even if he killed the remaining 3 people, it would not be enough. At this moment, he kept the corpses and the spoils of war, and immediately fled. He was afraid that the people in the distance had already heard the commotion, so he had to hide and wait for the next opportunity. As expected, in less than a minute, another immortal level LV6 expert came to check, but he did not find anything. His face was extremely gloomy, and he had an ominous feeling in his heart. There were other people in Tianyuan mountain range who wanted to capture Yi Xian, and he hoped that the person who had died was not his companion. This thought only flashed through his mind. After all, his companion was an immortal level LV6, how could he die so easily? Yi Xian, who was in the distance, looked at the person who left, and thought in his heart. Master, why don't you use the hollow eye and my reincarnation flash together? At this moment, Luoluo suddenly said. Hollow eye, reincarnation flash? Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes could not help but light up. That's right, why didn't I think of that? As long as he used the hollow eye in a special place and lured the opponent into the trap, Yi Xian would directly break through the hollow eye and let Luoluo rush in when the opponent stepped into the trap. Who would be able to defend against such a sneak attack? Great, it seems like the harvesting speed will increase. Yi Xian nodded satisfactorily. He stealthily followed the Shadow Fox powerhouse and chose a place to lay an ambush. Hollow eye. Go, lure him over here. Yi Xian said to Wei Zhentian. Virum, Wei Zhentian let out a sword hum and left. He then flew far away and observed with his eye of revelation. At the same time, Luoluo appeared next to him. Rumble, Wei Zhentian transformed into a green heavenly dragon. When he whipped his tail, there was a huge commotion. When the Shadow Fox expert in front heard the commotion, he turned his head and saw Wei Zhentian in the distance. That's the sword that can transform. He immediately reacted and chased after Wei Zhentian. On the other hand, whoosh! Whoosh! Luoluo had transformed into a golden flash and accelerated with the 9 flash reincarnation. Wei Zhentian was near the location in the void. When the bait took the bait, he dove down and looked like he was going to drill into the ground. Trying to escape? The Shadow Fox expert's eyes lit up. He quickly landed on the ground and chased after Luoluo. However, at this moment, whoosh, a void door suddenly opened behind him. Then, a petite figure dashed out of it. Swish, a head was tossed up. Luoluo had successfully killed her opponent. Ding! The killing intent of the host has increased. Another system notification was heard. This time, the battle had ended too quickly. Young master, your Eye of the Void is a perfect match for me. Luoluo could not help but shout. She kept her lute and returned to Yi Xian through the void door. Not bad, but I'm itching to fight too. Yi Xian took the Qianquan ring from Luoluo and smiled awkwardly. As a result, 2 of the 4 immortal level 6 experts were killed. Next, Yi Xian would find trouble with the remaining 2. The perfect combination of the Eyes of the Void and the 9 reincarnation flashes made them invincible. The remaining 2 immortal level 6 experts were killed by the same technique. Along the way, Yi Xian also killed many of Hell's assassins. The entire Tianyuan mountain range quietened down. I can already break through to immortal level rank 4, but my killing intent points are high. I'll break through after I reach the upper limit. Yi Xian thought to himself as he looked at the heavenly treasures in the devouring space. It seemed that it was time to visit the Shadow Fox branch. At the same time, in the distant Shadow Fox branch. Patriarch, bad news. The Shadow Fox expert from before hurriedly came to the residence of the Shadow Fox branch patriarch. What's the matter? The Shadow Fox branch clan leader walked out of his residence somewhat angrily. Young patriarch's life jade tablet is broken. Not only that, but the 4 great elders' life jade tablets are also. The Shadow Fox expert reported. What? Hearing this, the Shadow Fox branch patriarch couldn't help but tremble. His youngest son and the 4 elders were all dead. How could this be possible? Young patriarch's life jade tablet has been broken for a few days. However, the guard of the Life Jade tablet was slacking off, so he only found out now. As for the 4 Great Elders' Life Jade tablets, they just broke not more than 10 minutes ago. The Shadow Fox expert's body trembled as he spoke. Bang! All of a sudden, the true chi in the Shadow Fox branch patriarch's body gushed out uncontrollably, sending the Shadow Fox expert who was on immortal level rank 5 flying. His son had been dead for a few days. Previously, the immortal level experts in the Shadow Fox branch rarely died, so there was no one guarding the ancestral hall of the Life Jade tablet. However, he didn't expect so many experts to die at once. Even the young patriarch had died outside, and even his corpse was nowhere to be found. Not to mention his son, the 4 Great Elders were all immortal level rank 6 experts. How could they die one after another? Could it be that an immortal level rank 7 expert did this? Besides, his son was personally appointed by Xianxia and was supposed to be sent to the clan. Now that he was dead, how was he going to explain to the clan? The troublesome thing was that the two matters were put together. Should he look for his son's corpse or the 4 Great Elders' corpse? His youngest son had sneaked out of the clan and only knew that he was heading south. Now that he was dead, his corpse might have been kept in a Qianquan ring or eaten by a Tong Tian beast. The 4 Great Elders were sent to Tianyuan mountain range by him, so they should have died there. After thinking for a while, the Shadow Fox branch patriarch made a decision. Since his youngest son was dead, he had to capture Luo Luo. Otherwise, he couldn't bear the consequences if Xianxia blamed him. Whoosh, the Shadow Fox branch patriarch immediately left the clan. At the same time, Yixian also left Tianyuan mountain range and headed north. However, just as he left Tianyuan mountain range, he suddenly heard a system notification. Ding! The target of the death hunting order is dead. The system notification shocked Yixian. The target of the death hunting order is dead. After all, except for Nalan Bing, all the people he had marked with the death hunting order were killed by him. Now that the system had given him such a notification, did it mean that? He hurriedly looked to the north and realized that the word kill on the death hunting order had disappeared. Nalan Bing is dead? Damn, what's going on? Nalan Bing is dead? Yixian immediately reacted. Who was Nalan Bing? One of the Shanming duo. In her previous life, she was a reincarnator, a rebirth state elite. How could she be dead now? Impossible, how could she be dead? Yixian couldn't believe it, but the system couldn't be lying to him. If the system said that Nalan Bing was dead, then she was really dead. Could it be that Nalan Bing was killed by an elite on her way to the clan? If that was the case, then Xianxia wouldn't be spared. Could it be that Mo Shui's revenge was over? Yixian was helpless. He had personally promised Mo Shui that he would kill the Shanming duo. This promise was also to encourage him to grow stronger. But now, the Shanming duo were both dead. What kind of risk was this? However, at this moment, he suddenly thought of something. Nalan Bing wasn't necessarily dead. Yes, Nalan Bing wanted to capture Luo Luo because she wanted to possess Luo Luo's body. Previously, she stayed there for a period of time. Maybe she found a suitable body and successfully possessed it. Once the possession was successful, the body of the Northern Heavens Academy's daughter would naturally die. Yixian's eyes suddenly lit up. Nalan Bing should have succeeded in her possession and turned into another person. Of course, her name might still be Nalan Bing. Thinking about it, it was possible. So she took over a body. If that's the case, the death hunting order won't have any effect. Yixian squinted his eyes. The death hunting order marked a person, but Nalan Bing had changed her body. Hence, the system assumed that Nalan Bing was dead. Of course, Nalan Bing and Xianxia might really be dead because they seem to have enemies. Otherwise, why would they use the charm will to escort them? Come to think of it. Yixian already knew the final destination of Nalan Bing and Xianxia. It didn't matter whether they were dead or not. Yixian assumed that Nalan Bing was still alive and had successfully taken over a body. The place that Nalan Bing stopped at might be the Shadow Fox clan. This clan is built at the border of the land of reincarnation. It seems that I'm very close. Yixian thought to himself and quickened his pace. Although Nalan Bing had taken over a body, it didn't mean that she couldn't take over another body. Yixian guessed that she was just trying to get rid of the human body. If she caught Luo Luo, she might take over Luo Luo's body again. Of course, it was also possible that the clan gave birth to a shadow fox lady with better qualifications than Luo Luo. In that case, she wouldn't need Luo Luo anymore. Yi Xian used his shadow steps and rushed towards the shadow fox clan. No matter what, he had to increase his killing intent to the upper limit first. However, on his way to the shadow fox clan, he encountered an extremely powerful aura. Immortal level 7? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. With the eye of revelation, he could see that the figure in front of him was an immortal level 7 expert. At the same time, the figure had 6 tails. It seemed that he was the clan leader of the Shadow Fox clan. He realized that the Life Jade token was broken and he came personally. Yi Xian reacted instantly. Without saying anything, he broke through the void and left the scene. The clan leader of the Shadow Fox clan also noticed Yi Xian. Initially, he was suspicious, but after seeing Yi Xian leave suddenly, he was immediately sure. Damn it, he ran away. The Shadow Fox branch patriarch cursed. He knew that it was Yi Xian who had killed the 4 elders who were on immortal level rank 6. Although he did not know how Yi Xian had done it, his instincts were usually right. Now that Yi Xian had run away, which direction should he chase after him? In the end, he decided to take a look at the Tianyuan mountain range first, then head to the nearest underworld and mobilize more assassins. However, 5 minutes after he left, the void gate opened once more and Wei Zhentian emerged from it. After checking his surroundings, Yi Xian emerged from the void gate as well. He did not have the ability to deal with an immortal level rank 7, but he could go to the Shadow Fox branch to cause trouble. Immediately, he continued on his way. On the other side, when the Shadow Fox branch clan leader was about to reach the Tianyuan mountain range, he suddenly thought of something. Yi Xian had the ability to leave through the void. Perhaps he could return through the void as well. There were no longer any immortal level rank 6 leaders in the Shadow Fox branch. If Yi Xian were to attack them, the entire branch would be in danger. Oh no! The Shadow Fox branch clan leader cursed himself for his stupidity and immediately turned around to leave. Although he was fast, Yi Xian had left earlier than him. Whether he could catch up with Yi Xian was still a problem. Yi Xian performed his shadow steps. His speed was off the charts. Soon, he arrived at the Shadow Fox branch clan. There are so many immortal level powerhouses. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. There were at least 2,000 immortal level powerhouses here. It was no wonder that they were protected by a big family. However, Yi Xian had searched the souls of the 4 elders who had died earlier. As for the Shadow Fox branch clan leader, he had seen him himself. Therefore, there were at most immortal level rank 5 powerhouses in the Shadow Fox branch clan. To put it simply, no one could stop Yi Xian. Luo Luo, Wei Zhentian, Old Tree, let's go. Yi Xian summoned the 3 of them and then walked toward the Shadow Fox branch clan. Before they could get close, someone noticed them. The 4 of them, when a guard of the Shadow Fox branch clan saw Yi Xian and the other 4, his body could not help but tremble. The portraits of Yi Xian and the other 4 had been spread throughout the entire branch. Even the other organizations might have them. How could he not recognize them? Quick, inform the elders. The people that the 2 masters are looking for are here, the guard immediately shouted. His voice was transmitted to the Shadow Fox branch clan, and it immediately attracted the attention of the few immortal level rank 5 elders. There were a total of 6 immortal level elders. 2 of them had escorted the Shanming duo demons away, while the remaining 4 were killed by Yi Xian. However, there were still a few immortal level rank 5 elders in the branch clan. When they heard the sound, they immediately rushed out. Apart from that, there were also many immortal level shadow foxes. So many, there are hundreds of them. Yi Xian scanned them with his eye of revelation. These hundreds of figures were all immortal level rank 3 and above. With so many of them added up, they were equivalent to 1 or 2 immortal level rank 6 powerhouses. But, so what? Luo Luo, be careful of their charm. Yi Xian reminded her. Master, don't worry. Even if they collectively use the Eye of Enchantment, it won't have any effect on me. Luo Luo giggled. Speaking of which, she had already undergone 3 transformations and was now in her 9-tailed form. Although the Shadow Fox was considered a decent bloodline of the fox tribe, compared to the heavenly loaf fox, it was too weak. Perhaps, as soon as Luo Luo used the golden tail hair that she had not used for a long time, many of them would be suppressed to the point that they could not move. However, it was better not to expose the golden tail hair if there was no reason. You've worn out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it by chance without any effort. You've walked right into the trap. An immortal level rank 5 elder walked out. His eyes flickered and he looked like he was going to defeat them. Is that so? Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. He gripped the crimson flame sword in his hand tightly and closed his eyes. He was ready for a big battle. He was immortal level rank 3 while Luo Luo was immortal level rank 4. The old tree and Wei Zhentian did not have any aura. The former was immortal level rank 4 while the latter was immortal level rank 5. A team like this was nothing in the Shadow Fox camp. However, their strength could not be calculated normally. Go, capture that young lady. As for the rest, kill them without mercy. The immortal level rank 5 elder gave the order to the few immortal level rank 4 powerhouses behind him. Since the leader was not around, the branch would listen to him. Even if the leader was still in the branch, he had a lot of authority. That was because he was the father of the leader of the Shadow Fox branch. The people from the Shadow Fox branch probably did not know that Yi Xian had killed 4 elders of immortal level 6. Otherwise, the entire tribe would be in a panic instead of sending weaklings of immortal level 4 to find trouble with Yi Xian. Looking at the 4 experts charging towards him, Yi Xian smirked and said in a low voice, 1 each. Kill. As soon as the word kill was uttered, they rushed out together. Killing intent explosion. Unparalleled flame dragon slash. Even though he could easily kill his opponents, Yi Xian still used a powerful attack. On the other hand, Luo Luo did not even need to use the 9 flash. Instead, she used Demon Fox Flash. As for the old tree and Wei Zhentian, they were facing the remaining 2 people. At the same level, the old tree and Wei Zhentian were stronger than their opponents. Not to mention, Wei Zhentian's level was higher than theirs. Whoosh, a crisp sound was heard. Wei Zhentian, who was on immortal level 5, pierced his opponent's heart with his sword. The old tree was not weak either. When he punched with his right fist, his entire right arm turned into a thick branch that pierced through his opponent's chest. What Shadow Fox clan? They were so weak, for immortal level 4 powerhouses were killed by Yi Xian and the other 3. When this scene fell into the eyes of everyone from the Shadow Fox branch, all of them were shocked. Before they could react, Yi Xian yelled, kill. Behind them, the leader of the immortal level 7 branch was rushing back. Hence, Yi Xian had to hurry. As long as his killing intent reached the upper limit, he would exchange it for absorption points and break through to immortal level 4. In an instant, the 4 of them rushed towards the entire Shadow Fox branch. 4 of them against the entire tribe, that was crazy. Kill. Kill the 3 of them and capture that little fox. The leading elder shouted angrily. A huge battle broke out. As their levels were not high, Yi Xian did not plan to use Killing Feast. He only needed to use normal attacks. Killing Intent Explosion. Unparalleled True Flame Dragon Slash. A golden flame dragon swept out, instantly taking the lives of more than 10 people. No one present could withstand his attack unscathed unless they burned their lifespan to strengthen their true chi. On the other side, Luo Luo had also turned into a ray of flowing light, shuttling through the crowd. Wherever she passed, heads would fly. As for Wei Zhentian, he was extremely powerful. With the immortal phoenix bloodline, no one could kill him, not even the few immortal level 5 elites. Although the old tree's strength was slightly lacking, it was still easy for him to deal with those who were weaker. In just a few seconds, the Shadow Fox's branch camp had suffered more than 100 casualties. The few immortal level rank 5 powerhouses could not do anything to them. Damn it, the patriarch isn't here. The remaining 2 elders have gone to escort the 2 lords, an immortal level rank 5 powerhouse frowned. Who would have thought that the dignified Shadow Fox clan would actually be defeated by 4 people? No, there was only 1 person. Among the 4 Yi Xian, only Yi Xian was human. Humans, foxes, demons, and a weapon. A clan was actually ruined by 4 people and looked like it was about to be destroyed. However, just as this group of people revealed a look of despair, two figures suddenly swept across the sky. Elder Nailin Yang and Elder Nailin Yao have returned. As soon as this was said, everyone's eyes lit up. Nailin Yang and Nailin Yao were the two immortal level rank 6 elders who had escorted the Xianming duo demons. Since they had returned, Yi Xian and the other three would definitely die without a burial place. At this moment, Yi Xian had also noticed them and could not help but smile. He was afraid that these killing intent points were not enough, but he did not expect that two immortal level rank 6 elites would come to deliver benefits. This was just right. Wei Zhentian, Sword Blade Storm. At that moment, Yi Xian gave Wei Zhentian an order. At the same time, he also started a killing feast. A foul wind and a rain of blood abruptly blew. Wei Zhentian, who was on immortal level rank 5, could even kill an immortal level rank 6 powerhouse after using the Sword Blade Storm. In addition to the enhancement given by the killing feast, even the clan leader of the Shadow Fox branch would not be able to defeat it. As the killing feast began, as the number of people killed increased, Yi Xian's enhancement continued to increase. The killing feast could not increase Wei Zhentian's strength, but it could increase the strength of the Sword Blade Storm. In the blink of an eye, the killing feast was increased by 50%, and so was the power of the Sword Blade Storm. At this moment, the two figures had already swept over. How dare you? Stop! The two immortal level rank 6 powerhouses shouted. However, at this moment, Yi Xian had already killed the leading elder, who was the father of the clan leader of the Shadow Fox branch. Not only that, but the other immortal level rank 5 elders were either killed by the Sword Blade Storm or by Luo Luo. The enhancement of the killing feast was instantly doubled. Go, kill the two of them. Yi Xian ordered Wei Zhentian again. The Sword Blade Storm that was doubled in power had no problem dealing with the two immortal level rank 6 powerhouses. After all, Wei Zhentian was on immortal level rank 5 and he had the immortal phoenix bloodline. The Sword Blade Storm could not be easily dispersed. Besides, with the help of Yi Xian and Luo Luo, the two of them might not survive for more than 3 seconds. What a powerful attack, Northern Underworld Heavenly Water. Nailin Yang's eyes lit up and black water droplets were formed. His younger brother, Nailin Yao, stood behind him and formed an Eye of Enchantment on top of his head. However, the Eye of Enchantment was useless against Yi Xian and Luo Luo. Wei Zhentian did not even have eyes, so naturally, it was useless against him. As for the old tree, he was only on immortal level rank 4. His ability was too weak, so the Eye of Enchantment was useless against him. Therefore, the Eye of Enchantment was useless. Northern Underworld Heavenly Water. Nailin Yao's face turned gloomy as he performed the same move. Swoosh! 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 The black water droplets shot out like cannonballs and collided with the Sword Blade Storm. The move was indeed powerful, but after the blood sword was pierced by the black water droplets, it recovered quickly. Don't forget, Wei Zhentian had the immortal divine phoenix bloodline. What? The two brothers were shocked and had to raise their hands to attack. However, at this moment, a gigantic golden flame dragon attacked first. Killing intent explosion. Unparalleled flame dragon slash. The two brothers sensed that the move was extraordinary and defended passively. However, in the next moment, they suddenly realized that there were more Northern Underworld Heavenly Water droplets around them. Oh no! Nailin Yang's face turned gloomy as he quickly dove down. However, his younger brother was in trouble. Poof! 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 Ding! The killing intent of the host has increased. After hearing the system notification, Yi Xian glanced at it and realized that the killing intent was only 1 point away from reaching the upper limit. Although Na Lanyang managed to escape, he could not escape from Wei Zhentian's clutches. The blood swords whizzed past and Na Lanyang was killed by countless blood swords. Ding! The killing intent of the host has increased. Ding! The killing intent of the host has reached the upper limit. Would you like to exchange it for 1 devouring point? Hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes shot out 2 rays of light. The killing intent had finally reached the upper limit, needless to say, he had to exchange it. Otherwise, why would he still be at immortal level 3? Ding! The killing intent is 0. The host has obtained 1 devouring point. Another system notification rang. Yi Xian glanced at the panel and realized that the devouring point had reached 4 points. 2 more points and he would be able to integrate his physique and bloodline. Ding. The host has broken through and is now at immortal level 4. Ding. Wei Zhentian has broken through and is now at immortal level 6. At that moment, Yi Xian devoured all the treasures that he had accumulated and broke through to immortal level 4. At that moment, there were only a few dozen immortal level powerhouses left in the Shadow Fox branch. The rest of them were at Nirvana level and could not withstand a single blow. Yi Xian did not order Wei Zhentian to stop killing. This was a world of the strong, and the strong were respected. Since this Shadow Fox branch was courting death, then there was no need for Yi Xian to show mercy. Soon, the remaining immortal level powerhouses were all killed by Yi Xian. As for the rest, Yi Xian could not be bothered to care about them. Devil, he's a devil. How dare he kill so many of our people? Gosh, not a single immortal level powerhouse is left. All of them are dead. Is he really only at immortal level 3? No, his aura has increased tremendously. He should have broken through. The group of Nirvana level Shadow Foxes looked at Yi Xian and the rest in fear. Once the time was up, Wei Zhentian's bladestorm stopped. Not only that, but the buff from the Feast of Slaughter also disappeared. Now, Yi Xian was here, quietly waiting for the Shadow Fox branch chief to return. Seeing that Yi Xian had stopped attacking, those Nirvana realm martial artists also heaved a sigh of relief. If Yi Xian went berserk, this entire tribe would probably be wiped out. After all, there were close to 100,000 people here. However, Yi Xian wasn't that ruthless. This demon is still not leaving. Could it be that he is waiting for the Patriarch to return? Humph, the Patriarch is on immortality level 7. He can kill him with one slap. Shoo, lower your voice. Don't let them hear you. Otherwise, when the Patriarch returns, we will all become ice-cold corpses. After the group of Shadow Foxes retreated for a long distance, they started whispering to each other. Very quickly, 10 minutes later, a figure flew over from the horizon. This person was the leader of the Shadow Fox branch, Nalanda, who was at immortal level 7. He had already reacted before, but he was still a step too late. When he returned, he saw that there was a river of blood here. Although there were no corpses, the smell of blood proved that many people had died here before. They were probably all experts of the Shadow Fox branch. Thump. Thinking of this, Nalanda's heart twitched violently. You killed them? Nalanda shouted before he even got close. You came back late. Yi Xian's voice fell into Nalanda's ears. At this time, Nalanda had just returned and stood opposite Yi Xian. Patriarch, you are finally back. Patriarch, avenge our tribe members. All the immortal level members were killed by him. The two elders, Nalan Yang and Nalan Yao, who just returned, are also dead. Patriarch, be careful of their ambush. We don't know where the other 3 went. A member of the Shadow Fox clan shouted loudly. Thump. Hearing this, Nalanda's heart twitched violently again. Not a single immortal level member was left alive. Nalan Yang and Nalan Yao were both immortal level 6 powerhouses. How could they be dead? Even he could not achieve such a result. Yi Xian, what was his background? Cut the crap. Since you came to capture us under Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia's orders, you should be prepared to die. Yi Xian took out the crimson flame sword. At the same time, Wei Zhentian, who had broken through to immortal level 6, was also present. I, Nalanda, swear that even if I die today, I will kill you. Nalanda gritted his teeth and said. Do as you wish. I won't tell you that your youngest son died in my hands, Yi Xian replied casually. What? This sentence shocked Nalanda. His genius son was actually killed by Yi Xian? You deserve to die. Nalanda was furious. He rushed toward Yi Xian with a battle sword in his hand. Good timing. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He raised his hand and attacked. Killing intent explosion. Unparalleled flaming dragon slash. Rumble. 2 different types of true qi collided, instantly stirring up tens of thousands of waves of true qi. Although Yi Xian was only immortal level 4, his strength was extraordinary. Therefore, Nalanda was not careless. He burned 20 years of his life in the beginning. However, his attack was only on par with Xian's. How was this possible? Hee, looks like you're not that great as a clan leader. Xian's lips curled slightly. Charm. Nalanda widened his eyes. However, before his eyes turned pink, Xian suddenly closed his eyes. Even without his eyes, Xian could still fight. Moreover, Wei Zhentian could share his vision. He was not affected at all. However, Nalanda did not know that. He felt that Xian's combat strength would be greatly reduced if he only fought with his spiritual sense. Northern Underworld Heavenly Water. Nalanda used his true chi and manifestation force to condense countless black water droplets in front of him. He then shot them at Xian. Xian had seen this move many times. He also used the Northern Underworld Heavenly Water to counterattack. He knows it too. Nalanda's expression was the same as the others. They were all very strange. Under normal circumstances, whenever Xian used this move, his opponent would habitually use the Northern Underworld Heavenly Water armor. However, Nalanda did not. Go. Nalanda shook with his true chi. The black water droplets condensed by Xian suddenly shot at Xian. Seeing this, Xian could not help but sigh. You're quite capable. Unfortunately, he had already set up a trap before Nalanda arrived. Whoosh, suddenly, a void door opened in front of Xian and protected Xian. What? Hearing the whistling sound behind him, Nalanda's body trembled. Without turning around, he burned his lifespan to strengthen his vital energy, and then condensed a set of Dark North Heavenly Water armor. Some of the black water droplets were his own, while some were condensed by Xian. After all, Xian had taken the frozen sky pill. Poof. 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 Nalanda's black water droplets were easily dissolved by himself, but Xian's black water droplets were not ordinary. Kacha. 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 A series of crisp sounds rang out, and the Dark North Heavenly Water armor on Nalanda's body was instantly frozen. Fortunately, he did not suffer any damage. However, with his movements sealed, he was like a turtle in a jar. Seeing this, Xian quickly summoned Luoluo. 9 Reincarnation Flash. Luoluo began to accelerate. At the same time, Xian also used the Eye of Myriad to condense countless black water droplets around Nalanda. Crack. 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 Another set of attacks, and the ice crystal armor on Nalanda's body became even thicker. 9 Reincarnation Flash, 4th Flash. Luoluo turned into a golden stream of light and passed through the void door. Nalanda was trapped in the Dark North Heavenly Water armor. Just as he was about to shatter the shackles, Xian suddenly used the strength of Myriad to disintegrate his armor. Just as Nalanda was shocked, Luoluo's 5th Flash arrived. Rip. Before Nalanda could react, his head was already tossed, but his consciousness did not dissipate. He saw his clansmen. At the same time, the clansmen were also staring at him in a daze. Nalanda, the most powerful member in the hearts of the Shadow Fox clansmen, was actually killed? Ding. The host's killing intent has increased. Xian's expression did not change at all. He quickly put away Nalanda's body and the spoils of war. Although Nalanda escaped the first calamity, he couldn't escape the second calamity. In the end, he still couldn't escape death. If he hadn't used the Dark North Heavenly Water armor, he might have had a chance at survival and could have fought Xian for a while longer. Unfortunately, it was all because of their own deaths. After Nalanda died, Xian also searched Nalanda's soul on the spot. Then, he visited the Dark Shadow Fox clan again to see if there were any hidden interspatial rings. Then, he left, leaving behind a group of shadow foxes who had not even reached the immortality realm. Next, Xian would head to the Shadow Fox clan, which was the clan of Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia. Finally, he was about to face the Xianming duo head-on. He wondered what level the Xianming duo were at now. There was still some distance between the Shadow Fox branch and the main clan. Even if Xian traveled at full speed, it would take at least 3 days. In these 3 days, Xian was constantly planning in his heart. Now that I have 4 Devour points, I just need 2 more points and the 2 bloodlines can be merged. When that happens, another bloodline will appear and my battle strength will increase greatly, Yi Xian thought in his heart. However, 2 devour points was not a small number. If he recycled the skills, he could still get them. However, these skills were more practical and Yi Xian was a little reluctant to part with them. Bladestorm can be exchanged for 2 devour points, but Wei Zhentian's level is increasing quickly. Coupled with the Immortal Phoenix bloodline, Bladestorm's power is not small. Moreover, Bladestorm still has room for improvement, so it can't be recycled. Yi Xian thought in his heart. If he really wanted to recycle the skills, the Divine Wood Seal Old Tree's breeding skill could be exchanged for 1 devour point. However, that was still lacking a devour point. Forget it, let's take a look first. Who knows, we might encounter a devourer along the way. Yi Xian decided to put it aside for now. After all, he was not in a hurry. After all, Song Suijing and Adjudicator Song had been rescued, so he could slow down. However, in the next moment, he suddenly thought of a problem. Could he not exchange his lifespan for devour points? Previously, when he had broken through to Immortal Level 3, the system had given him a notification. However, at that time, Yi Xian felt that if he exchanged his lifespan, he would not be safe, so he put it aside. Until now, he just thought of this matter. As an Immortal Level 4, he had a lifespan of more than 1,700 years. Even if he exchanged his lifespan for 500 years, he would still have more than 1,200 years of lifespan left. The second time he exchanged for a devour point would require 1,000 years of lifespan, so he would still have more than 200 years of lifespan left. Haha, 6 devour points, that's enough. Yi Xian suddenly laughed out loud. Immediately, he exchanged for the devour points. Ding, the host has consumed 1,000 years of lifespan and obtained 1 devour point. Ding, skill breeding has been successfully recycled. The host has obtained 1 devour point. After 2 consecutive system notifications, Yi Xian subconsciously glanced at the panel. He had obtained 6 devour points. That's enough. Let me see what kind of powerful bloodline will be born when the Heavenly Eye clan bloodline and the Beast Deity bloodline merge. Yi Xian was very curious. Ding, the Heavenly Eye clan bloodline and the Beast Deity bloodline are merging. 6 devour points are required. Confirm? The system notified. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian replied without hesitation, confirm. Ding, bloodline merging begins. Ding, bloodline merging progress is at 10%. Ding, bloodline merging progress is at 20%. Ding, bloodline merging progress is at 80%. Ding, bloodline merging progress is at 90%. Soon, the bloodline merging progress was increased to 90%. Ding, bloodline merging progress is at 100%. Ding, bloodline merging. The host has obtained the Immortal Eye Unicorn bloodline. Do you want to merge it immediately? Immortal Eye Unicorn, upon hearing this name, Yi Xian's blood began to boil. Unicorn, it's the unicorn bloodline. Unicorn is China's traditional divine beast. Wherever the unicorn appears, there will be auspicious signs. Usually, unicorn is the mount of the gods. It seems that I've obtained a good bloodline this time. Yi Xian's eyes lit up and immediately replied in his mind, yes. Ding, Immortal Eye Unicorn bloodline merging. When the system notification sounded, Yi Xian felt that his whole body was different. At the same time, he felt a burning sensation on his back. He quickly asked Luo Luo and Wei Zhentian to come out and take a look. He found that the clothes on his back had been burnt to a crisp and a tattoo had appeared. Wow, what kind of beast is this? It's so cool, Luo Luo couldn't help but open her mouth wide. Through Wei Zhentian's shared vision, Yi Xian also saw the tattoo. Unicorn tattoo? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. This time, it was awesome, it was the first time he had seen a tattoo on a person's bloodline. He immediately began to examine the unicorn of the Immortal Eye bloodline. The unicorn of the Immortal Eye bloodline was a new bloodline formed from the fusion of the Celestial Eye bloodline and the Beast God bloodline. This bloodline included most of the abilities of both bloodlines. The Celestial Eye bloodline had some slight changes to their names, but their effects were still the same. Yi Xian frowned and changed the names back to the original Eye of Revelation, Eye of Perception, Eye of Soul, Eye of Eternity, Eye of the Void, and so on. However, the Eye of Destruction and Eye of Glory had disappeared, and the unicorn's vital energy had been absorbed. Unicorn's vital energy was the fusion of the Eye of Glory and the Eye of Destruction. This unicorn's vital energy was extremely domineering, and it had the ability to incinerate everything in the world. This was actually the decomposing effect of the Eye of Destruction. In addition, the unicorn's vital energy also increased Xianxia's fire resistance and the power of his fire attacks. It was the same as the immortal phoenix bloodlines rising from the Ash's advancement. In addition to the unicorn's vital energy and the immortal eye's advancement, there were 3 other advancement paths. One was unicorn's physique, another was unicorn's deterrence, and the last was unicorn's descent. Unicorn's physique was the advancement of the beast god bloodline's strength and agility. It was originally an 11-fold advancement, but after the bloodline fusion, it was raised to a 12-fold advancement. Unicorn's deterrence included all the attributes of the target's growth rate, the target's expansion, the target's attack effects against beasts, and the benefits of devouring beasts' corpses. It was initially a 10-fold advancement. As for the last unicorn's descent, it was an active ability. Once activated, it would summon a unicorn to battle. This was an extremely powerful move. However, this unicorn descent had no cooldown. Every time it was used, it would not be able to recover over time. It would need to devour beast corpses and beast souls to recover. Furthermore, it seemed like the unicorn could only summon a single unicorn hoof. Only after advancing to a higher level in the future would he be able to summon the entire unicorn. The Immortal Eye Unicorn bloodline had a total of 5 advancements, which were Immortal Eye, Unicorn Vital Energy, Unicorn Physique, Unicorn Deterrence, and Unicorn Descent. After reading it, Xian also felt that the 6 Devour points were well spent. Putting aside the fact that all of his Heavenly Eye's abilities had been improved, just the Unicorn Xianxia alone was already very awesome. It increased his fire attacks and resistance once again, and it also gave him an effect that was even more powerful than the Eye of Annihilation and the Eye of Glory's Incinerate Everything. Apart from that, his strength and dexterity had increased by 10%. His monster attributes, growth speed, monster expansion, monster attacks, and devour points had increased by 20%. Most importantly, he had a new trump card, Unicorn Descent. All in all, Xian was very satisfied with the Immortal Eye Unicorn bloodline that he had obtained after the bloodline integration. This was only the bloodline integration. He wondered how powerful the Divine Sword bloodline and the Divine Slayer bloodline would be after the integration of the 2 combat bloodlines. With my current ability, even if I don't use underhanded tricks, I'm afraid I can easily kill an Immortal Level 7 powerhouse. Xian's confidence was off the charts. The vital energy in his body had also changed. It was much more powerful than before, and it even had the effect of incinerating everything. The Immortal Phoenix bloodline, the Immortal Eye Unicorn bloodline, the unparalleled Flame Dragon Slash, and the Burning Sky Pill allowed Xian's fire attacks to reach a terrifying level. There was also the Unicorn Descent. Although he could only summon 1 hoof now, it was the unicorn's hoof. It might be able to stomp an Immortal Level 7 powerhouse to death with 1 kick. Young master, I feel that the bloodline in your body has changed. Give me some blood and let me taste it. The old tree's eyes lit up as it spoke. No problem. Without hesitation, Xian stored some of his new blood and gave it to the old tree. However, after the old tree drank it. What's going on? In the planting space, the old tree was directly burned to ashes by the violent unicorn blood. It instantly turned into nothingness. Ding! The Devil Tree Battle Soldier is dead. Ding! The Devil Tree Battle Soldier is resurrected. Ding! The Devil Tree Battle Soldier mutated into the Ash Spirit. The system notification shocked Xian. The old tree mutated after drinking the unicorn blood. In the planting space, the old tree's body was reforming. Its original body was a tree, but after drinking the unicorn blood, its original body was burned to ashes. In the end, it mutated into a creature called the Ash Spirit. Xian immediately focused on the planting space. He saw that the old tree had already turned into a human-shaped flame. The unicorn blood was too powerful. It burned the old tree to death. However, the old tree was reborn and mutated. The immortal phoenix bloodline also had the fire attribute. However, the old tree was fine after drinking it. Now that it had drunk the unicorn blood, it mutated. It was probably the effect of the immortal phoenix bloodline and the immortal unicorn bloodline mixed together. Grandpa Tree, how do you feel? Luo couldn't help but ask. I feel stronger than before. My flame is made up of the immortal phoenix bloodline and the immortal unicorn bloodline's flame. It's extremely powerful. The old tree couldn't help but say. At the same time, it transformed into its human form. When the devil tree battle soldier transformed into its human form, it was still a dead tree under its skin. However, now, there was an endless flame under its skin. It was fundamentally different. Previously, it was afraid of fire. However, now that it had turned into fire, it was afraid of water. Ding! The divine wood seal has mutated into the burning sky seal. Hearing this, Xian subconsciously glanced at the old tree's attributes. Flaming sun rope, raging flame shield, remnant flame, Xian recited in his heart. These 3 skills appeared after the old tree mutated. After seeing these 3 skills, his first reaction was that he had profited. Previously, he had recalled the old tree's skills. Now, after the mutation, there were 3 new skills. He had profited for nothing. The flaming sun rope was a control skill. It used flames to lock the opponent and restrict their movement. The raging flame shield condensed a layer of flame around the body. It could absorb attacks and then explode. As for remnant flame, it could create a flame clone from a distance. Then, the old tree could instantly switch places with this flame clone and attack the enemy. This flame clone was already difficult to destroy. Together with the immortal phoenix bloodline, it was almost perfect. The most important thing was that residual flame was a skill with no cooldown. In other words, the old tree could casually use remnant flame in the future. Its teleportation attacks would be terrifying. As for the flaming sun rope and raging flame shield, their cooldowns were 1 day. Why did the old tree and I sign a co-growth contract? At this moment, Xian realized this. Wei Zhentian had previously signed a co-growth contract with him. However, now, the old tree had also signed a contract after the mutation. This was a good thing. Medicinal herbs, fire attribute heavenly materials and earthly treasures, or even corpses, Xian was shocked. Wei Zhentian could only devour ores and weapons, which was considered easy for Xian. However, it was amazing that the old tree could break through so many channels. However, Xian saw another restriction. The old tree could not be 3 ranks higher than him. Xian was now on immortal level rank 4, which meant that the old tree could only be on immortal level rank 7 at most. In addition to the previous contract, the old tree could only be on immortal level rank 4 to rank 7. Although there's a restriction, it's still not bad. Xian was satisfied as Wei Zhentian did not seem to be 3 ranks higher than him. All in all, he had earned a lot this time. Since the unicorn blood had such an effect, Xian could give some of it to Wei Zhentian. Unfortunately, Wei Zhentian had no effect. It was the same for Luo. After Luo consumed the unicorn blood, the heavenly loathe fox bloodline in her body was slightly suppressed. Fortunately, she managed to get rid of the unicorn blood in time. Otherwise, it would be a tragedy. Come, Wei Zhentian, come and play with me. The old tree was filled with battle intent. He had mutated and leveled up to immortal level rank 5. However, he was not afraid of Wei Zhentian, who was on immortal level rank 6. There was a huge battle in the planting space. However, both of them had the immortal phoenix bloodline. Wei Zhentian could not kill the old tree while the old tree could not kill Wei Zhentian. This is great. With the help of 2 powerful beings, Xian was so happy that he could not close his mouth. The immortal unicorn blood had the fire element. Together with the immortal phoenix bloodline, it had brought him many benefits. If the sword god blood lineage and the slaughter god blood lineage fused into a fire attribute blood lineage, then it would be awesome. Very soon, 3 days had passed. In the past 3 days, Luo had also broken through to immortal level rank 5. Her ability had improved tremendously. Other than Xian, Luo, and the old tree were on immortal level rank 5 while Wei Zhentian was on immortal level rank 6. With such strength, they would be a force to be reckoned with in the Shadow Fox clan. At this moment, Xian had already arrived at his destination. At the edge of his vision was the Shadow Fox clan where the Xianming duo demons were. The Shadow Fox clan doesn't seem to have a Rebirth Realm expert. The Rebirth Realm expert seems to have gone to the land of reincarnation and is preparing to move the entire clan in, Xian thought to himself. In other words, there were at most immortal level rank 9 experts here. With his current ability, it was not a problem for him to deal with those on immortal level rank 7. However, it would be difficult for him to deal with those on immortal level rank 8. Therefore, he had to level up. I'm on immortal level rank 4. After obtaining the immortal Eye Unicorn bloodline, the effect of my soul Eye has improved tremendously. I should be able to control a Shadow Fox clan member on immortal level rank 4. Thinking of this, Xian's eyes lit up as he happened to see a team of Shadow Foxes heading towards the clan. Whoosh, at that moment, he quickly rushed over. There were only 3 people in the team. One of them was on immortal level rank 4 while the other 2 were on immortal level rank 3. Xian immediately went in front of them and used his soul eye from a distance. Ding. Control successful. Ding. Control successful. Ding. Control failed. 2 succeeded while 1 failed. This was within Xian's expectations. Who's that? The Shadow Fox clan member on immortal level rank 4 trembled. However, he could not see Xian and could only be cautious. At this moment, Xian's attack came again. Soul Eye. After a total of 3 attempts, he finally heard a system notification. Ding. Control successful. At the same level, Xian still needed to use his soul eye a few times before he could control it. This was also because of the charm fusion crystal. Regardless of whether it was the Shadow Fox clan or the clan, almost everyone had the charm fusion crystal, which made it difficult to control. Fortunately, the Shadow Fox clan member on immortal level rank 4 only had 3 tails. Otherwise, Xian would not be able to control it. What's your name? Xian approached and asked the Shadow Fox clan member who was on immortal level rank 4. Nalan Ming. The young Shadow Fox clan member replied. Can the clan bring outsiders in? Xian continued to ask. Yes, but their level cannot exceed immortal level rank 5. Nalan Ming nodded. Are Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia still in the clan? Xian asked again. Nalan Ming paused and shook his head. The whereabouts of the 2 elders are not something that we can know. Elders? Hearing this, Xian squinted his eyes. Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia had lived for quite some time in their previous lives. At their peak, they were Rebirth Realm elites. They were considered the top fighters in the Shadow Fox clan. Alright, bring me in to have a look. Xian nodded and blended in with the group. There were some humans in the Shadow Fox clan. However, many of the men were charmed by the Shadow Fox ladies and brought in. They would live there from then on. As long as their level was not high, it was fine to bring someone in. Now that the target of the death hunting order was dead, Xian did not know where Nalan Bing was. However, he was sure that Nalan Bing was still alive. She had successfully taken over his body. Very soon, he approached the Shadow Fox clan. The clan is indeed much stronger than the clan. There are so many elites, Xian's heart skipped a beat. Just as he approached, he noticed an immortal level rank 7 elite. He was just a guard at the entrance of the clan. Inside, there were immortal level rank 8 and rank 9 elites. Nalan Ming, who is he? The immortal level rank 7 elite asked. He was in charge of guarding the entrance of the clan. Due to his high level, it was not a problem for him to remember the face and name of the person. However, this was very impressive. After all, there were tens of thousands of people entering the clan every day. Sometimes, there were even tens of thousands of people. He's my good friend. Nalan Ming replied. The elite looked at Xian and realized that he was unfamiliar with him. Moreover, he was only immortal level rank 4, so he was not a big threat. Alright, let's go. The elite dispelled his doubts and allowed them to pass. The Shadow Fox clan was a huge city. There were more than 100,000 Shadow Foxes living in it. Under normal circumstances, they would marry within the clan and continue to grow. Of course, this required strength. With so many clansmen, the consumption of heaven and earth treasures was not small. Fortunately, there were rebirth realm elites in the Shadow Fox clan. It was enough to support the entire clan. Nalan Ming brought Xian into the Shadow Fox clan and brought him back to his residence. Xian entered Nalan Ming's residence. Then, Nalan Ming left. He was investigating Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia under Xian's orders. Xian waited in his house to see if Nalan Ming would be able to get anything out of him. However, not long after, there was a commotion in the distance. Rumble. It seemed to be the sound of a battle. What's going on? Xian was a little surprised. In the Shadow Fox clan, fighting was not allowed. If they wanted to fight, they had to go to the training field. However, it was not a fight, but destruction. However, he was too lazy to go out and take a look. It did not concern him. He was here to investigate Nalan Bing's matter. The commotion was not small, but it soon subsided. About half an hour later, Nalan Ming walked back quickly. However, there were several experts of the Shadow Fox clan behind him. They were all immortal level 6. We just found a spy from the Mo clan. Nalan Ming, tell your whole family to come out. An immortal level 6 powerhouse said to Nalan Ming. Nalan Ming was a little hesitant. He had 2 women in his clan, but he was worried about Xian. At this moment, Xian heard the commotion and his heart could not help but tremble. A spy from the Mo clan? Xian immediately reacted. Could the Mo clan be Mo Shui's clan? It was said that the underworld was established by 2 clans. One was the Nalan clan, and the other was the Mo clan. On the way back to the Shadow Fox clan, Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia were afraid that the Mo clan would find out and kill them in the cradle. After all, these were 2 reincarnators. It seemed that the commotion just now was caused by the Mo clan who had infiltrated. However, because the clan did not allow immortal level 5 powerhouses to enter, they were quickly suppressed. Now, the Shadow Fox clan began to investigate the intruders. It seems that I have to leave first. Xian thought to himself. He had Wei Zhentian turn into a cup and place it on the table. Then, he would break open the void and leave. With the help of Lil Thing's vision sharing, he could know the situation here and wait for them to leave before returning. After Nalan Ming received Xian's remote command, he began to summon all of his family members. In the end, the 2 women were directly charmed. This way, they could find out whether or not they were spies sent by the Mo family. These 2 human women weren't strong and were only at the 9th level of the Nirvana realm. It was impossible. However, after the 3 immortal level rank 6 powerhouses searched Nalan Ming's entire family, one of them suddenly asked, "That's strange. I heard that you brought in a human male. Where is he?" Hearing this, Nalan Ming trembled and said, "He only came in with me to get something. He has already left. If that's the case, then come with me. I can only let you go after confirming that he has left." The immortal level 6 powerhouse said. "All right." Nalan Ming nodded. This was the only thing he could do. Fortunately, Xian had the eyes of the void. Otherwise, he would be in trouble. If he was still in the Shadow Fox clan, he would definitely be charmed if he encountered these 3 people. At that time, his inability to be charmed would attract attention. Xian had no choice but to change his identity. With the Mo family as a factor, I don't think it will be so easy to go in again. How can I find out where Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia are? Xian was troubled. If this was an ordinary human family, things would be much easier. Unfortunately, it was the Shadow Fox clan. At this moment, he had already arrived outside the Shadow Fox clan and was in the midst of planning. At this moment, he suddenly saw a large group of figures coming from the horizon. Their aura made Xian's heart palpitate. They're so strong. Could it be that they're at the 8th or 9th level of the immortal level? Xian raised his eyebrows in shock. There were 300 to 400 people in this large group. The weakest seemed to be at the 6th level of the immortal level, while the strongest were at the 8th or 9th level of the immortal level. Even Xian couldn't see through the leader with his eyes of the immortal level, rebirth state. A rebirth state powerhouse had actually come. Oh my god, Yi Xian was terrified. Could these people be the Mo family's experts? Now that they had gathered here, could it be that they wanted to destroy the Shadow Fox clan? Thinking of this, Yi Xian felt that it was very possible. The Mo family had always been at odds with Xianxia. Perhaps they had received news of Bing and Xianxia's return, so they were preparing to strike first. Bing and Xianxia were reincarnators, and Mo Shui, who was also a reincarnator, had already fallen. If Bing and Xianxia were to return to their peak, the Mo family would be under great pressure. As such, it was better to shed all pretense of cordiality. F***ck. If they're really here to kill, then this is my chance. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to find Bing and Xianxia. Now that the Mo family's team had arrived, perhaps Xianxia would be directly eliminated. He just didn't know if the Shadow Fox clan had left a rebirth state powerhouse behind, or if they had all entered the land of reincarnation. Immediately, Yi Xian quickly followed. At this time, the Shadow Fox clan's guard had already seen the newcomers, but just as he was about to open his mouth, a human powerhouse had charged out from the side and pierced through his head. A great battle had begun. Kill all the Fox clan members. In the Mo family's team, the burly middle-aged man in the lead roared loudly. Yes, sir. This large group of Mo family's experts all swooped down, preparing to take advantage of the time when the Nalan family had yet to react to kill a few experts first. With such a large army charging over, the Nalan family's experts couldn't sit still and quickly gathered before charging out. At the same time, a Shadow Fox elder flew into the sky. Mo family, you finally can't sit still. This elder was also in the rebirth state, and his name was Nalan Xinghui. Furthermore, he recognized the rebirth state powerhouse in the Mo family's lead. He was called Mo Wendian, and he was ranked 6th among the Mo family's ancestors. Indeed, there's one person overseeing the Nalan family. Seeing this, Mo Wendian coldly snorted. Nalan Xinghui, you should have expected us to come, right? Of course, it's time for our two families to fight. Nalan Xinghui nodded. You, Xianxia, have moved many people into the land of reincarnation. Today, you think you can stop us with just these few? Mo Wendian narrowed his eyes and asked. Whether it works or not, we'll know after we fight. Nalan Xinghui said as he glanced below. Alright, then I'd like to see how many people you can charm. Mo Wendian finished speaking and prepared to attack. All these years, the disciples of the Mo clan had been undergoing charm training to see if they had any resistance to the charm skills of the Fox clan. Now, the experts of the Nalan clan had entered the land of reincarnation to search for something, so the Mo clan could take this opportunity to eliminate the Nalan clan. The two clans did not want to say anything more and started fighting. As for the Shadow Fox clansmen below who were not strong enough, they could only retreat quickly. Fight until both sides are injured, Yi Xian said in his heart. He naturally wanted to join in this battle. Wei Zhentian, Immortal level 6th level. Old Tree, Immortal level 5th level. Luo, Immortal level 5th level. The four of them together should not have a problem fighting an Immortal level 8th level powerhouse alone. This battle would be an important springboard for Yi Xian. Boom, the two reincarnated beings in the air finally fought, letting out a deafening sound. This was a signal. The people from the two clans also attacked after this. A battle of this scale would usually start with a group attack, competing for firepower, and then gradually closing the distance before starting a group battle. Therefore, Yi Xian could not join in the battle at first, but he could go and collect the spoils of war. The Mo clan came prepared and did not have many things in their universe rings, but the Nalan clan of the Shadow Fox clan was different. Rumble. 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 In the air, there were continuous sounds. After all, this was close to 1,000 people fighting, and it was like the end of the world. Yi Xian also took the opportunity to enter the Shadow Fox clan, but he concealed his aura and hid. It was broad daylight now, so Yi Xian could not help but use the dark night canopy. Suddenly, the sky began to darken, and the sun was instantly covered. What's going on? Why did the sky turn dark all of a sudden? Could it be someone's remarkable ability? It was unlikely that a remarkable ability could cause such an environment, but it could not change the weather all of a sudden. However, this did not affect the battle between the two sides. After all, the figures of the group in the air had never disappeared, and the sound of true chi colliding illuminated them. At this moment, there were already people who had fallen. Corpses fell from the sky, including those from the Shadow Fox clan and the Mo clan. Xian hid in the darkness and quickly went to collect the corpses. He was probably the only one who dared to collect the corpses on the ground. After all, the battle in the air was too intense. If he was not careful, he would be affected by their attacks. However, Xian was not afraid. 1, 2, 3 corpses, Xian's true chi, Luo Luo Luo, Luo Luo, and Luo Luo's help him. Very quickly, he collected 20 corpses, causing Xian's cultivation to greatly increase. At this moment, an immortal level 5 expert suddenly attacked Xian. He saw Xian collecting the corpses, and he did not seem to be of a high rank, so he directly attacked him. However, he did not expect that he could not even get close to Xian. Bang! Suddenly, a flame lit up. The old tree, who had transformed into the spirit of ashes, suddenly used residual flame to rush in front of him. Then, he threw a punch and directly pierced through his chest. The old tree's residual flame skill was too strong. At his current rank, although he could only create one residual flame clone at a time, it was enough. They were both immortal level 5, but this expert from the Shadow Fox clan could not withstand a single blow. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, in the blink of an eye, the corpse of the Shadow Fox clan expert was burned to ashes, leaving behind only a universe ring and a weapon. It was no wonder that the mutated old tree could fight Wei Zhentian to a draw. It turned out that he was so powerful. Haha, I've never felt so good before. It was the old tree's first battle with an enemy after his mutation. Moreover, it was a one-hit kill. This made him feel great, and his battle intent was as strong as his flame. In this way, Xian was relieved. Wei Zhentian and the old tree won't die. Luo Luo, you have to be careful. Xian said to Luo Luo. Yes, master. Luo Luo responded obediently, turning into a stream of light and moving continuously. Apart from the group of people at the top, no one at the scene could see her. Unless there was an immortal level 7 or level 8 expert, she would not be a threat. The number of corpses kept increasing. Soon, Xian had collected close to 100 corpses. At the same time, he heard a system notification. Ding! The host has broken through. You're currently on immortal level 5. Xian had broken through and his ability had increased tremendously. Now, he was qualified to participate in the battle at the top. Old tree, Wei Zhentian, Luo Luo, the three of you will fight together. Xian said to the three of them. Okay. The three of them responded in unison, then leaped into the sky. They were now on the Mo family's side, attacking the Shadow Fox family. Xian swallowed an immortal level 5 burning sky pill on the spot, increasing the power of his flame attack. He targeted a Shadow Fox family expert who was attacking from a distance and launched an attack. Killing intent explosion. Unparalleled flame dragon slash. This attack was enough to threaten an immortal level 8 expert. Moreover, Xian now had a skill called Unicorn Deterrence. The predecessor of Unicorn Deterrence was called Monster King Deterrence. It could increase Xian's attack power against beasts. However, it was only effective against demons and heavenly beasts. However, after upgrading to Unicorn Deterrence, Xian realized that it was effective against beasts as well. One had to know that Unicorn Deterrence had been upgraded 10 times. This meant that Xian's attack power against beasts had increased by several folds. An immortal level 7 Shadow Fox family expert was attacked by Xian and was instantly engulfed by the flame dragon. In the next moment, Xian heard a system notification sound. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. Instant kill. The victim's opponent was shocked when he saw this scene. Where did this kid come from? He was from the Mo family, so naturally, he knew all the people from the Mo family this time. However, he did not know Xian. There were many people he did not know. However, Xian had appeared at this time and killed an immortal level 7 expert. What was going on? Moreover, he could sense that Yi Xian was only a mortal level 5. Could it be that a kind-hearted genius who passed by was helping the Mo family? No, that's not right. That move was clearly the Mo family's unparalleled flame dragon slash, but its power is much stronger than that. Where did this person come from? It seemed like Yi Xian was on the side of the Mo family. However, the combat strength of an immortal level 7 was not very useful in this battle. After pausing for a while, the Mo family expert attacked the others. Yi Xian loved this kind of chaotic battle the most. After all, he was good at sneaking up on people. If his sneak attack was successful, it would be a one-hit kill. One by one, the immortal level 7 experts died in his hands. Sometimes, he would even kill one or two of the Mo family experts who were ignorant. In terms of factions, he was a third faction that did not belong to the Nalan family and the Mo family. On the other hand, Wei Zhentian, who was on immortal level 6, and Old Tree, who were on immortal level 5 and Luo Luo, killed the immortal level 7 experts effortlessly. The Mo family members were very surprised because Luo Luo was from the Fox family. Although her hair was a little messy, she and the other two were helping the Mo family. If they were to compare the number of people they killed, the three of them were more powerful than Yi Xian. Of course, their targets were those on immortal level 6, while Yi Xian specifically targeted those on immortal level 7. Their appearance fell into the eyes of some observant people. You're courting death. An immortal level 8 expert from the Shadow Fox family rushed down after seeing Yi Xian's arrogance. Good timing. Yi Xian noticed him and immediately turned around to attack. Killing intent explosion. Unparalleled flaming dragon slash. Ever since he integrated the immortal unicorn bloodline, no one could block Yi Xian's attack. He wondered if this immortal level 8 expert could do it. Facing Yi Xian's attack, the immortal level expert threw a punch. Boom. Two waves of true energy collided. However, what was surprising was that the immortal level 8 expert's attack was not as powerful as Yi Xian's. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A huge golden flaming dragon roared and instantly engulfed the immortal level 8 expert. However, it was quickly dispersed by the latter. Just now, the immortal level rank 8 powerhouse had already used all his strength. He did not expect his attack to be weaker than his opponent's. However, he guessed that his opponent must have burned his lifespan. The immortal divine phoenix bloodline, the immortal unicorn bloodline, the burning sky pill, the unparalleled true flame dragon slash, the sword god bloodline, the killing intent explosion, the unicorn true energy, and the assassination mode all made Yi Xian's attacks incomparably tyrannical. This strike will take your life. The immortal level rank 8 powerhouse quickly adjusted his mentality. This time, he burned 10 years of his life to kill Yi Xian. But what he didn't know was that Yi Xian was also preparing to kill him in one blow. It's time to explode. Yi Xian's eyes flashed with killing intent. Death warrant. I have assassination. Yi Xian suddenly disappeared in the face of his opponent's powerful fist shadow and reappeared behind his opponent. A feast of slaughter. Killing intent explosion. Unparalleled true flame dragon slash. Yi Xian suddenly attacked. Although he did not burn his life for this attack, it was enough to kill the immortal level rank 8 powerhouse who seemed to be defenseless. What? The immortal level rank 8 powerhouse was shocked. He clearly saw Yi Xian in front of him, but now, why did he suddenly appear behind him? But he did not have time to think so much. He hurriedly activated his true energy to defend himself. Unfortunately, he had just released a powerful attack, so his true energy could not be connected. It's over, the immortal level rank 8 powerhouse was in despair. He was instantly engulfed by the golden flame dragon. Then, he was incinerated by the effect of the incinerate world. Nothing was left, including his weapon. Before this, Yi Xian had already used the all-creation strength to protect his universe ring. Ding! The killing intent points of the host have increased. The immortal level rank 8 powerhouse gave Yi Xian a huge amount of killing intent points. At the same time, there was also the 40% increase from the killing intent explosion. But in the next moment, the increase suddenly skyrocketed to 60%. Rumble. Not far away, flames suddenly surged into the sky. It turned out that Old Tree had used the blazing shield to absorb a large number of attacks before exploding. In an instant, 6 to 7 powerhouses were killed. Well done. Yixian could not help but praise. The 60% increase from the killing intent explosion had greatly increased his strength. Now, he was not inferior to any of the immortal level rank 8 powerhouses. The only regret was that Wei Zhentian could not use Bladestorm. Otherwise, it would be awesome. For this battle, the Mo family had mobilized all their forces. Not only did they send a Rebirth Realm powerhouse, but they also sent 6 immortal level rank 9 powerhouses. On the other side, the Nalan family also sent 6 immortal level rank 9 powerhouses. In other words, Yixian's current strength was only below the 2 Rebirth Realm powerhouses and the 12 immortal level rank 9 powerhouses. The most important thing was that his strength was still increasing. Let's kill to our heart's content. Yixian went crazy as he shot out explosively. 60%, 65%, 70%, 75%, in less than 5 seconds, the Slaughter Feast's buff had doubled. Yixian's current combat strength had doubled, he was almost invincible among those below immortal level rank 9. No one could block one of his attacks unless they burned more than 50 years of their lifespan. There was a standard for burning lifespan. It was at least 10 years, followed by 20 years, 50 years, and 100 years. However, very few people would burn 50 years of their lifespan at once. If they burned 50 years of their lifespan each time, even a immortal level rank 9 powerhouse's 3,000 years of lifespan would be used up in less than a minute. Therefore, most people would burn 10 to 20 years of their lifespan. This way, they would not be able to block Yixian's attacks and would be killed in one hit. There are only 5 seconds left for the killing intent explosion. Kill 5 more. Yixian calculated the time in his heart and attacked another person. During these 5 seconds, he would be invincible. As the Mo family and the Nalan family's rank 9 powerhouses and the 2 Rebirth Realm powerhouses were fighting, no one could divert their attention to deal with him. Killing intent explosion. Unparalleled flame dragon slash. Yixian continued to kill. He did not know how many people he had killed, but he felt that he was about to break through again. However, there were not many immortal level rank 8 powerhouses left in the Shadow Fox clan. There were only 3 of them left. If that's the case, then I'll kill the Mo family. Yixian's eyes flashed. He suddenly attacked the nearest immortal level rank 8 powerhouse from the Mo family. He did not belong to any of the factions. He was a faction by himself. Previously, he had only looked for trouble with the Nalan family because he wanted to lure out Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia. Now, it seemed that Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia were not in the clan. Killing intent explosion. Unparalleled flame dragon slash. Another huge golden flame dragon attacked and engulfed a immortal level rank 8 powerhouse from the Mo family. Ding. The host's killing intent has increased. Before the system notification sounded, Yixian quickly rushed over and put away the universe ring. The members of the Mo family were shocked. Yixian was helping them just now, but why did he start killing their people in the blink of an eye? Kill. Kill this kid first. 3 immortal level 8 Mo family experts were attracted. Since Yixian had helped them just now, they had freed up a few experts. Now, they could use them to deal with Yixian. 3 against 1? So what? Yixian was not afraid of them at all. He attacked crazily. From the beginning to the end, he had not burned his life. Now, he would do it once. Killing intent explosion. Unparalleled flame dragon slash. It was another golden flame dragon. This time, Yixian had burned 20 years of his life. His target could not block it at all and was burned to ashes in an instant. At the same time, Yixian was also hit by the sword gleams of the other 2 people. Poof. Poof. A sword gleam pierced through his head, and another sword gleam pierced through his heart. Logically speaking, he should have been dead, but he was not. Moreover, he had an evil smile on his face. How is it possible that he's not dead? The 2 of them were very surprised. How could a normal person not die when his head and heart were pierced through? Could it be that Yixian was a spirit? But how could a spirit have true qi? Just as the 2 of them were puzzled, Yixian suddenly attacked. Killing intent explosion. Unparalleled flame dragon slash. One person was engulfed, while the other managed to avoid this calamity. He heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Fortunately, Yi Xian's target this time wasn't him. After glancing at his comrade who was burned to ashes, he quickly retreated. However, at this moment, a scorching aura suddenly rose behind him. What? The immortal level 8 expert turned his head in shock and saw the old tree, who had transformed into the original form of the ash spirit, throw a punch. Bang! The immortal level 5 old tree could not hurt him, but then there was Wei Zhentian's surprise attack. Clang! Wei Zhentian was also sent flying. However, the immortal level 8 expert could not dodge Luo's fifth reincarnation flash. Whoosh! A crisp sound was heard, and the immortal level 8 expert's head flew off. He was shocked. He did not expect that he was killed by an unknown of the eye of the immortal level 8 expert. Who was this person? From the beginning, he did not know where Yi Xian came from. As for this question, he could only ask the Grim Reaper of this world. Of. Ding. You've broken through. You're currently on immortal level rank 6. Wei Zhentian has broken through. He is now at immortal level 7. Since Yi Xian and the old tree had signed a contract to guarantee their levels, the old tree's level would not be lower than Yi Xian's. Therefore, he broke through to immortal level 6 as well. At this moment, Yi Xian's ability was probably invincible among those below rebirth level. Of course, this invincibility only lasted for a second. The killing feast's effect had passed. Even so, he could still fight with the immortal level 9 experts. He turned his head to look at the battlefield and found that both sides were evenly matched. No matter which side he joined, that side would show an overwhelming momentum, and the other side would be beaten to the point of not being able to breathe. However, he did not do so. Luo, Wei Zhentian, old tree, let's continue killing. Yi Xian did not bother with them and continued to find trouble with those below immortal level 8. At this moment, there were only slightly more than 300 experts left from the Mo family and the Nalan family. From nearly 1,000 to 300, many had died. As this was a battle of life and death, both sides used their trump cards and continuously burned their lifespans to attack. Even if they were still alive after this battle, they would not have much lifespan left. Since that was the case, then Yi Xian would send them down first, the 2 rebirth realm experts fighting in the sky and the 12 immortal level 9 experts did not expect that such a battle would be ruined by Yi Xian. At first, the Mo family thought that Yi Xian had some connections with the Mo family, which was why he attacked. However, later on, Yi Xian even killed the Mo family members. What was going on? At this moment, they finally understood that Yi Xian was just a passerby. He did not belong to any camp and was only here to take advantage of the situation. If this continued, the 300 people below would probably die at the hands of Yi Xian and the other 3 before they could determine a victor. What should they do? Damn it, let's retreat. The rebirth realm expert of the Mo family, Mo Tian, cursed and quickly retreated. At the same time, the 6 immortal level 9 experts of the Mo family also quickly retreated. This battle ended prematurely because of Yi Xian. Originally, this was a battle of life and death. If the Nalan family was not annihilated, then the Mo family would be annihilated. However, now, it was actually a draw. However, the rebirth realm expert of the Nalan family, Nalan Xinghui, recognized it. That little fox, could it be that Bing has her eyes on? Nalan Xinghui thought to himself. Nalan Bing and Nalan Jiao were his children. Previously, when Nalan Bing left the Shadow Fox clan and headed to the land of reincarnation, she had instructed him to find Luo. A teenage immortal level 5 expert, even in the Shadow Fox clan, had never appeared before. Furthermore, Nalan Bing had said that Luo had grown up in a year. When Nalan Bing met Luo's realm was really low. With such aptitude, not to mention the Shadow Fox clan, even in the entire land of reincarnation, she could be ranked first. Since both sides had stopped fighting, Yi Xian could not continue killing. He immediately collected the spoils and flew far away. Nalan family, Mo family, Yi Xian, 3 big factions. Brat, who are you? The rebirth realm expert of the Mo family, Mo Wentian, asked in shock. Just a passerby, don't worry about me. Yi Xian casually replied. Once these words were spoken, the surrounding people were stunned. Those who had died at the hands of Yi Xian and the other three were not only from the Nalan family, but also from the Mo family. How could they not care? Leave this person to me. At this moment, Nalan Xinghui's eyes flashed and he suddenly struck out with his palm. This palm was not aimed at Yi Xian's life, but to capture Yi Xian and the other three. Stop. Mo Wentian also directly attacked and dispersed Nalan Xinghui's attack. He also wanted Yi Xian. Why? The reason was simple. Others might only think that Yi Xian had secretly learned the unparalleled fire dragon slash from the Mo family, but Mo Wentian knew that Yi Xian had used the unparalleled fire dragon slash. This remarkable ability was Mo Shui's ultimate move. But in the next moment, Mo Wentian and Nalan Xinghui were shocked. In the next moment, Wei Zhentian, Old Shu, and Luo Luo disappeared into thin air. In the end, only Yi Xian was left. Goodbye. After Yi Xian said this, he broke through the void and quickly entered. Nalan Xinghui, who was in the rebirth realm, missed his target. Space supernatural power? Mo Wentian was shocked. This kind of supernatural power was very rare. Who would have thought that Yi Xian would actually leave unscathed after killing both sides off guard? Besides, they had never heard of a method that could make the three of them disappear. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward, both parties stopped fighting because of Yi Xian, but now that Yi Xian had escaped, should they continue? Laozu, are we still fighting? A 9th level immortal level expert from the Mo clan asked softly. In this battle, both parties were evenly matched. Not only did we lose a lot of people, but we also used up a lot of our lifespan. If we continue fighting, I'm afraid both parties will suffer. Mo Wentian frowned and thought to himself. This time, he came with the intention of annihilating the Nalan family, but instead, he fought with the Nalan family until both sides suffered losses. This was beyond his expectations. The remaining reincarnators of the Mo clan had all entered the land of reincarnation to fight with the Nalan clan for the treasure. They didn't have time to care about this. For a moment, Mo Wentian didn't know what to do. Let's go. After thinking for a while, Mo Wentian made a decision. The group of people from the Mo clan retreated in front of the Nalan clan, not giving them a chance to launch a sneak attack. As for Nalan Xinghui, after seeing the Mo family members off, he immediately ordered, "Search. Find those people from earlier." Yes. A few 9th level immortal level experts responded and gave the order. They all knew that Luo Luo was the person that Nalan Bing was looking for. Although Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia had already possessed a 9th level immortal level body, they weren't used to it because their realms were too high. If they wanted to find someone, they had to find someone younger so that they could adapt faster. She was young, had high aptitude, and had to be from the Fox clan. That was the most suitable choice. Previously, Nalan Xinghui had heard from Nalan Bing that Luo Luo had already grown 6 tails. Even the prodigies of the Shadow Fox clan couldn't compare to her talent. I'm afraid that only the 100 Fox Manor in the west of the land of reincarnation could give birth to such a genius. Nalan Xinghui thought to himself. At this time, Yi Xian, who had used the Eyes of the Void to escape from the Shadow Fox clan, had not gone far. Instead, he was in the vicinity of the Shadow Fox clan. He saw the Mo clan's team leave with his own eyes, as well as the Nalan clan's experts sent out to search for them. This time, he had actually achieved his goal, although the Nalan family and the Mo family didn't fight to the death, and both sides suffered losses in the end, he had already obtained what he wanted. This thing was the corpse of the Nalan family's expert. Although there's no corpse of an immortal level 9, an immortal level 8 has a certain status. They should know where Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia are, right? Yi Xian thought to himself. He once again broke through the void and left the Shadow Fox clan, directly arriving in the vicinity of Broken Sky City. There were still many underworld assassins loitering around, but if anyone dared to approach, Wei Zhentian and the old tree would deal with them. Next, Yi Xian took out the corpse of a Nalan family expert at the 8th level of the life realm. Immortal Eye, Soul Eye. Yi Xian began to search the corpse's soul. This soul search consumed a lot of eye power. Moreover, the higher the realm of the corpse, the more difficult it would be to search. This time, he spent an entire half a day searching. After that, he finally grasped the situation of Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia. Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia, as expected, each possessed a body. These were the two Nalan family members who had died in battle. Their realms were both at immortal level 9, then, Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia directly followed the rebirth realm expert into the land of reincarnation. They seemed to be searching for something. This was the result of Xian's half a day of searching. However, he did not know where Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia went after entering the land of reincarnation. Right, I can also try the Mo family's corpse. Then, Xian took out the corpse of a Mo family expert. After half a day, he finished searching the corpse's soul. Mo Shui was a genius of the Mo family and could be considered an ancestor of the Mo family. However, he had perished together with the Xianming duo demons in the battle. The Mo family had spies in the Nalan family, so they had also received news of the treasure and sent experts into the land of reincarnation. However, what shocked Xian was that the rebirth realm was not what he had imagined. The rebirth realm was divided into 3 realms, the profound life realm, the profound death realm, and the samsara realm. Those who entered the profound life realm from the immortal level would produce profound life chi in their bodies. This profound life chi could quickly heal injuries. As for the profound death realm, one would produce profound death chi. This profound death chi could be used in battle to deprive the opponent of life. Once one reached the 9th level of the profound death realm, the profound life chi and profound death chi in one's body would be balanced. At that time, one could attempt to break through to the samsara realm. Only when one broke through to the samsara realm could one reincarnate on their own. Previously, Xian thought that all rebirth realm experts could reincarnate, but it turned out that only those who had reached the samsara realm could do so. If a profound life realm or profound death realm expert wanted to reincarnate, they would have to ask a samsara realm expert for help. Now, there was a problem. The Xianming duo demons and Mo Shui were only profound life realm experts at their peak. They were far from the samsara realm. Then, how did they reincarnate? One had to know that even profound death realm experts might not be able to recognize a samsara realm expert. How did a profound life realm expert know them? Thinking of this, Xian could not help but have a guess in his heart. Could it be that the Xianming duo demons and Mo Shui found a treasure that could allow them to reincarnate in advance? Then, they fought and both sides were injured. Then, they both reincarnated. This was really possible. Although he did not know if this was the case, he knew about the enmity between the Nalan family and the Mo family. Both families had sent experts into the land of reincarnation to search for a treasure. TSK, if I obtain this treasure and devour it, my cultivation level will definitely break through to the rebirth realm. Xian's eyes could not help but light up. However, he did not know if this treasure was related to the reincarnation of the Xianming duo demons and Mo Shui. He did not even know its name. It would not be that easy to find it. I'm afraid that only the 2 rebirth realm experts from the Nalan family and the Mo family know where Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia went. However, I can't beat them now. I'm afraid only the Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia's whereabouts are known to the Nalan clan and the Mo clan respectively. However, I can't defeat them now. Xian felt helpless in his heart. However, he had to try. Who knew if the immortal level LV9 experts would know? I can't control the Nalan clan, but I can control the Mo clan. At this moment, Xian suddenly thought of this. Although the Mo clan had undergone the charm training, their success rate would be higher than the Shadow Fox clan. Hence, Xian's target was the Mo clan. Furthermore, it was the immortal level LV9 expert from the Mo clan. With this thought, Xian quickly rushed towards the Mo clan. The Mo clan had already left for a day, so Xian probably couldn't catch up with them. Xian spent a day to reach the Mo clan. During this time, the old tree obtained a large amount of mysterious fire and broke through to the immortal level LV7. Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia obtained a treasure in their previous life, so the Mo clan's mysterious life realm experts went to the land of reincarnation like the Nalan clan, leaving only Mo and Tian behind. The Mo clan is easier to infiltrate than the Nalan clan. Xian looked at the city in front of him and thought to himself. The Mo clan was human, so he could control anyone to enter the city. Although Mo and Tian brought the experts to the Nalan clan, he had already returned. Yi Xian waited here for a while, then used his soul eye from afar to directly control a powerhouse at the 5th level of the longevity stage. Then, he directly told him to come over and disguised himself as the other party to enter the city. The Mo clan was a big clan with thousands of years of history and a population of 100,000. Yi Xian disguised himself as Mo Hua and entered the Mo clan city. Although Mo Hua was only at the immortal level LV5 and Yi Xian was at the immortal level LV6, Yi Xian could hide his aura. Even the immortal level LV7 expert guarding the city gate didn't notice him. Although everyone in the Mo family city had the surname Mo, the city was actually similar to other cities. There were weapon shops, restaurants, and so on. After all, there were too many people. As for Mo and Tian, he was in charge of the city lord's manor. Previously, when they went to the Nalan family to fight, they suffered heavy losses. Therefore, the Mo family was now somewhat nervous. They were afraid that the Nalan family would counterattack, so the number of guards outside the Mo family's city and on the streets increased. Yi Xian arrived in front of the city lord manor and used his eye of revelation to investigate. There were many experts in the city lord's manor, but Yi Xian did not dare to approach. After all, there was still Mo and Tian, who was in the profound life realm. Once Yi Xian approached, he was afraid that he would be discovered, so he could only wait outside. Time slowly passed. Yi Xian was waiting outside the castellan's mansion. Many people were coming in and out, but none of them were above immortality level 8. It seems that his vitality has been greatly damaged and he is currently recuperating. Yi Xian thought to himself. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly walked out of the castellan's manor. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He realized that he had seen this person before. He had participated in the battle with the Nalan family. He was an expert of immortality level 9. After leaving the castellan's manor, he quickly left. Good chance. Seeing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up and immediately followed him. However, he did not dare to follow too closely. He used his eye of revelation to observe outside the range of his spiritual consciousness. He really left the city. Great! His eyes flickered when he saw the level 9 immortal level leaving the city. It seemed that the opportunity had come. Unfortunately, the immortal level rank 9 powerhouse did not head north. Instead, he headed south. Perhaps he was going to get reinforcements. The Nalan family and the Mo family were established at the border of the land of reincarnation. The land of reincarnation was north, so this person was not going to the land of reincarnation. However, it did not matter. As long as Yi Xian killed him, he might be able to find out where the rebirth level expert of the Mo family went to the land of reincarnation. Yi Xian used his eye of revelation to follow him while keeping a distance. Although his opponent was cautious, his vision was much smaller than Yi Xian's, so he did not notice him. Although his speed was fast, he was cautious and did not travel at full speed. Therefore, Yi Xian could still catch up with him. About half an hour later. It's about time. Let's do it. Yi Xian thought to himself and immediately chased after him. The immortality level 9 expert in front felt that something was wrong. He turned around and saw Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian looked like a stranger at the moment. He was only on immortality level 6, so he did not take him seriously. No, his speed is so fast. The old man shuddered. How was it possible that an immortality level 6 expert was faster than an immortality level 8 expert? You're coming for me. You're courting death. The old man who was on immortal level rank 9 reacted immediately and lifted his sword to attack. Killing intent explosion. Unparalleled flame dragon slash. Yi Xian attacked with all his might. Rumble. The two true chis collided and airwaves swept out. They were evenly matched. Previously, Yi Xian had the buff from the Feast of Slaughter, so his strength could be said to be invincible under the reincarnation realm. However, today, he didn't have the buff, so he was able to fight evenly with a 9th level immortality realm expert. However, the unparalleled flame dragon slash exposed Yi Xian. It's you. The old man immediately recognized Yi Xian. He was Yi Xian, the one who killed many experts from the Nalan family and the Mo family. However, so what if he recognized him? At this moment, Wei Zhentian and Old Tree, who were on immortality level 7, attacked from both sides. Luo Luo was also preparing outside. Remnant Flame. Old Shu's speed was faster. In an instant, he condensed a Remnant Flame clone in front of the old man who was on immortal level 8. What? The old man did not expect Old Tree to be able to teleport behind him. When he turned around to defend himself, it was already too late. Bang! Old Tree's flaming fist landed on the old man's back. The latter was immediately sent flying. However, the old man was on a higher level and had a type of exotic flame in his body. He was able to defend himself and was only hit by the impact. He immediately stabilized himself. However, at this moment, Xian attacked again. Killing Intent Explosion. Unparalleled Flame Dragon Slash. Another huge golden flame dragon rushed out. This time, it engulfed the old man in an instant. This time, the old man had to burn his lifespan. In the previous battle, when he fought against the Nalan family's expert, he burned almost 1,000 years of his lifespan. Now, he did not have much time left. Boom! The golden flame dragon was instantly dispersed. This time, the old man condensed a set of flame battle armor to prevent himself from being attacked again. However, at this moment, Luo Luo suddenly turned into a stream of light and flashed. Reincarnation Flash, 5th Flash. This was Luo Luo's first time using the 5th Flash and it was blocked. However, she managed to break through the opponent's flame defense. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the old tree attacked again. Flaming Sun Rope. A flaming chain suddenly appeared and bound the old man's legs, making him unable to move. Moreover, this flaming chain was held in the hands of the old tree. An extremely strong flame energy was transmitted through the flaming chain. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The flame energy instantly burned the old man's legs. The flames quickly spread up and reached his knees in the blink of an eye. Damn it! The old man was shocked and quickly extinguished the flames. However, he tried again and realized that the flames were extremely strong. It burned half of his true chi. He had no choice but to burn his lifespan again. Bang! The flames were finally extinguished. However, the old man's legs were already burned. If he was a little later, the lower half of his body would be gone. Fortunately, martial artists knew how to fly when they were in the Aura realm. Even if they lost their legs, they could still move. However, their speed was definitely not as fast as on the ground. This round of attack is going to take your life. Xian's eyes shone brightly as he attacked again. Killing Intent Explosion. Unparalleled Flaming Dragon Slash. In an instant, the old man was engulfed again. This time, he used a large amount of his lifespan in exchange for a chance to live. However, he had no chance to use it again because his lifespan had been used up. He only had less than 10 years left. I can't accept this, the old man was very helpless. In just a few seconds, he had used up more than 200 years of his lifespan. However, this was not the main point. The main point was that after using up all his lifespan, he would still die. Residual Flame. The old tree, who was at Immortality Realm level 7, created another Residual Flame clone. Boom! This time, the old man could not block it and his chest was instantly pierced through. That flame instantly burned a large hole in his chest, and his heart was reduced to ashes. Then, the old tree waved his hand again and collected the flames. What was left was a corpse without legs and an empty chest. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. After the old man on immortal level rank 9 died, Xian quickly went over and put away his corpse and Qiankuan ring. It was too easy for the four of them to kill an immortal level rank 9 powerhouse. He just did not know if this immortal level 9 powerhouse knew where Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia were. At that moment, Xian tore through the void, arrived at a quiet place, and began to search his soul. It was difficult to search the soul of an immortal level rank 9 powerhouse. Xian spent a whole day trying. It was a pity that this immortality realm level 9 expert did not know where the rebirth realm expert had gone. He only knew that he was in the land of reincarnation. What a tragedy. The clues are gone. It seems like only the Nalan clan and the Mo clan's rebirth realm experts know about it. Xian looked a little helpless. However, killing an immortal level rank 9 powerhouse gave him a lot of rewards. One of them was ranked 63rd on the Exceptional Flame leaderboard. There were also a few other exceptional flames that were ranked quite high. Yixian kept one of them and gave the rest to the old tree and Luo Luo. The old tree was leveling up very quickly. He had already surpassed Wei Zhentian. After refining these exceptional flames, his cultivation base had improved a lot. He was about to break through to immortal level rank 8. It was a pity that the old tree had a limit. He was guaranteed to be at least Yixian's level and could not be higher than Yixian by 3 levels. Fortunately, Yixian was now at immortal level rank 6. No matter how high the old tree was, he could only be at immortal level rank 9. On this day, Luo Luo had also broken through to immortal level rank 6, the same as Yixian. Next, Yixian had to replan. "Young master, why don't we work with the Mo clan?" At this moment, the old tree suddenly suggested. Work with the Mo clan? When Yixian heard this, he could not help but be stunned. He had worked with Mo Shui a few times before. Of course, most of the time, they were fighting each other. It was not impossible to work with the Mo clan now. "Grandpa Tree, this is a good idea. First, we'll collect some treasures from the Mo clan. Then, we'll help them destroy the Shadow Fox clan." Luo Luo also thought that this was a good idea. "Yes, this is a good idea. We'll collect a lot of rewards from the Mo clan so that I can break through to immortal level rank 7. Then, I'll be invincible under rebirth state." Yixian squinted his eyes. Only when he broke through to immortal level rank 7 would he dare to fight a rebirth state. Now that he was only at immortal level rank 6, he did not dare to do so. "Yes, the Mo clan will not disagree. If they don't agree, we'll help the Shadow Fox clan," the old tree said with a smile. In the conflict between the Nalan clan and the Mo clan, Yixian was the third party. Not only did he kill people from both sides, but he was also going to help. This was the first time such a situation had happened. However, in this situation, one of the Mo clan and the Nalan clan would definitely agree, even if Yixian had killed many of their people. However, how could those people compare to a clan? If they could kill a rebirth state powerhouse, then they would have profited. Not a bad idea. "Alright, I'll go to the Mo clan now." Yixian nodded. "Let me go. I won't die anyway. If the Mo clan dares to kill me, young master, you can go to the Nalan clan directly." The old tree volunteered. "Alright." At that moment, Yixian broke through the void and arrived outside the Mo clan city. As his realm was not high enough, Yixian could only send the old tree as a messenger to work with the Mo clan. Old tree, who looked like a bald old man, lifted his feet and rushed towards the Mo clan city gate. "Stop right there. Who are you?" An immortal level LV7 general of the Mo clan shouted. He saw that the old tree was not an ordinary person. Furthermore, he came with a strong aura. It was obvious that something was wrong. "Why are you talking so much nonsense?" Old Shu was a little impatient. He directly sent a residual flame over and slapped the defending general away. If it weren't for the fact that they came to cooperate with the Mo family this time, this defending general would have probably been turned into flying ashes. The old tree was now at the peak of immortal level LV7 and would soon break through to immortal level LV8. With his ability, even an immortal level LV9 powerhouse would not be able to do anything to him. Moreover, he had the immortal phoenix bloodline. Most importantly, he was immortal. When he slapped the general away, he took his Qian Kuan ring and used Remnant Flame to enter the city again. Remnant Flame could also be leveled up using Devour points. Every time it leveled up, it would increase the number of Remnant Flame doppelgangers and increase their range. In the future, it could even be like Assassin's Eyes. After using Remnant Flame doppelgangers, its first attack power would increase. However, Yixian did not have any Devour points to upgrade. He might be able to use them on random missions in the future. This skill was equivalent to teleportation. Soon, the old tree arrived in front of the Mo clan's mansion. "Mo Wentian, come out. We have something to discuss." Old tree's aged voice fell into the ears of everyone in the city lord's manor. Immediately, many experts leaped into the air. Who had the guts to call out the name of the Mo clan's patriarch, the Rebirth Realm expert, Mo Wentian, who was in charge of overseeing the situation, opened his eyes as well, and then he shot out. When he arrived above the city lord's manor, he realized that he recognized the person. It was the old tree who had destroyed the battle between the two clans. "It's you?" Mo Wentian's eyes widened in disbelief. The old tree had walked right into the trap. "My young master wants to cooperate with your Mo clan to destroy the Nalan clan." Old tree went straight to the point. Cooperation. When these two words fell into Mo Wentian's ears, he was shocked. Mo Wentian guessed that the young master old tree was talking about was Xian. However, Xian had killed many of their people. How dare he come to cooperate? However, Mo Wentian was very interested in the details of the cooperation. "Humph, you killed my Mo clan's people and you still want to cooperate?" Mo Wentian couldn't help but ask. "Since you are not willing, then forget it. My young master will go and ask the Nalan clan." Old Shu shrugged helplessly, turned around and prepared to leave. However, his path was blocked by a few experts of the 9th level of the Immortality Realm. TSK, since I dared to come alone, I am not afraid of you killing me. I have signed a contract with my young master. As long as my young master is alive, I will not die. Why don't you try and kill me?" Old tree stroked his beard without a trace of fear on his face. An ordinary 7th level Immortality Realm expert would be scared to death of a 9th level Immortality Realm expert, let alone a Rebirth Realm expert. However, Old Tree was so calm. It was indeed a little unbelievable. "Contract?" Mo Wentian frowned. He had never heard of such a powerful contract that could even revive. "My little young master could have just sent a weakling, but the one who came was me. This is enough to show my little young master's sincerity. Mo family, I'll give you 3 seconds to consider. After 3 seconds, my young master will enter the Shadow Fox family and cooperate with them." Old Tree continued. 3 seconds, for such an important collaboration, he was actually only given 3 seconds to consider. This made Mo Wentian feel a little pressured. However, it was not impossible to put down the previous hatred and cooperate as long as they could destroy the Nalan family. Previously, he had already sent people to other factions to seek help, but if he rejected the old tree now, Xian would go to the Nalan family to cooperate. At that time, the Nalan family would directly charge over, and the Mo family would be in danger. There was not enough time. Moreover, Mo Wentian also had some questions that he wanted to ask Xian. For example, why did Xian use the unparalleled flame dragon slash? What do you need? Mo Wentian couldn't help but ask. This is what my young master wants. Without another word, the old tree threw a piece of paper to Mo Wentian. It recorded the things that Xian needed. These things were enough for him to break through to the 7th level of the Immortality Realm. At the same time, the old tree and Wei Zhentian could also break through to the 8th level of the Immortality Realm. So much? Mo Wentian was shocked. The things inside were enough to create a 9th level of the Immortality Realm expert. Xian was really asking for too much. Don't think it's too much. As long as we can destroy the Nalan family, even if it's 5 times, I think you can still come up with it, right? The old tree's mouth curled up slightly, and said, moreover, don't you want to know why my little young master can use the unparalleled flame dragon slash? This move is Mo Shui's ultimate move. When this sentence fell into Mo Wentian's ears, it made his body tremble. Mo Shui, this name was not a secret. Many people knew that an old ancestor of the Mo clan went missing after going to the land of reincarnation and was suspected to have died. However, not many people knew that Mo Shui created the unparalleled flame dragon slash. Even fewer people had seen Mo Shui use the unparalleled flame dragon slash. This name was only known by a few old ancestors of the Mo clan. But now, someone actually said it. This must be related to Mo Shui. You know where Mo Shui is? Mo Wentian asked in surprise. Of course, but I'll tell you after destroying the Nalan family. How about that? The old tree smiled. Mo Wentian hesitated. Now, it was a matter of life and death for the Mo clan. If the Mo clan destroyed the Nalan family, then the Nalan family would only be left with those who migrated to the land of reincarnation. Moreover, Yi Xian knew Mo Shui's location. However, Mo Wentian thought of something. Mo Shui's life jade tablet has long been shattered. You must have obtained his inheritance. Do you still want to lie to me? Mo Wentian said coldly. Mo Shui had been missing for more than 20 years. Many people believed that he was dead. As the Mo clan's old ancestor, Mo Wentian naturally knew that Mo Shui's life jade tablet had been shattered. It was just that he had not announced it. That may not be so. Mo Shui only reincarnated. Look, didn't the Xianming duo demons reincarnate as well? They are only in the profound life realm. The old tree explained. Hearing this, Mo Wentian felt that it made sense. However, how did the Xianming duo demons reincarnate as profound life realm cultivators? He had previously guessed that they had found a reincarnation treasure. Therefore, it made sense that Mo Shui had also reincarnated. Alright, I hope you are not lying to me. Otherwise. Mo Wentian's eyes flashed. Hee. The old tree only grinned and said, there is no time to lose. Please organize your men and gather outside the city. What? We are leaving now? Mo Wentian said in shock. Don't forget that our young master has the space magical power. He can allow you to arrive at the Nalan clan in an instant. The old tree replied. After his reminder, Mo Wentian immediately reacted. Yi Xian had used this space magical power to leave that day. Alright. Immediately, Mo Wentian ordered people to organize the men. At the same time, the old tree also left directly and flew out of the city. In less than half a minute, the Mo clan had organized the men again. Although they were short of an expert in the 9th level of the immortality realm, another one replaced him. There were still 6 experts in the 9th level of the immortality realm. Soon, they arrived outside the city. Outside the Mo clan city, there was only the old tree. However, beside the old tree, there was a void door. Through this void door, you can directly arrive outside the Shadow Fox clan, the old tree said to Mo Wentian. Mo Wentian found it unbelievable. The Mo clan and the Nalan clan were 2 days away. However, a door could directly cross the distance between the two clans. It was really terrifying. Let's go. Behind the void door, they were indeed near the Shadow Fox clan. From afar, they could see the Nalan clan city. Where's that brat? Mo Wentian looked at the old tree. Don't worry. When you guys are fighting, the young master will come out. You just have to delay that rebirth realm expert. The battle will end in 10 seconds. The old tree continued. Alright. Mo Wentian's eyes lit up. Previously, they had fought for a long time and consumed a lot of their lifespan. Now, their mission was not to kill but to delay the other party. This was much simpler. Yi Xian dared to promise 10 seconds. This meant that he had some tricks up his sleeve. It seemed like the Nalan clan was doomed this time. I hope you didn't lie to me. Otherwise, I will definitely make you pay the price. Mo Wentian's eyes flickered. He led the large group and charged towards the Nalan clan again. The old tree blended in with their group and entered the Shadow Fox clan together. Mo Wentian, it's you again? A familiar voice came from afar. The Nalan clan's rebirth realm expert, Nalan Xinghui, flew into the sky again. Previously, when the Mo clan attacked the Nalan clan, both sides suffered great losses. Other than those who died, most of them lost 1,000 years of lifespan. If they were to fight again this time, they would probably all die here. So what if it's me? Today, your Nalan clan will be destroyed. Mo Wentian snorted. Looking at Mo Wentian's confident look, Nalan Xinghui's heart trembled. He sized up the other party's camp and noticed the figure of the old tree. It's him? Nalan Xinghui was shocked. He suddenly had a bad premonition. The old tree was in cahoots with Yi Xian. Now that he had appeared in the Mo clan's camp, could it be that the Mo clan and Yi Xian were working together? Oh no. Thinking of this, Nalan Xinghui's expression changed. This was troublesome. It seems like you have guessed it. If you know what's good for you, take the initiative to surrender. I won't kill you all. Mo Wentian continued. Don't even think about it. Nalan Xinghui gritted his teeth. Even if the entire Nalan clan were to die in battle, they would never take the initiative to surrender. At this moment, all he could do was pray in his heart that Nalan Bing and the others had already found the treasure and killed all the rebirth stage experts of the Mo clan. This way, even if they died in battle, they would have no regrets. "Where is your young master?" Mo Wentian asked in a low voice. "He's already here. Once the battle starts, he'll appear immediately." After the old tree finished speaking, the sky suddenly darkened, just like last time. Hearing this, Mo Wentian finally understood who was behind the sudden change in weather that day. One had to know that the underworld was jointly established by the Mo clan and the Nalan clan. The members of the Nalan clan were also proficient in assassination and concealment. Their senses were also extremely sharp. However, even a rebirth realm expert like him couldn't detect him. It had to be said that Xian's concealment skills were extremely high. "Good, all Mo family members, listen to my order, kill." Mo Wentian did not intend to waste any more words and directly gave the order. "Go." Nalan Xinghue also shouted. The second battle was about to start. When the battle started, the old tree immediately used the remaining flames and flashed to Xian's side, passing the universe ring to Xian. Just now, Xian had already followed behind the Mo clan's team and sneaked in. When he saw the two forces already fighting in front of him, he couldn't help but smile. Today, it was his show. Ding. Host has broken through, currently at Immortality Realm Level 7. Ding. Wei Zhentian has broken through, currently at Immortality Realm Level 8. Ding. Spirit of Ashes has broken through, currently at Immortality Realm Level 8. 3 system notifications sounded out in a row. Xian directly swallowed all of the heavenly and earthly treasures that the Mo clan had given him. Luo, Wei Zhentian, you two focus on killing those below Immortality Realm Level 9. Old Tree, you and I will work together to deal with those at Immortality Realm Level 9. Xian immediately ordered the 3 of them. With their intervention, this battle would not last more than 10 seconds and the outcome would be decided. Perhaps, it would not even take 5 seconds. All right. Old Tree immediately responded. After breaking through to Immortality Realm Level 8, he was almost invincible among those at Immortality Realm. If he worked together with Xian, it would not be difficult for him to kill an Immortality Realm Level 9 with ease. Like the first battle, both parties exhausted their true chi. This time, the Mo clan was very conservative as they had external help. When both parties were fighting, Xian finally appeared. Residual Flame Clone. Xian and Old Tree's target was the same person. In the blink of an eye, the latter appeared behind an Immortality Realm Level 9 from the Shadow Fox clan. Killing Intent Explosion. Unparalleled Flame Dragon Slash. Xian and Old Tree worked together and attacked at the same time. This Immortality Realm Level 9 powerhouse did not have time to react and was sent flying by Old Tree's Flame Dragon Slash. The direction he was sent flying was Xian's unparalleled Flame Dragon Slash. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, this Immortality Realm Level 9 powerhouse was killed. As for his opponent, he was completely astonished. So strong, this Mo clan powerhouse swallowed his saliva. Xian was only at Immortality Realm Level 7, but he could kill an Immortality Realm Level 9 powerhouse in an instant. Was he still human? This scene fell into Mo Wentian's eyes, causing his eyes to widen. It seemed that this time, the Nalan clan was really going to be destroyed. Ding! The killing intent value of the host has increased. When the system notification sounded, Xian glanced at it from the corner of his eye and finally fixed his gaze on the second Immortality Realm Level 9 powerhouse. Residual Flame Clone. Old Tree attacked again. First, he formed a clone and then moved over. This Immortality Realm Level 9 powerhouse had seen his companion die with his own eyes, so he was prepared. Bang! Old Tree's punch was blocked by the opponent. However, Xian's attack came immediately. I'll go all out. This Immortality Realm Level 9 Shadow Fox powerhouse gritted his teeth and attacked directly. He had burned 100 years of his lifespan for this attack. He only had a few hundred years of life left. Burning 100 years in one go, he was naturally heartbroken. However, this time if he did not burn so much life, he was afraid that he would be killed on the spot. What was the use of a few hundred years of life? Rumble. His sword slashed and Yixian's golden flame dragon collided. This time, the collision was extremely violent. Fortunately, this time, his attack was stronger than Yixian's. However, Yixian's attack did not burn his life. The true qi that was consumed was almost recovered in the blink of an eye. Let's see how many more years of life you can burn. Yixian's eyes flashed and he slashed his sword again. What? The opponent was shocked. He was not shocked by Yixian's attack, but by Old Tree. This time, Old Shi used the residual flame doppelganger to rush to his side and then hugged him. The surrounding people wanted to die together with him. No. Ding. The host's killing intent has increased. Ding. The spirit of ashes has died. Ding. The spirit of ashes has been revived. 3 system notifications rang out in succession. The second immortal level rank 9 expert had been killed by Yixian. At this moment, he had only appeared for 3 seconds. 3 seconds to kill 2 immortal level rank 9 experts. This meant that this battle could really end in 10 seconds. That brat is so ruthless. Mo Tian, who was in charge of holding back the Shadow Fox clan's Rebirth Realm expert, Nalan Xinghui, trembled. He did not expect that Yixian would actually kill his own people. However, in the next moment, he was shocked. After Yixian put away the universe ring of the dead, another figure appeared beside him. This figure was the Old Tree, who had been killed by Yixian just now. How was this possible? How could someone who had clearly been reduced to ashes be revived? At this moment, Mo Tian suddenly recalled something. Previously, the Old Tree had said that he was immortal and indestructible. As long as Yixian did not die, he would not die. This was actually true. TSK, TSK, TSK. Young master, your attack power is really too strong. Even I was killed. The Old Tree could not help but praise. One had to know that he was the spirit of ashes. He had fire attribute resistance. In addition to the immortal divine phoenix bloodline, he would not die so easily. However, he had been instantly killed by Yixian. The effect of the immortal unicorn bloodline's unicorn genuine qi to burn the world was really too terrifying. Haha, Old Tree, let's continue. Yixian laughed loudly. Then, he killed another person. As long as the remaining 4 immortal level rank 9 experts were killed, the outcome of this battle would be decided. Mo Tian teamed up with 6 immortal level rank 9 experts on his side. Killing Nalan Xinghui should not be a problem. When Nalan Xinghui saw that 2 immortal level Shadow Fox experts were killed, his face turned gloomy. He knew that he would definitely lose this battle, so he immediately made a decision. I'm afraid this bloodline is doomed. Let's go. Nalan Xinghui made a prompt decision and distanced himself from Mo Tian. However, before he left, he did not want to return empty-handed. His target was Luo Luo. What a joke. You think you can catch Luo Luo? Yixian laughed coldly in his heart. Luo Luo had always been within the range of his senses. With a single thought, he sent Luo Luo into the planting space. Disappeared. Damn it. Nalan Xinghui roared. He knew that this was definitely Yixian's doing, so he immediately focused his attention on Yixian. Die, brat. Nalan Xinghui circulated his true qi and launched an attack at Yixian. This palm was enough to kill any immortal level Shadow Fox expert, not to mention Yixian, who was at the immortal level Shadow Fox 7th level. However, Mo Tian would not just watch Yixian get caught. Nalan Xinghui, your opponent is me. Mo Tian roared. He punched out and dispersed Nalan Xinghui's giant palm. The shockwave sent Yixian flying. Old man, you are not qualified to catch me. Yixian spat out a mouthful of blood, but his internal injuries healed instantly. He knew that Mo Tian would attack, so he was too lazy to dodge. He then dashed towards another Shadow Fox who was on immortal level 9. Residual Flame Doppelganger. Old Tree immediately flashed behind his opponent and punched him fiercely. A second later, the third immortal level Shadow Fox expert fell. As a result, the Mo clan had 3 more people. These three people did not expand their advantage, but instead followed Mo and Tian to attack Nalan Xinghui. As for the others, Yi Xian would deal with them. As long as they could kill Nalan Xinghui, they would have profited greatly. It was even more profitable than killing 10 immortal-level Shadow Fox experts. As for the remaining people, Yi Xian benefited. D***, retreat. Nalan Xinghui saw that the situation was settled, and he could not catch Yi Xian, so he immediately turned around and fled. Mo Wen Tian's attention was always on him, so he immediately led the three people to chase after him. At the same time, Yi Xian could not help but turn around and place a death pursuit order on Nalan Xinghui just in case. Soon, in less than 3 seconds, the last 3 immortal-level Shadow Fox experts of the Nalan clan died at the hands of Yi Xian. Ding. The host's killing intent has increased. Ding. The host's killing intent has increased. Ding. The host's killing intent has increased. 3 consecutive system notifications caused Yi Xian's killing intent to soar. The situation was set. In 3 seconds, the 2 Rebirth Realm experts had already left Yi Xian's field of vision. However, with the death pursuit order, Yi Xian could still sense Nalan Xinghui's location. Finish off the remaining people. There's a big battle coming up. Yi Xian said to Luo Luo and the other 2. Young master, are we still going to fight with the Mo clan? Luo Luo asked in surprise. Yes, they will most likely attack us. Yi Xian nodded and glanced at the figure in the distance that was rapidly approaching them. This figure was Mo Wen Tian, who was chasing after Nalan Xinghui. However, at this moment, Mo Wen Tian suddenly turned back. It was obvious that he had not caught up with Nalan Xinghui. Grand Elder, did you not catch up? An immortal-level Shadow Fox expert from the Mo clan asked. The Rebirth Realm experts were too fast. If Nalan Xinghui did not run, they could have been of help. However, once Nalan Xinghui escaped, these immortal-level experts would not be able to catch up. That old man has a few hundred years more lifespan than me. Even if I use up all my lifespan to chase after him, I won't be able to catch up. Mo Wen Tian shook his head. After 2 battles, his lifespan consumption was similar to Nalan Xinghui's. However, Nalan Xinghui was younger than him. If he continued to chase, not only would he not be able to catch up, he might even be killed by Nalan Xinghui. Therefore, he could not chase after him, although it was a pity. At least he had destroyed the Shadow Fox clan. Immediately, Mo Wen Tian ordered, kill all the immortal-level Fox clan members. Leave none alive. Hearing this, the hearts of the surrounding people could not help but tremble. This Mo clan was a little too brutal. In the Shadow Fox clan, there were more than 20,000 immortal-level experts. If all of them were killed, bastards, I'll fight it out with you. An expert from the Mo clan roared. However, in the next moment, he was killed by Mo Wen Tian's sword. Even Nalan Xinghui, who was in the Rebirth Realm, was defeated. What could a mere immortal-level Shadow Fox clan member do? In less than 3 seconds, the last of the Nalan clan's experts were all killed in battle. The Shadow Fox clan members below also dispersed in an uproar. As for the immortal level 6 and 7 immortal level experts of the Mo clan, they were in charge of chasing and killing. Yi Xian was already used to such a scene. This was a world where the strong were respected. The weak would definitely be eliminated first. At this moment, Mo Wentian suddenly focused his attention on Yi Xian and said, "Kid, you also contributed to the annihilation of the Nalan clan this time. However, we are only cooperating. I have already given you the reward in advance. Now, shouldn't you fulfill your promise?" Previously, Yi Xian had said that as long as the Nalan clan was annihilated, he would tell Mo Wentian the location of Mo Shui. Yi Xian naturally had to fulfill this promise. He immediately smiled and said, "Mo Shui has indeed reincarnated. I have met him a few times." On the way, he encountered the Xianming Duo Demon's awakening, so he was hunted down. In the end, he imparted the matchless dragon slash to me and asked me to avenge him. He made a long story short and told the whole story. What? After hearing this, Mo Wentian couldn't help but shout, "So, Mo Shui is still dead?" That's right. He died not long after his awakening. It has been more than a year since then. Yi Xian nodded. As soon as he said this, Mo Wentian was furious. Bastard, how dare you lie to me? He originally thought that after Mo Shui reincarnated, he had secluded himself somewhere and Yi Xian had obtained Mo Shui's inheritance or was Mo Shui's disciple. Who would have thought that Mo Shui was still dead? I didn't lie to you. This is where Mo Shui is buried. You can go dig him up and bring him back to the Mo clan for burial. As Yi Xian said this, he suddenly threw a piece of paper. Mo Wentian glanced at it and immediately attacked. Bastard, go to hell. Yi Xian had already expected this. Seeing Mo Wentian's hysterical look, he couldn't help but smirk and said coldly, "Do you really think that I am afraid of you?" Previously, he was only at the 6th level of the immortality realm. Mo Wentian, who was in the rebirth realm, could easily kill him. However, he had now broken through to the 7th level of the immortality realm. Mo Wentian was only 3 levels higher than him. What did 3 realms count for? Whoosh! Yi Xian, who had been prepared for this, dodged this fatal punch. Then, he tore through the void and entered. You want to leave? Mo Wentian was determined to capture Yi Xian. Hence, he also stepped into the door of void. The void door could have been closed after Yi Xian entered, but he did not. Their goal was to lure Mo Wentian in. Hua! The door to the void closed after Mo Wentian passed through it. This was a plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain. Mo Wentian, who had lived for thousands of years, had actually fallen for it. Even Yi Xian had not expected this. When he finally reacted, his expression changed drastically. Mo Wentian, don't worry. I have no intention of going back. Yi Xian grinned. At this moment, if he were to suddenly break through the void and kill his way back, then the Mo clan's troops would most likely be wiped out. Not only that, the Mo clan city would also be the same. But Yi Xian didn't, because he didn't need to. Wei Zhentian and Old Tree were enough to deal with the remaining people. After all, Wei Zhentian, who was at the 8th level of the Eternal Life Realm, was unstoppable after using the Storm of Swords. Today, I will kill a Rebirth Realm strong practitioner and see. Yi Xian's eyes shone brightly. Feast of Slaughter. On the other side, Wei Zhentian, who was above the Shadow Fox clan, also used the Storm of Swords. Old Tree also began a frenzied slaughter. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. System notifications rang out one after another. Yi Xian's strength had increased by 50% in an instant. How is this possible? Mo Wentian was extremely shocked. He did not expect that Yi Xian had actually concealed his strength. However, was this enough to fight against him? Die. Mo Wentian could not care so much. This time, he had to kill Yi Xian. Otherwise, the Mo clan team and Mo clan city would be destroyed in a day. Yi Xian could not be let go. This time, I will play with you. Yi Xian revealed a cold smile. It was rare for him to burn his lifespan, which was a full 20 years. Shadow Step. Whoosh. In an instant, he swept into the distance and dodged Mo Wentian's second attack. Don't even think of leaving. Mo Wentian's eyes flickered and immediately chased after him. One had to admit that Yi Xian's speed was very fast. There was probably no one in the Eternal Life Realm who could match him. However, Mo Wentian could still catch up. As long as he could kill Yi Xian, so what if he consumed some of his lifespan? However, the feast of slaughter was still increasing. 60%, 70%, 80%, Mo Wentian was puzzled as to why Yi Xian's strength was increasing so quickly. However, he would never have thought that half of the Mo clan team in the Shadow Fox clan had already been killed by Wei Zhentian and Old Tree. Explosion of killing intent. Unparalleled flaming dragon slash. Yi Xian, whose strength had doubled, raised his hand and unleashed his strongest attack. The unparalleled flaming dragon slash, which was twice as powerful, whizzed towards Mo Wentian. A mere 7th heaven of life realm dares to do this in front of me? Disperse. Mo Wentian raised his hand and unleashed another fist shadow. This fist was a top-grade eternal life remarkable power. It could be considered a half-reincarnation remarkable power. It was enough to kill any Eternal Life Realm ancient martial art practitioner. Rumble. With a rumble, the huge golden flaming dragon was dispersed and the fist shadow attacked Yixian. However, at this moment, Yixian's eyes suddenly flashed. Door of Void. Hua. The door of void opened and Mo when Tian's fist shadow entered it. However, it appeared behind Mo when Tian. What? Mo when Tian was astonished. He had reaped what he had sown. Bang! Mo when Tian had accidentally injured himself with his own attack. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Haha, have a taste of this move. Yixian's eyes flashed. He activated his genuine qi and unleashed a punch. Star-shattering fist. This move was what Mo when Tian had used just now. This made Mo when Tian extremely astonished. Yixian, how could he know his ultimate move? This was impossible, however, the power of this move was much weaker than the unparalleled flaming dragon slash. After all, it lacked a few fire attribute enhancements and was easily defeated by Mo when Tian. Yixian was actually just toying with Mo when Tian. 1 times 1. 2 times 1. 3 times, in the short span of time they had exchanged blows, the feast of killing had increased to 1. 3 times. Yixian calculated in his heart. His expression could not help but turn serious. Then, he tore open the void. Huff, huff, huff. Countless blood swords shot out from the door of void and attacked Mo when Tian. At the same time, a remnant flame doppelganger condensed behind Mo when Tian. Old Tree stepped through the door of void and appeared behind Mo when Tian. At this moment, Mo when Tian was attacked from both sides. Mo when Tian could only defend with all his might. Pooh. 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 Bang. Although he defended with all his might, he was still pierced by the blood swords. His back was also badly mutilated by Old Tree. Ding. The spirit of ashes is dead. Ding. The spirit of ashes is resurrected. The Old Tree could be resurrected infinitely anyway. Dying once was nothing. However, he managed to injure Mo when Tian before he died. That was a good thing. However, the reincarnation realm was divided into 3 realms. The first realm was the profound life realm. The profound life chi would appear in one's body. This was an energy that could heal injuries quickly. In the blink of an eye, the bloody holes on Mo when Tian's body and the injuries on his back were completely healed. Is this the profound life chi? Yixian narrowed his eyes. He saw a milky white energy that quickly healed Mo when Tian's injuries. Not even a scar was left behind. This was comparable to the immortal divine phoenix bloodline. The profound life realm experts had an additional profound life chi compared to the longevity realm experts. However, their combat power did not increase by much. However, there was a huge difference between the profound life realm and the profound death realm. This was because the profound death chi could be used in combat. Once it was contaminated, even the profound life chi would not be able to neutralize it. Therefore, when one reached the peak of the profound death realm, they would need to use rare treasures to increase their profound life chi. Only then could they achieve balance and step into the reincarnation realm. Speaking of which, Mo when Tian's injuries had healed. He had only used up some profound life chi. His combat power was still the same. If one wanted to kill him, they would have to target his vitals. Let's see how much profound life chi you have. Yixian's eyes flashed. He ordered Wei Zhentian and the Old Tree to attack again. At the same time, he also placed a death pursuit order on Mo when Tian. When dealing with the target of the death pursuit order, Yixian's attack power would increase. Most importantly, Yixian could use the Eye of Assassination. Sword Storm. Wei Zhentian transformed into 1,000 blood swords and swept across the sky again. I'll destroy you first. Mo when Tian shouted and struck out with his palm. This palm was terrifyingly huge. It was much bigger than the entire sword storm. Moreover, Mo when Tian had burned his genuine qi for this attack. It should be enough to kill Wei Zhentian. However, things went beyond his expectations. Even Yixian's expectations. The 1,000 blood swords suddenly emitted beams of white light and collided with the giant palm. This is a critical hit? Yi Xian was extremely shocked. Previously, he had completed a special leveling up quest and obtained a bottle of blessings. He had used this bottle of blessings on Wei Zhentian, which was why Wei Zhentian had 1 luck point. This was the first critical hit Wei Zhentian had ever received since he obtained the luck attribute. Bang! Wei Zhentian, who had the critical hit special effect, had actually shattered Mo Wentian's gigantic palm in an instant. Although many of the crimson swords were damaged, the immortal divine phoenix bloodline immediately took effect and repaired the damaged crimson swords. Damn it! Mo Wentian cursed in his heart as he was once again engulfed by the storm of swords. At the same time, Yi Xian and the old tree both flashed behind Mo Wentian. Flaming Sun Lasso. Eye of Assassination. Killing Intent Explosion. Unparalleled True Flame Dragon Slash. The two of them attacked simultaneously. Mo Wentian was in danger. In desperation, he had no choice but to burn his lifespan again. This time, it was 100 years. Yi Xian had seen this move a few times before. It was Mo Xue's explosive attack. However, Mo Wentian was a strong practitioner in the rebirth realm who had burned 100 years of his lifespan. Its power was close to destroying the heavens and earth. Not good. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. It was already too late for him to escape. He hurriedly defended himself. Blazing Fire Shield. Brilliant Golden Armor. Northern Underworld Heavenly Water Battle Armor. Yi Xian quickly defended himself and even burned 50 years of his lifespan. Coincidentally, just as his defensive layer was formed, an extremely strong aura suddenly erupted from Mo Wentian's body. Blazing flames incinerate the heavens. The name of this move was the same as the profound meaning of the fire attribute in the empty god realm. However, its power was countless times weaker. Rumble. A wave of heat spread out from Mo Wentian. Yi Xian could only hear the sound of his armor shattering. An ordinary person would have died from this attack. However, one should not forget who Yi Xian was. The blazing fire shield was the old tree's skill. Its cooldown time was 1 day. It could absorb a large amount of attacks and then explode. Among them, it could absorb a large amount of fire attacks. In addition, the Northern Underworld Heavenly Water Battle Armor was of the water attribute and could withstand some of the attacks. Although the brilliant golden armor did not have any attributes, its advantage was its sturdiness. Of course, the most important thing was Yi Xian's 2 bloodlines. The Immortal Eye Unicorn bloodline and the Immortal Divine Phoenix bloodline gave Yi Xian a large amount of fire resistance. It was also because of this that Yi Xian survived this explosion. However, the Skyquake sword was instantly burned by the blazing fire shield. Not a single sword was left. Ding! Wei Zhentian is dead. Ding! Spirit of Ashes is dead. Ding! Wei Zhentian is resurrected. Ding! Spirit of Ashes is resurrected. 4 system notifications sounded in succession. Yi Xian, who was swept far away by the blast, could not help but reveal a shocked expression. He thought to himself, this is King scary. Luckily, I have so many layers of defense. Otherwise, I would be dead for sure. Originally, he did not want to burn his lifespan to get rid of Mo Wentian. However, after this explosion, he had no choice but to burn his lifespan for 50 years. This made him very sad. Mo Wentian's actions had successfully angered him. Have a taste of this move. Yi Xian, who was far away, did not wait for his injuries to recover. He suddenly used a trump card that he had never used before. Immortal Eye Unicorn Bloodline, Unicorn Descends. Before the blazing fire shield finished sweeping, a flaming hoof suddenly condensed above Mo Wentian's head. Before Mo Wentian could react, this flaming hoof suddenly stomped down. What? Mo Wentian's eyes widened as he looked at this flaming hoof. At this moment, he was like an ant. And this flaming hoof was as big as a human's foot. Stomping Mo Wentian to death was extremely easy. Pung! Mo Wentian was trampled by this flaming hoof. His entire body exploded, not even leaving behind a single speck of dust. This was Yi Xian's skill after fusing with the Immortal Eye Unicorn bloodline, Unicorn Descends. Currently, he had only advanced once, so he could only use it once. However, this power was already shocking enough. A dignified Rebirth Realm strong practitioner was actually stomped to death. This power shocked Yixian. So strong. It actually killed Mo and Tian in an instant. This is too scary. Yixian could not help but swallow his saliva. This unicorn descent was only one level, and it already had such power. If it advanced to the second, third, fourth, or fifth level, how strong would its power be? One had to know that as long as one advanced to the fifth level, one could summon a unicorn to battle. Yixian dashed over and kept the heaven and earth ring that he had protected with his all-creation strength. Devour. There were many corpses of heaven-reaching beasts in the heaven and earth ring. Together with the corpses that Yixian had kept, Yixian devoured them all. F*ck, there are so many corpses and only 2% of the cooldown has been restored. How long will it take? Yixian was terrified. Fortunately, the corpses of the heaven-reaching beasts were of the immortal level. There were no Rebirth Realm corpses and not many beast souls. If he devoured the Rebirth Realm corpses, the cooldown would be restored much faster, but then again, this was the first time that Yixian had killed a Rebirth Realm powerhouse. That was enough. The group of Mo clan experts did not have many items on them. Together with Mo and Tian's belongings, Yixian could not break through to the immortal level 8. Let's go to Mo clan city. Yixian directly broke through the void again and made a trip to the Mo clan. There were still 2 immortal level 9 powerhouses in Mo clan city. However, they could not stop Yixian. After Yixian ransacked Mo clan city with his eye of perception, he finally heard the system notification. Ding. Host has broken through. Current immortal level 8. Ding. Wei Zhentian has broken through. Current immortal level 9. Ding. Ash Spirit has broken through. Current immortal level 9. The 3 of them broke through consecutively. Woo-woo, my realm is the lowest. In the planting space, Luoluo pouted and complained. The Heaven Loaf Fox bloodline was extremely powerful. However, it was nothing compared to the Heaven Loaf Fox bloodline. Don't worry, I still have many good things. Yixian gave the rest of the heaven and earth treasures to Luoluo. He thought that it would have been great if Luoluo had signed the contract with him. Then, Luoluo would be at the immortal level 8 now. If they were at the same level, Luoluo's ability could compete with Old Tree. If Wei Zhentian did not use the Sword Storm, he could not do anything to them. I can only cultivate slowly. However, young master, are you going to the land of reincarnation next? Luoluo blinked and asked. Yes, that Nalan Xinghui escaped, but I left a death warrant on him. The direction he escaped in is the land of reincarnation, so I can use him to find the Xianming duo demons. Yixian nodded. Apart from taking revenge for Mo Shui, he had to make a trip to the west of the land of reincarnation. This was a reminder from old celestial Tianju. I have a premonition that I will get a great opportunity this time. Luoluo suddenly giggled. Yixian grinned. Without saying anything, he tore through the void and returned to the Shadow Fox clan. The Shadow Fox clan was wiped out, but there was still a branch in the land of reincarnation where many of the experts went. It was the same for the Mo family. Although the Nalan family and Mo family in the land of reincarnation didn't have many people, they were all elites. Yixian guessed that Nalan Xinghui, who escaped, was preparing to ask for reinforcements from the Nalan family in the land of reincarnation. With the death warrant, Yixian immediately chased after him. With his immortality realm level 8 and shadow steps, his speed wasn't any slower than Nalan Xinghui. Although the Nalan family and Mo family were built at the border of the land of reincarnation, it still took 2 days for the Nalan family to reach the land of reincarnation. 2 days later, that Nalan Xinghui entered the land of reincarnation. Yixian, who followed closely behind Nalan Xinghui, also entered the land of reincarnation. The land of reincarnation was extremely dangerous. Because of the high realms, there were immortality realm heaven-reaching beasts everywhere. There were even rebirth realm ones. During these 2 days, Yixian kept killing the heaven-reaching beasts along the way to recover Unicorn's cooldown. The unicorn was useful, but it was a pity that the cooldown was too long to recover. Yi Xian spent 2 days to recover to 20%. The land of reincarnation is filled with immortality realm heaven-reaching beasts. There are even rebirth realm ones. If I meet them, I can quickly recover unicorn's cooldown. Yi Xian thought to himself. Of course, with his current realm, he could only deal with level 1 life realm heaven-reaching beasts. If he used all his skills, he could probably deal with level 2 life realm heaven-reaching beasts. But now, he had to do something important. After Nalan Xinghui entered the land of reincarnation, he happened to head west. What a coincidence. Although Nalan Xinghui was a rebirth realm elite, after entering the land of reincarnation, he couldn't help but be extremely alert. Along the way, he met a few heaven-reaching beasts. Fortunately, they were all immortality realm beasts. He easily killed them and kept them. Yi Xian followed behind him, using his eye of revelation to maintain a distance. Another day passed. Nalan Xinghui's speed finally slowed down. It seemed that he was about to reach his destination. Binger and Ajia found the treasure in the Scarlet Flame Mountain Range. It has been half a month since they entered the Scarlet Flame Mountain Range. I wonder if they found it. Nalan Xinghui stopped in front of a mountain range. The Scarlet Flame Mountain Range was a dangerous place. From time to time, there would be scorching hot flames. If warriors were not careful, they would be burned to ashes. Not only that, but there was also a burning aura in the air. The air route was not feasible. In short, it was very dangerous. Previously, the Shadow Fox clan had escorted some elites into the land of reincarnation. This time, Nalan Xinghui did not enter the Scarlet Flame Mountain Range. Instead, he established a branch of the Shadow Fox clan near the Scarlet Flame Mountain Range. There was no time to lose. He had to act immediately. 2 hours later, he finally arrived at the branch of the Shadow Fox clan. There were not many people here, not even 5,000. However, they were all at least level 6 immortality realm warriors. It's Patriarch Xinghui. A Shadow Fox guard at the entrance recognized Nalan Xinghui. Have the few patriarchs returned from the Scarlet Flame Mountain Range? Nalan Xinghui asked directly. No, only Patriarch Xianxia is here. The guard shook his head. Nalan Xinghui heard this and immediately rushed in. The Rebirth Realm warrior in the branch, Patriarch Xianxia, felt this familiar aura and came out in astonishment. He said in surprise, Xinghui, why are you here? Nalan Xinghui's face was gloomy. He said, the clan was destroyed by the Mo clan. I escaped from death. What? Nalan Xianxia opened his eyes wide. He said, how is that possible? Didn't the Mo clan only leave behind one Rebirth Realm warrior? How could he destroy the clan? Naturally, the Mo clan couldn't do it. However, he had a helper. This kid is the one Binger is looking for. Nalan Xinghui gritted his teeth. When he thought of Yi Xian, he couldn't wait to bite off Yi Xian's flesh. Is it that little fox? Is that so? That's good. Hearing this good news, Nalan Xinghui nodded slightly. Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia were the most outstanding geniuses of the Shadow Fox clan. They had broken through to the Rebirth Realm after cultivating for less than 1,000 years. They would be the pillars of the Nalan clan in the future. More than 20 years ago, the Xianming duo demons and Mo Shui fought over something called the Life and Death Plate. Both of them were injured and reincarnated. No one knew who left the Life and Death Plate. There was a corpse beside it, but it had decayed for many years. However, the Life and Death Plate could still reincarnate 3 people. Nalan Bing, Nalan Jia, and Mo Shui happened to meet it and accidentally triggered the Life and Death Plate. In the end, Mo Shui reincarnated first, and the Xianming duo demons also reincarnated after a few days. Reincarnation was a very mysterious thing. Even if a Samsara realm expert wanted to reincarnate, he couldn't be born immediately. Normally, he would wander between heaven and earth. It could be a day, 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, or even 10,000 years. Therefore, there was an age gap between the young master of the Blood Cloth sect, Nalan Bing, and Nalan Jia from the Northern Heavens Academy. Before reincarnating, Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia hid the Life and Death Plate and laid down a formation to prevent their bodies from decaying. This time, Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia were going to find the life and death plate and seize their bodies from more than 20 years ago. More than 20 years ago, they were seriously injured, but their injuries had already recovered before reincarnating. After all, they had mysterious life chi in their bodies. However, they had triggered the life and death plate and had to reincarnate. However, at this time, Nalan Yongjia suddenly frowned. Hearing this, Nalan Xinghui also had an ominous premonition in his heart. However, this sentence was a turning point. Could it be that something had happened in this matter? However, what? Nalan Xinghui couldn't help but ask. However, according to the news from the ancestor, when they found the place where Bing and Ajia reincarnated, the life and death plate disappeared. Nalan Yongjia said. What? Nalan Xinghui opened his eyes wide and suspected that he had heard wrong. Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia had seized their bodies from more than 20 years ago, but why did the life and death plate disappear? Did someone enter their reincarnation place? Nalan Xinghui asked. No, it shouldn't be because the things in their interspatial rings are still there. Nalan Yongjia shook his head. If someone entered the place where Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia reincarnated and took away the life and death plate, then Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia's Qian Kuan ring would definitely be taken away. Therefore, this was a little strange. Could it be that the life and death plate grew legs and ran away on its own? Or did someone come in and take the life and death plate and forget to take Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia's cosmos rings? Perhaps, there were only these two possibilities. Then why aren't they coming out? Nalan Xinghui asked. The old ancestor is leading them to hunt down the Mo clan's people. As long as we can kill these rebirth realm old ancestors, the Mo clan will be destroyed. Nalan Yongjia replied. Whether it was the Mo family or the Nalan family, they were both supported by rebirth realm experts. Originally, the strength of the two families was about the same. However, with the death of Mo Shui and the recovery of Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia, the Nalan family was superior to the Mo family. As long as those few rebirth realm experts of the Mo clan fell, then the Mo clan would have nothing to fear the Nalan clan. Then, I will go in and help. Nalan Xinghui said as he thought of this. Since the clan outside the land of reincarnation had been destroyed, it was useless for him to return. He might as well go into the Scarlet Flame Mountain range to help. Alright, be careful. Nalan Yongjia nodded. Every rebirth realm expert was the backbone of the Nalan family. They couldn't afford to lose any one of them. Immediately, Nalan Xinghui turned around and left the branch, directly entering the Scarlet Flame Mountain range. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he watched Nalan Xinghui leave. At this moment, he had two plans. First, he could enter the branch and cause trouble. With his strength, he didn't have to worry about Nalan Yongjia, who was also at the first level profound life realm. Second, he could continue to follow Nalan Xinghui into the Scarlet Flame Mountain range. After thinking for a while, Yi Xian decided to follow Nalan Xinghui into the branch. Although he could directly kill his way into the branch and advance to Immortality Realm Level 9, his strength would have a qualitative increase. However, this was only his estimation. He couldn't advance his level as he wished. After all, every time he broke through, his experience would increase tremendously. Furthermore, the Nalan family had a few rebirth realm experts in the Scarlet Flame Mountain range. Yi Xian naturally had to take advantage of the situation when they were fighting with the Mo family. The Nalan family had more rebirth realm experts than the Nalan family. If he was too slow, he might not have the chance to take action. Therefore, Yi Xian directly followed Nalan Xinghui into the Scarlet Flame Mountain range. In the Scarlet Flame Mountain range, the true qi in one's body would be constantly depleted. Fortunately, Yi Xian had the immortal phoenix bloodline and extremely high fire resistance, so there wasn't much abnormality. Nalan Xinghui didn't seem to have any problems, but as time passed, he would definitely encounter some problems. Nalan Xinghui is the Dark Shadow Fox tribe's patriarch. He can sense his tribe members through the bloodline. He should be able to quickly find Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia, Yi Xian thought to himself as he furrowed his brows. He wasn't afraid of Nalan Xinghui or the other rebirth realm experts of the Nalan family. Even if he couldn't defeat them, he could still escape from them. What he was afraid of was an expert called Nalan Xiong. This person was the Dark Shadow Fox tribe's patriarch. Not only was he the most senior, but he was also the strongest, having reached the second level of the profound life realm. He was the one who comprehended the will of charm and ordered people to escort Nalan Bing and Xianxia back to the tribe. The will of charm was very difficult to deal with. Nalan Xiong could use the will of charm on weapons and even his body. As long as someone saw it, they would be affected by the charm. When fighting with him, one couldn't even open their eyes. With him around, Yi Xian reckoned that the Mo family's rebirth realm experts wouldn't be able to defeat the Nalan family. The land of reincarnation was very dangerous, but the Scarlet Flame Mountain Range was even more dangerous. Nalan Xinghui slowed down to half his speed and was very cautious. Yi Xian followed behind him. After running for half a day, he heard a loud sound. Rumble. The loud sound came from the horizon. It seemed to be very far away. After hearing the loud sound, Nalan Xinghui couldn't help but quicken his pace. Yi Xian behind him also did the same. It seemed that they had found them. Soon, Nalan Xinghui saw a battlefield in front of him. However, other than a few humans, there was also a group of flaming creatures. It's the geocentric flame demon. Nalan Xinghui recognized it at a glance. Yi Xian had seen the geocentric flame demon once before. At that time, he killed a flame demon lord and stole the eternal core fire. However, those geocentric flame demons could not be compared to the current geocentric flame demons. At this moment, the geocentric flame demons in front of Yi Xian were all 100 meters tall and were at immortality stage tier 8 or tier 8. This was not important. What was important was that there were at least a few thousand geocentric flame demons. Among them, there were a few rebirth stage flame demon emperors and a huge flame demon emperor. Yi Xian estimated that this flame demon emperor had reached profound life realm tier 3. After seeing this flame demon emperor, Yi Xian's heart trembled violently. The immortal phoenix bloodline and immortal unicorn bloodline in his body could not help but boil. Regardless of whether it was the immortal divine phoenix bloodline or the immortal Qilin bloodline, they were both fire attribute bloodlines. Therefore, they started to boil with excitement, as if they wanted Yi Xian to fight with the Flame Devil Emperor and see who was better. What a joke. I am only at immortality stage tier 8, not even rebirth stage. How can I fight this Flame Demon Emperor? Yi Xian shuddered and immediately turned his attention to the humans surrounded by countless geocentric flame demons. These 5 people were all shadow foxes, and one of them was a woman. 4 of them were at profound life realm, and 1 was at profound life realm. On the other side, there were also 5 figures. They were all humans, but only 3 of them were at profound life realm, and 1 was at profound life realm. Come to think of it, they should be from the Mo clan. Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia are not here. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and immediately reacted. It seems that they found the bodies of their previous lives and returned to their former selves. They've already recovered to their peak. This was only his guess. However, when he saw the moves that the woman and the other man used, he immediately confirmed it. Ice and fire dual dragon sword formation, it was indeed the mysterious underworld duo demons. I finally found you. Although you have returned to rebirth stage, so what? Yi Xian's eyes flickered. At this very moment, both the Nalan clan and the Mo clan were surrounded by countless geocentric flame devils and were trying their best to carve out a bloody path. However, there was a white-haired elder in the group. He was the 2nd level profound life stage Nalan Xiong, and was extremely impressive. Yi Xian felt a sharp pain in his head the moment he saw the clothes he was wearing. Will of Charm. This will of charm is quite powerful. I wonder when Luo Luo will be able to comprehend it, Yi Xian thought to himself as he continued to observe. The Flame Devil Emperor had not been mobilized, which was why the Nalan clan and the Mo clan had been able to survive until now. There were only a few 1st and 2nd layer profound life stage Flame Devil Emperors attacking them. At this moment, Nalan Xinghui suddenly dashed out and prepared to provide assistance and help Nalan Bing and the others kill their way out. Did you ask for my permission if you want to help? Yi Xian's eyes flashed. The next moment, killing intent surged. Wei Zhentian, Old Tree, and Luo Luo, who were at immortality stage 9, appeared in an instant. Residual flame. Assassination Eye. Yi Xian and Old Tree took the lead and flashed behind Nalan Xinghui. What? Nalan Xinghui was shocked. He had not seen anyone along the way, but now, why were there 4 people in the range of his spiritual consciousness? However, he did not have time to think about it because there was a gust of wind behind him. Flaming Sun Lasso. A flaming chain bound Nalan Xinghui's legs. The scorching aura almost burned his legs off. Fortunately, he had the profound life chi in his body and was constantly recovering. Otherwise, they would have been broken long ago. However, this flaming chain was only used to restrict Nalan Xinghui's movements. Since you found them, you can go now. Yi Xian's eyes widened and immediately attacked. Killing intent explosion. Unparalleled flaming dragon slash. This attack was enhanced by 30% of the assassination eye's attack power. It was extremely powerful. Although Yi Xian was only at immortality stage 8, he had burned 20 years of his life, which was enough to threaten a profound life realm powerhouse. Under Nalan Xinghui's horrified gaze, the giant golden flaming dragon swallowed his body. The scorching aura instantly melted his muscles, bones, and skin. Even the profound life chi in his body could only reduce the speed by a little. In the end, he still could not escape death. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. This notification represented Nalan Xinghui's death, and Yi Xian's killing intent had increased by a lot. Killing a rebirth realm powerhouse in one hit was not easy even for a powerhouse of the same level. However, Yi Xian had sneakily attacked Nalan Xinghui. As Nalan Xinghui had been marked before, with his death, the cooldown of the death hunting order was reset. Yi Xian could still use it twice. At that moment, Yi Xian once again marked Nalan Bing. Father? When Nalan Bing saw Nalan Xinghui turn into nothingness, she was completely stunned. Her eyes were wide open. Clearly, she didn't dare to believe it. Nalan Xinghui was a veteran powerhouse of the Nalan family. How could he be killed so quickly? Nalan Bing's gaze quickly fell on the murderer. In the next moment, she was shocked. This murderer was very familiar to her and Nalan Jia. It's you? Nalan Bing immediately recognized Yi Xian. She would never have thought that Yi Xian was the one who killed her father. He was the Yi Xian that she had been searching for. How was this possible? The last time she had heard news about Yi Xian was when Yi Xian appeared in Broken Sky City. That was news from the sect leader of the mysterious heaven sect, Yi Wen. After that, she took over the body of an immortality realm level 9 expert. Then, she followed Nalan Jia and a few Nalan family ancestors into the land of reincarnation. Then, she went to the Scarlet Flame Mountain Range and took over the body of her previous life. Therefore, she did not know that Yi Xian had already wiped out the Shadow Fox branch. She also did not know that the Shadow Fox clan was almost annihilated. The speed at which Yi Xian's strength increased shocked her. Yi Xian felt Nalan Bing's gaze and looked over. When their eyes met, he could not help but reveal a sinister smile and said, "Nalan Bing, I trust you've been well since we last met." Whether it was his voice or his tone, there was no trace of killing intent. Nalan Bing was so angry that her body trembled. A person who had just killed her father was actually greeting her? Bastard, how dare you kill my father? Nalan Jia also recognized Yi Xian and cursed angrily. If the road ahead was not blocked by a large number of geocentric flame demons, he would have rushed over and fought to the death with Yi Xian. Besides taking revenge on Nalan Xinghui, he also wanted to take revenge on others. This was because they had died several times at the hands of Yi Xian. Ding! Host has triggered a random mission to kill the Xianming duo demons. Reward, Void Special Positioning. A system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Killing the Xianming duo demons and triggering a random mission was not bad at all. However, what was this Void Special Positioning? Yi Xian quickly checked and found that this Void Special Positioning was a good skill. The Void Special Positioning was used to locate a person. No, to be precise, it was located on a person's body. In the future, even if Wei Zhentian and Yi Xian were far away, Yi Xian could still break through the void and appear beside Wei Zhentian. Yi Xian could only use the Void Special Positioning on Luo Luo, Wei Zhentian, and Old Tree who had signed a contract with Yi Xian. This way, Wei Zhentian could travel for Yi Xian in the future. Although this skill could not increase Yi Xian's strength, it was still quite useful. However, in order to obtain this skill, he had to kill Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia. The time limit was 1 day. TSK, TSK, TSK. With my current strength, killing Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia would not take a day. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. He might be a little afraid of Nalan Xiong, who had comprehended the will of charm, but he was not afraid of the others. It would not be so easy for the Nalan family to kill their way out of the encirclement. No, Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia are now surrounded. If I interfere, it will be difficult for them to escape. However, if I don't let them out and they die in the hands of the geocentric flame demon, then my random mission will fail. Thinking of this, Yi Xian decided not to cause trouble. However, he would not be able to cause trouble even if he wanted to. After he appeared, the flame demon emperor in the distance suddenly turned around. The pair of eyes formed by flames fell on Yi Xian. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and could not help but shiver. What was going on? Why was the flame demon emperor paying attention to him? Could it be because he had insta-killed Nalan Xinghui? Before he could react, the flame demon emperor quickly flew toward him, absorbing the geocentric flame demons along the way. What the hell? What's going on? Yi Xian was shocked and quickly retreated. The flame devil emperor was at the 3rd level of the profound life realm. Why did it not attack the experts of the Nalan clan and the Mo clan, and instead chose to attack him, who was the furthest away? Is it because of the 2 bloodlines in my body? Yi Xian suddenly had a flash of inspiration. The immortal divine phoenix bloodline and the immortal eye unicorn bloodline were both immortal grade bloodlines of the fire attribute. That was why the flame devil emperor targeted him. So, what's next? Was the flame devil emperor going to devour him? I can tell that you're not here with good intentions. It won't be that easy to kill me. Yi Xian snorted inwardly and quickly retreated. However, the path he took to retreat was not the same as the path the Flame Devil Emperor had taken at the start. He had actually lured the Flame Devil Emperor to the Mo clan's group. Damn it, that brat is actually diverting trouble. The expressions of the few rebirth stage experts of the Mo clan changed drastically. The Flame Devil Emperor originally disdained to attack them. However, its attention was now attracted by Yi Xian, and Yi Xian was dodging in their direction. They would definitely collide with the Flame Devil Emperor. Quick, dodge. The 2nd layer profound life stage ancestor of the Mo clan roared furiously, attempting to make way for the Flame Devil Emperor to pass. They immediately burned all of their lifespan, and their offensive power more than doubled. Unfortunately, they were still a little too slow. Huff huff huff. A gale whistled as the temperature instantly soared. The first ancestor of the Mo clan had a gloomy expression as he decided to go all out. Kill. Everyone from the Mo clan attacked the Flame Devil Emperor, burning 100 years of their lifespan. Boom. 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 Attack after attack landed on the Flame Devil Emperor's body. Although their offensive power was strong, the Flame Devil Emperor was the king of this place. The combined attacks of this group could only barely injure it. However, after the first round of attacks from the Mo clan experts, the next round would be the Flame Devil Emperor's counterattack. Huff huff. The Flame Devil Emperor threw a punch, directly smashing into the body of the first ancestor of the Mo clan. Immediately, the latter turned into dust. Mo Shimen, 2nd layer profound life stage expert, dead. A single punch had instantly killed a 2nd layer profound life stage expert. This strength was at least 10 times stronger than Yi Xian. Ancestor. The Mo clan members could not help but cry out in alarm. The first ancestor was the pillar of the Mo clan, and the only 2nd layer profound life stage expert. Now that the first ancestor was dead, the Mo clan was likely finished. Fortunately, the Flame Devil Emperor did not plan to attack again after killing Mo Shimen. It directly passed by the remaining 3 from the Mo clan, and charged towards Yi Xian. The 3 from the Mo clan breathed a sigh of relief, rejoicing that they had managed to avoid a calamity. If the Flame Devil Emperor had attacked them, they would likely have died. However, they still bore a grudge against Yi Xian. If not for Yi Xian, their first ancestor would not have died. However, Yi Xian was currently being targeted by the Flame Devil Emperor. It was likely that they would not be able to personally avenge this blood feud. The offensive power of that punch is at least 10 times stronger than mine. If it were to attack with its full strength, let alone a second layer profound life stage expert, even a third layer profound life stage expert would have to dodge. Even if I break through to the 9th layer of the immortality stage, I am absolutely no match for the Flame Devil Emperor. Yi Xian thought in his heart, and once again retreated. Although he did not have the strength to fight the Flame Devil Emperor, and did not even have the courage, he did not want to leave just like that. I'd like to see if your flames are more powerful, or the two bloodlines in my body. A light suddenly flashed in Yi Xian's mind, and then he took out tens of thousands of jade bottles from the devouring space. These jade bottles were all filled with his blood. Next, Yi Xian's eyes flashed, and he used the power of all things to throw all these jade bottles at the Flame Devil Emperor. Whoosh! 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 One jade bottle after another flew through the air. This was the first time Yi Xian had used such an attack. Blood burst attack. Kacha! 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 Although the jade bottles that contained Yi Xian's blood were made of good quality materials, they directly shattered under the extremely high temperature of the Flame Devil Emperor. Yi Xian's blood splattered all over the sky. The Flame Devil Emperor directly charged over, and swallowed the blood into its body. In the next moment, its body turned deep red, and began to swell. At the same time, its aura rapidly increased. What the F***CK? Humph, I don't believe it. I'll make you explode. Yi Xian's eyes flickered as he threw out all the blood in the devouring space. More than 100,000 bottles, this was a hobby he had to pass the time when he had nothing to do while on the road. Now, he was actually using it. The Flame Devil Emperor's eyes lit up when the 100,000 blood bottles were thrown at it, and it once again moved forward. The blood bottles that Yi Xian had given it had increased its strength by quite a bit. If it swallowed another 100,000 blood bottles, it might be able to directly reach the 4th layer of the profound life stage. 4th layer of the profound life stage. The Flame Devil Emperor went crazy as it swallowed all the blood in the bottles, and its body rapidly expanded. There's no more. If this doesn't kill you, I can only run. Yi Xian helplessly said in his heart. In his eyes, the Flame Devil Emperor swelled once again after absorbing the blood. Its body had doubled in size, and the deep red flames on its body were extremely berserk. Woo woo woo, the Flame Devil Emperor suddenly let out a strange sound as its body paused. What's going on? On the other side, the Mo and Nalan clan experts were all extremely shocked. The Mo clan had a grudge against Yi Xian. After all, if not for Yi Xian, the Mo clan ancestor would not have been blasted into ashes, and not even his universe ring would be left behind. As for the Nalan clan, they naturally hated Yi Xian to the bone, as Nalan Xinghui had died at the hands of Yi Xian. As for Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia, they naturally hoped that Yi Xian would die at the hands of the Flame Devil Emperor. Unfortunately, Yi Xian was still alive, and the Flame Devil Emperor had undergone some changes. Rumble. Under the gazes of the experts from the 3 camps, the Flame Devil Emperor's flaming body suddenly exploded, turning into countless flames that spewed into the sky like a meteor shower. Haha, as expected. Upon seeing this, Yi Xian immediately laughed out loud. A mere 3rd layer profound life stage Flame Devil Emperor actually dared to swallow so much of his blood. He had 2 types of immortal bloodlines in his body. One was the immortal Phoenix bloodline, and the other was the immortal Eye Unicorn bloodline. These 2 bloodlines were both of the fire attribute. The Flame Devil Emperor must have exploded from overeating. It was courting death. If it had slowly refined Yi Xian's blood, it would have been able to break through to the 4th level of the profound life stage. Unfortunately, it had wanted to eat until it became a big fatty, and had ultimately died from overeating. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification rang out, and Yi Xian's killing intent inexplicably skyrocketed. However, this made sense because the core of the Flame Demon Emperor's body had already shattered. This was considered a solo kill by Yi Xian, so the killing intent points were added to him. However, even Yi Xian did not dare to neglect the rain of fire that filled the sky. Wei Zhentian, old tree, I'm counting on you. After Yi Xian finished speaking in his mind, he hid Luo Luo in the planting space, and then broke open a void door and entered. The rain of fire after the Flame Demon Emperor's self-destruction crazily fell. The Mo and Nalan family's teams were originally defending against the attacks of the surrounding flame demons and the flame demon emperor. Now, they had to dodge the flames, which made things worse. Wei Zhentian and Old Tree both had the immortal phoenix bloodline, and their resistance to fire was not low. Even if they were grazed by the rain of fire, they could quickly recover. Yi Xian had already broken through the void and arrived at a safe place. Using his ability to share vision with others, he saw the Mo and Nalan family's battered appearance. I wonder which side obtained that treasure, Yi Xian thought in his heart. He did not hear the conversation between Nalan Xinghui and Nalan Yongjia, so he did not know that the life and death plate had already disappeared. However, at this moment, his expression changed. This was because the Mo family's #1 old ancestor, Mo Shimen, had been blasted into pieces by the flame demon emperor, and even his Qian Kuan ring was destroyed. What if the life and death plate was in this Qian Kuan ring? This is bad. What if the treasure is in this Qian Kuan ring? Now that the Qian Kuan ring is damaged, wouldn't it fall into the spatial crack? Yi Xian had a panicked expression. That treasure could allow those who had not reached the samsara realm to reincarnate. It was definitely a heaven-defying item. If he obtained it, he could at least break through to the profound life realm, or even the profound death realm. Now, if it was gone, wouldn't it be a tragedy? If the Qian Kuan ring was destroyed, the items in the Qian Kuan ring would fall into a place called the spatial crack. It was said that only Heaven Ascension realm experts could tear through space. Their attacks had the effect of tearing through space and were extremely powerful. No matter how tough one's body was, it would be useless when there was a spatial crack. Treasures have always been obtained by the fated ones. If it's gone, it means that I am not the fated one. Yi Xian shook his head. He was already very calm when it came to such matters. After all, his main target this time was Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia. He hoped that Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia would not die under the rain of flames. Through the vision of the Old Tree and Wei Zhentian, Yi Xian saw that Nalan Bing and the others had burned their life force and killed their way out. The ancestor of the Nalan family, Nalan Xiong, did not die, so everyone in the Nalan family managed to escape. However, the Mo family did not have such a good fate. The 3 first-level profound life realm experts all died under the rain of flames. Their Qian Kuan rings also fell into the infernal inferno. Not only that, even the Old Tree and Wei Zhentian were smashed to death by the last round of rain of flames. When the experts of the Nalan family saw that Yi Xian had left, they quickly led their men and retreated. Then, Yi Xian broke through the void and returned. Although the Qian Kuan rings fell into the infernal inferno, the temperature of the infernal inferno is not as high as the rain of flames. The Qian Kuan rings might still be there. Yi Xian immediately turned into a stream of light and entered the infernal inferno. As for the Old Tree and Wei Zhentian, they killed the geocentric flame demon above. Soon, Yi Xian found 2 Qian Kuan rings and devoured the items inside. His cultivation base increased by a lot. Unfortunately, he could not find the 3rd Qian Kuan ring. After he left the infernal inferno, a fire devil overlord attacked him. The fire devil overlord was at first level profound life realm, so it was not difficult to deal with. Wei Zhentian, kill it. Yi Xian said to Wei Zhentian. Wei Zhentian was at immortality realm level 9, but he had not reached the peak. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted to use this opportunity to help him reach the peak of immortality realm level 9. Furthermore, Nalan Bing had the Nalan family's #1 ancestor, Nalan Xiong, with her. With Yi Xian's current cultivation base, he would not be able to fight them head-on, hence, he had to break through. Killing intent explosion. Unparalleled flaming dragon slash. Although the geocentric flaming demon was a fire-type creature, Yi Xian's unicorn vital energy had the ability to burn everything under the heavens. Using fire to burn fire was nothing. Huff huff huff. Yi Xian killed a level 9 golden flaming demon, and the geocentric core fell into Yi Xian's hands. Not only could the geocentric core increase Yi Xian's cultivation base, but it could also increase Wei Zhentian's cultivation base. Most importantly, it could be used to restore the cooldown of Unicorn's descent. As expected. Seeing this, Yi Xian couldn't help but smirk. It seemed that his guess was right. He had stayed behind to test out the effects of the geocentric core. The cooldown of Unicorn's descent required the corpse and soul of a heaven-reaching beast to restore it. Since the geocentric flaming demon was an exotic beast, its geocentric core might be able to do the same. Now, it seemed that Xian could not only be used to break through, but also to reduce the cooldown of Unicorn's descent. There were countless powerful geocentric flaming demons in the infernal inferno. If he could kill all of them, breaking through to level 9 immortality stage would not be a problem. Immediately, Xian continued his massacre. Previously, there was a flaming demon emperor in the infernal inferno. Now that the flaming demon emperor had self-destructed, there were only a few level 2 profound life realm flaming demon emperors left. In Xian's vision, there was only one flaming demon emperor, which was still very far away from him. Apart from the profound life realm flaming demon emperor, the rest of the geocentric flaming demons could not withstand a single blow from Xian. One by one, the geocentric cores were devoured by Xian. As Xian and Wei Zhentian's cultivation base continued to increase, the cooldown of Unicorn's descent also continued to decrease. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification rang. Xian glanced at it and realized that his killing intent had increased by a lot this time. He narrowed his eyes and took a look. He discovered that Wei Zhentian had finished off the first layer profound life stage Flame Devil Monarch. Wei Zhentian was on immortality level 9. It was all thanks to his immortal phoenix bloodline and his fire resistance that he was able to kill the fire demon overlord. At this moment, Wei Zhentian had already transformed into a sky dragon. He was holding a core of the earth and swallowing it into his mouth. Well, Xian nodded in satisfaction. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. Currently at the first level of the profound life realm. Kill Wei Zhentian was no longer shackled. He could take the lead in breaking through the shackles of the major realms. However, he could only reach the first level of the profound life realm and could not advance any further. Kill. Not bad. Unicorn's cooldown has been reduced by 5%. Xian was very satisfied. If he could eliminate all the geocentric flame devils and flame devil overlords in this area, Unicorn's descent would be off cooldown. Immediately, he increased his speed. Wei Zhentian, I'll leave those profound life stage flame devil emperors to you. Xian said to Wei Zhentian. The latter had already broken through to the first layer of the profound life stage. Hence, it would be even easier for him to deal with the flame devil emperor, who was also at the first layer of the profound life stage. As for Xian, Old Tree, and Luo, they continued to kill the smaller geocentric flame devils. Time slowly passed. Soon, half a day had passed. After Wei Zhentian killed a flame devil sovereign at the second level of the profound life realm, Xian heard another system notification. Ding! The host has broken through and is currently at immortal level rank 9. Finally, he had broken through to immortal level rank 9, however, after immortal level rank 9, there was still the peak of immortal level rank 9. Before he broke through to the peak of immortal level rank 9, Xian did not know if there would be any requirements to break through. However, this was a topic for another time. Anyway, he had broken through to immortal level rank 9 and his strength had undergone a qualitative change. At the same time, Xian made a decision. Ding! Are you willing to exchange 1,500 years of your life for one devour point? The system notification said. Previously, Xian had exchanged his life for 2 devour points, which were 500 years and 1,000 years respectively. An immortal level rank 9 would have a lifespan of 3,000 years. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably die after exchanging for 2 devour points. However, Xian had more than 1,500 years of lifespan as he had consumed the Eternal Youth Spring water previously. Moreover, he still had 100 years of Eternal Youth Spring water in his Qian Kuan ring. Even if he exchanged for 3 devour points, he still had 100 years of lifespan left. Hence, he was not afraid. Ding! You have exchanged 1,500 years of lifespan for 1 devour point. After the system notification was heard, Xian glanced at the panel. Indeed, there was an additional devour point. If it were before, he might have saved up the devour point. However, he did not do so now. Ding! Unicorn descent has been successfully upgraded. Another system notification was heard. The first upgrade of Unicorn Descent only required 1 Devour point. Hence, Xian chose to upgrade without hesitation. After the upgrade, the power of Unicorn Descent had increased. Moreover, it could be used twice in one cooldown. However, there was a time limit. It had to be used twice within a certain period of time. Otherwise, it would be useless. However, there was another disadvantage after the upgrade. The number of corpses required for the cooldown had increased. At my current level, if I use Unicorn Descent, I might be able to kill Nailan Xiong. Xian thought to himself. He glanced at the death hunting order and realized that Nailan Bing and the rest had already left the Scarlet Flame Mountain range. He guessed that they had returned to the branch in the land of reincarnation. 2/3 of the geocentric flame demons in the Infernal Inferno had been killed. Among them, none of the fire demon lords of level 1 or level 2 Profound Life Realm were left. That should be enough. Let's go and kill them all. Xian squinted his eyes and broke through the void. TSK, are we finally going to fight? Old Shu's remnant flame flashed over, passed through the void door, and arrived outside the Scarlet Flame Mountain range, which was near the Shadow Fox branch. Although he had joined later, he knew about the hatred between Xian and the Xianming duo. Now, it was finally time to settle it. Among Xian's group of 4, other than Luo, who had almost broken through to Immortality Realm level 9, the rest had already reached Immortality Realm level 9. Among them, Wei Zhentian was even at Profound Life Realm level 1. With their current strength, it would not be a problem for them to challenge the entire Shadow Fox family. After his eye of perception was upgraded to the Immortal Eye level, his range of perception had greatly increased. In addition to his killer instinct and spiritual sense, he could scan the experts from the Nailan family from afar. Previously in the Scarlet Flame Mountain range, other than Nailan Xiong who was at the 2nd level Profound Life Realm, Nailan Bing, and Nailan Jia, there were 2 other 1st level Profound Life Realm experts. In addition to Nailan Yongjia, there were a total of 6 of them. Woo-woo, I'm only at the 8th level of Immortality Realm. It seems that I can't participate in this battle. Luo, who was in the planting space, said with a crying face. No, I'll do it alone this time. Xian lightly smiled. Then, he approached the Shadow Fox branch and explosively shouted, Nailan Bing, Nailan Jia, get out here. His voice was deafening, and it spread to the elites in the branch. Who is so bold to shout the names of the 2 elders? It seems to be an Immortality Realm level 9 expert. He's courting death. Go, capture him. Immediately, a few Immortality Realm level 8 experts rushed out, ready to capture Xian. Unfortunately, they were killed by Wei Zhentian and the old tree as soon as they appeared. Ding, the host's killing intent has increased. Ding, the host's killing intent has increased. Ding, the host's killing intent has increased. Xian's killing intent had increased a little. However, in the 9th level of Immortality Realm, he didn't want to increase his killing intent to the upper limit because it was a waste of time. Even if he killed all of these people, he wouldn't be able to reach the upper limit. Seeing the 2 helpers of Xian, the group of people was shocked. They wanted to surround and attack Xian, but they didn't expect to be killed in an instant. However, the main character had finally arrived. In the distance, a few figures flew over. All of them were at the Rebirth Realm. Among them, 2 were Nailan Bing and Nailan Jia. As for the first elder of the Nailan family, Nailan Xiong, he was naturally among them. 1 at the 2nd level of the Profound Life stage and 5 at the 1st level of the Profound Life stage. This was not a weak strength, but Xian just stood there, motionless. Although he had Unicorn's Descent, which was an explosive skill, it was better not to use this godly skill. Who knew what would happen next? It was better to keep it as a trump card. You actually walked right into the trap? Nailan Bing couldn't help but ask after seeing Xian. No, you used the wrong word. I'm not walking into a trap. I'm going to exterminate your entire family. Xian shook his head. What about the little fox? Nailan Jia asked. Nailan Bing needed Luolua's body so that she could break through quickly. At that time, Nailan Jia would also find a body with good qualifications, and they would soon surpass the peak. If you want to know where Luoluo is, kill me. Yi Xian replied calmly. Since the other party had the ability to search his soul, he would be able to find out after killing him. Previously, he had searched the souls of those on immortal level rank 9 because he had the spiritual eye. Of course, the ability to search one's soul had different levels. Now that he was at immortal level rank 9, whether the other party could search his soul or not was still a question. Humph, boasting shamelessly. Today, I will avenge my elder brother. A rank 1 profound life realm warrior from the Nalan family stepped forward. He was Nalan Xinghui's younger brother, Nalan Yonghui. If you want to touch the young master, you have to go through me. The old tree suddenly appeared between Yi Xian and Nalan Yonghui. How dare a mere demon act so presumptuously in front of me? Die. Nalan Yonghui immediately dove down. Facing a rank 1 profound life realm warrior, the old tree didn't panic. When the other party approached, it suddenly unleashed Remnant Flame. Remnant Flame Doppelganger. In an instant, an afterimage of the old tree condensed behind Nalan Yonghui's back. Then, the old tree rapidly changed its position. What? Nalan Yonghui was shocked. He quickly defended himself, but unfortunately, he was one step too slow. Bang! Nalan Yonghui's entire body flew towards Yi Xian. At this moment, an ear-piercing sound was heard. Wei Zhentian, who was at the first profound life realm, suddenly transformed into a giant dragon. Its giant claws seemed to be able to cover the sky. Wei Zhentian was only a divine weapon. Even Nalan Bing, who had seen it a few times, thought that it was controlled by Yi Xian. However, this wasn't the case. Wei Zhentian had its own consciousness. Before Nalan Yonghui could react, he was caught by the giant dragon claws. Presumptuous. Seeing this, Nalan Xiong also roared. Every profound life realm warrior was the backbone of the Nalan family. They had already lost one in the Scarlet Flame Mountain range, so they couldn't afford to lose another one. Nalan Xiong immediately made his move. At the same time, Yi Xian also secretly made his move. Deity's Eye, Soul's Eye. From the moment Nalan Yonghui made his move, he was already using his Soul's Eye to attack. He was currently at the 9th level of the Immortality Realm, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to control a first profound life realm warrior. However, this required time, because Nalan Yonghui had lived for more than 2,000 years. Immortality Realm warriors could live up to 3,000 years without burning their lifespan. Once they broke through to the profound life realm, their lifespan would instantly increase by 500 years. In other words, Nalan Yonghui, who was at the first profound life realm, had a lifespan of 3,500 years. Next, from the first profound life realm to the second profound life realm, one's lifespan would also increase by 500 years. A 9th profound life realm warrior could live for more than 7,000 years. Nalan Yonghui had also used up a lot of his lifespan, but he had lived for a longer period of time. The strength of his soul was extraordinary, so it was more difficult to control. If he dares to come over, I'll blow his head off. At this moment, Old Tree suddenly appeared behind Nalan Yonghui, who was being squeezed by the dragon claws until only his head was exposed. Hearing this, Nalan Xiong's figure immediately stopped. What do you want? Nalan Xiong gritted his teeth and said. He didn't expect Yi Xian and the others to be able to resist his will of charm. It was too unbelievable. Nothing much. Yi Xian smiled indifferently and secretly used his Eye of Soul to attack Nalan Yonghui. The latter's mouth was being squeezed by the dragon claws, and he couldn't move. During the conversation, Yi Xian had already used his Eye of Soul a few times. Ding! Control successful. After the 6th Eye of Soul, Yi Xian successfully controlled Nalan Yonghui. Then, he began to act. Bang! Nalan Yonghui suddenly burned his lifespan and shattered Wei Zhentian's claws. Old Tree pretended to not be able to react, allowing Nalan Yonghui to escape. Brat, I'm going to kill you. Nalan Xiong didn't suspect anything and directly rushed down. Good timing. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he faced Nalan Xiong. He raised his hand and slashed down. A huge battle broke out. Killing intent explosion. Unparalleled flaming dragon slash. Under normal circumstances, profound life realm experts wouldn't care about immortality realm level 9 experts. Immortality Realm Level 9 experts were like ants in their eyes. However, Yi Xian's strength couldn't be described as ordinary. He had the ability to kill Nalan Xinghui in an instant. Rumble. A wave of air swept across the battlefield. In Nalan Bing and the rest's hearts, Nalan Xiong would definitely be able to capture Nalan Xinghui. However, the scene they were expecting didn't appear. Yi Xian was actually evenly matched with Nalan Xiong. Go. Seeing this, Nalan Yongjia also rushed out. Nalan Bing, Nalan Jia, and the remaining Profound Life Realm expert also rushed out. Nalan Yongjia and the other person went to kill Old Tree and Wei Zhentian. As for Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia, they went to help the first ancestor, Nalan Xiong. However, at this moment. Bang! Suddenly, a sound entered everyone's ears. From the corner of their eyes, they saw Nalan Yongjia's head suddenly explode. His corpse fell from the sky. What happened? How did Nalan Yongjia get killed in an instant? When they saw clearly, they discovered that the one who attacked was actually Nalan Yonghui. Nalan Yonghui killed Nalan Yongjia. How was this possible? Yonghui, you, the other Profound Life Realm expert from the Nalan family, was shocked. He would never have thought that Nalan Yonghui would actually attack his own people, however, they instantly reacted. Nalan Yonghui must have been charmed, however, Nalan Yonghui was a Rebirth Realm expert. Although he didn't have 6 tails, he wasn't someone that Yi Xian could control. If it was an ordinary soul eye, Yi Xian definitely wouldn't be able to do it. However, he had the immortal eye unicorn bloodline in his body, so he could barely do it. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Nalan Yongjia's death gave Yi Xian a large amount of killing intent. At the same time, it also increased his strength by 30%. This was because Yi Xian had already started a killing feast. Wei Zhentian, Old Tree, Nalan Yonghui, kill the last person. Yi Xian immediately gave the order to the 3 men. With the 3 of them working together, even if the other party were to burn his lifespan, they would still be able to deal with him within 3 moves. Not good, Bing Jia, you guys go and help. Na Lanxiong's face changed, and he didn't have time to be sad and hurriedly shouted. When Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia heard this, they immediately turned around and left, but it was useless. Residual flame. In the blink of an eye, the Old Tree arrived behind the last person and threw out a punch. This move of residual flame was simply too powerful. It was simply impossible to guard against. Bang! The last Rebirth Realm expert couldn't help but be blasted forward. He knew that he had to go all out this time. However, the other party was 3 against 1. Even if he burned his lifespan, he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. What's more, Nalan Yonghui was also burning his lifespan. In less than 3 rounds, this person was directly killed. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. With his death, Yi Xian's killing intent skyrocketed. At the same time, the Feast of Slaughter also increased by 30%. However, this was not the most shocking part. Rip! With a crisp sound, Na Lan Yonghui's sword pierced through his own heart. 3 Rebirth Realm experts had fallen within 5 seconds. This allowed Yi Xian's Feast of Slaughter to double. Double! Old man, you're dead meat. Just as Na Lan Xiong was in shock, Yi Xian suddenly launched an attack. Killing intent explosion. Unparalleled flaming dragon slash. A golden flaming dragon roared out. Na Lan Xiong was obviously slower by a beat. However, he was still a 2nd-level Profound Life Realm expert, so he was able to defend himself. Unfortunately, this attack had triggered an effect, 1 hit 1 kill. Ding! Host has triggered 1 hit 1 kill effect. Yi Xian's golden flaming dragon instantly broke through Na Lan Xiong's defense. It didn't consume a single bit of its power, allowing Na Lan Xiong to completely absorb the damage from the golden flaming dragon. The blazing flames instantly melted Na Lan Xiong's muscles, bones, skin, and flesh. In the blink of an eye, Na Lan Xiong was incinerated, leaving nothing behind. He didn't expect that after burning 20 years of his life, he still couldn't block Yi Xian's attack. Not only that, even Yi Xian didn't expect his attack to trigger 1 hit 1 kill effect. Although this effect wasn't applied to Na Lan Xiong's body, it easily broke through Na Lan Xiong's defense. Therefore, Na Lanxiong was instantly killed. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification rang out, and Yi Xian's killing intent skyrocketed. With Na Lanxiong's death, only Yi Xian's trio and the mysterious underworld duo were left on the battlefield. First Elder, this is impossible, Na Lanbing and Na Lanjia were shocked. Na Lanxiong was the strongest in the Shadow Fox clan. Even when facing 5 first-level Profound Life Realm experts, Na Lanxiong could handle them with ease. But now, he was actually killed by Yi Xian in an instant? Just now, that golden flame dragon flickered. I'm afraid that the power is not something we can withstand. The sharp-eyed Na Lanjia noticed this, but he didn't have time to think too much about it. With Na Lanxiong dead, the Na Lan clan only had 2 Rebirth Realm experts left. They couldn't fight Yi Xian at all. Sister, let's go. Na Lanjia immediately left with Na Lanbing, but before they could turn around, the old tree and Wei Zhentian had already intercepted them. Yi Xian had been chasing after Na Lanbing and Na Lanjia ever since he was in the Nether Passage realm. After that, he went through the Fulfillment realm, the Fragmentation realm, the Nirvana realm, and the Immortality realm. During this time, the mysterious underworld duo and Yi Xian had been in danger many times. Now, it was finally time to put an end to it. Mo Shui, wait for me at Huang Quan's place. Today is the day I avenge you. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. His words fell into the mysterious underworld duo's ears. Mo Shui was their enemy. Although he died at Yi Xian's hands in the end, Yi Xian had made a promise to kill the mysterious underworld duo before he killed Mo Shui. After today, Mo Shui could finally rest in peace. Let's go. Na Lanjia didn't say anything else and left with Na Lanbing again. He knew that they had to break through Wei Zhentian and the old tree's blockade. Otherwise, they would die here. You want to leave? Stay. Yi Xian instantly turned into a ray of light and swept towards the two. After Na Lanxiong's death, his amplification had increased from 2 times to 160 times. His speed had far surpassed Na Lanbing and Na Lanjia. In the blink of an eye, he intercepted Na Lanbing and Na Lanjia. You can't escape. Give up resistance and say your last words. However, even if the one-hit kill effect was not triggered, Na Lanxiong would only be able to block the attack. At that time, Yi Xian would only need to use the Death Hunt command and the Eye of Assassination once more. Na Lanxiong would die sooner or later. Even Na Lanxiong could not avoid Yi Xian's butcher's knife. Na Lanbing and Na Lanjia could not. I just want to know who you are. Na Lanbing gritted her teeth and asked. In her opinion, Yi Xian could not be an ordinary person with such talent. It was very likely that he was also a reincarnator. I remember that you have asked this question before. I have also answered once. I am not a reincarnator. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he slowly raised the scarlet flame sword in his hand and said, if these are your last words, then please accompany Mo Shui in hell. After he finished speaking, the wind whistled, a huge golden flame dragon swallowed the 2 of them at a speed that they couldn't dodge at all. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. 2 system notifications rang in Yi Xian's mind. Na Lanbing and Na Lanjia were finally killed by Yi Xian. Mo Shui's death was finally avenged. Ding. Host has completed a random task. Host has learned the Void special positioning. Hearing this, Yi Xian could not help but smile. It seemed that Na Lanbing and Na Lanjia were really dead this time. At that moment, he used the Void special positioning to mark Wei Zhentian and then used the Eyes of the Void. In the next moment, he appeared behind Wei Zhentian. The Void special positioning was actually a moving Void special positioning. From now on, Yi Xian could freely teleport to Wei Zhentian, the old tree, or Luo Luo's side. Then, he cleaned up the battlefield. After he collected all the interspatial rings and checked them, he found that there was no treasure inside. That's strange. Na Lanbing and Na Lanjia have successfully taken back their bodies. That means that they should have gotten the treasure. Why is there no treasure? Yi Xian was very surprised. He continued to check. He guessed that the treasure was something insignificant that he did not find. However, at this moment, A strange energy suddenly rose from Nalanbing and Nalanjia's bodies. Young master, look, the old tree suddenly reminded him. Yi Xian collected his thoughts and looked to see white smoke rising from Nalanbing and Nalanjia's bodies. This is, the reincarnation's will? He raised an eyebrow. Previously, when Mo Shui died, a strange big eyeball suddenly appeared, similar to the Eye of Death. It was said that it was called the Eye of Reincarnation, and it specialized in absorbing the will of reincarnation. The reincarnations to reincarto to reincarnation. Now that the reincarnation's will had appeared, did that mean that the reincarnation city master would come again? Before Yi Xian could react, a gigantic eyeball appeared in the sky. Looking at the patterns on the eyeball, it was indeed the Eye of Samsara from that day. It really appeared. Yi Xian did not know if this reincarnation eye belonged to the reincarnation city master. After the reincarnation eye appeared, the reincarnation wills of Nalanbing and Nalanjia floated towards it. However, at this moment, another huge eye appeared. What? A second reincarnation eye? Yi Xian was shocked. At this moment, there was an reincarnation eye on his left and right. The two reincarnation eyes suddenly looked at each other. Nalanbing and Nalanjia's reincarnation wills stopped rising. They were sandwiched in the middle. Both sides are fighting for the reincarnation wills? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and immediately understood. Young master, I want to see too, Luo Luo hurriedly shouted in the planting space. Hearing this, Yi Xian did not hesitate and let Luo Luo out. However, after Luo Luo appeared, another reincarnation eye appeared in the sky. A third one. Oh my god, I heard that the reincarnation eye is an extremely rare eye in the world. It can absorb the reincarnator's will and feed it back to its owner. Now, 3 reincarnation eyes have appeared at once. This is too scary. Yi Xian could not help but shudder. The 3 reincarnation eyes were like 3 legs of a tripod, opposing each other. Nalanbing and Nalanjia's reincarnation wills were sandwiched in the middle. The 3 sides did not seem to be moving, but in fact, they were secretly fighting for the ownership of the 2 reincarnation wills. Both of you, there is a first come first serve rule. You are violating the rules. Suddenly, the reincarnation eye that appeared first condensed the image of a man. After hearing this voice, Yi Xian's body trembled violently. He recognized this voice, the reincarnation city master. You can't say that. I need this too. I can't give it to you. When the second eye of reincarnation appeared, it also formed the shadow of a beautiful woman. After seeing this woman's appearance, Yi Xian and the others trembled violently. This woman was from the Fox Charm clan. She had a pair of fox ears and 9 fox tails. However, her fur was gray, which was relatively rare in the fox tribe. At the same time, after seeing this woman's image, Luo Luo's blood started to boil. Luo Luo, what's wrong? Yi Xian sensed Luo Luo's abnormality and hurriedly asked. I don't know. I don't know why the blood in my body is boiling. It seems to be caused by this woman. Luo Luo hurriedly shook her head. This was the first time she had seen this beautiful woman's face. However, she felt a sense of familiarity towards this woman. At this time, the third reincarnation eye condensed a figure. It was a white-haired elder. Reincarnation City Master, Reincarnation Fox, both of you have been in the land of reincarnation for countless years and have absorbed countless reincarnation wills. Isn't that enough? The white-haired elder said. Haha, Reincarnation Venerable, if we were in different positions today, would you give up? The Reincarnation City Master suddenly laughed. In that case, let's compete fairly. Reincarnation Venerable snorted. Alright, fair competition. The man and woman looked at each other. In the next moment, the 2 reincarnation eyes above their heads suddenly turned around and focused their attention on the reincarnation eye above Reincarnation Venerable's head. What? Reincarnation Venerable was shocked. His image shattered instantly, and so did the reincarnation eye above his head. We were tricked. Haha, 3 people, 2 reincarnation wills. This is impossible to divide. However, 1 less person is enough. Okay. The beautiful woman nodded and absorbed Nalanbing's reincarnation will. Xianxia's reincarnation will was absorbed by the Samsara City Master. They could split it evenly, there were only 2 of them in the land of reincarnation. The Samsara supremacy had only risen in recent years. How could they split it evenly? At this moment, the Samsara City Lord glanced at Xianxia's group of 4 from the corner of his eye and raised his eyebrows. Young man, we meet again. How long has it been? I never thought that you would actually improve to such an extent. After Imo Shui's death, the Samsara City Master didn't form a phantom and only spoke. Xian remembered that the Samsara City Master said that he didn't reincarnate. This meant that there were only 3 possibilities. 1. The Samsara City Master sensed wrongly. 2. Xian's achievements would surpass the Samsara City Master's. 3. Xian's body and soul would be destroyed or he would become a ghost spirit. Now it seemed that Xian's achievements would surpass the Samsara City Master's. Greetings, Senior. Xian cupped his fists. The reincarnation will from last time and this reincarnation will are related to you. If you have the chance in the future, you can come and visit me. The Samsara City Master smiled. Thank you, Senior. Xian thanked the Samsara City Master. He estimated that the Samsara City Master was at least a Samsara realm expert. This was a super expert who surpassed the profound death realm. The Samsara City Master nodded and looked at the woman. Xing'er, this little fox seems to be related to you. I'll take my leave first. Okay. The woman nodded. The Samsara City Master and the Eye of Reincarnation above his head turned into nothingness. Now, only the reincarnation fox was left. She had noticed Luoluo from the beginning, but she was busy fighting for the reincarnation will. You're finally here, the woman looked at Luoluo and said slowly. Luoluo asked in surprise, Senior, do you know me? Yes. The woman nodded. Not only do we know each other, but we're also very familiar with each other. I was the one who reincarnated you. As soon as these words were spoken, whether it was Luoluo, Xian, Old Shu, or Wei Zhentian, they were all extremely shocked. Is Luoluo also a reincarnator? This, Luoluo didn't dare to believe it either. However, after thinking about it carefully, she felt that it was possible. The bloodline in her body was simply too noble. She was probably one of the best in the fox race. Furthermore, she was born with an extra tuft of golden tail hair. This was very strange because she was a white fox. Previously, she thought that it was because of her ancestor, but now, it seemed that the tuft of golden tail hair was probably done by this woman, because she was the one who helped Luoluo reincarnate. But why did Luoluo want to reincarnate? You probably have a lot of questions in your heart right now, but it's not time for you to know them yet. After the woman finished speaking, she gently waved her hand. In the next moment, the 9 tails behind Luoluo suddenly unfurled. This scene frightened the Shadow Fox clansmen who were watching from afar. 9 tails, the little girl that they had schemed so hard to catch had actually grown into a 9-tailed fox. However, this was nothing compared to the woman with the Eye of Reincarnation. Whoosh! At this moment, the tuft of golden tail hair hidden in Luolua's tail suddenly appeared. Then, it directly entered Luolua's body. What? Xian was shocked. The golden tail hair entered Luolua's body. Could it be that something bad had happened? However, he was overthinking. After the golden tail hair entered Luolua's body, Luolua's tail started to mutate. During the previous mutation, Luoluo grew 9 tails, and one of them turned golden. And this time, 2 of the 7 white tails actually started to turn golden. In the end, Luoluo became a fox with 3 golden tails and 6 white tails. It looked a little strange. Your realm is not high enough. This is the only way. The woman sighed. This time, although Luoluo had mutated, Xian's immortal unicorn bloodline didn't change. For some reason, he didn't know. However, Luoluo had improved by quite a bit. Ding! Luoluo has made a breakthrough. Currently at Immortality Realm Level 9. Ding! Luoluo has made a breakthrough. Currently at Profound Life Realm Level 1. After 2 consecutive system notifications, Luolua's aura suddenly increased by more than 10 times. This scene shocked Xian. Luoluo had suddenly jumped 2 levels, however, this wasn't what shocked Yi Xian. Yi Xian was currently at Immortality Realm level 9. Other than Wei Zhentian, Luo, and the old tree couldn't surpass the Immortality Realm. However, Luo had broken through to Profound Life Realm level 1 just like Wei Zhentian. At this moment, Yi Xian subconsciously glanced at Luo and realized that Luo had also broken through the shackles of the realm. In the future, when Yi Xian broke through to Profound Life Realm level 9, they could break through to Profound Death Realm ahead of time. However, they could only break through to Profound Death Realm level 1. We've made a profit. Yi Xian's eyes immediately lit up. Ah, the bloodline density in my body has increased by a lot. My ability to absorb and refine Yuan Qi has increased by a lot. Luolua's eyes lit up. Suddenly, her fur flashed, and she turned into a golden fox. This was a transformation. Luo has merged with the golden tail fur. Now, Luo can transform freely? Yi Xian was extremely shocked and hurriedly asked in his mind. Young master, I can transform freely now. I don't need to use the golden tail fur anymore. However, there is a time limit. Luo replied. Previously, the golden tail fur was a consumable item. Every time it was used, it was gone. Now, it was equivalent to a skill with a cooldown time. Luolua's strength had increased, however, at this moment, the lady suddenly said in a strange tone, "That's strange. Why is she only at Profound Life Realm?" These words caused Yi Xian and the others to be extremely shocked. Why was she only at Profound Life Realm? Could it be that the lady could directly raise Luolua's strength to Profound Death Realm, or was it the Samsara Realm? Heavens, Yi Xian wanted to kill himself. If he was at Profound Life Realm level 1, wouldn't Luo be able to reach Profound Life Realm level 9 in an instant? What a huge loss. Forget it. Profound Life Realm it is. The lady shook her head and said, "It's not time for you to know about your background. Come to the 100 Fox Manor in the west of the Land of Reincarnation. I'll wait for you there." 100 Fox Manor. When Yi Xian and Luo heard this name, they couldn't help but look at each other. This name was extremely unfamiliar. However, the 100 Fox Manor was in the west of the Land of Reincarnation. Previously, they had gone to find old immortal Tianju. The latter had said that if they wanted to know about Luolua's bloodline, they could go to the west of the Land of Reincarnation. "I'll wait for you." Before Luo could ask, the woman suddenly said these words and disappeared. The 3 eyes of reincarnation had all disappeared as if they had never appeared, leaving behind Yi Xian and the other 3 dumbfounded people as well as the corpses. Yi Xian was also helpless. Since they knew each other, why didn't they give her something good and just leave like that? However, he felt that the relationship between the Fox of Reincarnation and Luo was not that simple. At the same time, he was also surprised that Luo was a reincarnator. "I didn't expect this little girl to be a reincarnator. I wonder how powerful she was in her previous life." Old Tree was also very surprised. Who would have thought that a 16-year-old Luo would have such a background? However, it made sense when he thought about it. The heaven-loathing fox bloodline was so powerful and there were so many fox clan members in this world. How could she be so ordinary? No wonder I have inherited memories. I'm a reincarnator too. However, why don't I have memories of my previous life? Luo asked curiously. Most reincarnators would know their previous life's identity once they awakened their inherited memories. However, Luo's inherited memories did not contain any memories of her previous life. There were only some martial arts skills and some knowledge. This was a little strange. Maybe the Fox of Reincarnation sealed it when he helped you reincarnate. Don't be afraid, we will know when we reach the 100 Fox Manor. Yi Xian said as he stroked Luo's hair. After knowing that Luo was a reincarnator, he felt that he had hit the jackpot. Perhaps Luo was a super powerful Samsara realm expert in her previous life. However, when he formed a contract with Luo, he was only a supreme being. He was still a supreme being's 3 sovereign disasters away from the manifestation realm. At that time, he would never have thought that Luo had such a background. If he had known back then, his heart would have probably broken from fear. However, Luo's change this time was out of everyone's expectations. Yi Xian originally thought that the eyes of reincarnation would disappear after absorbing the reincarnation will. 100 Fox Manor? I've never heard of it. The Fox of Samsara seems to be a Samsara realm expert, but he's still very far away from us. The old tree shook his head and said. They were currently only at the profound life realm. Only by reaching the 9th level of the profound life realm would they be able to break through to the profound death realm. Only after breaking through to the 9th level of the profound death realm would they be able to reach the Samsara realm. In any case, they were still too weak now. Let's take it one step at a time. We just need to ask around along the way. Xian breathed a sigh of relief. However, right at this moment. Swish. Suddenly, a sharp sound of breaking through the air fell into everyone's ears. Bang! After this sound, there was a loud noise. What's the situation? Xian and the others suddenly turned their heads and saw a pillar of light soaring into the sky. This pillar of light was rising from the Scarlet Flame mountain range, piercing straight into the clouds. Young master, it seems like a treasure has appeared. Luo's eyes lit up as she happily said. Today, it was really a happy day. Today, Xian and the others' strength had improved qualitatively. They even killed Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia to avenge Imo Shui. Even Luo had changed again. Most importantly, they had confirmed Luo's origin. Now, another treasure had appeared. It was really a happy day. Young master, you didn't find the treasure in these people's interspatial rings. Maybe they didn't find it either. This time, the treasure has appeared. Old Tree narrowed his eyes slightly. In fact, Xian had also thought of this. He immediately broke through the void and said, let's go in and take a look. How could they miss the treasure that had appeared? Originally, Xian wanted to perform a soul search, but it would take too long, so Xian decided to take a look first. If it was really the treasure that could allow people to reincarnate, it would save them the time of a soul search. Immediately, Xian and the others came to the Scarlet Flame Mountains again. The light beam was nearby, so Xian quickly rushed over. However, he was blocked by a layer of milky white light film. What a strong aura of life. If an injured person entered, their injuries would be healed instantly. Xian narrowed his eyes. This layer of light film was the mysterious life qi. However, because it was too strong, he did not dare to enter because he was afraid that he would explode like the Flame Demon Emperor. Young master, I'll go in and take a look. After the old tree finished speaking, it directly rushed into the layer of white light film. However, before it could go far, Xian heard 2 system notifications. Ding! The Spirit of Ashes is dead. Ding! The Spirit of Ashes is resurrected. Sigh, it really exploded because of the strong mysterious life qi. In this case, how can we go in? Old Tree said helplessly. It was not a good thing that the mysterious life qi was too strong. Not only that, but there is also a layer of mysterious death qi behind the mysterious life qi. Even if we go through, we can't enter. Xian could not help but say. The mysterious life qi was healing, and the mysterious death qi was rotting. Xian was almost certain that the treasure that was unearthed this time should be the treasure that could allow people to reincarnate. This treasure must contain both mysterious life qi and mysterious death qi in order to balance the mysterious life and death qi in the body and allow people to reincarnate. However, how was he going to get close to this place and obtain that treasure? Could they only wait? By the way, you can exchange for items that collect mysterious life qi and mysterious death qi. Xian suddenly thought of this and spent a large amount of super devouring crystals to exchange for something called the Life and Death Retriever. This Life and Death Retriever could collect mysterious life qi and mysterious death qi and use them for cultivation. Then, Xian took out the Life and Death Retriever. This Life and Death Retriever was like a vacuum cleaner. Once it was activated, it began to collect mysterious life qi. Wow, there is so much mysterious life qi. If I have it, my cultivation level will increase rapidly. Luo could not help but exclaim when she saw the speed at which the Life and Death Retriever was collecting mysterious life qi. Wei Zhentian was an omnipotent weapon and did not need mysterious life and death qi. The old tree was the Spirit of Ashes and did not need mysterious life and death qi. Xian relied on devouring to level up, so he did not need mysterious life and death qi. Therefore, only Luo could use mysterious life and death qi. The mysterious life qi interacted with each other and was quickly absorbed by Xian's Life and Death Retriever. Next was the mysterious death chi. If a person below the rebirth state touched even a little of this mysterious death chi, they would be turned into ashes, let alone so much of it. This mysterious life chi and mysterious death chi are enough for Luo Luo to cultivate for a long time. Yi Xian's eyes flashed. Soon, the mysterious death chi was collected and Yi Xian put the life and death retriever into the devouring space. Young master, there is someone. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian turned his head and discovered a few figures with his eye of revelation. They are at least at the third level of the profound life realm. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. There were a total of 3 people, all of whom were at least at the second level of the profound life realm. The leader was suspected to be at the third level of the profound life realm. Where did these people come from? They should be from a certain faction in the land of reincarnation, Yi Xian thought to himself. These 3 people should have been attracted by the light pillar that appeared when the treasure was unearthed. No matter what, even if Yi Xian was at the 4th level of the profound life realm, he had to obtain this treasure. Let's go. Yi Xian immediately led Luo Luo and the other 2 towards the light pillar. At the same time, the people in the distance did the same. They had also noticed Yi Xian. Kill them. The long-haired man in the lead shouted. As his voice faded, the 2 experts at the second level of the profound life realm behind him rushed towards Yi Xian and the other 3. You are just a speck of light, yet you dare to compete with the bright moon? Yi Xian sneered. Although he had yet to reach the profound life realm, the second level of the profound life realm was nothing in his eyes. Not only could Wei Zhentin fight one-on-one, but so could Luo Luo. Even the 9th level of the immortality realm old tree would not be a problem. These 2 people would be left to Luo Luo and the other 2. Yi Xian immediately used the death hunt command to mark the long-haired man in the lead. He then crossed a large distance and arrived behind the long-haired man. In this world, killing others to obtain treasures was a matter of course, let alone a treasure that had just been unearthed. Eye of assassination. Killing intent explosion. Matchless flame dragon slash. The combination of the death hunt command and the eye of assassination greatly increased Yi Xian's attack power. However, this long-haired man was indeed at the 3rd level of the profound life realm. Furthermore, he had a strong background and would not be killed so easily. When Yi Xian's figure flashed behind him, he had already reacted. Bang! The long-haired man defended against the peerless true flame dragon slash. The power of the attack was comparable to his full-strength attack. Was it really possible for an immortal level rank 9 to do that? The long-haired man was surprised. No matter who you are, this treasure is mine. The long-haired man's eyes flickered and he suddenly attacked. I'll show you the true strength of Yi Xian. Yi Xian was determined to kill, so he immediately used his strongest move. Unicorn has descended. In an instant, a flaming hoof appeared above the long-haired man's head and slammed down. What? The long-haired man was shocked again. This time, the power of Yi Xian's divine ability was beyond his imagination. Boom! Before he could react, Unicorn's flaming hoof stomped on his body, breaking his defense in an instant. The power of Unicorn's descent had increased significantly after its upgrade. Moreover, it could be used twice within a certain period of time. The long-haired man smelled the aura of death, so he burned 100 years of his life to block the attack. Even so, he was severely injured by Unicorn's hoof. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. One more time. Yi Xian's eyes flickered. Another unicorn's hoof stomped on him. Boom! This time, the long-haired man was trampled to death, leaving only his Qianquan ring. Unicorn's descent was indeed a divine ability. It was Yi Xian's greatest trump card. Yi Xian had no choice but to use his trump card to obtain the treasure. He was afraid that more powerful people would arrive later. Senior Zhang? After sensing the 2 powerful auras, the other 2 could not help but glance at them from the corner of their eyes. Both of them were stunned. Senior Zhang, who was at level 3 profound life realm, was killed instantly. How was this possible? TSK, TSK, TSK. You 2 brats, don't be distracted during the battle. Old Tree's voice was suddenly heard from behind one of them. That person's body trembled violently. He heard that the source of the voice was less than half a meter away from him. Bang! Old Tree threw out a punch with all his might. It landed directly on his opponent's head. The scorching flames immediately burned more than half of his opponent's head. Ding! The host's killing intent has increased. Yi Xian, who was far away, heard 3 system notifications consecutively. It turned out that Luo Luo, who was at level 1 Profound Life Realm, had already killed the 3rd person with the 9 reincarnation flashes. The 3 of them had died unjustly. They did not even use 3/10 of their strength. Due to their carelessness, they were killed by Yi Xian and the other 3. Wei Zhentian did not even have the chance to attack in this battle. It was a pity. In the previous battle, Yi Xian's spoils were not enough for him to break through to the Profound Life Realm. However, after obtaining the 3 Qian Kuan rings, it was enough. Ding! The host has reached the peak of level 9 Immortality Realm. Another system notification sounded. Yi Xian knew that he needed to break through to the Profound Life Realm. Mysterious Life Energy. It actually needs Mysterious Life Energy. I'm really lucky. Yi Xian's eyes could not help but emit 2 rays of light. The Mysterious Life Energy needed could not be refined by others. It had to be naturally produced. On the other hand, he had just collected a large amount of Mysterious Life Qi. Wasn't that a stroke of luck? To break through from level 9 Immortality Realm to level 1 Profound Life Realm, one would need 10,000 Mysterious Life Energy. This 10,000 was fixed. Yi Xian did not know how much, but he knew that the Mysterious Life Energy in the Life and Death Recycler was enough. At that moment, he used the Mysterious Life Energy in the Life and Death Recycler to break through. Ding! The host has broken through. Currently at level 1 Profound Life Realm. Ding! The Ash Spirit has broken through. Currently at level 1 Profound Life Realm. Finally, he had broken through to the Profound Life Realm. Now, Yi Xian could be considered as a Rebirth Realm elite. His lifespan had increased by 500 years. As for the Mysterious Life Energy, the 10,000 points that he had consumed was like the tip of an iceberg compared to what he had just collected. Ding! Would the host like to use 1,500 years of lifespan to exchange for 1 Devour point? Yes. Yi Xian made the decision without hesitation. Previously, he had used his lifespan to exchange for 2 Devour points. He had used 500 years of lifespan and 1,000 years of lifespan respectively. This 3rd time, he had used up 1,500 years of lifespan. Level 1 Immortality Realm had a lifespan of 1,000 years. Every breakthrough would increase one's lifespan by 250 years. When one reached level 9 Immortality Realm, it would be exactly 3,000 years. As for the Profound Life Realm, each breakthrough could increase one's lifespan by 500 years. Hence, Yi Xian's total lifespan had reached 3,500 years. Using 3,000 years of lifespan to exchange for 3 Devour points was enough. Ding! The host has used 1,500 years of lifespan to exchange for 1 Devour point. The system notification sounded. Now, Yi Xian only had a few hundred years of lifespan left. However, this was enough for him. I can only use my lifespan to exchange for Devour points 3 times? Yi Xian felt a little regretful. If only he could use his lifespan to exchange for Devour points when he was in the rebirth state. Then, he could quickly collect Devour points and fuse the 2 battle bloodlines. But then again, now that the 3 benefits had been delivered, it was time for him to find the treasure. He quickly turned around and dashed toward the pillar of light that shot into the sky. Once he was close enough, he would be able to use his Eye of Revelation to scan the treasure. The treasure was round and looked a little like a compass. However, there were strange patterns engraved on it. He did not know what they were. Yi Xian didn't care so much and directly went over to put away the treasure. As the treasure entered the devouring space, the pillar of light that soared into the sky also disappeared. I got the treasure. It's time to leave. Yi Xian sent Wei Zhentian and the other 2 into the planting space and left by himself. He did not know if there were any experts in the Scarlet Flame Mountain range. To be safe, it was better to leave the treasure's location. But what he did not know was that the treasure's location was where Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia reincarnated. Yi Xian passed through the void door and arrived outside the land of reincarnation. Young master, what's that treasure? Luo Luo could not help but ask. I'm not sure. Take a look. Yi Xian sent the treasure into the planting space and threw it to Luo Luo and the other two. However, even with Luo Luo's inherited memories, she did not know what the treasure was. Young master, there seems to be something missing in the middle. Luo Luo looked at the center of the disc. Yes, I don't know if it was found by Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia. Let me search their souls first. Yi Xian nodded and took out Nalan Yonghui's corpse. He was at the first level of the profound life realm. Nalan Yonghui was also at the first level of the profound life realm when he was alive. When Yi Xian finished searching, he knew that the treasure was indeed the reincarnation treasure that Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia found in their previous lives. However, it was not complete. Previously, when Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia returned to the Shadow Fox clan, they drew the diagram of the treasure based on their memories. Nalan Yonghui had also seen the complete treasure, so Yi Xian had also seen it indirectly. The complete treasure was called the Life and Death Disc. Compared to the disc that Yi Xian had obtained, it had an extra central piece. The missing part was the black and white area, which was similar to the 8 trigrams. Yi Xian guessed that the black and white areas represented the profound death qi and profound life qi. However, when Nalan Bing, Nalan Jia, and the others found the life and death plate again, the middle piece of the life and death plate was missing. This caused Yi Xian to be puzzled. The universe rings on the reincarnated bodies of Nalan Bing and Nalan Jia were still there, which proved that no one had entered the cave residence opened by their reincarnation. Moreover, even if someone had entered, why would they only take the central piece and not the base, or could it be that the central part had grown legs and ran off on its own? Sigh, no matter what, the life and death plate is gone, and only this base remains. Yi Xian said helplessly. It turned out that he had only obtained the base of the treasure. However, this base might be valuable, so Yi Xian tried to devour it. Ding! The object cannot be devoured. The system notified. Cannot be devoured. Maybe my level is too low, or maybe the treasure is special and cannot be devoured, Yi Xian thought for a while, then threw the base of the life and death plate into the devouring space. Although the treasure was gone, he had collected a lot of profound life qi and profound death qi. This must be the contribution of the base of the life and death plate, and it was very important to Luo Luo. Overall, he had profited. Then, the next step would be to make a good plan. Young master, what should we do next? Should we head west? Luo Luo asked. No hurry. Let me search your soul. After Yi Xian finished speaking, he took out the corpse of a second-level profound life realm expert that he had just killed. A soul search would only require a few hours. Very soon, he was able to read this person's memories like a computer. It was like a revolving lantern. These 3 people were from the Tiger Leopard Pavilion on the other side of the Scarlet Flame Mountain Range. The Tiger Leopard Pavilion was quite capable to be established in the land of reincarnation for thousands of years. However, the Tiger Leopard Pavilion probably did not know that Yi Xian had killed these 3 people. After looking at the maps in the 3 people's interspatial rings, Yi Xian and the others knew the layout of the land of reincarnation. The land of reincarnation was divided into 3 parts. The Samsara City Master in the east, the Fox Reincarnation in the west, and the Samsara Supremacy in the north. If the land of reincarnation was divided into 12 regions according to the clock, the Samsara City Master occupied the region from 1 o'clock to 6 o'clock. The Fox Reincarnation occupied the region from 6 o'clock to 9 o'clock, and the Samsara Supremacy occupied the region from 9 o'clock to 1 o'clock. The Samsara City Master occupied the largest region, followed by the Fox Reincarnation and the Samsara Supremacy. However, Yi Xian also found a map of the land of reincarnation from decades ago. On this map, the Fox Reincarnation and the Samsara City Master were equally divided. The Fox Reincarnation's territory was only slightly smaller than the Samsara City Master's. In other words, the Samsara Supremacy was a newly emerged expert. He snatched the territories of the Samsara City Master and the Fox Reincarnation and became a third party. From the memories of the 3 people, the Samsara Supremacy appeared about 20 years ago. The land of reincarnation had a history of tens of thousands of years. The Samsara Supremacy was able to snatch the territories of the 2 giants within 20 years. This kind of means and strength was not something an ordinary person could possess. The Samsara Supremacy is so powerful. No wonder the Samsara City Master and the Fox reincarnation joined forces to attack him. Luo suddenly recalled the scene just now. Reincarnation Venerable's Eye of Reincarnation had been instantly destroyed to nothingness. However, this made sense. The Samsara supremacy had snatched so many territories from the two of them. The two of them must have held a grudge against him. Two mere Samsara wills were nothing to them. He is indeed powerful. However, why didn't the Fox reincarnation and the Samsara City Master kill him in the cradle? Yixian couldn't help but ask. Maybe it's too late. Luo shook her head. This kind of question was not something she could answer. 20 years was more than enough time. Perhaps the Samsara supremacy had hidden too deeply in the past. Then, he suddenly became famous and grew to the point where he could fight against the Fox reincarnation and the Samsara City Master. That was why he was able to stabilize his power. In any case, he was very powerful. However, what Yixian didn't know was that the Samsara supremacy's rise was very close to the time when Nalanbing and Nalanjia were reincarnated. Young Master, what is this big blank space on the map? This is called the reincarnation battlefield. It was built by the three great leaders. Those who enter will belong to the camp of the region they are in. Then, they can kill people from the other two camps to obtain reincarnation battle merits. Yixian explained. What can we do with these battle merits? Luo asked. These battle merits can be exchanged for divine artifacts, elixirs, divine abilities, and so on. If we reach a certain level, we can even ask the three great leaders to help us reincarnate. Yixian answered. Help us reincarnate? Old Tree was stunned. Yes, as long as we have enough battle merits, regardless of whether we are in the profound life realm or the profound death realm, we can ask the leaders of our camp to help us reincarnate. Moreover, we can choose a specific region or awaken earlier. Yixian nodded. After reincarnation, one's memories would be temporarily sealed. However, if an expert helped them reincarnate, they would awaken their inherited memories earlier. This way, they would not have to worry about dying before they awakened their inherited memories. Some experts could even help 2 or 3 people reincarnate at the same time to the same region. Reincarnation is useless to us. However, the reincarnation battlefield is a good place to train. Don't you think so, young master? Luo smiled sweetly and looked at Yixian. Yixian liked this kind of place the most. It was a good place for him to break through quickly. The 100 Fox Manor is in the far west of the land of reincarnation. It's close to the border. I'm afraid it won't be easy to get there. Why don't we enter the reincarnation battlefield to train? Yixian nodded and said, there's a one-way teleportation array on the other side of the Scarlet Flame Mountain Range. It's near the Tiger Leopard Pavilion. Let's go there directly. Okay. Yixian and the other 3 immediately broke through the void and returned to the Scarlet Flame Mountain Range. As Yixian had used up his unicorn descent, they killed their way out of the Scarlet Flame Mountain Range. They traversed the Scarlet Flame Mountain Range in 3 days. At the same time, Yixian's unicorn cooldown had recovered to 60%. He would be able to use unicorn again after another 40% cooldown. Last time, he had used the unicorn descent when he was at the 9th level of the immortality stage. It was so powerful that he had instantly killed the 3rd level profound life stage expert from the Tiger Leopard Pavilion. Currently, he was at the 1st level of the profound life stage. If he were to use unicorn descent, its power would likely be even more frightening, right? Thinking of this, Yixian couldn't help but quicken his pace towards the teleportation array. During these 3 days, Luo, Wei Zhentian, and the Old Tree had also broken through to the 2nd level of the profound life stage. Their strength had undergone a qualitative improvement. Yixian alone was enough to contend against the entire Tiger Leopard Pavilion. Soon, Yixian arrived at the battlefield teleportation array. There was a small town next to the teleportation array for travelers to rest in. This teleportation array was built by the experts of the 100 Fox Manor. It doesn't belong to any faction. As long as you have a teleportation crystal, you can teleport to the reincarnation battlefield. Yixian thought to himself as he directly crossed the small town and arrived at the entrance of the teleportation palace. However, before he could enter, he was stopped by someone outside. You want to teleport to the reincarnation battlefield? A man at the second level of the profound life stage blocked Yi Xian's way. Yes, what's the matter? Yi Xian coldly looked at the man. He felt that something was amiss. This teleportation array has been reserved by the Tiger Leopard Pavilion. If you want to teleport to the reincarnation battlefield, you have to pay 10 profound life pills first. The man said to Yi Xian. Yi Xian did have 10 profound life pills. However, the teleportation array was built by the 100 Fox Manor. It was an ownerless item and anyone could use it. However, it was actually taken over by the Tiger Leopard Pavilion? You guys are quite bold. Using the 100 Fox Manor's name to charge a fee? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and coldly laughed. Don't use the 100 Fox Manor to pressure me. We, the Tiger Leopard Pavilion, have occupied this place for many years. If you don't want to, go elsewhere. The man could not be bothered with Yi Xian. The teleportation fee of the teleportation array was set according to the realm of the warrior. Yi Xian was at the first level of the immortality stage. The teleportation crystal he used was roughly the price of 10 profound life pills. The entrance fee was also 10 profound life pills. In other words, the price was doubled. Yi Xian did have profound life pills. However, why would he give them to him? What if I insist on using them? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. The corner of his mouth could not help but curl into a smile. He liked such overbearing sections. It would be best if these people provoked him. This way, he would have a reason to destroy them. You, who were only at the first level of the profound life stage, dare to trespass into the teleportation palace. The man was immediately amused by Yi Xian. He raised his finger and pointed into the distance, saying, "Do you see those heads? These people have poor judgment and tried to trespass into the teleportation palace." Then, they were killed by the experts of the Tiger Leopard Pavilion. There were no lack of experts at the third and fourth level of the profound life stage. The 40th and 41st heads are my spoils of war. After he finished speaking, his gaze landed on Yi Xian's Qian Kuan ring, saying, "Kid, you've already angered me. Hand over your Qian Kuan ring and I can spare your life. Otherwise, I'll hang your head and pee in your mouth." Yi Xian looked in the direction of his finger. Indeed, he saw several rows of heads. These were used to intimidate others and make them obediently hand over their money. Haha, since that's the case, I'll hang your head too. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. His body did not move at all, but a crisp sound was heard. Rip. The man who blocked the way had his head chopped off. The one who chopped off his head was not a human, but Wei Zhentian, who was at the second level of the profound life stage. Subsequently, Yi Xian used his 10,000 mammoth strength to hang the man's head at the end of the row of heads. There was a small town beside the teleportation palace. At this moment, some people in the small town noticed this and immediately started to make a ruckus. Revolt, revolt. Someone actually attacked a member of the Tiger Leopard Pavilion and even killed him. What? Someone killed a member of the Tiger Leopard Pavilion? There will be a good show to watch. Haha, who has the guts to provoke the Tiger Leopard Pavilion? The news of Yi Xian killing the guard of the teleportation palace spread from 1 to 10, and 10 to 100. Immediately, a large number of people ran out, ready to watch a good show. There were still some experts of the Tiger Leopard Pavilion in the teleportation palace. Immediately, they rushed out. Who dares to kill a disciple of my Tiger Leopard Pavilion? A burly man rushed out of the teleportation palace with a few other men. This burly man's aura was much stronger than the person Yi Xian killed. He was at the fourth level of the profound life stage. As for the few behind him, they were also at the third level of the profound life stage. In the eyes of the surrounding people, Yi Xian was already a dead man. If this fourth layer profound life stage expert were to appear, Yi Xian would truly have no chance of survival. What caused the others to be astonished was that not only did Yi Xian not flee after killing, he stood in front of the teleportation palace and watched. Was he trying to commit suicide? When the burly man came out, he saw the headless corpse on the ground. He gnashed his teeth and said, "Damn it, it wasn't easy for me to take in a disciple, but he was actually killed?" After speaking, his gaze landed on Yi Xian. The latter's first layer profound life stage aura caused him to be startled. How is this possible? How can a first-layer profound life stage expert kill a second-layer profound life stage expert? The burly man was somewhat in disbelief. After all, the person who had died was his disciple. Xian looked at the burly man and did not feel the slightest sense of danger. He said, "Your tiger-leopard pavilion is quite impressive. Not only did you occupy the teleportation array, you even killed someone. How dare you? You clearly knew that he was a disciple of my tiger-leopard pavilion, yet you still dared to kill him?" Suddenly, an elder took a step forward and sternly shouted. At the same time, the tiger-leopard pavilion disciples who were lazing around the teleportation palace also surrounded him. There were more than 10 of them, and all of them were at the profound life stage. Enough nonsense. Are you all going to attack me together, or one by one? I'll take it. Xian said somewhat impatiently. Originally, he could directly teleport to the reincarnation battlefield after killing someone. However, he did not do so because he was waiting for the other party. This way, he could level up. I really don't know where this foolish brat came from. A few of you, come and chop off his limbs. I want to hang him on the wall and bleed to death. The burly man roared. Yes. Immediately, 3 second-layer profound life stage tiger-leopard pavilion disciples stepped forward. Although Xian had killed a second-layer profound life stage disciple, no one had seen it. Everyone thought that Xian had successfully killed the disciple through a sneak attack. Now that there were 3 second-layer profound life stage disciples, how could they not take care of Xian? However, they did not expect that they would not be able to take care of him. TSK, young master, leave these 3 small fries and those weak disciples to this old man." Suddenly, Old Tree's figure appeared beside Xian, shocking everyone. Where did this person come from? Not only did the surrounding people not discover it, even the strong man at the 4th level of the profound life stage was the same. Strange, truly strange. Do it. The 3 tiger-leopard pavilion disciples instantly attacked. But before that, the old tree was 1 step ahead of them and flashed behind them. Residual flame. Residual flame. Residual flame. 3 flames lit up one after another behind the trio. Immediately, these 3 second-layer profound life stage tiger-leopard pavilion disciples were turned into dust in front of everyone, leaving behind only 3 Qian Kuan rings and 3 divine weapons. Instant kill. Instantly killing 3 tiger-leopard pavilion disciples at the 2nd level of the profound life stage. This strength was at least at the 3rd level of the profound life stage. I was wondering where the courage came from to provoke my tiger-leopard pavilion. So it's because there's a 3rd level profound life stage helper. So what if he's at the 3rd level of the profound life stage? The 3 elders beside Elder Xiong are also at the 3rd level of the profound life stage, let alone Elder Xiong who's at the 4th level of the profound life stage. Sigh, there's going to be 2 more heads on the human head wall. However, that flame is very powerful. It actually burned them into dust in the blink of an eye. Even the profound life chi would not be able to recover. The spectators in the small town were all whispering. At the same time, Old Tree attacked again after killing the 3 people. Bastard, stop. A tiger-leopard pavilion elder quickly rushed out and rushed towards Old Tree. However, at this moment, Wei Zhentian suddenly turned into a dragon and intercepted this tiger-leopard pavilion elder. What the hell? This tiger-leopard pavilion elder raised his eyebrows and threw a punch at Wei Zhentian. Bang! Wei Zhentian was sent flying. However, the cracks were instantly repaired by the immortal divine phoenix bloodline. He was not injured at all. A weapon that can change its appearance and recover automatically. Good stuff. After seeing this, the brawny man immediately rushed out and prepared to subdue Wei Zhentian. Too naive. Xian saw through his intention with a glance. However, he did not stop him and directly attacked. Killing intent explosion. Matchless flame dragon slash. A golden flame dragon whizzed out. However, its target was the tiger-leopard pavilion elder that was sent flying by Wei Zhentian. What? This tiger-leopard pavilion elder was extremely shocked. He did not expect that Xian, who was only at the 1st level of the profound life stage, could actually unleash such an attack. It was simply unbelievable. Humph. He coldly snorted and raised his hand, preparing to destroy the golden flame dragon. However, at this moment. 9 Reincarnation Flash, 5th Flash. Suddenly, a beautiful figure rushed out and brushed past this Tiger Leopard Pavilion elder's body. Subsequently, the Tiger Leopard Pavilion elder's head flew up diagonally. His eyes were wide open as he flew far away like a soccer ball. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification sounded. Yixian's killing intent had increased tremendously. However, there was another huge increase in his killing intent. 9 Reincarnation Flash, 6th Flash. Luo directly crossed the distance and rushed to the side of the two elders at the entrance of the teleportation palace. Immediately after, their heads flew up one after another. Double kill. Ever since the mutation, Luo's 9 Reincarnation Flash had increased to the 6th Flash. Furthermore, Luo was at the 2nd level of the Profound Life stage. It was simply too easy for her to use the 9 Reincarnation Flash to kill in a second. Most importantly, the large amount of true chi consumed by the 9 Reincarnation Flash could be recovered by the immortal Phoenix bloodline. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. At the same time, on the other side, Old Tree had already killed the Tiger Leopard Pavilion disciples. Now, only the Brawny Man and the Tiger Leopard Pavilion members were left in the teleportation palace. The rest were all killed. What? How is this possible? The Brawny Man widened his eyes in disbelief. The 3 elders at the 3rd level of the Profound Life stage were individually weaker than him. However, if the 3 of them were to join forces, they would be able to fight against him. However, during the period of time when he rushed out, the 3 elders were actually killed one after another. This had truly frightened him. Not only that, the group of spectators at the edge of the small town had already stopped their discussions and were unable to speak for a long time. Originally, they thought that Yixian would be killed. However, why did it seem that the Tiger Leopard Pavilion was at a disadvantage? Would Elder Xiong be able to deal with the joint forces of these people? How dare you kill the elders of my Tiger Leopard Pavilion? At this moment, Elder Xiong was a little afraid and directly brought out the Tiger Leopard Pavilion. Haha, since we dare to attack, we are not afraid of your Tiger Leopard Pavilion. Yixian coldly laughed. It seems that this brat is the leader. Elder Xiong narrowed his eyes and suddenly attacked. He was prepared to capture Yixian and threaten the Old Tree and Luo. However, his wishful thinking was wrong. End of chapter 1454. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.